I feel like it's been a while since we've had a horror movie about sharks in theaters, but the time is now, and these are some dangerous animals. What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and I'm just a rock and roller who in his downtime likes to watch movies while wearing a bandana. And I just got back from an exclusive pre-screening from Regal Cinema. Thank you so much. They sent me out to watch Dangerous Animals. Now, I'm a big shark fan, and I absolutely love shark horror. There's been so many greats, such as Deep Blue Sea, Shark Night, and more. And speaking of Shark Night, while watching this film, I got flashbacks to another film that I actually reviewed for members of the channel called Dead Sea. The premise of that film and this film are very similar, but the major difference is this one is filmed well, edited well, and is actually enjoyable. When Zephyr, a rebellious surfer, is abducted by a shark-obsessed serial killer and held captive on his boat, she must figure out how to escape before he carries out a ritualistic feeding to the sharks below. Now, earlier, not only did I mention Dead Sea, but just reading that to you, I get flashbacks to Shark Night as well as Shark Lake with Dolph Lundgren. And this movie is like this amazing combination of all of those. And speaking of Zephyr, who is played by Cassie Harrison, she does absolutely incredible, just as incredible as Jai Courtney in this movie. And there is a somewhat of a love interest there, and there's another couple who's there, but the bulk of this movie is really taken up by Jai Courtney's character and Cassie Harrison's character, Zephyr. I instantly noticed within this movie, the shots of the shark in this, or sharks, look amazing. And if these sharks are CGI in this movie, which I'm sure some of them are, my God, did they do an amazing job. Fear not, there's not one time in this movie that I said, ugh, that looks terrible. Every single time I was convinced this is real. Can't give too much away because this movie does not come out until June 6th. But what I can tell you is the sharks look good. The acting is good. The story is good. And if you're a shark fan or a horror fan, you're going to enjoy it because there is some crazy stuff that happens in this movie to satisfy everyone who is a fan of any of the things I just mentioned. So with that being said, what I want to do is get to the bandana rating for Dangerous Animals. And I'm going to give Dangerous Animals 4 bandanas out of 5. That's right. This isn't just a good movie. This is a great shark movie. And once this comes to physical media, I'm pretty sure I will be picking it up. It is that good. I made that decision in the theater. And it has been a long time since this happened. But at the end of this movie, the entire crowd that was there cheered. I think Shudder has a home run with Dangerous Animals. So if you get a chance to check this movie out at your local theater, please go. You will enjoy it if you're a fan of horror movies or shark movies or just great tension on the water. You're going to dig this. Give it a shot and let them know that Thorn Theater sent you. Guys, there's plenty of things to promote, but I'm going to leave that down below. Whether it's Letterboxd and joining and becoming a critic yourself, whether it's buying me a coffee, becoming a member of this channel, or checking out my brand new EP, Rough Cuts, all the links are down below. And if you want cool lights like I got back here and like you've seen in every single video on this channel, check out the Govee discount code. I'm Alex Thorn, and you know what I gotta do. I gotta rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you. Some say Jurassic Park 2 was great. Others, like me, say, I love Jeff Goldblum, but him carrying a whole film, I don't think so. But Sam Neill carrying a whole film, that works. What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and I'm just a rock and roller who in his downtime likes to watch Jurassic Park movies while wearing a bandana. And while we're on this Jurassic Park / world journey, we are making our stop at the highly controversial and kind of criticized and forgotten Part 3. After being persuaded by a wealthy businessman to conduct an aerial tour of Isla Sorna, InGen's second site for a failed Jurassic Park experiment, Dr. Alan Grant, Sam Neill, discovers the true reason for the invitation. A tragic accident maroons the party of 7, and they must attempt to escape with their lives. Now look, I was super annoyed with the reason that Ian Malcolm had to go back to Jurassic Park in this other island. You know, his woman, knowing what he's been through, still went to that island. His daughter, knowing how dangerous this could be, still went to that island with him without him knowing. And so I was super annoyed with that. But in this one, I can completely understand why Sam Neill's character would go, because this wealthy couple talked them into it for an enormous amount of money and said they would never be landing. But little does he know that saying yes for money just to give them a tour guide of the place, because that's their wish, because they're rich, would turn into a rescue mission for their son. Now here's the thing, they don't understand that this is not the same Jurassic Park island that he was on in the first entry. This is a completely different island that has very evolved and different dinosaurs. You know, in this one, they replaced the T-Rex, and I remember that being the big deal. There's a brand new king out there, and it was called the Spinosaurus Rex. And there's a scene in this movie where that Spinosaurus Rex takes on the T-Rex and kills him pretty quickly. And people were pissed about that in 2003. When watching this movie back for this review, it was all coming back to me, the excitement I had. You can see it if you're a member of the channel. Hint, hint, we have memberships and there's exclusive content there. More about that down below. But as I was watching that trailer, I felt the same excitement today as I felt back then. And as I watched this movie, I still felt that wonder of like, man, this Spinosaurus looks like it's really there. It doesn't look like the CGI of Part 2. And when I watched the special features, because that was a thing on DVDs and a big thing back then, and we cared about it, they weren't just YouTube videos. They built an actual Spinosaurus and made the T-Rex fully CGI. So they had this battle between the T-Rex and the Spinosaurus that was a physical dinosaur versus a CGI one. Outside of that, there's another creature that's back, and this time they're smarter. The Velociraptors are now feathered and can set traps and talk to each other. There was a hint of that in Part 1. There was a hint of that in Part 2. But in Part 3, it is fully made realized when they start calling out to each other. This movie also introduces the first time we ever see a flying dinosaur, the pterodactyl. At one point, they end up in this huge cage, but they don't know what it is until the last minute, and they realize they are in a gigantic bird cage. And what could be there? Man, we get the pterodactyl coming out like a horror movie out of the smoke. It is an amazing scene. Now, I know I was speaking about Sam Neill and Dr. Alan Grant, but as small as the role she plays in this one is, Ellie Sattler is back in this movie, and she is Dr. Alan Grant's lifeline. Even though she has a child, even though she's moved on, and this never gets talked about. But she's back in this movie, and seeing that special combination of Ellie and Alan is just as special in part 3 as it is in Dominion when you see them back together. For as much crap that gets talked about this movie being, I don't know really. I just know it's not looked at well. I enjoyed the hell out of this movie. And I think with that being said, we should get to the does it hold up rating system for Jurassic Park 3. As for effects, I'm gonna give this movie 4 bandanas out of 5. I thought the effects have been smoothing out tremendously on the Blu-ray I saw. I cannot wait to see this in 4K. As for acting, I'm gonna get it 5 bandanas out of 5. Everybody does their role and does it well and believable. And as for story, I'm gonna give it 5 bandanas out of 5. I dig this story. It's memorable, it isn't complicated, it gets to the point. So according to Alex Thorn and Thorn Theater, to answer the question of does Jurassic Park 3 hold up? Not only yes, but hell yes. But what about you guys? Do you guys feel that Jurassic Park 3 is better than 2? Do you think it's good? Do you think it gets too much hate? Are you a fan? Let's talk about it down below, guys. And as I mentioned to you earlier, you know that this channel has memberships. There's 2 tiers, and 2 tiers called Plus and Ultimate. And when you become a Plus member, you get exclusive trailer reactions. You get exclusive shorts. You get behind the scenes photos. But when you become an Ultimate member, not only do you get the exclusive Thorn Theater membership card, just like the good old mom and pop video store days, but you also get exclusive reviews every single month. You get to ask and request for your own reviews, just like fellow Ultimate member Danny G asked on this channel. And you get to view content early before anybody else. So consider taking a look at the memberships for this channel. Guys, outside of that, we are in July. And what does that mean? There is a new promo code. You see these cool lights behind me? You see the cool lights that are flashing in front of the screen right now? Yeah, I've got over 25 Govee products, and they're all being controlled by Wi-Fi, by the app. And my whole home is basically centered around Govee, from lights to purifiers to kettles. So if you want to dive into your own world and create your own atmosphere in your home, check out Govee and the 10% off code down below. Guys, you know what I gotta do. I'm Alex Thorn, and I gotta rock out, watch some more Jurassic Park movies, and review them for you. If it wasn't for DCN Power Players, I don't think I ever would have went to go see this movie like ever, but it was fun. So let's get into it. What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and I'm just a rock and roller who in his downtime likes to watch movies while wearing a bandana. And right off the bat, I've got to say thank you to channel member The One DDG Danny for the merch. He made my first ever Thorn Theater shirt. Thank you so much, DDG. I appreciate you so much. You guys got to become members too, but we'll talk about that towards the end of this review. And the other person I have to thank and also ask for you guys to send a follow to is Darnell of DCN Presents Power Players. Me and Darnell have been friends for 8 to 9 years now, and I respect the hell out of him for being the officer that he is. And he is a huge fan of Transformers. Now, me on my end, I am aware of Transformers. I saw some of the cartoons when I was younger. Absolutely loved the toys, but we could never afford them because I didn't want the smaller Transformers figures. I wanted the big Transformers figures, and simply put, my family couldn't afford those. So I stuck to what we could afford, which was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and the Hasbro versions of WWF figures, and you know, Batman Returns and Toxic Avenger and all those cool things. Now, when the Transformers movies started to come out, again, I didn't like the art direction. I heard the Transformers was coming out, and I'm talking about the very first one in like the late 2000s or whatever it was. I remember hearing about it and I was like, oh, what's that going to look like? I saw one bit of the CGI and how shiny and just way too many parts that those Transformers had, and I was out. And from that point until right now, Transformers 1, I had zero interest. But once I saw the trailer that Officer D from DCN Power Players sent me, I was like, oh, you know what? I think I can do this. So let's talk about what Transformers 1 is all about. Brothers in arms, Orion Pax and D16 become sworn enemies, Optimus Prime and Megatron. So essentially, this movie is an origin story. And no wonder that's why it looks like the more classic versions of what I'm used to, or anybody in my age range might be used to for Transformers. And I gotta tell you right off the bat, they looked great. The movie looked great. And I think that is mainly because of the way we watched it. Again, knowing that my friend is a huge fan of Transformers, I wasn't just gonna take him to the theater to watch the standard version. We had to go watch it in 3D and 4DX thanks to Regal Cinemas. As you already know, we're introduced to the prior versions of Megatron and Optimus Prime, and they're buddies, they're friends, they have some great banter between each other, and it's a classic story of trying to root for the underdogs. While there's all these other ones who can transform and do all that, the coal miners can't. They just weren't born to their knowledge with those abilities. So they set out to prove themselves and say, we can do this. We can really do this. Like I said, the banter between Megatron and Prime is great. I can deal with it. I loved it. Then we met a yellow robot pre-transformer. And I kid you not, I had to lean over to D halfway through the movie and say, who the hell is this guy? What is this? And he goes, that's Bumblebee. Going into this, I didn't know this movie was rated PG. I thought this would be at least PG-13. And there's a couple things that are said in it that make me say, like, really, this is PG? But the tone of Bumblebee, who is played by Keegan from Aaron and Keegan and Peele and all that stuff. If it's a childish tone, that's for sure. Alita 1 is played by Scarlett Johansson. Alpha Trion is played by Lawrence Fishburne. Sentinel Prime by John Hamm. Optimus Prime by Chris Helmsworth, and Megatron is played by Brian Tyree Henry. And I think he shocked me the most out of everybody because you're used to him being really silly. The first time I saw this guy was in the Child's Play movie and then in Kong vs. Godzilla. And I gotta tell you that every time I saw him, I felt he was out of place. I felt like he didn't need to be where he was. I felt like as an actor, he didn't deserve to be where he was. But this worked out because you didn't see him. And he was able to play that friendly role up front. He was able to change in the middle of the film, and he was able to become what he becomes, Megatron, by the end of the film. And it all worked because you didn't see him. And again, this is because he has this presence to him that is very goofball-esque. Like Keegan and Brian in this movie, they can perfectly go in a live action movie together. They can be as silly as they want, as soft as they want with each other in their comedy. But in this movie, Brian really was able to go hard with his acting talents and vocal talents versus you seeing him and that contradicting what you're hearing. If it was not for the 3D 4DX aspect to the version that we saw, I would be really disappointed with this movie because it follows such a typical beat by beat, like Disney-esque film storyline. And I don't know if that's the storyline that was originally, done in the cartoon or in the comics or wherever. But I know that I just felt like this is just the same old that we've seen thousands of times, but with robots. With all that being said, I think it's time that we do get to the bandana rating of this film, because as somebody who didn't know much about the storyline before it, now it feels like it's a very generic story in general. So let's get to the bandana rating. And I'm going to give Transformers 1 3 bandanas out of 5 because I think if you watch it in a special format, It is totally fun, totally worth it. I think once it comes out to physical media, if you watch it on a good TV, like an OLED or a mini QLED, then it'll stand out really, really well. But if you just watch it on a standard lower end TV, or you just stream it, or you just watch it on standard when you go to the movie theater, there's nothing about this movie that makes it stand out other than the fact that you are nostalgic because you grew up with it. Guys, let me know what you thought of Transformers 1. If you haven't seen it yet, are you gonna go see it? What was the point of the Transformers series that you got into it? And what did you think of the previous movies in this series? Because I know when I saw Mark Wahlberg and I saw Shia LaBeouf and Megan Fox in the trailers for all the old ones that I never saw, I remember just thinking like, this doesn't feel right. So let's talk down below in the comment section and let me know what you thought about it. Plus, for one lucky commenter down below, you're gonna win something special. And in order to win something special, you have got to be subscribed to this channel, like this video, and down below, tell me who is your favorite Transformer, and you will win this awesome 4DX Transformer 1 poster that I got from the movie theater when I saw it tonight. I want to give this out to you guys, and the way after I announce on a future video who won this, the way you'll be able to claim it is heading over to the Facebook of Thorn Theater. Guys, as always, I plan on going live for members only as well as for the public. But if you want to get into more behind the scenes stuff, request your own reviews, as well as get these reviews early, you got to become a member of this channel. That's right, Thorn Theater has real deal membership laminated cards for all of you Thornaholics out there and horror lovers. Not only that, but you get to request your own reviews. Let's say there's something out there you're really dying for me to review, but the masses may not want it, or it's not something that's gonna move the numbers. Guess what? You pay, you control the narrative. You get early access to videos, live only chats, as well as exclusive watch alongs just for members right here on this channel. And if you don't feel like committing to that, you can always leave me a super chat, super thanks, or buy me a coffee. That's right, buy me a coffee right now is a way that you can support somebody like me for making videos just for you guys, doing what we love to do. But guess what? If you buy me a coffee, at least you're fueling the journey. And right now, Buy Me a Coffee has an update to where when you leave your note of why you have gifted me coffee, I can respond back to you in video form. And with all that being said, people, I'm Alex Thorn, and you know what I gotta do. I gotta rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you. What is going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and it is Reaction Wednesday. And I know there's a brand new popular sequel to a classic Pixar movie out. There's a trailer for that. But I think I'm gonna wait closer to release day in June for that to take a look at a trailer. Instead, I see something that's more in the realm of this channel called Slanted. I don't know anything about it. You know, it looks like it's got a white girl and an Asian girl, and I don't know anything else. So we're gonna check out the trailer for Slanted together.
Have you ever suffered the injustice of being a person of color in this world? Have you ever had someone tell you how impressed they are, how well you speak English without an accent?
你为什么老是化这么浓的妆啊？
Speak English, Mom?
Or are you just tired of the way white folks look at you? If you can't beat them, be them.
Hi, my loves. I have some sad news. I'm not gonna run for prom queen.
Ugh, gag.
You think Olivia's racist and stupid, so help me beat her for prom queen. I have a whole plan.
Vote for me. Vote for me.
你的头发怎么啦？本来的黑头发不是很好看吗？
I've decided I'm gonna endorse one girl for prom queen. Someone we all want to be, irregardless of prejudice. I can see your black roots. Ew.
Hello?
Don't be shy.
What is this place?
We help you reach your true potential.
Welcome to ethnic modification. 3, 2, 1. This is my favorite part. How are you feeling?
It's good to be white.
Hey, new girl.
Hey, come sit. I just gave myself an upgrade. Finally be treated the same as everybody else.
Look at what you've done to yourself. What happened?
Hey, I'm busy.
For a new plant to grow, the seed has to die.
This is a common side effect. This is a common side effect. This is a common side effect.
Joe, how wonderful is it to be white?
Do yourself a favor. Get tickets to a Michael Bublé concert. That experience as a white person will change your life.
Yo, that is freaky weird. I didn't even notice it was a white girl and an Asian girl on the cover until I looked at it for the introduction of this video. Prior to that, I just thought it was like a face melting. I didn't notice it was two different people on there. This is bold. I think being able to do it with an Asian and a white girl is a little bit less offensive in America than it would be if they did it with other races, swapping with white. This seems daring. Everything that it said seems wild to me. It feels like Get Out, but in like reverse. And of course, yeah, absolutely, it was Mean Girls and Substance. I'm not into body horror. I could see a little bit, but you know, way back in the day when I was just a little teeny tiny Thorn, and Hellraiser came out on TV, I couldn't handle it. I hated it from then on going forward. So anything that involved the body, you know, suffering, I just didn't care for it. So I didn't like Saw, and I didn't like all those movies of the mid 2000s that featured that stuff. And then come, you know, now where we have movies like Together, oof, tough. Time will tell. I don't know if I'll see this in theaters, but if you guys put enough pressure on me, or if Bleecker Films or Bleecker Street Films sends me out to go watch this at a movie theater, then I'll go and watch it. But what about you? Does Slanted look interesting to you? Are you going to go see it in theaters? Are you going to catch it on video on demand? Is it something that interests you whatsoever? Are you a fan of body horror? Let's talk about it all down below. You know what I got to do. I got to rock out, watch the movies, and review them for you. These horror movies from the 80s are never, ever what you think they're going to be. What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and I'm just a rock and roller who in his downtime likes to watch movies while wearing a bandana. And with it being spooky season, October, that's right, everything this month is about horror movies. And for those of you that are curious about a certain giveaway for a poster that's not from a horror movie, stay tuned. I'm going to announce the winner at the end of this video. And I just got done reviewing and watching, well, actually I watched it, then I reviewed it, a movie called Chopping Mall for members right here. And that made me think, that's one of the movies that I always saw the VHS cover at my mom and pop video store and never picked it up and just watched it. So let me try another movie. And this time I checked out, and I'm already smiling about it, a movie called Waxwork. Of course, we got a bunch of teenagers, but this time they're not just your run-of-the-mill average teenagers so that we can relate to them. This time they're a bunch of high-end, stuffy, nose in the air teenagers that are rich kids, and they're very privileged. They all plan to go to this wax museum after hours, and there are these red velvet ropes. That's the best way to put it. Red velvet ropes. And every time one of these jackass rich kids go over that red velvet rope, they are instantly transferred into the world of whatever that wax figure was. And this movie, I kid you not, I didn't even understand that 50 minutes in, 45 minutes in. I had no idea what was going on. I was just like, what the hell is happening in this movie? So this movie has a lot of the old school Universal monsters in it. Frankenstein, Werewolf, The Mummy, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. There's vampires, the Dracula. There's a bunch of old school. Now there's 18 monsters. And I only know that because of the research I did for this right before I turned on the camera. But in the movie, there are a ton of monsters and there's a ton of wax figures. And like I said, there are a bunch of the Universal monsters, interpretations of those Universal monsters. The way this movie starts out is wild because it lets you know what it's going to be, even though you don't understand it quite yet, but it lets you know what it's going to be right from the start. I believe it's a female, could be wrong, but it's a female that puts a man's head into a fire and he dies from that. And then she breaks these, it's very quick and it has to do with a lot of the rest of the movie, but doesn't emphasize well. But she breaks this glass and takes all of these artifacts. And these artifacts are for each of the wax figures that actually come true in this movie or come to real life or whatever. Here's the deal. There are a bunch of things happening. And if you watch this movie the way I did, which was with a phone scrolling like a fool and then looking up, you won't know what happened. So like I said, about 45 minutes in, I still didn't understand the movie. I put the phone down because I was suddenly in a scene that was just a white room. And this man was strapped to a table, half naked, with one of his legs completely devoid of meat and skin. And this was disgusting. And I have a thing about body horror, which is this is what like woke me up out of this ridiculous habit that we all have of being on our phones while watching TV. All I can say is it reminded me of Tales from the Crypt. It reminded me of Creepshow. It reminded me of Tales from the Dark Side, where you just went into this portal of all of these different worlds. There's even a Night of the Living Dead world at one point that's black and white, but there's so much happening. If you blink, if you zone out, if you're still thinking about the last portal that they were in, the last kids that went over the red velvet rope, you're suddenly in another world already. And it's a fun movie. It's one of those movies you want to watch several times because you pick up something new every time. Because like I said, there are 18 monsters. The end of this could just really pick out the little things that I thought were kind of cool in it. I thought the werewolf in this movie looked really good. There's a lot of head explosions and like squishing of heads that happens. There's a mummy that looks exceptionally scary who, again, squishes somebody's head. There's a scene in the white room, like I said. There's this huge brawl at the end where they all are involved. And then there's a bunch of other ones that you don't notice and you don't see in main stories, but you see them passing these wax figures and these podiums up. It's a fun movie. And if I'm not being very detailed as you may want me to be, it's because it is a movie that needs to be watched more than once. But I will say this. For this movie being released in the late 80s, it shows because there's so many great practical effects in it. This is right before you get to the 90s where digital effects are starting to be introduced and lighting becomes really weird in the 90s because now they light things too much and you can actually see the separation of makeup. In this movie, not so much. This has that good grainy look of the 80s, great practical effects, lots of blood, lots of gore. I think it's time we find out if Waxwork holds up. And for me, as far as story goes, I'm going to give Waxworks 5 bandanas out of 5 because it's very inventive. I didn't expect it to take that turn or be this kind of movie at all. For acting, I'm going to give it 4 bandanas out of 5 because everybody does their job. There's nothing that stuck out to me that was like, really? Everybody does great in this. And for effects, I'm going to give it 4 bandanas out of 5. This is as good as the 80s gets. So for the question, does waxwork hold up? It absolutely holds up. And what a pleasure this was to watch. I always come on here and say that 80s movies need to be watched on VHS for you to really fully appreciate what it is. But this movie, because it does go into so many different worlds, I feel like this would be one of those really good movies to own on VHS and on Blu-ray, because it got a Vestron release along with its sequel, Waxwork 2. So let me know down below if that's something you want me to review on this channel as well. As promised, I'm going to announce the winner of the Transformers 1 4DX poster. And the winner is Optimus_Prime_OSS. Brother, you seem like you're a real Transformers fan, the real deal. And I appreciate your comment on not only the video, but on the short. You are the winner. And how do you claim your prize? Head over to the Thorn Theater Reviews Facebook. Message me there and we'll take it from there. Guys, thank you so much for checking out the channel, liking, commenting, subscribing, and even becoming members. At the end of the day, guys, I'm just so happy that I can watch movies and find people like you who I can talk to these movies about. As you see behind me, I'm a huge horror movie buff. This is our season. And I just want to thank everybody as we march to 3,000 subscribers. I just gained a new member of the channel as well. I just want to thank all you guys, man, for everything. Anything you do, whether it's a comment, like, subscribe, become a member, it all means the world to me while I'm writing lyrics, recording music, playing on stage, coming home to relax, and then watching a movie. And then I'm able to talk to you guys about it. It's the best. But you know where we can talk some more and you can get early access to videos before anybody else? This channel's memberships. That's right. Thorn Theater has real deal membership laminated cards for all of you Thornaholics out there and horror lovers. Not only that, but you get to request your own reviews. Let's say there's something out there you're really dying for me to review, but the masses may not want it, or it's not something that's gonna move the numbers. Guess what? You pay. You control the narrative. You get early access to videos, live only chats, as well as exclusive watch-alongs just for members right here on this channel. And if you don't feel like committing to that, you can always leave me a super chat, super thanks, or buy me a coffee. That's right. Buy me a coffee right now is a way that you can support somebody like me for making videos just for you guys, doing what we love to do. But guess what? If you buy me a coffee, at least you're fueling the journey. And right now, Buy Me a Coffee has an update to where when you leave your note of why you have gifted me coffee, I can respond back to you in video form. With all that being said, guys, it's spooky season. Let's watch some more horror movies, rock out, and then I gotta review those horror movies for you. What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and it is Reaction Wednesday, and I had a hell of a time trying to look for a brand new trailer, but I found one thanks to Our Life in Horror, and we're gonna watch it here together, called The Fetus.
Pregnant. That can't be right. He always wears a condom.
Oh, shit.
Have you been lying to me?
Whoa, wait a second.
Do you remember when I told you that my body doesn't work the same as everyone else's? By the way, I should tell you a few things about my dad. He's a bit particular.
I was more of a cat person.
Are you gay? Well, I think your dad and I see eye to eye.
He doesn't really like anyone.
Oh, hey! It's time.
Dad! No, Dad!
If we don't feed it, it will start sucking on her blood to survive.
You can't give birth to this thing.
Of course not! I've been freaking out since this morning!
I really thought you would grow up normal. You ain't family! You are the turd in the way.
Your mom really died giving birth to you?
I mean, it looks a lot like, you know, movies that we've seen before. I think the one thing right away that stuck out to me is that the father, he like took out with chloroform or something like that. He took out his daughter. That was weird. I wasn't expecting that for sure. It looked like at some point, I think it looked like somebody stabbed the daughter. It might have been the same outfit that the dad had on. So that was completely weird. But I mean, otherwise, it looks like a fun little film. As long as the runtime is about 90 minutes, it should be fine. It should be fun as long as it runs about that time lane. Obviously, the special effects are what they are. You know, that's what movies got to do today rather than, it's probably easier to do that than it is to do practical effects. But hopefully there are some practical effects. I watched a movie here, for the life of me, I can't remember what the name of it was, but I'll link it and then I'll like put an overlay here from Hulu that was based off of a short film, and I thought that was just terrible. It was about 2 years ago or so that I watched it. There was something similar, but it had to do with like insecurities and her having the baby. This time, obviously, this is something passed on from the mother, and the mother died, and now the daughter has it. So it does seem interesting. As long as it has the right runtime, I can get into it. I'm not into body horror, but we'll see. What about you? Again, this came, thankfully, I saw that Our Life in Horror, again, check them out. The link to their page is right there. Their profile, they also review horror movies. They took a look at this trailer. I didn't look at the trailer before either. This is the first time I've seen it with you, but I saw their little thing and I was like, let me look that movie up, because I'm telling you, I was looking up movies and everything was Bollywood or fake. It was ridiculous. I was trying to look up new trailers. But here we are with The Fetus. I was going to say Unholy, but I think that's another movie from like the 80s that was about an unborn baby, something like that. So yeah, The Fetus. Do you plan on watching it when it comes out in March? Let me know. You know what I got to do? I'm Alex Thorn, and I got to rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you.
You know, I can't believe that the first time I watched this movie, I was somewhere between the ages of 6 to 8 years old. Can you believe it? What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and I'm just a rock and roller who in his downtime likes to watch movies while wearing a black bandana in honor of Elvira, Mistress of the Dark. And she is the girl, the actress, the star we're talking about today. And Mistress of the Dark is her debut 1988 movie. You know, as I said in the intro of this, I can't believe I watched this on TV, mind you, Channel 50 here in Chicago, when I was like 6 to 8 years old. And I vividly remember falling in love with Miss Elvira and her milky skin tone. As I watch this movie back now as a near 40-year-old man, I'm just like, wow. They let a lot on TV, because let me tell you, one thing that really struck me as a 6 to 8 year old was that one scene where she's twirling she's twirling those things on her tits by the end of it. And I don't remember them censoring too much out, I'll tell you that. While we can get into all of that later on, I want to get into yet another part of how I saw Elvira first, before I even watched this movie. And that was when I rented the VHS for WrestleMania 2. Yeah, just in case you didn't know, horror fans, Elvira was in LA for WrestleMania 2 and featured the main event of Hulk Hogan versus King Kong Bundy. And I actually believe that Elvira was the commentator on that main event for Hulk Hogan versus King Kong Bundy in the big blue steel cage. And I remember seeing her there first and saying, wow, this woman is really captivating. And then I turn on Channel 50 one day after coming out of maybe first or second grade at my grandmother's house. And what do I see? The girl from WrestleMania 2, but a lot more of her too. If you're a subscriber to this channel, which if you aren't, please subscribe down below. We're at 3,000. I can't wait to get to the next milestone of 5,000. You will know that I'm not the biggest fan of horror and comedy, but it has to be done right. And fortunately, this film does it right. And Elvira is Elvira in this movie. She is hosting on a little rinky-dink network show that just gets bought out by a brand new owner. And this brand new owner, of course, is just being the dirtiest dirtbag from Texas with his big old cowboy hat. And he's hitting on her and expecting her to do the J-O-B and look up at the lights, if you know what I mean, wrestling fans. And she ain't gonna take it. She's not gonna do it. She has a dream to get to Las Vegas and do her show. But before she gets there, she finds out that she has a family member who has passed away and is going to leave her an inheritance. She's expecting $1 million, a whole bunch of stuff. But she gets a house and she's just like, that's it. And when she gets there, she's, it fits her, but it doesn't fit her at the same time because it is run down and ragged. But beyond the house, it's where the house is located that is a problem. And along with that problem is another family member who wants something that's in that house that only Elvira can give him. Once Elvira gets to the town, hijinks ensue, and I'm telling you, there are so many cool scenes that paint a picture of exactly who Elvira is, but it does it in the perfect tongue-in-cheek way because tits jokes galore are happening in this movie. And what I love the most is that she's in on the joke. You know what I mean? Elvira and the lady who plays her, Cassandra Peterson, is in on the joke. And that's the best kind of way to do this, right? This isn't one of those movies where you can claim that men wrote it and men put her in this position and men this and that and chauvinistic pigs. This is somebody who created this character and knew exactly what it was going to take to get seen and get noticed. And I'll be honest with you, even at the end of the day, after I did my research on Elvira, because I really don't know her outside of this and her introducing movies, I don't think she gets the credit she deserves. She created something that should have been bigger than it was, should be bigger than it is, and she deserves more credit than she has gotten for it. And I totally forgot about the ending of the film. Once she knows that this book carries powers and Vincent, her family member, wants to get to it and clearly wants to get to it, including doing harm to her. There's a scene there where she goes all Rambo in an alley. And it's pretty gnarly. I mean, he's got some really cool visual effects on him. She looks amazing trying to be a badass with her little dog and all that. And I forgot about all of that. There's some hokey effects towards the end in the house, but overall, by the end of the movie where she's twirling her tits in Vegas and this spider web thing, because by the way, she actually does have a Vegas show as well in real life. This movie's like the perfect horror camp comedy movie. But does it hold up? As for acting, I'm gonna give Elvira, Mistress of the Dark, 4 bandanas out of 5. Some of it can be a little hokey, but overall it is perfect 80s cheese. As for effects, I'm gonna give it 4 bandanas out of 5. Again, there's not too many effects. It's more practical, but once they try to do like the little CGI, early CGI back then, in the end, it's a little but it's fine. It's all fun. And then as for story, I'm gonna get it 5 bandanas out of 5. Like, come on. This is great. It's the perfect use of Elvira, and nothing could touch it at the time. So as far as the all-important question of does Elvira, Mistress of the Dark hold up, it absolutely does. And with the recent 4K release, which I'll leave a link down below, it's an affiliate link, so remember, if you purchase it, you don't pay any more. In fact, you'll probably get it less than normal. I just get a small little cut, and you help support this channel. I'll leave that link down below from Amazon. I mean, I think with that recent release, it shows the power, the lasting power of Elvira. Every time I go into a store now, Target or one of the other stores that has NECA collectibles, guess who's there? Elvira in different outfits. And I'm happy for her to enter this. I remember when I was going to Barnes & Noble before they closed here in the city, her book was front and center. So Cassandra Peterson, hats off to you. You are an icon, and I wear black in honor of you. Thank you for supporting this channel. Thank you for supporting me. And thank you to Cassandra Peterson for creating the character of Elvira. I'm Alex Thorn, and you know what I gotta do. I gotta rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you.
Connection established.
Don't you just love it? It's Halloween season. What's going on, people? My name is Alex Thorn, and I'm a rocker who in his downtime likes to sit back, relax, watch some movies while wearing a bandana. So traveling back to 1978, we know now that Michael Myers and John Carpenter started it all with the original Halloween. Now, look, I know the importance of this movie in the annals of history. I know Michael Myers existed before Jason, before Freddy, before any of the classics that would come about in the modern era. But I gotta tell you, this movie is slow. I know. Don't remove your subscription just yet. Don't cancel me. I'm just getting started. And I get it. It's all within context. Like, you gotta go back to what existed at that time and what, you know, the groundbreaking movement that this movie was doing. But in 2022, this was just, man, really slow. But I will tell you this movie has been cleaned up so much. I watched it streaming off of AMC Plus, and they have just, I don't know where they got their transfer from. I don't know if it's the 4K or the Blu-ray rip that they were playing, but my God, this movie, especially during the day, it looked amazing. I was like, wow, this movie doesn't look like it's 78. This looks like a 1995 movie or something. Like that they cleaned that up. That's how good it looked. You know, but if we go back in time really quickly for the movie, Michael Myers kills his sister in the house, kills the boyfriend, you know, is at 6 years old, is on Halloween night, is taken off to a mental institution, and he's watched over by Dr. Loomis, who has been with him since 6 years old until, you know, we catch up with the movie at that time. Now here's the thing, I've gone back and I've read about this, and John Carpenter planned on Halloween just being a one-off. So he didn't really give any reason for anything whatsoever, which is why she just happens to be the last one, her being Laurie Strode. And, you know, as we know, if you haven't watched it, sorry, I'm giving you spoilers on the movie that's so long ago, but, you know, as we know, Laurie turns out to be his sister. They reveal that in part 2. It's nowhere said in part 1. In part 1, he's just this maniac who's let loose, who, by the way, drives a car quite often in the original movie. The one thing that kind of throws me off about the original is that you can hear Michael breathing in a mask before he ever gets the mask. Okay, just a small little tidbit that kind of bothered me as I was watching it. It's the first movie to give you that thriller slasher, you know, thing that we got for decades and decades to come. I mean, there's a lot of staples of this movie that's still being used today. So for me, I would actually give Halloween 1978, the original, 3 bandanas out of 5. It is a classic. It is a good watch every few years. I couldn't watch it every year because it would bore me out to tears. But it is a good watch. It is a pioneer, and it's worthy of 3 bandanas out of 5. And if you want to talk even more about horror movies and movies in general, you got to join this channel's memberships. That's right, Thorn Theater has real deal membership laminated cards for all of you Thornaholics out there and horror lovers. Not only that, but you get to request your own reviews. Let's say there's something out there you're really dying for me to review, but the masses may not want it, or it's not something that's gonna move the numbers. Guess what? You pay. You control the narrative. You get early access to videos, live only chats, as well as exclusive watch alongs just for members. And if you don't feel like committing to that, you can always leave a super chat, super thanks, or buy me a coffee. That's right, buy me a coffee right now is a way that you can support somebody like me for making videos just for you guys, doing what we love to do. But guess what? If you buy me a coffee, at least you're fueling the journey. And right now, Buy Me a Coffee has an update to where when you leave your note of why you have gifted me coffee, I can respond back to you in video form. And with all that being said, guys, I hope you have a happy Halloween because we are in spooky season. There's more videos to come. I gotta go rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you. The fact that this movie presents a situation that could be very real and very crazy is wild. Let's talk about it. What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and it is Reaction Wednesday. And as of Monday night, I went out to go check out AMC's Screen Unseen pre-screening of a movie called Oh Hi. And I had full confidence to go and watch this movie, mystery movie, because it was rated R. I bring that up because I'm into sci-fi, horror, and action movies, and I can tolerate some comedy movies for a theater experience sometimes. What I cannot tolerate is drama or chick flicks or anything like that. That being said, this movie is a weird combination of horror, chick flick, thriller, drama. I don't quite understand what box it's trying to fit into. Oh Hi is a movie about Iris, who is enjoying her first romantic getaway with Isaac until he tells her he is not interested in a serious relationship. That description that I just read from Google is literally entirely bare bones. Yes, that is the setup for what happens in this movie, but what happens after he tells her that he's not ready for that relationship, with there being an embargo for this movie because it comes out on July 25th and we're only on July 9th right now. You obviously know from the poster of the movie that at some point Isaac gets chained to the bed. And the crazy thing is that Iris brings up this typical female conversation that I think all men have had with a woman, which is, what are we? After some time of courtship. And instead of playing along like most men do until the right time reveals itself to tell her what they are, Isaac decides to tell her the truth, which is he's not looking for a relationship. He's just going with the flow, just going with the vibes, to say a word that I can't stand. Just going with the vibes. And in that point, all the women were like aghast in this theater. They're, and all the men started chuckling or saying, oh, because it was the wrong time. This guy was still chained up. And then he proceeds to stay chained up for well over 12 hours. Because Iris believes because she read it on an online article from some woman who is giving bad advice, that sometimes men don't know what they want and you have to make them realize what they want and guide them. And sometimes you have to chain yourself to the person to make them realize that they love you. If that sounds insane, it's because it is.
What if you give me 12 hours?
At that point for me, okay,
What we could be together.
I felt like this movie had so many opportunities to lean into being a thriller, to lean into misery territory, to lean into a horror territory. There was a lot of opportunity for that. It could have still been a horror comedy chick flick, but it never truly goes as far as you think it can. I'm sure I'm not the only one that's mind was racing in that theater saying, what's gonna happen next? Is she gonna do this? Is she gonna do that? Is this gonna happen? Is this gonna happen? It happened. And so without giving you actual plot details and scene details, that's as far as I'll go with it. Other than when we're going towards the end of the movie, I will say this movie limped towards the end. I mean, there were so many opportunities and so many scenarios that could have played out to define this movie, to make this movie more memorable. Even if it's not trying to be a horror movie, this is a horrific situation. Whether you want to paint this as a horror movie or not, this is a horrific situation because really, the character of Isaac did nothing wrong. He went with the flow. It's Iris in this movie who is truly unreasonable, and does things that is messed up. But is there a payoff for it in the end for either of these characters? No, not really. At the end of the day, I feel like Oh Hi, besides being a movie that I would never choose to watch myself, is a movie for women, for sure. Men who like to watch women's movies, and women who force their men to watch movies they want to see with them. That's who this seemed like it was for. So if you are one of those 3 people that I mentioned right now, then go ahead and check out Oh Hi when it comes to theaters on July 25th. And once you do, come back to this channel, come back to this video, and leave a comment on whether you agree or disagree with me. I won't be doing a full review on this movie, but this was my pre-screening reactions to this movie. It leaves a lot to be desired and limps to the end. Guys, thank you for watching my videos. Go ahead, if you like this video, hit the like button. Comment down below if you're looking forward to Oh Hi. If you're one of the 3,000 people that have already left a review on Letterboxd, there goes my QR code to friend me and follow me there. Then comment down below as well. Guys, I'm Alex Thorn. You know what I gotta do. I gotta rock out, watch some movies that I like, hopefully, and review them for you. What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and it is not Reaction Wednesday, but the brand new trailer for the upcoming 7-film Freddy Krueger collection is out. And I've been a Freddy head since 3 years old. We'll get into that story after we watch what this looks like. I'm excited.
Did you have any weird dreams last night? Man of my dreams. He's real, isn't he?
He kills people in their dreams.
If I fall asleep, I'm not waking up.
This is just a dream. He isn't real.
Miss me? Sticks and stones may break my bone, but nothing will ever kill me.
whatever you do, don't fall asleep.
Watch this.
Oh my God. Right away, I have to make mention of what looked amazing right off the bat, which was Freddy's hand from part 2 when he's driving the school bus. You know, that movie, Freddy's Revenge, is notoriously dark. It's not only dark in nature, right? The way it's filmed and shot and story, but a lot of the scenes are not well lit, and that looks super detailed of that shot where he was like moving the clutch. Part 6, Freddy's Dead, that one is pretty noisy. I don't know if it's gonna be as noisy. This looked pretty clean. I know some of the close-up shots of Alice from part 4 and 5, that looked clean, very clean. You know, one of my favorite Nightmare movies is New Nightmare 7. And I just got a feeling that those shots that they showed Freddy, the physical embodiment of what would be Freddy in that movie, just looks incredibly detailed. Like the colors and one of the first shots of him from Nightmare on Elm Street 4 where it was green and red and the like that turbine thing is turning. Oh, this is gonna be good. This is gonna be fun. And of course, it's already sold out, the Steelbook version anyways, on Amazon. But there are restocks coming, as well as the standard 4K set. So that's up there now still, so you can purchase that. I'll leave that link down below. But man, as a Fred head, as I said, from 3 years old, I don't even remember how I got into Freddy. I just know that when I was 3 and 4 years old, my first memories really in this world are walking down the street with my mom's hand in one hand, and in the other hand I had a Hulk Hogan toy. And the next thing I remember is I'm watching Nightmare on Elm Street 4. And that's at 3 and 4 years old. So we're talking about 1989 and 1990. I'm watching this. I'm already ingrained. I have no idea who introduced me to it, because my family is not into horror movies whatsoever. They're very religious. None of my family members watch horror movies. I'm the only one. So I don't know how I got into Freddy, but man, it would become something where I was Freddy for Halloween, like so many kids. I still have the mask, the hat, the sweater, the glove that I wore back then. I still have my books of Freddy from back then. Of course, the VHS, I've got all 7. I'm missing Freddy vs. Jason on VHS. So if any one of my viewers have Freddy vs. Jason, an extra copy, go ahead, hit me up. We can work out a deal for that VHS. The action figures, the posters. It's amazing, man. Freddy rules, and I can't wait for Freddy to come back for real in cinema. I understand the thing with Robert Englund, but so much of the horror movies that we watch today are inspired incredibly by Nightmare on Elm Street, that it almost feels like they're ripping him off. Smile had a lot of elements of Nightmare on Elm Street. The Witchboard has some Nightmare on Elm Street. It has a lot of Nightmare on Elm Street elements in there. All these movies are missing is a brand new version of Freddy Krueger, which the public will have to accept because Robert Englund just can't play that character anymore. But that's a subject for another video. Guys, are you going to pick up this 4K Blu-ray set on Steelbook? Wait for it to come back around. Did you already get your purchase? If you already got your purchase, let me know down below. That's amazing. Are you going to pick it up in standard 4K? Do you own the VHS collection, the DVD collection, and the Blu-ray collection? Let's talk about it down below. I'm Alex Thorn, and you know what I got to do? I got to rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you. You know, only Final Destination movies can have you leave the theater and be afraid at the light. Be afraid while you're driving your car. Be afraid at the gas station of what could happen, because you start seeing the horrible things that could happen after you watch this movie in a theater. What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and I'm just a rock and roller who in his downtime likes to watch movies while wearing a bandana. And yeah, I'm a little bit late to the game when it comes to this Bloodlines review. You know, this is only the second Final Destination movie I've ever seen. The first one I saw when it first came out, and I never got to see any of the sequels, which one of you are going to actually be the lucky winners of this Final Destination 3-pack. The details to win this bad boy right here, which features Final Destination 1, 2, and 3, will be revealed later in the video. With this being only the second Final Destination movie I've ever seen, I've been aware of it. I saw a lot of the trailers back in the day. I only saw the first one when it first came out, and then there was this huge gap. So I'm going into Final Destination Bloodlines completely brand new, not aware of any of the tropes or legacy characters or anything like that that I've heard people talk about on the way to this. As someone who is on Letterboxd and on YouTube, you hear a lot of leaks and a lot of chatter, and you try to avoid it. So I went into this movie with hearing little things, but keeping an open mind as much as I could. With the opening scene, I was geeked up because I thought this was going to be a period piece. It's like the 1950s or 60s, and to see this stuff happening in that time is really, really cool. Now, that opening scene, by the way, is my favorite scene. Just a slight little spoiler for the movie, but yeah, it was my favorite scene throughout the whole movie. What an opening scene. What an awesome thing. And what happens here, what makes this movie 15 years later stand out from all the rest, apparently, is that we've actually got a storyline here, which I guess the other ones didn't. This one, she has this premonition of what's going to happen and saves everyone. So there's this huge amount of people in this Sky restaurant that were supposed to die, but didn't. So now death has to come to the entire bloodline.
He said it! He said it!
And take them out because they weren't supposed to exist in the first place. And when we move out of the past and into present day, we follow Erica, who is a descendant of the woman we see in the first scene. That's Grandma. And she's having these reoccurring nightmares, which are the exact premonition that Grandma had so long ago. And what I do like about this movie, it does get explored in some horror movies, but not enough, I think, is that this generational trauma that happens. This thing where Grandma was so nervous about something bad happening to her kids that she did not let them go out. She did not let them do anything. So then that passes on to the mom, and the mom starts to treat the kids that way. And so that they don't grow up messed up, she leaves. And of course, you know that the current generation of kids isn't going to understand that. They're just going to think she ran away. With that dynamic of having family and bloodlines and so forth, we do get introduced to characters that you tend to care for, that you tend to like. Not so much on the female front, but definitely on the male front. There's more personality on the male side of this family than there is on the female side. Really, you take a liking to a lot of characters in this movie outside of the main character. I don't know, man. She's the one that kind of just brought me down every time she was on screen. I get her character. I get who she's supposed to be and what she's supposed to be. But I don't know if it's the writing or the delivery, but one of those two weren't clicking for me. Obviously, when you come to a horror movie, especially one that's Final Destination, you're coming for the death scenes. And the deaths are plentiful in this movie. And as it was so eloquently put by several characters, you don't fuck with death. So there's this bloodline that you know everybody's gonna get picked apart. But there's certain rules that the movie establishes that, well, you're not gonna get picked apart because you're not part of the family, and you're not gonna die, or you shouldn't die because you're not part of the family, or you're an extension. But then certain people die, and you're like, is this because they fucked with death? So they're just gonna get caught in the middle? Is there a rule or is there not? Throughout my critique journey on this channel, I've noticed 3-act structures of movies more than ever before. And this is a movie that the first 2 acts are great. And by the 3rd act, which is somewhat of a rushed, in my opinion, 3rd act, even though this movie is almost 2 hours long, it gets into that 3rd act slightly rushed, and you know you're there. Once it goes there, you know you're there. I think that's where, for me, this movie starts to fall apart a little bit. Not detracting from the fun factor whatsoever. This is a fun horror movie. It's got the gore, it's got the one-liners, it's got people you care for, it's got everything. But again, when it got to that 3rd act, I felt it and I was like, oh, okay. And it's interesting / perplexing to have a 3rd act against something you don't see. So with that being said, I want to get to the bandana rating for Final Destination Bloodlines. And I'm going to give Final Destination Bloodlines 3 bandanas out of 5. It is fun. It is easy to rewatch. It is everything you're looking for from a Final Destination movie. But the reasons it's not at a 4 or 5 bandana is the lackluster performance of the main actress. I mean, she's a main person we're focusing on throughout most of the movie, and she's not captivating or charismatic in any way, shape, or form. And then there's a couple of deaths that feel repetitive sometimes. That's like the same trick keeps happening. And then the ending was unnecessary to me and also fell flat. But that's only one man's opinion. I want to know, this movie's been out there now at the time of this review about 15 days. Have you seen Final Destination Bloodlines? What is your favorite death in this movie? Who was your favorite character? And beyond that, I want to let you know how you can win a copy of this Final Destination 1, 2, and 3 DVD combo. Down below, I need you to write a comment saying what your favorite death is from one of these 3 movies, one of the first 3 Final Destinations. Let me know down below. I will pick at random and I will reveal the winner and get your information over on Thorn Theater's Facebook. Guys, if you want to support the channel, a like helps the algorithm. Commenting down below lets people know you care. And you can also leave me a super chat, super thanks, buy me a coffee, check out this channel's memberships, and support it that way. Guys, thank you so much for watching my review of Final Destination Bloodlines. I'm Alex Thorn, and you know what I gotta do? I gotta rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you. What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and it is Reaction Wednesday, and one of the subscribers here has sent me this trailer through the Thorn Theater Facebook, and it's called Bloat. I know nothing about it. He said you should check it out. I'm a subscriber, so here we go.
Hey honey, we've made it to Japan.
How's the day? You're already in full swing, I can see.
Oh, the boys are playing with the other boys. We're just relaxing.
Let me see.
Say hi.
All right, well, I'll let you get to it. I just want to check in. Have fun. Make sure you send Whoa.
Kyle?
What? Hannah, what's going on?
Kyle!
What? Whoa. Hannah, what happened?
Son, gonna be there soon, so just hang tight until then, okay?
Dad, Kyle's been really strange.
He bit his brother.
Kyle just needs some time.
Try to remember what you felt when you were drowning.
My concern is he's not getting any better.
There is something seriously wrong with our son.
I am here alone. I'm doing the best that I can for Christ's sakes.
Just need somebody who can check on my family.
I'll do whatever you need me to do, bro. You know that.
There was a case about 15 years ago. An American seemed to be controlled by a kappa.
Kappa, the keeper of lakes and rivers.
A kappa will swallow the boy's soul.
This thing feels trapped in its own homeland. You think you're gonna wake up from this nightmare, but it ain't no nightmare. It's real.
Don't you see what is going on? Open your eyes!
Jack, we have to go.
I can stream the whole thing in real time. You can see everything live.
I'm gonna be there soon. Just hold on for a little while longer.
Okay, so right away I am instantly interested because I absolutely loved Searching, absolutely loved Missing, and it seems to be that trend. I think it was Unfriended. I watched it once. I can't remember anything about it, but the other two films, absolutely adore and love. You know, I think I recognize the main actor from Gotham. I loved those other two movies. Now this is a little bit different because from my memory, Searching and Missing are very reality based. This, not so much. This obviously is going into the found footage territory as well as like urban legends for Japan and so forth, which is cool. You know, they found a reason to have this be over the web and phone calls and videos and searching for terms, right? They found the reason because he's away, his family is so far away, so everything is done that way, which means that everything you see in this movie is going to be from a camera like the news, like a surveillance camera, a web camera, a phone camera, and I like that idea. I do like that idea. So thank you for sending me this video. I really do appreciate it. I honestly, I thought it was, you know, I was worried. I thought it was gonna be terrible. I'm like, whoa, what is that? But no, this looks awesome, and it's probably just gonna be streaming, which is fine, but I look forward to watching it. Not often do I watch the actual movies that I see trailers for here, but I'm definitely looking forward to this. What about you? Are you a fan of found footage movies, and will you be watching Bloat? I'm Alex Thorn. You know what I gotta do. I gotta rock out, watch some movies, and review it for you. What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and it is Reaction Wednesday. And a few months ago, I checked out a movie that is in theaters right now called Primitive War, which had a cool new war setting for dinosaurs. And we don't get a lot of that outside of Jurassic Park / World. We've gotten a couple others with 65 and the Meg, but seeing them in this new war setting, really, really cool. There's a lot of good reviews coming out. Now I came across something called Beast of War, and I see a shark in the thumbnail. So we are going to check this out together for the first time.
Pretty soon, you boys will be sailing into war. And in that place, there's only you and your mates.
We can't be the only ones left. Nearly 200 men gone on that bloody ship.
Every hour we drift further away from where they'll be looking.
What the hell was that? Never seen a shark like that before.
There's dozens of dead bodies out there for it to munch on.
He's gonna die.
Shut up, this.
On the battlefield, there's only you and your mates. All you've got are your mates.
She'll be back.
Wow, that looks good. That looks really good. You know, I'm a huge fan of shark movies, and Dangerous Animals was really the last one that I saw that was really, really good. Anticipating that coming to physical media soon. But this, putting it in Australia in 1942 and making it inspired by actual events is wild, man. I did not expect to see that in here at all. So that's really, really cool. I thought the shark looked really good in every shot. Can't wait to see that either on the big screen or on video on demand. That would be cool too. You know, as long as it looks good and there's no bad CGI shots, I'm down with it. I do like the war setting. I think that is really cool because getting these different movies now, because I think they have access to better CGI than they did in the past, is really good. You know, there's always that fear with shark movies. Is it going to look really, really bad? There's a Tubi original that's out right now that is a shark movie. There's got a couple, but I tried and I looked at the trailer here and I was just really disappointed, and I didn't even want to review it or watch it for this channel. But this looks good. So I'm looking forward to Beast of War. What about you? Have you checked out Primitive War? That's in a limited run in theaters right now. Or are you waiting for video on demand for that? And will you be checking out Beast of War when it comes out? Guys, let's talk about it all down below. I'm Alex Thorn, and you know what I gotta do. I gotta rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you. What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and today we are going to look at finally the trailer for Good Boy. Ever since I heard about the synopsis for this movie, I've been dying for the trailer to be released. It is finally out. We're going to watch it together.
Look who's here!
I guess I'm next. I should never have come here.
Man, oh man, does that tugs at my heartstrings. The dog yelping, the eyes and concern, like it's really crazy. Like that one thing that it said on the screen, that one of the most emotive actors regardless of species. You wouldn't think that, but it's true. Like this dog was concerning me that he was scared, and then I was scared for him, and I, care more because he's so good at emoting. Like for me, all I'm thinking about is what the hell did they show this dog, and what did they put him through for him to be that scared and yelp like that or show concern like that in his face. October, which is the perfect time for a movie like this to come out, and it is from Shudder.
So, you know, I don't have bad feelings about Shudder originals. It seems like they've been coming out with good movies lately. But either way, because it looks great, I'm willing to give this a shot. What about you? Are you gonna go watch Good Boy in theaters in October? And do you have a dog? Let's talk about our dogs down below and how this would make us feel. Guys, I'm Alex Thorn, and you know what I gotta do. I gotta rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you. You know, I absolutely love being a critic, and who thought that once upon a time, former pro wrestler, personal trainer, turned into rock star would also turn into a film critic and get invited to special pre-screenings like the one I did today from AMC. But at the same time, these pre-screenings could even leave a bad taste in your mouth. What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and I'm just a rock and roller who in his downtime likes to watch movies while wearing a bandana. And beyond being happy to be a film critic, I'm also happy to build relationships with mega theaters like AMC, who sent me out to go watch this exclusive pre-screening of Fight or Flight starring Josh Hartnett. If you've never heard of Fight or Flight, let me give you the lowdown right now. A mercenary takes on the job of tracking a high-value asset known as the Ghost on an international flight. Realizing the plane is filled with assassins assigned to kill them both, the pair must work together in a fight for their lives. Now, let's just take that on its own. And that sounds pretty cool. It sounds pretty interesting. And if you would have just described that to me, I would have been like, yeah, I'll give it a shot, before you told me that Josh Hartnett was a star. Do I have anything against the brother? No, I don't. I just don't buy him in this role. Controversial opinion here, I'm sure. But much like Tom Cruise in action roles, I just don't buy Josh Hartnett as this badass mercenary. As I watched this movie, I kept thinking to myself, you know who could play this role really, really well in his prime? Jean-Claude Van Damme. From the very opening scene of this movie, I knew we were in for something very silly, and I definitely wasn't prepared for that mentally whatsoever, and I had this scowl on my face the entire time. There was a couple chuckles I got out of the movie, but my buddy laughed, and a lot of people in the theater laughed, okay? So what I'm telling you is not an indicator that this is a bad movie, just my reaction to this movie, because I was fully aware, even though I feel a certain way about the actor or the writing, and there was another actor in this movie that was absolutely, I mean, atrocious. The crowd that attended this enjoyed it, and I could tell they did. You know, one of the only people that I actually bought in their role in this movie was the Ghost herself, Isha, played by Charintha Chadran. She was great in her role. I bought everything she did. I bought that she grew up the way she said she did in this movie, being trafficked, but she was actually smart, and she became a hacker. Like, all the details that they added to her character, as well as her being physical in the movie, I bought it. She was really, really good. I kind of want to say she's the only character and actress that I bought in this movie. Everyone else just almost feels like they didn't even know this movie was going to be as silly as it was. And that silliness that I don't like in this particular movie comes into play not only from the dialogue, but it's such a weird thing, because if I had to give this movie a big compliment, it would be the action scenes. The action scenes actually look like what they're doing hurts. It's filmed in a way that you feel the impact of every single hit. And there's a lot of hits and a lot of sequences as this plane is full of assassins trying to take out Josh's character and the ghost. But it's the music that they play when these scenes are going on that are absolutely silly, and they're made to give you this sense of erraticness and franticness, but also like we're having a good time. And I'm not used to that. I don't need my fight scenes being accompanied by silly uppy songs that are, regardless of whether they're punk or pop or whatever, because there's several in this movie. I don't need that. So it's just not for me. But a lot of that was signaling to the crowd that, oh, a fight is about to happen, so we're about to have fun. Now, mind you, with all the negativity that I'm bringing towards this movie, the bandana rating that I ended up landing on is really a compromise rating, because I had to put in what I thought, but also take what everyone else was reacting to in the theater. So with that being said, let's get to the bandana rating for Fight or Flight. And I'm gonna give Fight or Flight 2 bandanas out of 5. I mean, it's not complete shit. I can see where people would like it. I can see the enjoyable moments because the choreography for the fight scenes is really good. The comedy worked for other people, not for me. The punchlines worked for other people and not for me. But did I enjoy myself watching it? No, I didn't. Would I ever want to watch this movie again? No, I wouldn't. Do I ever want to watch another movie with Josh Hartnett? No, I don't. I didn't like him before, don't like him now. But if you like quirkiness and punchlines with action, you'll like this. With all that being said, you can also read my review to this movie along with other movies on Letterboxd.
And if you don't know about Letterboxd, Letterboxd is a social media site for movie lovers. And if you love my reviews and other reviewers here on YouTube, I'm pretty sure they have a profile on Letterboxd. This is video, that's the written word, and you can interact with it, and you can see a log of all of the films that we have reviewed and all of the films that you have reviewed once you create your profile on Letterboxd. There's tons of exclusive opportunities for sneak previews and early showings through them. So I'll catch you on.
And if you'd like to support the channel, please consider becoming a member. Or if you don't want to commit to that, you can always buy me a super chat, super thanks, or buy me a coffee. Buy me a coffee right now is a way that you can support somebody like me for making videos just for you guys, doing what we love to do. But guess what? If you buy me a coffee, at least you're fueling the journey. And right now, Buy Me a Coffee has an update to where when you leave your note of why you have gifted me coffee, I can respond back to you in video form. Guys, my latest EP, my first EP is out now, and it's all over the place, from YouTube Music, Spotify, iHeartRadio, Pandora, Apple Music, Deezer, and more. This is the first time my music has been available on every platform that I know about, and I'm excited for it. Look out for more news from me soon. If you do check out my music, please come back to the channel. Let me know which track is your favorite, and put a smile on my face, because I'm Alex Thorn, and you know what I gotta do. I gotta rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you. What's going on, people? Reaction Wednesday here, and not only are you getting this exclusive reaction to The Curse, but this is like brand new for me. So I was just in my living room right now, and I watched a terrible movie called Hard Rock Zombies, and it was so bad that I can't even do a review on it. I can't, because I don't want to spend roughly 2, 3, 4 hours from the review to editing to posting and all that stuff on something I hated. So I scrolled, found this movie called The Curse, which I saw. I used to see the VHS cover for it in my mom and pop video store, but never, pulled the trigger and actually rented it. But here we are now, and I came over here to the bedroom to film this trailer reaction because I want to watch the trailer first before I actually watch it over there. So let's do this together.
There are places where nothing ever seems to change. But here, nothing is what it seems. He saw it.
Something came out of the sky. A meteor.
No one believed it.
Don't be talking about things you don't know nothing about.
Tastes funny.
It makes vegetables taste weird.
There's nothing wrong with the water.
It's making you sick. Can't you see that?
Now, there's no way to stop the curse. It has come from the heavens, but what it has brought is hell. Will Wheaton of Stand By Me must stand alone against the curse. A film by David Keith from a story by H.P. Lovecraft.
You know, honestly, this looks like I don't know if this is not a good thing for my brain to say because I'm compartmentalizing it already, but this reminds me a lot of The People Under the Stairs, the way that movie was filmed, and I was not a fan of People Under the Stairs at all. You can actually go back and check it out on this channel. It's one of the Does It Hold Up videos. And it looks like that, but it also looks like something I would enjoy watching. And I know that's a weird thing to say, that it looks like something I didn't enjoy, but it also looks like something I would enjoy. As I watch it, I got flashbacks to People Under the Stairs, just the way it's filmed. But I think because of that classic voiceover voice in this that was a part of, you know, the 80s and the early 90s, it also makes me feel like, yeah, I could dig this, but there's something about it. It says 1987, but my God, does this look like this movie was more like 1990, 91. There's a certain look to horror films right around that 90, 91, 92, 93 part that they just don't look like everything else. So I'm gonna give it a shot because it does look decent. It has to be better than Hard Rock Zombies because good Lord, that was terrible. But yeah, guys, thank you for watching this trailer reaction with me. And if you've ever seen The Curse, leave your comments down below. Did you ever see this on TV? Did you rent the VHS? Because if not, I'm going to be talking about it on the next Does It Hold Up?
Connection established.
You know, when I was 12 years old and Kiss was my favorite band at the time, and I heard that Gene Simmons was in a movie, I had to check it out. But this had everything. Not only did it have Gene Simmons, but it was about rock and roll, and it had the Prince of Darkness himself, Ozzy Osbourne. And you couldn't open Fangoria without seeing pictures of them. You couldn't see the rock star in question in this movie, Sammy Kerr, without also reading about Ozzy and Gene. And before we get into their appearances in this movie, I want to talk about Mark Price of Family Ties fame. He did such an incredible, believable job as this heavy metal nerd who just could not get ahead in anything, that nobody could understand him. He could not fit in with anybody. Speaking of Eddie, we also have to talk about the bullies that bullied him. They weren't in the right. They were assholes for sure in this movie. And there is a chase scene with them going after Eddie that is just epic and probably my favorite scene of the entire movie because it looks so visceral, so real. Like, it looks like they told Mark Price, run as fast as you can. And they told his bullies, run after his ass as fast as you can, because none of this looks very orchestrated. It looks messy. It looks fast. It looks chaotic. One guy takes a dive off of the stairs and just goes like a cartoon. It is hilarious. And like I said, it's probably my favorite scene in the entire movie. When we speak of who is this all about, we're talking about Sammy Kerr, played by Tony Fields. And he's got the look down, man. He's got the look of a rock star down. I think every time he poses, he looks awesome. Do I love his movements on stage and the overreactions that he does with his face? Not really, but he's got the look for pictures. He's got the look down packed. It's all about the look. It's just once it goes past that, it's hard to believe in him. But Sammy Kerr in this movie is a threat to society, similar to Dee Snider was, or Blackie Lawless was in the 80s. It was a very serious thing. This movie even came out right around the time as the parental advisory sticker was being created and debated upon. So Sammy Kerr was kind of the movie version of Dee Snider and Blackie Lawless. In fact, according to lore, Blackie Lawless was offered the role of Sammy Kerr until he found out he would have to mimic the songs of the soundtrack that were already created by a band called Fastway. To talk about Fastway a little bit, I actually had the record of this album. You know, back before all of this stuff shot up in price, you could walk into a place like Reckless Records and pick up this record for $2.99, $4.99. Try getting that today on eBay. Gene Simmons, the God of Thunder, who was already acting by this point and being distracted from his Kiss duties, plays a DJ, and he does a great job of playing a DJ in this movie. Uses his voice to the maximum, and he does a generally good job. He's the character in the movie that actually gives Eddie this Songs of Death demo, the lost album of Sammy Kerr, records it to a cassette for him. So they keep the big record master, and he gets this metal. Of course, it looks like metal encased cassette that wreaks havoc throughout the movie. And then Ozzy Osbourne plays a reverend, a preacher of all things. And instead of giving him a script in the movie, they let him go and ad-lib for about 45 minutes so they can use 1 minute of his dialogue, which you can see in this short on this channel. The movie's wacky, the movie's corny, the movie is perfectly 80s. And with that being said, I want to get to the does it hold up rating system for Trick or Treat. As for acting, I'm going to give it 4 bandanas out of 5. I mean, the lines they were given, the dialogue, the story, they did the best they can with what they had. As for special effects, I'm actually going to give it 5 bandanas out of 5. I think it's on par with everything else that was out at the time. And as for story, I'm going to give it 3 bandanas out of 5. When I think back to this movie, I always thought that Eddie got possessed by Sammy Kerr, and it's actually not that at all. He just brings him back from the dead. So yeah, 3 bandanas out of 5. So to answer the all-important question of does Trick or Treat hold up in the year of 2025 and beyond? Yeah, it does, especially with the new 4K restoration release. If you missed the initial release that had 666,000, I believe, 666,000 or 666, either way, it was 666 amount of releases, then you missed out on a hell of a package. But in my Amazon link below, you can actually pick this movie up on 4K still on Amazon with a kick-ass cover reminiscent of the old VHS cover. And guys, let me know down below, did you watch Trick or Treat when it was in the video stores? What video store did you rent it from? A chain one, a mom and pop? Did you have the soundtrack like I did? I had the record. And I want to say at some point, not 100% sure, but at some point, I believe I had the cassette of this as well, just to have it. And tears flow from my eyes because I don't have any of that stuff anymore. And then also, to honor the Prince of Darkness, leave me your favorite Ozzy Osbourne track in the comments. I'm Alex Thorn, and you know what I gotta do. I gotta rock out, listen to Ozzy Osbourne, watch some movies, and review them for you.
Connection established.
These songs are so damn catchy. This is right up my alley. What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and I'm just a rock and roller who likes to watch movies while wearing a bandana. And I gotta tell you, I remember seeing this VHS cover many times in my youth and my mom and pop video stores. Black Roses. At the time, I was not a rock and roller. I was single digits. I was 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years old. Was not heavy into rock and roll or any real music yet. It was just whatever my mother played around, you know, our home, blasting it when she was cleaning or something. But I've always known about this movie. What I remember is turning it around after looking at the cover, saying, this is a really cool cover, turning it around and saying some of this looks a little silly. As I watched this movie, I saw where the silliness came from. But nonetheless, if you don't know about what Black Roses is about, let me lay it on you right now. A small town teacher saves teenage souls from a heavy metal rocker, Damien, and his band from hell. As you know, as a rock and roll musician that I am, and my music being a lot like the music that's in here, I think the first thing that stuck out to me right away was the singing. How clean this guy's vocals are. How clean his vocals are. And yet it was considered evil. It's amazing to see what these old fogies and all these old ass people who got hot and bothered, as they point out in the movie. The mayor of the movie starts to point out that, like, you know, you got hot and bothered over the Beatles and Elvis and Little Richard and all these people. Like, this is just a new form of that. It's about rebellion, rock and roll. It really does seem like these older women who were all hot and bothered about this rock and roll band coming to their small town and you know, removing the sanctity of the innocence of the children. We're all up in arms over music that sounded like that. Like, if you would fast forward to how nervous they were about that type of music to what would become screamo and all the heavy metal stuff that exists today, that's rah, 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 rah. I can't do that. And when I hear that music, I'm just like, oh, you're killing your vocals, brother. Like, you're not going to be able to. Or now we got chicks who do it. There's women who sing, you know, that screaming stuff now. It's just like, that I'd be nervous about. Maybe I would be considered the old fogey now, because if my kids started listening to that, I'd be like, you better take that shit off before you release something in my house right now, bro. There is a score in this movie, and I'm not talking about the heavy metal hard rock score. That's pretty cool. That's all my stuff right there. But I don't know if there's ever a moment in this movie where there's not soundtrack music playing, and it is the worst of the worst soundtrack music. If you watch TV and made-for-TV movies in the mid-90s, early 2000s, especially the late 90s, oh my God, and you just knew that this was going to be a crappy made-for-TV movie because of the soundtrack music, real fluty, real just so bad. And there's constantly soundtrack background music happening. And there doesn't need to be. There's even times where the there's even times where the hard rock music stops and the next like soft music begins for the soundtrack. Like, bro, let it breathe. Like, fade that shit out. Anyways, see, this is why it's good. I don't think this was marketed as a horror comedy like Once Bitten was, or like Waxwork was. Literally, the back of the box, I think it says horror comedy, or Vamp tried to be a horror comedy. This is just funny because I really do think they were being serious. I don't think they knew that they were gonna come off so bad. But nonetheless, the lead actress of this movie, she meets up with the teacher and says, "I'm finally here for you." And she goes to, you know what I mean, give him the business. And he smacks her away. And when he smacks her away, all this purple stuff, like the backlights from Gobi, down in the description, by the way, there's a link in the description for 10% off. There's a bunch of purple lights like behind me that go all over her body as she transforms into what literally looks like a bald eagle or a turkey. I was laughing. I couldn't take it. It was awful. At the very tail end of the movie, the news is on. They say, turn it up. The mayor and the teacher are watching it, and they say that this happened, by the way, in another movie, Smile 2, that Black Roses is coming to Madison Square Garden, and they've got like 10 dates at Madison Square Garden. 500,000 people are going to attend, and that's where the movie ends. And basically saying that they're going to possess 500,000 people now in New York, which easily could have led to, you know, Black Roses 2, but it didn't. But what that does lead to is the Does It Hold Up rating system for 1988's Black Roses. So in terms of effects, I'm going to give this movie 3 bandanas out of 5. As corny as they are, there are some good effects, and they're so funny that it's just like the 3 bandanas are not because they're good, it's just they made me laugh. As for acting, I'm gonna give it 3 bandanas out of 5 because the whole movie is cheap, but you start to enjoy this cheesy acting. And as for story, I'm gonna give it 3 bandanas out of 5. It's a cool story, it's fun. You get some beers, some pizza, some boys around you, and it's a good time. So if you're going to ask the question that we have to answer anyways, does 1988's Black Roses hold up? I'm gonna say yes. Yes, because it actually achieves something, which is it has kick-ass music, it has nudity, good-looking nudity, it has cheap effects that'll make you laugh, and it's got some gnarly effects that'll make you go like, ooh, wow. It's a good time. This is a good time. I wish I would have seen this when I was 8 years old, 9 years old, because I would have fell in love with it more than I do now. Do I wish I, had a cleaned up Blu-ray or 4K version of this? Absolutely not. I do not want to see these plastic, prosthetic things any clearer than I did today. But if I ever come across the VHS, will I buy it? Absolutely. Let me know in the comments down below. Are you a fan of Black Roses? Did you see it when it came out? Did you see it in the 90s? Is it one of your favorites now? If you have not seen it, it is actually available where I watched it, which is Peacock. And just use the power of Google to find out where you can watch it, because it may be on your favorite streaming site and you don't know it. And let's say you want to talk about Black Roses. Give me recommendations for more movies. Actually, tell me what to do if you got them. You got to join this channel's memberships. That's right. Thorn Theater has real deal membership laminated cards for all of you Thornaholics out there and horror lovers. Not only that, but you get to request your own reviews. Let's say there's something out there you're really dying for me to review, but the masses may not want it, or it's not something that's gonna move the numbers. Guess what? You pay. You control the narrative. You get early access to videos, live only chats, as well as exclusive watch-alongs just for members right here on this channel.
And if you don't feel like committing to that, you can always leave me a super chat, super thanks, or buy me a coffee.
Buy me a coffee right now is a way that you can support somebody like me for making videos just for you guys, doing what we love to do. But guess what? If you buy me a coffee, at least you're fueling the journey. And right now, Buy Me a Coffee has an update to where when you leave your note of why you have gifted me coffee, I can respond back to you in video form.
And with all that being said, guys, you know what I gotta do. I gotta rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you.
If domestic AI looked like Megan Fox, I'd buy it in a heartbeat. What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and I'm just a rock and roller who in his downtime likes to watch movies while wearing a bandana. And you guys voted for it. I put it in the community section and posted Subservience up against Dead Sea, and Subservience definitely won. Now, I do want to say one thing. I still watched and reviewed Dead Sea, but that is for members only, ultimate tier. I'll link it right up here. There's this and so much more there. I would appreciate it if you guys check out this channel's memberships. We'll talk more about that later, but what we're talking about right now is Megan Fox. When his wife becomes sick, a struggling father buys a lifelike AI android named Alice to help with the housework. Things seem fine until Alice suddenly becomes self-aware and wants everything its family has to offer, including the affection of its owner. Now, right away, I want to say that what man would not want to watch a movie with Megan Fox, right? 100% I get it. But I gotta say this, the last time I saw Megan Fox in a movie was Expendables 4, and I was like, what does this chick offer other than looking good? Of course I like looking at her, but she literally brought no charisma to that movie and brought no action to that movie. So I did not have the highest impression of her. And prior to that, I've only seen photos and trailers of Transformers movies that she was in or something like that. I've actually never seen a Megan Fox movie, so outside of Expendables 4. So I wasn't too geeked going into it before that. Now I am a huge Terminator fan. I've got tons of Terminator stuff behind this camera. So the idea of her playing a domestic AI, especially in the time that we're in and where we're headed, I had no problem watching it for that reason. And with that premise that I mentioned to you, there's not a lot of characters in this movie other than the father, the wife that has a heart problem, the daughter, the father's best friend, and Alice, the domesticated AI. They chose an absolutely perfect person to be casted in the AI robot role. I mean, she has the glaze down, this blank stare. I actually really dug the daughter and Alice's relationship. I like that a lot. I thought they got along really well. I guess my trepidation when I'm speaking about this movie instantly comes about because I have to speak about the husband. And I feel like I've seen him in something before, but he's not incredibly memorable because he's such a great actor and he hasn't been a part of anything that's amazing that I've seen. I just know I've seen him before. And in this movie, he plays a construction worker. And in this film, his buddies are all being replaced with an AI robotic workforce, everyone except for him. And there's this scuffle between his best friend and him. Now, I gotta be honest, I did not feel bad for any of his friends, including his best friend. I didn't feel bad for him. And I think that's where this movie takes a dive for me, because you get happy when you see Megan Fox, this character, Alice, on the screen. You get happy when she's doing the AI things, and yes, everything is predictable. You watch it for her, and you watch it for that dynamic story. But every time I saw him on the screen, I just was agitated. And then every time I saw his wife, who was sick in the hospital, who authorized them to get this domesticated AI to help out while she's not around because she could possibly lose her life, I was annoyed with her as well. For you to have this slight little attitude about it, and then what happens, like, you're in the hospital, you're sick. There's a point in this movie where, of course, the husband and Alice get it on. And Alice is just doing her job, literally, to a T, where she continuously points out to him, your heartbeat, you're stressed, this is what would relax you, this, like she's trying to help. And she's trying to do what the wife can't do to make him feel at ease, because there's a lot going on. And he just continued to just be like, no, arr. I'm like, what do you mean, arr? Bro, she's plastic. It's fine. Over time, Alice becomes infatuated with her primary user and will do anything to satisfy her primary user and protect him. And with me saying that to you, there's violence that happens to a few people in the movie, but the violence is just okay. Towards the third act of the film, and there's 3 false finish endings or so, where you think it's done and then it keeps going. You think it's done, it keeps going. You think it's done, it keeps going. It's like, man, was this like a short story? Did you guys not have enough here? Because by the end, it turns into Terminator 3-esque type of movie. And the action that's at the end is so out of place with the rest of the movie. But at the end of the day, AI becomes self-aware and now will hurt anybody to have this family, including the annoying wife. Honestly, I didn't like the wife or the husband. I didn't like his friends. I thought Alice did nothing wrong in this movie. And with that being said, I think we should get to the bandana rating for subservience. And I'm going to give this movie 3 bandanas out of 5, because honestly, it's not a terrible movie whatsoever. It's actually pretty enjoyable. You get to see Megan Fox pretty much halfway naked and from the bottom down, which I'm cool with that. I wish we could have got a cut, up top shots too, but hey, I'll take what I can get with Megan Fox. And I think this is the best acting I've ever seen her do. Now, like I said earlier, I've only seen her in one movie, but there's literally been nothing about her that fit in anything she's done that I've even seen in a trailer. And then watching this, I was like, yeah, this is a good role for you. This is actually perfect for you. And it actually leaves you with a cliffhanger. So I'm guessing there's going to be a Subservience 2, and I hope there is, because I'm down to watch it. This was not a waste of 90 minutes. It was actually an enjoyable 90 minutes, and I could find myself watching it again. Which, by the way, I need to ask you, have you seen Subservience? You guys voted for it. Head over to Netflix, check it out if you haven't. If you're a fan of Megan Fox, watch it. If you're not, still watch it, because if you like AI movies, and if you like good-looking women, watch this movie. And if you want to talk about things like Terminator, Subservience, Dead Sea, you got to join this channel's memberships. That's right. Thorn Theater has real deal membership laminated cards for all of you Thornaholics out there and horror lovers. Not only that, but you get to request your own reviews. Let's say there's something out there you were really dying for me to review, but the masses may not want it, or it's not something that's gonna move the numbers. Guess what? You pay. You control the narrative. You get early access to videos, live only chats, as well as exclusive watch-alongs just for members right here on this channel. And if you don't feel like committing to that, you can always leave me a super chat, super thanks, or buy me a coffee. Buy me a coffee right now is a way that you can support somebody like me for for making videos just for you guys, doing what we love to do. But guess what? If you buy me a coffee, at least you're fueling the journey. And right now, Buy Me a Coffee has an update to where when you leave your note of why you have gifted me coffee, I can respond back to you in video form. Guys, with all that being said, we are in the holiday season and I'm in the home stretch of my EP. I started working on this thing last year and it's finally like 98% done. And I'm gonna reveal to you guys a whole song right before it comes out. So stick with me on this channel. If you haven't subscribed, please do. I would appreciate it. Leave a like, a comment. Let's talk about subservience down below. And you know what I gotta do? I gotta rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you. I've been hyped up to see this for a while, but man, did this feel longer than 90 minutes. What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and I'm just a rock and roller who in his downtime likes to watch movies while wearing a bandana. And this time we're talking about Late Night with the Devil, as one of my favorite people recommended it to me. But before we get to that, I gotta ask you to please like this video, comment down below, and if you would, and you like what you see in this video, hit the subscribe button for me. But with all that being said, let's talk about what's on tonight's episode of Thorn Theater with Late Night with the Devil. In 1977, a live television broadcast goes horribly wrong, unleashing evil into nations' living rooms. Now that is a very easy way to describe this plot and movie. It goes a little bit deeper than that and we'll go into it. But essentially it's the 70s. This one particular host has been flailing in the ratings for a while, and he's looking for just about anything to bring those ratings up. And he's tried several stunts, and finally we are going to go with a live exorcism on Halloween. And all that matters to him at this point, especially after the things that have happened in his personal life, is success of the show. Now, David Dastmalchian plays Jack Delroy, and I've seen this particular actor in other movies, and he's got a very interesting face, let's put it that way. And in other movies, I found it really hard to watch him. In fact, I almost turned a couple movies off that I've seen him in just upon seeing him there. But in this movie, his look actually works for it. He looks like a 70s late night movie host, which means, you know, they're not very good looking and not very aesthetically pleasing for the camera, but he gets the job done and he does what he has to do in this movie. Now, with that being said, there's not a lot of character development for him. I feel like they tell you about his character, everybody else does, and they do these flashbacks to scenes of him and his wife who was ill and then passed away, but you don't get too much from him. The only thing I would say that he does well is, again, he has very unique eyes and he does know how to transfer sadness, and then just the fact that he's not being sad, he's being more fake because he's being that host. But other than that, there's not much that comes from him. There's quite a few scenes that come from him and his new girlfriend, which is in this movie, Laura Gordon, who is playing June Ross. And even their interactions, just there's nothing that pops off the screen about him emotionally other than just his eyes. The first two acts of this movie, I'm going to be honest with you, man, is it a drag, especially because the characters on the screen. There's this one particular skeptic who is on the show, and I'm just like, my God, how has nobody clotheslined this guy? Like, how? I mean, I get it. He's supposed to be a skeptic. He's supposed to be a smartass. He's supposed to be condescending. But this guy is so dry to the point where it's like somebody needs to take a baseball bat to him, because, yeah, I can't put up with him. And then there's this other Latin mind reader, psychic guy, and he's just so over the top in the way he acts that it's trash. I'm sorry. The way these two guys are just to the extreme of the character. There's nothing unique about them. There's nothing genuine about them. It's just like, you keep bringing the quality of this down. And it sucks because they're heavily featured in the first 2 acts, especially the Hispanic guy. He's the psychic. He's featured in the first act. And it's just like, I don't want to keep watching because of this guy. Anything of interest really for a horror movie really gets presented on the tail end of the second act. And then there's literally, and I'm not kidding you, about a minute of chaos that represents horror at the third act of the movie. And then there's the ending that just did nothing for me whatsoever. Nothing. So I'm not wrapping this up just yet, but I'm just saying, like, it's interesting to see this movie get so much praise. It's interesting to see this movie have a very interesting concept that I've actually heard and seen documentaries on true stories of different, variations of this. But the way it played out is a little off for me. Rolling straight into the special effects, there are particular special effects that are good. There's a scene with worms coming out of one of the characters, and that looks great. It's practical, so that's awesome. The reasoning that everybody can see it, the gentleman can feel it, but the cameras didn't pick up on it, doesn't make sense to me. And then you've got interaction with Lily, and Lily's great. Lily's really charismatic in her role, especially right next to Laura. And Laura genuinely looks like she cares about her and genuinely looks like she's interested in Jack's character. But man, it's just because, like I said, things move so slow that it's hard to stay interested in it. Once the chaos does begin, there are some really cool stuff that happens now. But I will say something about these demonic possessions movies that happen. It's just like they're always flailing people into the air. And I already had seen reviews for this 10 months ago when it came out because I was curious about it even then. And obviously not seeing the movie, I had already heard that the special effects were supposed to look hokey because it's in the 70s. But I'm like, but then wouldn't that be for us? The viewers, instead of the people there, wouldn't they see it as being real? So it should look more grounded. I get that the filter in the 4:3 thing is for the aesthetics of the movie, but that doesn't mean the effects have to look hokey, because then that would be fake. It's just like, yeah. So with all that being said, guys, you could tell I don't have a lot of great things to say. Maybe it was overhyped. Maybe I was expecting too much, but I think we need to get to the bandana rating for Late Night with the Devil. And I'm going to give Late Night with the Devil 2 bandanas out of 5. I just did not find it clear in its focus. I did not care for its execution entirely. I thought the concept was good. I by no means think that it's a bad movie, but it's not necessarily a movie that I would want to watch again. And I didn't particularly enjoy myself watching it. Like I said, they should have stuck with the narrative of it actually being entirely 4:3 and back then, and had the filter throughout. Even if you wanted to go to black and white, that's fine. But even that backstage footage is shot very well, very modern shot, as opposed to the TV show. And if somebody says, yeah, that's what we wanted to do, well, you keep taking me out, and there's too many times that we go back to the TV show where there's nothing happening, to where, by the time things do happen, I don't care because you've taken me in and out of this boring thing so long. But you tell me, what did you think of Late Night with the Devil? Am I being too harsh on it? Who was your favorite late night talk show host? I'll tell you mine, Arsenio Hall. I grew up watching him and occasionally catching Jay Leno, but outside of Arsenio Hall, nobody ever really caught me in the late night talk scene. I was more of a daytime television guy because, when I got sick from school, that's all that was on during the day, as well as game shows, and I wasn't watching that. So you let me know, what'd you think of Late Night with the Devil? Let's talk about it down in the comments below. And if you want to talk about Late Night with the Devil and more, you got to join this channel's memberships. That's right. Thorn Theater has real deal membership laminated cards for all of you Thornaholics out there and horror lovers. Not only that, but you get to request your own reviews. Let's say there's something out there you're really dying for me to review. but the masses may not want it, or it's not something that's gonna move the numbers. Guess what? You pay, you control the narrative. You get early access to videos, live only chats, as well as exclusive watch-alongs just for members right here on this channel.
And if you don't feel like committing to that, you can always gift me a super chat, super thanks, or buy me a coffee.
Buy me a coffee right now is a way that you can support somebody like me for making videos just for you guys, doing what we love to do. But guess what? If you buy me a coffee, at least you're fueling the journey. And right now, Buy Me a Coffee has an update to where when you leave your note of why you have gifted me coffee, I can respond back to you in video form.
And finally, if you like the lights that you see in these videos, whether they be TV lights or anything else that you've seen in my videos, head over to the description down below because I've got 10% off for you from Govee if you use my affiliate link. Guys, I'm Alex Thorn, and you know what I gotta do. I gotta rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you. I truly forgot how fun this Fallen Kingdom edition of Jurassic World was. What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and we are on the 5th entry of the Jurassic Park / World series as we work our way to the final rankings of this series. And man, I haven't watched this movie since about 2 years ago, but prior to that, it was definitely when it came out. And when I tell you I had an idea of certain scenes that I remembered, especially towards the end, I did not recall the amazing intro that is Fallen Kingdom. This 6 month after, Jurassic World takes place intro where the Mosasaurus is just gigantic in the water, and the scenes with the T-Rex that is in the background as the thunderstorm. Like, it is scary as hell. This entry, more than any other entry in the Jurassic World series, has a horror gothic vibe to it. And I'm here for it, man. Let's go over what Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom is all about. 3 years after the destruction of the Jurassic World theme park, Owen and Claire return to the island of Isla Nublar to save the remaining dinosaurs from a volcano that's about to erupt. They soon encounter terrifying new breeds of gigantic dinosaurs while uncovering a conspiracy that threatens the entire planet. It was hinted at in Jurassic World, not really hinted, it was a big part of it, but you know what I mean. It was there that they wanted to have these animals, especially the velociraptors, as weapons. They wanted to do something like that. Well, in this particular entry, that is taken to the utmost degree because there is a scene, and I'm skipping way ahead, but there is a scene in here where they're auctioning off dinosaurs to world leaders. And we're talking about millions and millions and millions of dollars for these dinosaurs. And then they introduce a brand new genetically created dinosaur, the Indoraptor, a genetically engineered hybrid created by combining the DNA of the Indominus Rex and the Velociraptor, specifically blue. This particular dinosaur is not revealed until almost the 3rd act of the movie, like halfway through the 2nd act, but really revealed on the 3rd act. And it's essentially the Indominus Rex, but in Velociraptor form, which makes it even scarier considering that this movie goes from the island to a mansion. And this mansion must be gigantic because they're housing dinosaurs below the mansion. Now, everything I'm telling you is in the second and third half of the movie, and I'm going a little bit backwards because that is really the part of the movie for me that stands out the most. The first half of the movie involves, of course, Claire and Owen, along with two new characters, going back to Isla Nublar like they did in Jurassic World. This time, though, to save the dinosaurs from a volcano. And then there's the new cloning humans now. But the thing about this movie is it just dips its toe in that. It doesn't really go all the way. And considering what comes after Fallen Kingdom, they don't really follow up on that well either. And with that note, we're gonna get to the Does It Hold Up rating scale for Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom. And when it comes to effects, I'm gonna give this movie 4 bandanas out of 5. I did check it out in the special features, and a lot of this was practical effects, but I think they went over it with digital just to, make it look better, but it actually ended up making it look more digital and less physical. When it comes to story, I'm gonna give it 5 bandanas out of 5. I really like the story. I like the direction minus the human cloning. And when it comes to acting, I'm gonna give it 4 bandanas out of 5. There are a couple of bad guys in this movie that just don't seem to believe their role or play it out right. I don't know. So they brought it back, but everybody who's a good guy did their job. So with the all-important question that we got to answer, does Fallen Kingdom hold up? Hell yes. I think if you haven't seen this movie in a long time, you need to go back, check it out, give it a chance, and understand that this movie took a chance on being darker. That's one of the things we were asking for with Jurassic Park or Jurassic World Rebirth, the newest one, is we hope it gives us horror vibes. Well, it doesn't, but Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom does. So guys, let me know, did you watch this movie in the theaters like I did back in the day? Did you ever purchase the physical copy? And if you haven't seen it, what are you waiting for? Head over to your favorite streaming service or go to Amazon at one of my links down below, an affiliate link. Help me out there. Check it out on Amazon. Get your physical copy, and I get a little kickback from Amazon just for you purchasing it, oftentimes on sale. Membership. Guys, I'm Alex Thorn. Thank you for joining me on this Jurassic Park journey. We are going to Dominion next, so I'll check you out on the next review. I'm Alex Thorn. You know what I got to do. I got to rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you.
Connection established.
From trendsetters to what the heck was that? The Alien franchise and its sequels have been all over the map. And I'm here to officially rank them from bottom of the barrel worst to best. What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and I'm just a rock and roller who in his downtime likes to watch movies while wearing a bandana. And over the last month and a half, I've had a lot of firsts when it comes to watching this very series, Alien, on this channel. I've done my first live watch-alongs with Alien and you guys. I've watched Alien sequels that I've never seen before. And I've gotten to 2,500 subscribers because of Alien fans like you. So let's not waste any more time and get into what could possibly be the bottom of the barrel entry in this franchise. And that award's gonna go to AVP2. You know what, as much as I liked the first AVP, have connections and memories to it, I could not believe how much of a downfall AVP2 was. Now, recently on Twitter, I saw somebody share original stills before this movie got color graded to look as dark as it was. And it looked like it would have been pretty decent. But no matter what, whether you could see the film or not, which you can't, it wouldn't have fixed how stupid the cast of character is and how much things just happen to the point where you really don't root for anybody and you're just there to witness a dark mess. There's so many missed opportunities with this movie. If anything I can give it credit for is I like the scene in the hospital with the Predalien and the woman who's pregnant. That's pretty cool. And then the other scene is there's just this one alien that pops up. I seem to like aliens when there's like rain in front of it. Pops up behind the guy. There's a shot from inside the car. Just the way it's done is perfect. And of course, he pops the head of this cop or whatever it is. I thought that was a great shot. Other than that, there's nothing else I'm going to remember about this movie. And there's absolutely no reason for me to ever watch this again. AVP2 is the worst entry in the Alien franchise. Coming up after AVP2 is going to be Prometheus. You know, Prometheus for me was a huge favorite when it first came out. But this time around, especially after trudging through other ones in this franchise, I was not ready to slow it down. Previous to this, I had just watched AVP and AVP2, and those were both, despite their flaws, very action-packed movies. And then to slow it down, I mean to the point of just exhaustion, like can we have something happen here, was a no-go. Beyond all of that, is the story good for Aliens? Yes. Is it entertaining? No. For me, this is one of the lower marks in this franchise. Coming up at number 7 is Alien 3. I know. Ranking this low, Alien 3, how dare I? This movie is really in just two camps. Either you absolutely think it's underrated and a genius of a film, or you just think it is crap and it just is not great. I think that falls on where you watch it. If you watch it directly after Aliens, this movie falls way short. And guess what? I watched it directly after Aliens. If you watch it as a standalone movie, I think then you might enjoy it. You need some space there. And it commits the ultimate sin of killing off characters that you were so invested in the previous movie within the opening credits. And for that reason, plus the terrible CGI and a cast of characters I don't care about, is why Alien 3 is ranked so low on this franchise list. Coming up next for me is going to be Alien Covenant. Alien Covenant manages to ramp up the action a lot more than Prometheus did. But at the same time, there is a lot of talking. And at the same time, there are some weird things that happen in there. I gotta be honest, for me, I didn't care for any other alien in this movie besides the actual xenomorph. Every other alien that showed up because it made it with somebody else and something else, I don't care. I watch alien movies to watch and see xenomorphs. And thankfully, unlike in Prometheus, there is a xenomorph in this. It might be in the last 15 seconds, and it might be a lot of CGI, but at least this xenomorph kicks ass. Plus, David and Walter are actually the main grab for this movie, the main attention, and they're not bad. So for that, I'm gonna put Alien Covenant at number 6 on my ranking list. Coming up at number 5 is gonna be Alien vs. Predator, AVP. As I've mentioned before, I've got a personal tie to this movie. It was my last year of being a kid. It was my last year of high school. It was my last year before I moved into my own apartment at 19 years old. And it was my first year of getting with my girlfriend. And so all of these memories are tied into AVP. I love that this movie gave us that netted alien with the green, all over it. I love that this movie brought back the queen alien properly, mind you, unlike another one in this list. And I love that it gives life to the aliens. This is a lot more backstory on the aliens than it is on Predator. And they're so epic. you finally get to see these fight scenes. There's not enough of them, but there's enough to get this ranked at number 5. And there's so much action happening, and the Predators look really, really cool, and the aliens kick ass. That's why this is going to be ranked at number 5 on this ranking list. Coming up at number 4 is going to be very controversial, but Alien Resurrection. How dare I put Alien Resurrection ahead of Alien 3? Most of you are probably thinking, but I really enjoyed it. After the downfall and just the gothic nature that was... My cats are going nuts chasing each other outside this door. But after the gothic nature that was Alien 3 and just this somber prison atmosphere and a bald Sigourney Weaver, we finally got her back. And not only did we get her back, we got her back with hair. And now she was like part alien and part human and a creation. And she had expressions and sexual tension. And she started to resemble what a sexy woman could be. She finally showed some femininity in this one. And there was sexual tension. And we've got decent shots that are CGI that are cut very quickly, mind you. We don't linger on bad CGI. And we've got aliens swimming in water. Come on. This has to be ranked number 4. We're down to the nitty gritty. And now we got to look at the top 3 Alien films. Which, the order of these might make you mad. But it's my list. So let's go forward. Coming in at number 3. The original 1979 Alien. For its time, this movie broke barriers. At the time, everybody was Star Wars happy. Everything that happened in space was cool and whoa, that's awesome. Look at the lightsabers. Look at the creatures. But Alien brought fear to space again because now you're in the middle of nowhere. Nobody can hear you scream. We got introduced to Sigourney Weaver, a very young Sigourney Weaver, and we see her strength right away in this movie when she tries to make decisions that eventually get overthrown, but she stands strong on protocol for the safety of the team. And this would continue to go on in this franchise. But we fell in love with Sigourney Weaver here. We also fell in love with the first ever Xenomorph. This movie made history. This movie means a lot to a lot of people. I get it, it's 1979, but this franchise goes so much higher than this that for me, Alien is the 3rd best movie on this ranking list. Coming up at the 2nd best Alien film in this franchise, the brand new Alien Romulus. Alien Romulus looked good from the very first teaser trailer that dropped. Tons of xenomorphs have been shipped out to theaters. There's been popcorn buckets, VHSs sent out, and so much more. So much of this film reminds me of Batman 89 and Batman Returns in the way they've shown the public. And we got early word from the director that they were going to use practical effects as much as possible. And from somebody who watched the movie early, thank you, AMC, by the way, I can tell you right now, and you guys who have seen the movie now and given me so many views on that video can tell you that practical effects were used galore in this, and thank God they were. You can tell that the xenomorphs and the facehuggers were in the room with the actors, and that just amps up the fear. And those screams hit a lot harder when you know they're actually standing in front of something and that something is right there from what you see on the screen to what they see in person. So Alien Romulus, because of the love that it gives to this franchise in every aspect, including the last 15 minutes, is why it ranks at number 2 on this ranking list. And the best, my favorite Alien movie in this franchise is the 1986 sequel, Aliens. Sigourney Weaver with her iconic line, "Get away from her, you bitch!" And we get introduced to the Queen. We got Bishop in this movie. We've got the guy who plays Kyle Reese. Sorry, I don't know his name. We've got the chick with the guns. We've got Mark Patton. We got everything you need in this movie. Let's not forget about Newt, because we grew an affection for her in this movie and how naturally Sigourney Weaver's character of Ripley took to being a mother to Newt. Everything about 1986's Aliens is on fire, is on point, and the sales of the most recent 4K remaster have shown that this thing cannot stay in stock anywhere. It's just got action, it's got drama. It paints women as badasses without going so over the top that you think it's forced down your throat. No, you can clearly see that Ripley is a badass. You can clearly see that Vasquez is the first one that goes into every dangerous situation they're in. Everybody is a badass in this movie, and everything is on point in Aliens, and that's why it is the #1 Alien movie in this franchise. People, my subscribers, viewers who haven't subscribed yet, which you totally should, what do you think of my ranking list? How would you jumble this up? Because I know I look at this as a completely different way than you guys, maybe fans of the franchise, people who only watched these movies when they came out to theaters, or maybe you haven't seen them in years. Let me know what you think about my list, and let me know what your list is down below. Guys, if you like this content and want more from me, and even want these videos early, and want to go back in time and have your own membership card like the good old days, you got to join this channel's memberships. There's 2 tiers, Plus and Ultimate, and this is your way of helping and letting me know that I'm doing something good with my life here outside of making rock music. This is my way to unwind, relax, and keep me at bay so I don't go off and do stuff that I don't want to do. And not only that, but honestly, it's fun, and I would love this to be a full-time gig at some point, because let's be honest, who does not like to watch movies and then have their own personal group of people who like the same movies with them? So consider joining this channel's memberships. You not only get the things I mentioned to you before, but you get to request your own reviews, you get exclusive lives, early access to videos, polls that help shape the future of this channel, and more. And if you don't feel like committing to that, you can always leave a super chat, super thanks, or head over to Buy Me a Coffee. That is your one-stop shop to letting me know and leaving me a note of how I have helped you enjoy anything or what you appreciate about what I'm doing. And in their latest update, I can respond directly back to you with a video letting you know how thankful I am for you fueling this journey with another cup of coffee. Beyond all that, follow me on Letterboxd, where there's movies I've watched that don't go up on this channel. So you'll see my written reviews there, and I can see your written reviews, and you can comment on mine as well, and we can interact on Letterboxd. It's totally cool, and it's free. And you know what you gotta do? Head over to my Spotify. I got a brand new single coming out called She Owned the Night. I've been working on this for a little while. I've been perfecting its 80s awesomeness. And when it comes out, you'll be the first to know. So head over to my Spotify, subscribe, follow, and you know what I gotta do. I gotta rock out so I can watch some movies and review them for you. 66 million years ago, dinosaurs became extinct. But in 1993, they were reborn. What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and I'm just a rock and roller who in his downtime likes to watch movies while wearing a bandana. And my oh my, are we back in 1993 when dinosaurs ruled the world again. Because as we're watching Jurassic Park and reviewing it, Jurassic World Rebirth is on its way, baby. And thank you for joining me on the first step to a deep dive journey through the entire Jurassic Park series. Back when this film came out, I was 7 years old, and I got to see it in theaters. That's right. And watching it back for this channel, man, all the memories came back to me, all the good vibes. I smiled so many times. But if you've never seen Jurassic Park, this is what it's all about. Paleontologist Alan Grant and Ellie Sattler and mathematician Ian Malcolm are among a select group chosen to tour an island theme park populated by dinosaurs created from prehistoric DNA. While the park's mastermind billionaire John Hammond assures everyone that the facility is safe, they find out otherwise when various ferocious predators break out, go free, and go on the hunt. Look, man, I'm so excited to talk about this movie because not only did Jurassic Park become a big blockbuster, but it changed the world of action movies a mere 2 years after Terminator 2 managed to do the same thing. This movie inspired so many dinosaur movies that could not compete. And in fact, for decades, Jurassic Park has been the only movie to really get dinosaurs that look good on the screen, like they're actually interacting with the people. And when we saw these dinosaurs in 1993, I'm telling you, there was nothing like it. With an all-star cast in Sam Neill, Jeff Goldblum, Laura Dern, B.D. Wong, Richard Attenborough, Samuel L. Jackson, and Wayne Knight, just to name a few. This movie is absolutely off the charts, from the first scene of that constant yelling of "Shooter! Shooter!" with the Velociraptor eating one of the dudes, to heading over to the paleontologist when they finally get contacted by Mr. John Hammond to head over to Jurassic Park to see real dinosaurs. Now remember, Alan Grant and Ellie Sattler have been discovering the bones of dinosaurs. Now they're being told they can actually see one for real. And while there, they not only get to see dinosaurs for real, but that first shot you get of humans and dinosaurs in the same scene, my God, I know everybody in the theater just started clapping in 1993. There was oohs, ahs, and claps. Of course, Mr. Hammond's grandkids are invited along for the ride, and they add this great element, because whenever you put kids into a movie like this with adults, they usually weigh it down. Not these two kids. They bring the movie up, as well as bring this fear that not only are the adults in trouble, but so are the kids. And of course, while I mentioned stars earlier, the real stars of this show are the raptors and the T-Rex. The kids go through hell, the adults go through hell, but in the end, they all end up at the museum portion of the theme park. And so do the raptors and the T-Rex. And that iconic shot of the T-Rex fighting off and defeating the raptors while the adults and the children get away safely for now. But as they get away safely, we've got to determine whether Jurassic Park holds up. As for effects, I'm going to give Jurassic Park 5 bandanas out of 5. Of course, this movie changed the course of CGI and actual effect history. As for acting, I'm going to give it 5 bandanas out of 5. And as for story, it's incredible because it keeps getting retold and retold in the sequels that we're going to talk about. 5 bandanas out of 5. So I think you know the answer to the question, does Jurassic Park hold up? Not only yes, but hell yes. What about you? Were you able to see Jurassic Park in the theaters? Was the first time you watched it on VHS, DVD, Blu-ray, 4K, 3D? Are you excited for the new Jurassic World Rebirth? Let's talk about all things dinosaurs and all things Jurassic Park down below. Guys, if you dig the lights behind me, I've got a Govee code for you. Not only can you save money with this code, but you can also get your whole home decked out with Govee, from bulb lights to strip lights, even outdoor lights, and even kettles, humidifiers, and air purifiers like I've got. I've currently got close to 25 Wi-Fi Govee products, and I am hooked. And if you want to have total control of your home, start with Govee with the exclusive code down below. Guys, I'm Alex Thorn, and you know what I gotta do? I gotta go watch The Lost World. rock out and review it for you.
Connection established.
All right, dude. So this is something I wanted to do for members only, which is check out trailers for older movies that I'll be reviewing on Does It Hold Up? This is something that we haven't brought to the channel yet, as Reaction Wednesday is always about new content and new movies, me reacting to those trailers. But what about the trailers for the older flicks that we review on this channel and the Does It Hold Up series? Well, today it starts and it is for members only. So I am going to soon be reviewing Elvira, Mistress of the Dark. I don't remember the original trailer, but we're gonna watch it here together right now.
Elvira.
Hello, darling. It's me again, yours truly, Elvira. The gal with the enormous...
She's such a doll.
Ratings. Well, that's our show. I hope you enjoyed watching it as much as I did. Oh boy, I mean, could you believe that cheesy-looking monster?
This
looks like
looks
Gumby
amazing.
on steroids.
This Elvira is a person of easy virtue.
Slimy, slithering succubus. A concubine, a streetwalker, a tramp.
Listen, sister, if I want your opinion, I'll beat it out of you. I hope you're hungry, because here's dinner.
What's that perfume you're wearing?
Super unleaded, don't smoke.
The charge. Witchcraft.
That's it. It's great.
You looking for me?
I've never seen this movie look this good. That looks awesome.
Unpleasant dream.
I have got to pick this thing up, this 4K up for sure, on Amazon from Arrow Video. First of all, Arrow Video did an amazing job with the packaging of the only Arrow Video release that I have, which is the Jason Friday the 13th from 2009, which we've talked about here on this channel as well. But you know, Elvira is just, she's classic, man. I remember the first time I ever saw this movie was in snippets, I believe, on like channel 50 or channel 9 here in Chicago when I was a kid. I want to say it was probably 1992 or 3, something like that. I didn't actually get to see the full movie until I rented it when I was like 12 or 13 years old. So that was many, many, many years later. And if it looks this good on YouTube, the 4K restoration, then I'm sure the actual 4K release is going to look amazing as well. It's, as I smiled the whole time, you guys know that stuff. So how do you feel about Elvira, Mistress of the Dark? When did you first see it? Look forward to the review coming to this channel soon, but this is something new for you guys. Does it hold up? Movie trailers of older movies that we're checking out on the channel just for members. Let's talk about Elvira down below, and I hope you enjoyed this exclusive member edition of Does It Hold Up trailer review. You know, for the most part, everybody thinks that love is great, except when you're a coal miner in a small town in 1981. What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and I'm just a rock and roller who in his downtime likes to watch movies while wearing a bandana. And today we are reviewing and checking out My Bloody Valentine to see if it holds up. But before we talk about all of that, I just want to ask you, if you dig this review, let's talk about it in the comments. Check out the channel and subscribe to the channel if you like what you see. But with all that being said, let's see if 1981's My Bloody Valentine holds up. Friends defy the rules of a legendary murderer and discover he is real when they start celebrating Valentine's Day. From the very opening of this film, this is a wild ride. I'm telling you, you get two people in coal miner suits. One starts to undress and then show some skin, and there's a heart on her chest, which causes the other coal miner to lose his shit. From there, Harry Warden, a deranged former miner who survived a mine collapse years earlier and now seeks revenge against those who blames him for the accident, brutally murders them with a pickaxe throughout the night. And by the end, this is really a whodunit film because it is not Harry Warden, but we'll get into that a little bit later. Before that, we have this huge cast of 20-something-year-old, maybe 30-year-olds, which are treated like they're 19, but they're clearly late 20s, early 30s. They're all legal to drink. None of them have to hide anything. So I thought right away this was something that felt familiar, but also separated itself from movies that would come later on, such as Friday the 13th, right? Totally cool to get a bunch of teenagers together who need to get away from the adults to do the stuff that eventually gets them killed. In this, there's a lot of survivors by the end of the movie, but they're all adults making stupid decisions. Because of the tragedy that happened with Harry Warden, Valentine's Day is canceled in the small town. So the group of adults decide to go underneath with the mines and throw a Valentine's Day party. And once Harry Warden gets a hold of this information and they do what he warned them not to do, celebrate Valentine's Day, there's a killing spree and there's some really gnarly deaths. It's incredible. There's also another great scene where one of the female characters gets hung up on something and the hook, or the pipe rather, goes right through her mouth and the water is coming out through her mouth while she's just up there hanging dead. And besides the slasher-esque kills, there's not much more going on with this movie. I mean, you really do go into this movie expecting a decent horror movie, but what you get is a great slaughter fest, a slasher, true and true. Nice deaths and a killer that is memorable by his look. There's not much more than that. By the end, the killer is not Harry Warden because the chief reveals that Harry Warden's been dead for 4 years. Like, when did he get this information? It's actually one of the love triangle guys from earlier, Axel. And when I tell you this is a weak reveal, it is a weak reveal, especially with the way it's done. A face from down here where when I first saw it, I was like, who is that? Then it clicked in my head, oh, that's one of the love triangle guys with this lame storyline. And then they do flashbacks to Harry Warden killing his father. And since he witnessed that, he now has mental trauma and wants to kill people like Harry Warden did. I just thought it was a weak ending. But the ending does feel like it's going to lead to a sequel that we never get. In fact, there's a remake that's made in the later 2000s, but we never got the sequel. And then this story by itself, there's so much of Harry Warden's story to be explored that this feels like it should be a sequel to the original story, but it's just a standalone movie. And because it's a standalone movie, I think we need to get to the standalone rating of My Bloody Valentine and find out, does it hold up? As for acting, I'm going to give this film 2 bandanas out of 5. Everybody, I guess, does what they have to do, but nobody really stands out to me, and most of the cast is pretty annoying. As for effects, I'm going to give this 4 bandanas out of 5. The effects are undoubtedly great. Are they a little dated? Yes. Do things get better in the 80s as we go forward? Yes, but this is amazing for 1981. As for story, I'm going to give this movie 2 bandanas out of 5. I just thought it's kind of a weak story to get a slasher film going, especially with what we find out in the end. So to answer the all-important question of, does My Bloody Valentine still hold up today? I'm actually going to have to say no. Now, I haven't seen the remake, so I can't speak on that, but this 1981 version just seems so slow and drab. It's like the only time I actually woke up from watching it was when a kill happened. That might be the point, but I need more from my horror movie than just a gnarly kill and boring. Oh, gnarly kill, boring. Great, another kill. I need story too. So tell me, with it being Valentine's Day, have you ever seen My Bloody Valentine? This watch was a first-time watch for me. Not only was it a first-time watch for me, but I watched it to be a guest and talk about it on the Our Life in Horror podcast, which I will link in the card above and in the description below. Go check them out. They are awesome. They are live constantly, collaborating with people, introducing you to new people, and introduced me to a brand new movie for myself. I hope to be on there again. Let them know Thorn sent you. But Valentine's Day, are you taking somebody out to see a Valentine's Day movie like Hard Eyes? Are you staying home traditionally to watch a horror movie on Valentine's? Let me know. Did you watch this movie in the theaters, or have you only seen the remake? Let's chat about it down below in the comments section. And if you want to chat about this movie and more, you got to join this channel's memberships. That's right. Thorn Theater has real deal membership laminated cards for all of you Thornaholics out there and horror lovers. Not only that, but you get to request your own reviews. Let's say there's something out there you're really dying for me to review, but the masses may not want it, or it's not something that's gonna move the numbers. Guess what? You pay. You control the narrative. You get early access to videos, live only chats, as well as exclusive watch alongs just for members right here on this channel. And if you don't feel like committing to that, you can always gift me a super chat, super thanks, or buy me a coffee. Buy me a coffee right now is a way that you can support somebody like me for making videos just for you guys, doing what we love to do. But guess what? If you buy me a coffee, at least you're fueling the journey. And right now, Buy Me a Coffee has an update to where when you leave your note of why you have gifted me coffee, I can respond back to you in video form. And if you dig the lights behind me and all the lights you've ever seen in any of my videos, I've got 10% off for you with a code down below in the description for Govy. That's right, head there and you will not only just get a sale, but 10% off on top of that by using the code on the screen right now. Guys, and with all that being said, you know what I gotta do? I gotta go on a Valentine's Day date. Come back, rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you. Fine. It's been a while since I've done this, but guys, how the heck are you guys doing? How is everyone? I think, let me turn back here really quickly. I think give me a second, where I messed up was on all of this. Where I messed up was on all of this was I created a new space, and in Prism Live, you get to create spaces, and this is a whole new one. And honestly, originally, I was actually trying to go live with the chat, and I was trying to go live. Let's see, add chat source. This should be able to be seen down here, but nonetheless, I was trying to go live to where on this side where my hands are, you could actually see what you guys are saying, and that would come up whenever I comment on things. But for whatever reason, it's not working right now. That's fine. In fact, what I'll do is I'll delete it and then come over here, add Prism chat again. Let's go here, Neon. Let's set it up to be, nope, I moved my camera. One of the things about going live is it's a little nerve-wracking just because there's guys that do this every day, and I took a 2-month break, and I'll tell you guys why I took a 2-month break in just a moment. But I took a 2-month break because I'm not used to watching things over and over and over again. And with the Alien series, there were so many entries in that series that it was like watching a TV show for me. And I'm not good with watching a TV show. It's hard for me to commit to watching that. So when I'm watching the Alien series and there's 9 movies plus the movie I think that came out, or there were 9 in total, that was a lot for me. That was a lot for me to take in. So I think my schedule at that time, which is why you guys haven't seen me, in 2 months going live. My schedule at that time was Monday was a live watch along. Wednesday was a reaction. Thursday was a review. Saturday was a hangout. So and that's that I got a shoot job on Saturday and Sunday, plus, being a single dad throughout the whole week as well. It was tough, and it got so heavy that I was just like, I got to take a break. So that's what happened. But, I never stopped. I never stopped shooting the reviews for you guys and uploading, and there's been a ton of things that have happened since the last time I went live. And one of the things I want to focus on right away is the fact that you guys got me to 200,000 views. 200,000 views. Like, I did not expect that at all. Not one bit did I expect 200,000 views to come out of this. And for me, that's just gigantic, because I keep going back to the thing that I say, which is this channel started like a goof. This channel really started like, do you want to have fun and just review some stuff and be silly? And here we go, 200,000 views later, and you guys are awesome. You guys are kicking butt over here, making me feel great, making me feel like I'm doing something that's cool, So I appreciate that. And the last time I went this heavy with anything was Thorn Fitness, when I was a trainer, and that's a decade ago. So that's number one. So thank you guys for getting me to 200K views here and beyond. I think we're about to hit 2,700 followers or subscribers. Not followers. That's on the other platforms, but 2,700 subscribers, and I thank you for that completely. Beyond that, one of the other coolest things about this is if you guys are subscribers, you do see on the community page that I'm always talking about my eBay, right? And on my eBay, I always let you know that if you're going to buy anything from me and you're a subscriber of this channel, then let me know, because I will include extra stuff. And this is some of the extra stuff that we have. Is it going to focus? Are you going to focus? Because we got the background blur on, it's not going to focus. Give me a second. Take out that background blur for just a moment. Boom. There we go. So when I say I'm going to give you guys extra stuff, this is what I mean. This is one of those extras. These are Thorn Theater stickers. And in these Thorn Theater stickers, I'm going to include them whenever you guys let me know, because otherwise, if you're not a subscriber and you buy from me, I still include this postcard so that people can come back to this channel, as well as on the other side, it has information for the brand new single and the Spotify. That goes into every package I send out. And, again, if you come from this channel and you buy on my eBay, there's always a link. Every week I post all the new stuff that I throw up there. But not only are you going to get bonus, got some stickers for you guys, but also, I'll throw in an extra VHS, DVD, Blu-ray, whatever you guys buy from me. I'll make sure, if you let me know in the notes when you purchase, that you came from this channel. So that's number one. The other thing that I always got to talk about, because it's the way you guys support me, it's the way, you know, you guys invigorate me beyond just becoming subscribers of the channel, but you got to become members. You get early access to videos. There's also exclusive live chats. You guys get priority replies, and you get to request your own reviews. And there's just a plethora of things. But the coolest thing, like always, and I always like to talk about it, is the Thorn Theater membership card. So once you become a member of the channel, you get laminated just like the old school video cards. And then on the back, it's got QR code to take you back. Thorn approved right over here. Be Kind Rewind. And then the date that the channel was created. So every member gets one of these. So I love this thing. This is one of the coolest things. I always, as a kid, wanted to own my own video store. And this is that way that I kind of get to do that. Talk about movies, create these thumbnails, and then also have membership cards for you guys that join. But beyond all that, I know that you guys have noticed something. There's been a lot of shorts that have been posted, right? And I can put on background blur again. Bam. There's been a lot of shorts that have been posted. And with these shorts, I've been talking about the fan film Dylan's New Nightmare. Okay? Now I get it. Dylan's New Nightmare was released a year ago or so. It was released quite a while back. And this is what we do, right? With these type of channels, we repurpose as much as we possibly can. But I was wondering, because I'm repurposing this content from what, a year ago or so in the shorts, if you had never seen it, right? If you saw it, you saw it. If you haven't, then you're seeing it now. And I'm putting new people onto Dylan's New Nightmare. In my mind, I'm one of the backers of that movie. So at the end credits, I'm one of the people credited in Dylan's New Nightmare. And with becoming a backer, you actually got something as well. You got a memento. And here's the deal. Here we are a year later, and I'm talking about the movie now, and I've never gotten what was promised to me until today. Wild. Absolutely wild that I've been posting about this movie just this last week, and then it goes into my mind, where's my stuff at, man? And boom, I actually got it. So we are going to open this package up together. Can't show you guys what it says, but we're going to open it together. And I know it's from them because I recognize, you know, who it's from, the company. So let's check this out together. This is really, really cool. And I'm going to tell you, obviously, if you know me, then you know what I backed and what I ordered from them. Whoa. Unbelievable, man. You guys, once again, I'm going to turn off the background blur just for this, just to show you guys this. Check this out. Dylan's New Nightmare VHS. Brand new, sealed. Like, being a Nightmare on Elm Street fan and getting a Nightmare on Elm Street related VHS in 2024 is wild. I mean, this is cool. Especially because if you take a look at Dylan's spelling of his name, or the way it is, the font, that font is the same font from the original Nightmare on Elm Street. This is the font that people are complaining about, by the way, with the new Nightmare on Elm Street Steelbook, the 45th anniversary or whatever. They're complaining about it has the newer font that had hit, I want to say, in Nightmare on Elm Street 2 and beyond. And then they wish that the Nightmare on Elm Street original font was on it. And that's how Dylan's name appears here is in the original Nightmare on Elm Street font. Not only that, but if you take a look closely at the front, there it goes. A Nightmare on Elm Street. Fan film, Dylan's Nightmare. Now, I will say, granted, the font for Dylan over here is not the same font as over here, but that's really cool up top. Dylan's New Nightmare, Nightmare on Elm Street fan film on the bottom here, on the sides. Let's see if we can get that. There we go. And then you've got the awesome Womp Stomp Films logo. Womp Stomp Films. And you know what? Since we're talking about this, allow me to come back with something, because I think this is absolutely incredible, but I'm going to show you guys something else because it just reminded me. I didn't even know I was going to get that, but I recognize it. So give me one moment. So, sorry for walking away, but I thought this was really, really, really important to bring up right here. But if you didn't know about Womp Stomp Films, they are the people that brought you the incredible, absolutely incredible Never Hike Alone fan film from... Yeah, there it goes. Then I got that auto follow too. Hold on, I got to turn that off. Give me a second here. No auto frame at the moment. I love that I have these live controls. But Womp Stomp Films, there it goes. Okay, and there it goes. And I got to move more this way. Okay, so Womp Stomp Films brought you this incredible movie right here. And not only do they bring you this incredible movie, it's out on VHS. You know how cool that is to have a VHS of quality movie? Not only is that it, but then I had picked up from Womp Stomp Films, this is still in the package too, the Never Hike in the Snow Blu-ray from them. This is awesome. This is an amazing company that is doing what the big companies don't. And then also they have the Never Hike Alone Ghost Cut. Now this is the 1080p Blu-ray, and I will admit, I will say this looks a little, it is not the best quality. It looks like a YouTube rip put onto a Blu-ray. But once they got to Never Hike in the Snow, and especially the brand new Never Hike Alone 2, amazing. And I think they're redoing right now the Ghost Cut of Never Hike Alone that includes 1, 2, and Never Hike in the Snow. I honestly wanted to get Never Hike in the Snow and Never Hike Alone 2 on VHS, but the pricing, went up quite a bit. But beyond that, again, they are the company that brought Dylan's New Nightmare. For a company that isn't big Hollywood, they did something that the New Line Cinema hasn't done. They gave us Freddy. You got Womp Stomp Films on this side, and then you have the horror show on the other side. Focus. Well, you get the idea. And if you're not aware, why is this Dylan's New Nightmare? Because this is a sequel to the original, the very last real Nightmare on Elm Street, which was New Nightmare in 1994. In fact, this was the very first Nightmare on Elm Street I got to go to the theater for. Too young to go to the theater for part 6 that came out in 91. But by 94, I was prime and ready to go for this one. So yeah, awesome job. I was just thinking about it. Like, what happened to my VHS? I kid you not. Was just thinking, what the heck happened to my VHS? And here it is. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate it. And once again, this is not the original. This is an original, but it's not the original. This is the double edition of Nightmare on Elm Street. And I want to say I also own the remastered version that came out. But yeah, this is a limited collector's edition, digitally, he's in trouble, but digitally remastered deluxe 2-tape edition. And again, it's these covers are amazing. I will say this. There was another drawing or painting, okay, that I feel like they got the same dudes who did the originals to do. There's another alternate poster for this. I wish that poster was what came here. Seriously. Because this is great too, because that's Rex, right? That's Dylan's plush doll Rex, and of course that's Freddy's. Oh yeah, Dylan Porter, returning as Dylan Porter, Miko Hughes. He does return in this role, but that's Freddy's claws tearing through him like you saw in the original New Nightmare as well. But yeah, man, this is cool. Thank you guys so much. Gots to move on from Womp Stomp Films and Dylan's New Nightmare. But thank you so much. And if you guys get a chance, check them out. They are amazing. Beyond that, if you do check out the shorts right now, you will see that for the first time ever on this channel, I'm not just talking about movies in my short. There's a short literally dedicated to a product that was not good. A product that is not performing, in my opinion, which is this Hohem iSteady Q. It's a single axis gimbal, acts as a selfie stick, 360 rotation. Now, I have nothing against Hohem at all. Nothing against them. In fact, I've seen a lot of innovative stuff from them. The M6 and all these other things. But this product, I bought this product 2 years ago. It was used for a music video shoot that I did with the Spanish rock band Evolucion. And I remember I charged it before I left. We got to the music video shoot. I turned it on. It started to do its thing. And then immediately turned off. So we just used it as, a tripod, really. A mobile tripod. And this is what it looks like. We used it as a mobile tripod just to hold the camera and just go around like this. Remember, its intended purpose is to be a gimbal, so it auto balances itself, right? It never worked. But we're doing a music video shoot. We got no time to mess around and complain. So I use it for the music video. You come back home, you put it in a box, you don't use it again. So 2 years later, I picked it back up out of the box, charge it, nothing. There's a charging light for a split second and went off. So I reach out to Hohem. They say, hey, it's been 2 years. Pay the return fee and we'll send you out a new one if we find out what's wrong with it. Sure enough, I pay the $10. Boom, boom, boom. They send me one back. It works for like 2 minutes. Hohem, it works for like 2 minutes. And then just goes completely limp. At this point, this is just basically a glorified selfie stick that, can have power. And then I don't want to crap on the company. I'm being dead serious with you. I don't mean to crap on the company. You know, but the instructions to make things work in the app need to be clearer. And it's pretty frustrating because I like to take my content outside, and it's not just for this channel because I have another channel. The other channel is Thorn Tech Reviews, and on that channel I review tech, and on that channel I purchase things like this whole Hemi Steady and my Hollyland Lark M2s so I can be mobile, so I can take my content elsewhere. And then you guys see it here when I use this and was hoping to use this for post reviews of movies outside out of the theater reactions. And yes, I can still use this as a glorified selfie stick, but it is not going to be used for its intended use, which is actually being a gimbal, which, because of the fact that the original didn't work and because of the fact that this new one does turn on and then does work for like 2 minutes and then just loses itself and goes limp, I won't be purchasing from Hohem again. I'm going to have to look for another company. So if you guys want to throw it in the chat who you think I can go to for a working gimbal, let me know. I'm an Android user, not an iPhone user, so let's not go there with that. Of course, after all this time, we got to start talking about movies, and not just physical movies like Dylan's New Nightmare, which you can also stream. There's a link to Dylan's New Nightmare in my review, and there's a link to my review in all of these shorts that you're seeing that are coming out on the channel now. But we got to talk about how Netflix has been on an absolute roll as of late with their movies. I was so impressed, 6 months ago with Atlas. I thought Atlas with let me tell you how impressed I was with Atlas starring Jennifer Lopez. And it's not just about Jennifer Lopez, and I don't care what anybody's opinion is of her. That matters not. That is neither here nor there what you think about Jennifer Lopez. But what I was so absolutely impressed by was the sound design and how they managed to make the special effects look top-notch, grade A quality. I was so impressed with Atlas's audio mix that I went out and bought a brand new sound system, because even with my awesome 5.1 mixdown audio system that I had from Sony at the time, I knew that movie was going to be killer with a bigger and better sound system. And I went out and purchased a 9.1.4 sound system, or 9.4.1. That's what it was. I'm sorry. A 9.4.1 sound system. And then now we got Rebel Ridge, right? And Rebel Ridge was #1 for like 2 weeks in a row there. And Rebel Ridge brought Rambo and Jack Reacher vibes to it, but brought it up to date. A little bit of social commentary as well. That was an awesome movie. And I just started watching yesterday, didn't get done with it, but I just started watching The Uglies, which is the #1 movie on Netflix right now. It's also a Netflix original. I got to be honest, I'm liking it so far. I had a comment from the brother Dark Room Reviews. Follow his channel. He also does movie reviews, but he said he didn't like it. Granted, hey, everybody can feel however they feel, but I actually dug the movie because it reminded me a lot of Alita Battle Angel in its style. So I can't wait to finish that movie. Let me know in the comments below if that's something you guys want to see me review on this channel, or I can just review it over at Letterboxd. Speaking of which, if you don't know what Letterboxd is, I would love for you guys to give me a follow there. Letterboxd is an awesome social media site for movie lovers, and you post reviews on written reviews on what you've watched, when you watched it, your star rating. I still use a bandana rating. You post that, and then other people can see who's commenting on that movie, what the review is, and you can comment to their reviews and start a thread on that. So again, Thorn Theater on Letterboxd. Follow me there. Let me know if my review of The Uglies is something you're looking forward to on this channel, or you just want to see me, or you just want to read the review on Letterboxd. So kudos to Netflix for coming out with banger after banger after banger. I'm enjoying it, and I want to say this is like one of the first times I'm actually enjoying the content from Netflix. I think they go through a lot of dry spells to where maybe something's good, maybe something's not. With that, I know that there's a new movie out right now that I was not going to watch because I was never interested in the live action versions of this movie. But a buddy of mine, I'm going to look up his channel right now so you guys can head over and give him a follow. But this buddy of mine, let's see. He talks about movies and he talks about games. I believe it's DCN Power Players. Let's see. DCN presents Power Players. Yeah. DCN presents Power Players. And D currently has 435 all live videos up and 714 subscribers. And he's the one that talked me into this. And what he talked me into was going to watch the brand new Transformers 1. So Tuesday, I'm going to go watch the brand new Transformers 1. Mind you, I have not watched a Transformers movie since, I think I heard that Mark Wahlberg was in them, right? I think I saw that once upon a time. There's also, I can't remember her name, but let's use the power of the internet to find out right now. Oh, wait a minute. Megan Fox, that's it. Megan Fox. I believe she's been in some of the movies. Nonetheless, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter who's been in them, who hasn't been in them. But I was not interested. The moment I saw live action versions of these characters, I'm a child of the 80s, and I really, really liked the blocky versions of Transformers, the very simple versions. Once they were so shiny and had so many parts, so many moving parts, it just took away the magic for me. But I saw a trailer for the latest Transformers movie, and it looked pretty decent. And then Darnell of DCN Power Players, again, go check him out. DCN presents Power Players, talks about movies and games, and it's always live streamed. He convinced me to go give the movie a shot. So we're going to go check that out. 2 YouTubers. We're going to go check that out together on Tuesday, and hopefully that review will be available for you guys on Friday. Let me know in the chat below if you guys are fans of Transformers. Moving on, people. Moving on. I got to tell you right here, right now. I am so geeked up. So geeked up right now for what is coming as well on Tuesday to my home, hopefully, which is the 2009 remake of Friday the 13th. Earlier, I was talking about Womp Stomp Films and the fact that they've put out Friday the 13th fan films. If you missed that, I just got Dylan's New Nightmare, which is in conjunction with Womp Stomp Films. That's amazing to finally get that in. But not only have they done Dylan's New Nightmare, they also did Never Hike Alone, Never Hike Alone in the Snow, Never Hike Alone 2, and then we also got the ghost cut of Never Hike Alone. And on Tuesday, I've got the Friday the 13th, 2009 limited edition remake on 4K coming in. And I got to tell you, I'm so geeked about that because The cover for that just looks out of this world. I can't wait to see what that looks like in person. It just looks amazing. And I've already been checking out some people's, like Mid-Level Media did a review of the Blu-ray, and initially when he saw the movie, he didn't like it. I loved it from the moment I saw the movie back in 2009. I thought it looked great then. I thought it looked good on Blu-ray. When Shout Factory came out with theirs, I thought it looked good. But now Arrow Video is doing the first ever 4K of Friday the 13th, 2009. And the cover looks amazing. I've heard that the scenes outside look incredible. I'm excited for that one. And then I'm going to try to do a review on that too, because I'm a huge Friday the 13th fan. And I was hoping, here's the thing. Some people got it on the 17th. That was the original day. But September 17th was the original day. And then some other people even had it 3-4 weeks ago. So I was hoping I would have been one of the people to get it earlier so that I could review it on Friday the 13th. That would have been perfect, right? But better late than never. On the 24th, on Tuesday, I'll be receiving the brand new Friday the 13th limited edition 4K remaster. And I'm geeked about that. The other thing that's coming in that was originally slated for October, was originally slated for October 1st, is Nightmare on Elm Street. And I got the steelbook of that one coming in. Of course, again, you know, I've got this. This is just one of the originals that I have of the first film. I've also got another remaster that came out. Funny story about this one. I'll tell you guys before I get into the brand new one. But I don't think it was necessarily this one. I'm having trouble remembering whether it was this exact VHS or the other single remastered version. I can't recall. One of those two. But I had the choice, okay? I had the choice to either get this, my mother gave me back in 1997. If this is the version, yeah, this says 1996, so this might be it. I think in 1997 there was a single remaster version that came out. This is the double tape one. But my mother gave me the choice of for my birthday that I could either get this or I can get tickets to WCW Monday Nitro. I chose to get this, and also got to go to WCW Monday Nitro in Chicago. This is the widescreen transfer, but the brand new remaster of this film is coming out on October 15th, originally slated for October 1st. Again, geeked about that. That's the steelbook that I ordered because I really, really dig the retro cover of it. I can't wait to see what it looks like. There's another one. I didn't get to get this one, and I'm a huge fan of another one. We're going to get back to Nightmare on Elm Street, but there's another one that I missed the boat on, which was Terminator. Terminator is also coming out. There's a 4K steelbook version, and that sold out instantly. Now, I have no doubts that eventually we'll be able to get our hands on that. Probably a second batch will happen. They definitely updated the artwork on that Terminator one that looks a lot like Dark Fate. It looks a lot like the Dark Fate artwork, but I missed the boat on that one. Hopefully I'll catch that one on another round because I'm just as much a fan of Terminator as I am of Nightmare on Elm Street. And getting back to Nightmare on Elm Street, you know, there was so much controversy about the cover, and they finally just released the back. I'm seeing it on Amazon right now. The back of this movie looks amazing. And not only that, it has both the theatrical and the uncut version. One of the most intelligent and terrifying horror films of the 1980s. It also has Ready Freddy focus points. See alternate takes and learn filmmaking secrets behind the Nightmare on Elm Street by jumping to video highlights while watching a movie. By the way, this is the first time I'm seeing what these special features are on this. 2 commentaries, one by the late great Wes Craven, co-stars Heather Langenkamp and John Saxon, who has also passed away, as well as the cinematographer. There's also the second one that includes Wes Craven, Robert Englund, Heather Langenkamp, and Ronnie Blakely, as well as producer Rob Shea. I don't think I've ever heard Rob Shea do any commentary on Nightmare on Elm Street outside of interviews. There's the alternate endings, and then there's 3 featurettes, which I instantly know this name. Yeah, these are the featurettes that were on the Blu-ray, I'm pretty sure. The House That Freddy Built, The Legacy of New Line Cinema, Never Sleep Again, The Making of a Nightmare on Elm Street, and Night Terrors, The Origins of Wes Craven Nightmares. I remember those for sure. But the new ones got to be Ready Freddy Focus Points and the 2 commentaries. Again, even if there's not anything new, this movie's been covered so much in the last 40 years. You know what I mean? This movie has been covered so much in the last 40 years that it doesn't need to really have anything brand new. Like, what more can you say about it? But the fact that if it looks really, really good, which of course they're not going to release a bad looking Nightmare on Elm Street. If it looks really good and you know for a fact we're all going to buy it when we've all put it on pre-order, it could be the portal for getting a new Nightmare on Elm Street, film. That's what we're all hoping for. And we're all hoping for 4K Steelbook remasters of all of the movies. I don't know what video I was watching or what reviewer that I had on the background. I was doing an edit and I threw on somebody in the background, and this person was talking about whether or not we're going to get, the rest of the Freddy sequels, Nightmare on Elm Street sequels on 4K remaster. And it was like, maybe part 3 can come out on a single remaster and then the rest of them can come out on double disc editions or something like. No, absolutely not. I don't care what you think about the rest of the Nightmare on Elm Street films. Each and every one of those films deserves its own 4K remaster, deserves its own steelbook, deserves to be all in a huge pack of steelbooks, as well as standard edition, collector's edition. Whether you think Freddy got too silly or got watered down or whatever crap, every single one of those Nightmare on Elm Street films, including the 2009 one or 2010 one, don't care about it. I get it. It's awful. I don't like it either. But they all deserve a 4K remaster. And yeah, sure, the 2010 one can come out in the collection. And maybe even Freddy's Dead and New Nightmare and all of those can come out in the collection. And you guys can release, maybe Nightmare on Elm Street 1 and 3 as solos out to the stores, and the rest you can only get in the collection. Whatever you want to pull, but they all deserve their own disc. None of this double disc set, two a set BS that some of these companies pull. Each and every one of those movies is worth it. Can you tell that I'm passionate about it? Because I am, especially when it comes to Freddy Krueger. That is the portal into horror movies for me. I can remember my very first memory. I know what it is. Hulk Hogan. Can I remember the very first time I saw Hulk Hogan on TV? No. It's the exact same vibe and the exact same thing with Nightmare on Elm Street. I don't remember the first time I saw it. I just know that around 3 or 4 years old, probably 4, it was the only thing I loved outside of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Hulk Hogan. Nightmare on Elm Street joined those two things for 4 and 5-year-old Alex Thorn. So again, I'm geeked about this coming out October 15th. Maybe some other people are going to get it on October 1st. You guys are lucky. You guys are not only getting to see it earlier, but get to review it earlier. And let me know as well in the comments if you guys want me to review the disc, because I would love to review that as well as reviewing the Friday the 13th remake. Earlier, I was talking about how Netflix is on a roll with movies. But there's one other thing that is being anticipated, which is going to come to fruition this coming week on Wednesday, I believe. Let's see. Is it Wednesday or is it Friday? I think it's the 27th, which is a Friday. Let's see. I remember seeing 27, 27, 27 every time. It's a Friday. Yeah, I don't remember seeing the 25th. I remember seeing the date of the 27th. But either way, this upcoming week, one of the most, like, I don't remember any documentary being this anticipated outside of the R. Kelly one. Vince McMahon. Vince McMahon. The documentary on Vince McMahon. This is a busy week, man. Let me tell you. Because this week, I will be doing a retro review. I know I made some promises to you guys, the way I say it like that. I made some promises about what's coming. And let me see in the community post. I got to look back and see what I told you guys I was going to do. How long ago did I talk about this? Okay. So I promised you guys 9 reviews coming up. And so far, I have delivered on 1, 2, 3, 4 of those reviews. 4 out of 9 have come out so far. Those 4 being Rebel Ridge, Twister, Beetlejuice, and The Deliverance. So still to go is Big Trouble in Little China, Immaculate, Waxwork, The Stranger's Daughter, and The Crow. Add to that the fact that I will be reviewing Transformers 1. Add to that, I will be reviewing The Uglies, if you guys want me to. If you guys let me know in the comments, as well as on the community post, because I did do a community post about The Uglies. Add to that the Vince McMahon documentary, which is going to be 6 parts. I don't know if I should do each part individually or if I should do the whole thing. Depends on how they get released, I guess. Add to that the Friday the 13th Blu-ray. There is a lot coming across between September and October. I've also, this has nothing to do with this channel in terms of movies, but I've also got my new single, She Owns the Night. That's being worked on. It's all done on my half. It's being worked on the other side. That's going to be coming out shortly. I've been talking to you guys about that for like 2.5 months. My bad. Kind of promised it a little earlier than I should have. But yeah, there's all of those reviews. I think it's back up to 9, even though the original was 9. So 9 plus 4. It's a lot. And that's all happening between now and October. So, you know, it's been an awesome ride to have this channel. It's been an awesome ride to talk to you guys. Thank you for those of you who have tuned in to me coming back to going live. Hopefully this is a regular occurrence between Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, whichever one I have available. Don't forget to head over to my eBay, where about every week I leave a post in the community letting you guys know what is new up for sale on my eBay store. Also, beyond that, if you're gonna go there from this channel, let me know that you are a subscriber already. That way I can send you a sticker with whatever you buy from me, and then include something extra, whatever it may be. Whatever you buy and you let me know you are a subscriber to this channel off of my eBay, I'll not only include a sticker, but I'll also include maybe an extra Blu-ray, DVD, or VHS there. Do not forget to become a member of the channel. You get your own exclusive membership laminated card. You also get early access to videos, priority replies, exclusive videos. A lot of times, like right now, there's an exclusive trailer reaction to a new Van Damme film called Kill 'Em All 2. That's for members only. I do a little bit more looser lives. Like there was a certain day that I promised to go live for you guys here, and I could not, because I had a show and there was a whole bunch of other stuff happening. But I ended up going live for members because it was a little messier, a little bit more chaotic. They got priority access to that stuff. So if you want to not only get your own membership card, you got to join the channel memberships. And it's a great way for you to support me If you don't want to commit to that, you can always head over to Buy Me a Coffee. Every single video that I come out with has a link to Buy Me a Coffee. You can leave a note there. I can respond to you in video form of why you decided to buy me a coffee. Absolutely cool stuff. But once again, join this channel's memberships. I love this. I always wanted to have my own video store. Now I got my own membership cards. Early access to everything. Guys, thank you so much after 2 months of not going live for joining me, for sticking with me, for getting me to 200,000 views. Guaranteed we're going to get to 225,000 views by year end, if not 250. We're going to make it to 3,000 subscribers and beyond. And I remember saying that when I hit 300 videos, I was going to make a video for you guys. I'm already at 350. I'm almost at 400. It happens like this. So just that quick as we rose up the ranks, we're going to keep on rising, and it's thanks to you. Guys, I'm Alex Thorn. Thank you so much for joining me. Continue to comment, like, subscribe, become members, and be on the lookout for the next review. See you guys. I got to rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you.
I mean, this never would have happened if it was me. Never. What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and I'm just a rock and roller who in his downtime likes to watch movies while wearing a bandana. And this time, because of your votes, I watched Speak No Evil. Now, before we get into the review, what I think about it and all that, even what it was up against in the poll, I just want to ask you guys to subscribe, like this video, comment down below about this subject, or anything else you want to talk about movie related. But let's keep it to this because I am so close to 3,000 subs. We are like 80 subscribers away. And if you feel a little bit extra and want to support the channel, you can always check out the section at the end about membership, super chat, super thanks, and all that. But now let's talk about Speak No Evil. Speak No Evil is a 2024 American psychological horror thriller film written and directed by James Watkins, a remake of the 2022 Danish-Dutch film of the same name. The film stars James McAvoy, Mackenzie Davis, and others. Yeah, I'm not getting into everybody else who's in this movie. It's a small cast. You basically essentially have two couples and a kid, two couples and a kid. That's throughout the whole movie. Right away, this movie throws you into the power play between these two couples. We get introduced to the daughter, who is very attached to this bunny, and there's a reason for it. Not a real bunny, but like a stuffed animal bunny. And there's a reason for it. It's whatever. But yeah, she's very attached to it. She apparently loses it, and guess who helps find it? James McAvoy's character, Patty. Now that they've interacted, they have brunch together. Patty invites the American couple out to his place to stay. The American couple is so at odds with each other that they jump at the opportunity once they receive the postcard to just add a little bit of excitement into this relationship, and off they go. Now, one thing that's really odd is they are in a Tesla going out to a place where there is no way to charge that Tesla whatsoever. And as time goes on, Patty and his wife and their child, who cannot speak because he has a particular condition that they mentioned in here, and since there's no internet, you can't look it up. And there comes a point in this movie where like they're all sitting in a living room drinking and talking, and it's the kid is upstairs just making noises and crying or whining or something. And they're Mackenzie's wife character, her character, man, I want to give her credit for standing up for what she believed in or what she thought in every time, but I cannot tell you how agitated I was with her, because there were so many times that she just looked a certain way or acted a certain way, and I'm like, in my eyes, just me, I was like, what the fuck is your problem? And her husband even told her that. The pansy that he is, he did mention it to her. What the fuck is your problem?
And I kept thinking that throughout the whole movie, that like there was a lot of things that Patty and his wife said and did that just were different than the way Americans are now, right? The Twitter, the X community. They're a little bit more raw, more real. They say what they feel, and you're in their presence, so you can't really say much about it, right? Etiquette. This whole movie is about, staying so adherence to etiquette and the way people say things that you don't even get yourself out of a bad situation because you're afraid of offending or sounding bad. Mackenzie was basically the voice of the audience, where she would feel and express being uncomfortable by constantly rubbing her neck. As time goes on and the tension grows and there's little hints of what lies beneath, because I feel like this movie could have been called What Lies Beneath as well. There's a lot of scenarios, and this movie runs an hour and 50 minutes. And I gotta be honest, even though I'll give you a little spoiler for the bandana rating here, even though the bandana rating is going to lean on the positive side, I do think that this movie just ran about 20 minutes too long. There are so many scenarios that they keep putting the family in because they get away. They come back, they get away, they almost get away again. They come back, they make these decisions consistently where they're there and they come back. And it's not even because they're dragged back in, but it's just like they keep giving up to this new way of parenting, this new way of not offending that's been around for like the last decade, really. Especially when there's a moment in this movie where, after a conversation about having a daughter and so forth, or having a family like they wish they had, Mackenzie's daughter is suddenly in bed after the drunk night with Patty and his wife, that they're in their underwear along with the boy. That's obviously reason to leave, and you want to leave. But when they leave, this little girl fucking wants that bunny, and neither one of these two parents have the gall or the do it. Tell her, fuck off. No. James' character in this, Patty, is very charismatic and very slick and very quick-witted to come up with different scenarios and fake things about why they do things this way, why he said things like this, what they have in common or don't have in common. Basically, throughout the entire movie, he is actually telling them what he's going to do, what his plan is, how he truly feels. But they just like deer in the headlights constantly. They're so weak. They're so weak. I cannot believe how weak they are. The first two acts of this film, like I said, I think there's like 20 minutes of the second act that can be cut out. The third act is so opposite. You know it's getting there, but the third act ramps up so much. Everything gets to this boiling point where it's very clear, where they know, I'm not going to spoil why they know it, but they know what's going on. Patty's character and his wife know that they know what's going on, so they know they have to pull this all together right now. It's not out of place. It feels like you've been building to this the entire time. And on that note, I think we need to get to what the bandana rating is for Speak No Evil 2024. And I'm going to give Speak No Evil 4 bandanas out of 5. This is damn near a perfect movie. If I wasn't so absolutely annoyed, which I know is probably the point at this couple. On another note, I think one of the most amazing things about it is the shape that James McAvoy got into, because I saw a interview where they were doing promotion for the film and he looked nothing like he did in the film. In the film, he is jacked, brother, and a menace. I think the biggest lesson from this movie can be, stop being so damn nice. It's okay to offend people. It's okay to also be different and do things differently than others and have an older system of doing things. It's also okay to be vegetarian, right? Like Mackenzie's character is in here, but she literally took a bite of food without telling him that she was vegetarian because she didn't want to offend him because they're in their home. Like, it's just wild. And I met people like this couple. And throughout this whole thing, what I haven't done is talk about the husband, because honestly, I would have slammed this husband several times. There should have been an arc for his character, like as typical for American movies. There should have been an arc for a character. There wasn't. She was stronger than him throughout the entire movie, her being Mackenzie and his wife. She was stronger than him throughout the entire thing. No wonder she cheated on you. You deserved it. Guys, let me know what you thought about Speak No Evil. Am I spot on? Am I right on? If you did see it, are you going to see it now? By the way, I saw it on Peacock. Are you going to watch it now after this review that I did? Are you going to check out and see how pansy one couple is and how, okay James McAvoy's character was in this in terms of his belief system? Let me know if you already saw it. Am I wrong? Let's talk about it in the comments. And if you want to talk about this movie and help support the channel, you can join this channel's memberships. That's right. Thorn Theater has real deal membership laminated cards for all of you Thornaholics out there and horror lovers. Not only that, but you get to request your own reviews. Let's say there's something out there you're really dying for me to review, but the masses may not want it, or it's not something that's gonna move the numbers. Guess what? You pay. You control the narrative. You get early access to videos, live only chats, as well as exclusive watch-alongs just for members right here on this channel. And if you don't feel like committing to that, you can always leave me a super chat, super thanks, or buy me a coffee. Buy me a coffee right now is a way that you can support somebody like me for making videos just for you guys, doing what we love to do. But guess what? If you buy me a coffee, at least you're fueling the journey. And right now, Buy Me a Coffee has an update to where when you leave your note of why you have gifted me coffee, I can respond back to you in video form. And with all that being said, once again, guys, if you stuck to the end, I am working on my EP. It has been a year doing this, and I am so close, like 98% loading close. And I'm gonna reveal an entire song to you guys once this is already, before everybody else gets to hear it. So make sure you subscribe, like, and comment going forward. I appreciate every one of you. I'm Alex Thorn, and you know what I gotta do. I gotta rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you. Guys, what can I say? This is a series that there's really not a bad entry, but we're gonna try to rank the bad boys from worst to best. What's going on, people? My name is Alex Thorn, and I'm just a rock and roller who in his downtime likes to watch movies while wearing a bandana. And this time we are ranking the Bad Boys franchise starring Will Smith and Martin Lawrence. These two guys were a staple in my childhood. Fresh Prince and Martin TV show were on my TV every single night. And when these two guys got together to make a movie and went balls out on cursing and shooting guns and all that action and all that stuff going on, I lost it. So with all that being said, let's get to the official ranking of Bad Boys. At the number 4 spot, I'm gonna give Bad Boys for Life Part 3 the 4th spot. By no means is it a terrible movie. Is it dumpster fire? Absolutely not. But there are a lot of things about this movie that make it the last in this ranking. The biggest being Martin himself, because he barely is in this movie. And when I say he's barely in this movie, I mean, yeah, he's on the screen, but he's not doing anything. Will carries this film about 80% of the way, while Amel does the other 20%. And I wouldn't even give Martin any action props whatsoever. He's really barely doing anything. And that brings it down, because you just expect him to at least do, 40%, 30% of the load, but he just does so little. The other problem with the movie is you can clearly tell they're trying to introduce a new team to us called Amel, and move aside the bad boys, which is a bad deal because they make somebody in this movie tougher than Will himself, which is his own son. But Armando is played in this movie very Hollywood-esque. It just doesn't come across great. You can also tell that Michael Bay is not directing this one. It's just not there. And there's a lot of movies about this movie that are not there. And because of that, it lands on the 4th spot in this ranking as the worst bad boys in this franchise. Coming up in the 3rd spot, I can't believe I'm saying this, but the original Bad Boys from 1995. As I said in the intro of this video, Will Smith and Martin Lawrence were a staple in my household. They still remain a staple today. So to see them doing all the cool shit that they did in Bad Boys and talk the way they did, cut it up the way they did, was just awesome. And then you have so many memorable scenes. Will Smith running slowly, Martin Lawrence playing the part of Will Smith, being braggadocious and trying to do all that stuff when he's a family man. Let's not forget about Téa Leoni, who was a great balance between the two. Every time she was on screen, she did really good. The story was great. The explosive ending to that movie was great, the climax. But because of the brand new movie, I have to put the original Bad Boys in the 3rd spot of this franchise ranking. Coming up at number 2 is the brand new Ride or Die Bad Boys 4. Man, you know, the directors of part 3 that just, you can tell they wanted to be Michael Bay, but they couldn't quite do it. They added their own flair a little bit. Speaking of Michael Bay, he does make a cameo in this movie along with Tiffany Haddish, a couple of TikTokers, and DJ Khaled. The directing duo of part 3 comes back here and does like 80% of their own style and 20% of Michael Bay, and this time it works because it's so impressive. You just cannot get away from how good they masked his age, but also how well they respected this franchise and added their own flavor. Bad Boys Ride or Die is a must own, and it lands on the number 2 spot of this franchise ranking. Coming in at number 1 is my favorite Bad Boys, Bad Boys 2. I mean, from the moment this movie starts, it is explosive and it never lets up. With all of the bombs, this is full 100% Michael Bay at his best, in my opinion. There's a chase scene on the highway where the bad guys, the Haitians, are literally letting cars go off the back of a tow truck. And Martin and Will, Marcus and Mike have to dodge that. Not only do they have to dodge that, but they're also trying to keep Marcus's sister, Gabrielle Union, safe, who does an amazing job coming in here. She's somebody that not only do they want, but the heel, the bad guy in the movie wants. Johnny Tapia. Johnny Tapia has personality. Johnny Tapia has a family. Johnny Tapia does his own thing in this movie to where you can remember his first and last name. I don't remember the first and last name of the bad guy in part 1. I don't remember the first and last name of the bad guy in part 4 that I just watched. But Johnny Tapia, I remember his first and last name. So he did a good job. There's so many cool things, from the intro with the KKK to the bombastic ending and the amount of explosions and houses being exploded, cars breaking through homes in Cuba, going downhill, a minefield. One of the most perfect action movies I've ever seen, along with the brand new Bad Boys Ride or Die. So Bad Boys 2 is the best Bad Boys according to Alex Thorn and Thorn Theater Reviews. Guys, how do you rank the Bad Boys series? Do you agree with me? Do you disagree? Down below, I want to know, because Martin and Will play such a huge role in my upbringing, that they play a huge role in my son's upbringing. I love this series. To me, this is better than Lethal Weapon. I know, sacrilegious, but it is. So guys, talk to me down below. Let me know, how do you rank this series? Which one is your favorite? Are you thinking about watching the brand new Bad Boys Ride or Die? And if you do, guess what? Talk to me about that too, because the review is up right now. And if you want to get access to reviews early, like when we go and review the next franchise that I just reviewed in my community post, you can join this channel. That's right, we've got 2 membership tiers for Plus and Ultimate. And for both tiers, you're gonna get stuff like exclusive shorts, polls to help the direction of the future of this channel, exclusive behind the scene posts, as well as if you join the Ultimate tier, you get to request your own reviews. You get to join exclusive lives that are only for members. You get your own real membership card mailed out to you, laminated just like the good old days. And guess what? If you don't feel like committing to that, you can also leave a super chat, super thanks down below, or you can go head over to Buy Me a Coffee. That gets me through. I need coffee. So go ahead, I'm gonna leave that right there. And one of the coolest things about Buy Me a Coffee is that when you do decide to do that, or you leave a tip, you can also leave a note. And when you do that, I can reply directly back to you via video form. That's right. That's a new thing that Buy Me a Coffee has enabled creators like me to do. And I want to be able to do that. And thank you guys for supporting small channels like Thorn Theater. Beyond that, you know what I gotta do. I gotta rock out so I can watch some movies, review them, rank them, and release a new single for you that's coming out soon. What is going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and it is Reaction Wednesday. And I started to search YouTube for the newest trailers, and right away I came upon a title that I did not expect. I am a huge fan of the original Hand That Rocks the Cradle, and apparently now Hulu is doing a remake of it. I'm not against remakes unless they're bad. So let's check out The Hand That Rocks the Cradle together.
Hi, we're considering hiring Pauline Murphy as a nanny, and I was curious about your experience with her.
She's amazing. Really became a part of our family.
What do you know about her, besides what she's told you?
You're wearing my dress.
Yeah.
You don't see what's been happening. They go into her room. They're in there for hours.
You're struggling again.
Is there something wrong with my mom? She's sad. Doesn't like herself. Your mom's pretending to be someone else. Who is she?
I know you're their friend, but this feels like my house now.
Emergency. Emergency.
You're my favorite.
I'm going with her!
What I want
Is for you to rot in hell.
You think if you try hard enough, you can stop bad things from happening. But you can't.
All right, Hulu's got me with this one, man. You know, just because the original was really good doesn't mean that they can't update it. And a movie like this can easily get lost in time. You know, there's been so many movies that have done this plot since the original Hand That Rocks the Cradle. You know, the one thing that I'm seeing here is the cast doesn't look anywhere near as captivating as the original cast. You know, the original cast is tough to beat. You have Rebecca De Mornay in the original. You've got Ernie Hudson. You've got Matt McCoy, who of course, right, and at least in my mind, is famous for his role in Seinfeld and the very few episodes that he was in that he just stole the show. But Julianne Moore, she was so good in the original. And the wife, while not captivating on screen, she played her role well. It's just there were so many other great actors in that movie that, you know, she kind of got overshadowed a little bit. But, you know, I'm gonna give this a shot. I will say this right now, they disappointed the hell out of me with the last remake that they did, which was White Men Can't Jump. I don't think you can create that kind of chemistry, ever recreate that kind of chemistry again that Woody Harrelson and Wesley Snipes had, and Rosie Perez. You just cannot recreate that, and or you can't tell that story and make it captivating unless you have something similar to that. They can pull that off. But with this movie, if they can really bring it up to speed and really make those characters pop and stand out, then they've got a good chance. The psycho, she looks pretty psycho. She's doing a good job of that, but everybody else has to do their job really well. So tell me, with us going into spooky season October, are you going to be looking forward to streaming the brand new reboot of The Hand That Rocks the Cradle on Hulu? Let's talk about it all down below. My name is Alex Thorn, and you know what I gotta do? I gotta rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you.
What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and it is Reaction Wednesday. And since I'm a huge Jurassic Park and dinosaur fan, I'm assuming Google knows that, and it suggested to me Primitive War, the trailer, over on Google Home when I was just strolling through there one day. And that was a few days ago. So now we're gonna check this out together, and we might have something new to look forward to outside of Jurassic World.
RT Vulture looking for SFC Baker. Yeah, you found them. You order, Sarge.
We all made some poor life choices, Baker. The old man would love to discuss the consequences with you.
3 days ago, I lost my Green Berets. There is something going on in that valley.
RT Vulture.
Reconnaissance is your business. And I need you all to find them for me.
What is it?
Track. Is it our guys?
No. Animal. Something big.
Telling you guys, there's monsters out here.
Hey, I dig that. Wow. You know, there's been this surgence of good-looking dinosaurs for like the last 3 or 4 years with Meg 2 and 65 having really good T-Rexes in them. For the longest time, let's not kid ourselves, dinosaurs outside of the Jurassic Park / Jurassic World universe
did not look good. I think the first time we really took notice of dinosaurs looking good outside of that was King Kong in 2005. That's when people were like, you know, they didn't look bad. But I gotta tell you, they still didn't look on the level of integration with the humans as Jurassic Park and Jurassic World. There was just still something about it that, as good as it looked, that you could still tell that they weren't in the same space with each other. And I feel like now, in the last few years, they have gotten to that level where they can make it look just as good as Jurassic Park and Jurassic World. Now this Primitive War that just said coming soon, so I don't know an exact date on it. You, everyone should be worried about movies like this when they hear about dinosaurs, because you run the risk of getting one of those sci-fi type of dinosaur movies, and Lord knows I don't want to watch that ever. But this looked really good, and I think having, you know, war and an army or whatever this is out there looking for their guys, thinking that another crew took them out when it was actually dinosaurs, and now they got to battle that. That is cool. So I'm down for it. I'm down to watch Primitive War, because on this channel, I will be doing a Jurassic World deep dive franchise review, as I've done with many others. You can check out the playlist on this channel. But what's going to happen beginning May 23rd is I will begin doing a live watch along of Jurassic Park, followed by a review that Friday. And the next week will be Jurassic Park Part 2, The Lost World, live watch along, and then review, and so forth, all the way up until we get to Jurassic World Rebirth. And then there will be an official ranking from there. So that's going to be about 2 months full of Jurassic Park goodness every Friday. Whew, it is going to be a lot of dinosaur action, and I hope you're here for it. So get subscribed down below. Guys, you know what I got to do? I got to rock out with my new EP, Rough Cuts. Watch some movies and review them for you. Ho, ho, what's going on? Merry Christmas to everyone. I am Alex Thorn, and it is Reaction Wednesday. And no, today I am not wearing a bandana, but wearing your traditional bah humbug Christmas hat. And yesterday when I was out at AMC theaters for Five Nights at Freddy's 2, I actually saw a poster while I was walking through the corridors of AMC and did not see a trailer. So I looked it up, and today we are going to watch the trailer for We Bury the Dead Together.
Tragic images emerge following the deployment of an experimental weapon.
Next, please. I'd like to join the body retrieval unit. Who was down there?
Just a little further.
My husband.
I want to make a difference.
There should be a way to get to the highway without them spawning us.
I know what you're going through, but if you find your husband, I hope you understand what that could mean.
The odd ones that do come back online are docile. You have nothing to fear.
You want to know why only some of them come back? They're the ones with unfinished business.
Is it true what they're saying?
They're getting more hostile by the day.
Just a little further. Just a little further.
Just a little further.
I can definitely tell you right now, that looks a lot better to me than 28 Years Later trailer that I did see in theaters yesterday. Being a horror fan forever, zombies obviously is just built into what you love. But everybody loves a different kind of zombie, and the zombies from 28 weeks, 28 days, 28 years just never got me. These kind of look like those zombies or seem to be as fast, but the premise of this looks a little more interesting to me. One thing that stuck out right away for me was this one shot of them riding a motorcycle on the highway. Directly has to be taken from the video game Days Gone, which is one of my absolute favorite video games. I've beaten it 100%. Their new DLC came out, and ever since that came out, I did purchase it, pre-ordered it actually, and haven't played the game much. I've been extremely busy, but that reminded me of Days Gone big time. If you're a Days Gone fan, please leave a comment down below. Let's chat about that. But you know, I find it interesting that she's looking for her husband. Obviously, he's probably going to be turned, you know, just like in Days Gone, he was looking for his wife. Nonetheless, this is coming right up in less than 2 weeks, January 2nd, and I haven't heard any hype for this. Before I saw it walking through the corridors, through the hallways of AMC, I didn't even hear about this movie. And that's that I've been looking for trailers for a while, you know, every Wednesday. And this trailer's been out roughly a month and I never saw it, never came across it. So it's kind of buried. What about you? Does this look like something you want to watch? Is this bringing you Christmas joy? As this video is the second to last video of the year, I do want to talk to you guys and let you know that I wish and hope that you have an amazing Christmas with those you love. And if you are alone physically, know that you aren't alone, because we are all fans of media. And if there's a movie that you love, I guarantee you there's others who love that movie as well. Please find a Facebook group, find YouTube videos, find groups that talk about the same things you love, because you are not alone, even if you are physically only alone in your home. Merry Christmas, everyone, from Thorn and family. I'm Alex Thorn. You know what I gotta do? I gotta rock out, open some gifts, watch some movies, and review them for you. What's going on, members? I want to bring you this exclusive trailer reaction from something that I don't normally watch, which is animated films. In this case, Marvel's Zombies. Now, I was a huge fan of the comic book of Marvel Zombies when it came out, but now they're coming out with an animated film, and we're going to check out this trailer together.
All the Avengers are dead. And they're coming for us.
All right, we got a world to save.
Namor.
Shit.
I tell you do that then.
Wow.
Whoa. I was not expecting all of that heavy metal with Marvel Zombies, but this is crazy to me because it's going to be on Disney, right? And it's got all that cursing and all that. I'm wondering if they missed an opportunity to release this in theaters. Do you guys think it would do well? You know, now that I'm thinking back to it about those comic books, I remember Zombie Captain America, and I want to say Zombie Wolverine. Those were really, really, really cool. But I didn't know, you know, this art style looks amazing. I didn't know that they were that was the whole gimmick, was that the superheroes turned into zombies and then the world had to protect themselves from that. I thought that they were zombies and they were just fighting crime as zombies now. I didn't know that they were the bad guys and now you have to face them. That's a pretty cool concept. I would think that that would be a very cool video game concept as well. But that trailer just kind of blew my mind. There's so much heavy metal, so much going on, so much fast-paced stuff. And the animation, like I said, looked great. It looked amazing. It looked like something that belonged on theater screens, to be honest. But I might have to get Disney Plus just to watch Marvel Zombies. What about you? Were you a fan of the comic book series? Did you pick up any of the action figures of Marvel Zombies when they've come out over the years? And will you be watching Marvel Zombies on Disney Plus? Let's talk about all that and more down below. I'm Alex Thorn. You know what I gotta do, members? I gotta rock out, watch some movies, and review them. You know, I grew up with this franchise along with Urban Legend and Scream and the rest of those movies that came out, but this one never felt like it needed a legacy sequel. What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and I'm just a rock and roller who likes to watch movies while wearing a bandana. And with I Know What You Did Last Summer 2025 being in theaters, and thanks to Our Life in Horror for reminding me that it's out, I went over to my local AMC theater and checked it out. When it comes to the plot, 5 friends inadvertently cause a deadly car accident. They cover up their environment and make a pact to keep it a secret rather than face the consequences. 1 year later, the past comes back to haunt them as they learn someone knows what they did last summer. I gotta tell you guys, I watched I Know What You Did Last Summer for this channel, somewhere around the time that the trailer was released for this one. I couldn't even make it to the review because I had forgotten everything about the movie outside of Sarah Michelle Gellar and her death scene in the movie, which was really brutal, way more brutal than I remember it to be. I say that because my impression of I Know What You Did Last Summer back in 1997 is kind of my same impression that I had when I watched it 3 or 6 months ago. It's kind of the same impression I have of this 2025 reboot. I think what stood out to me right away was this cast and this happy-go-lucky type of way that they tried to paint them in the first half of the movie. I was gonna walk out of the theater. I was just over it, but you know, I'm like, I gotta stay here, I gotta stay here. It wasn't as bad as, you know, Life of Chuck that I walked out of, but it was just like, what is the point of this? This is really bad. It felt like B/C level movie territory in the first half of the movie. And when you stick it out and you make it to the second half of the movie and the third act of the movie, that's when it starts to kick in to be like, okay, this is starting to come together as something. But I think honestly what really my impression of the entire movie is that it's not acted well. The acting is just really over the top. The writing is, these movies are very Scooby-Doo like, right? We watched a movie on this channel, My Bloody Valentine, and that did it too. They've been doing this formula forever. This is nothing new, which is what we're going to get into, is that they throw some very obvious people in your way to say, no, that's the killer. No, that's the killer. You know what? Maybe that guy's the killer. And I know that's what it's supposed to do, but they do it in such an overt way that you're just like, something about this again just doesn't feel right. So I know that when I watched I Know What You Did Last Summer a few months ago, there were a lot of chase scenes. And there's like little flashes in my brain of chase scenes in part 2. In this movie, you don't get the fisherman doing much of any chasing whatsoever. It's just a lot of times he just shows up there like he's magic. And other times there's these heavy foot, you know, these stomps while he's walking. And then there's other times in the movie where he's just directly behind somebody instantly. And it's just weird dynamic of stuff that's happening in this movie. So let's get to the bandana rating, and I'll say what I've been holding off saying this whole time. And for I Know What You Did Last Summer 2025, I'm going to give it 3 bandanas out of 5. And those 3 bandanas are specifically for this reason. This movie brings nothing to the table any different than My Bloody Valentine did, than Thanksgiving did, than there was a movie, Hard Eyes did. This is the same with no innovation or anything to bring you, you know, to want to watch this. So if you're a fan of the original and you go into this, you're just watching a worse version of the original, even though it honors that story. You're just watching the same steps and beats retold in a worse way. And if you're new to this movie and you're trying to, you know, get introduced to the old ones, they're not doing much with the old characters in this movie to make you want to go back and watch the original. So it doesn't bring anything new to the table. It doesn't do anything grand for the original, and it doesn't do anything new to introduce you to anything. I don't know. It's just a standard affair slasher film. And if you've seen one, you've seen 100. And if you've seen 100, you've seen 1,000 of them. And we certainly have, if you're a fan of horror. So I Know What You Did Last Summer 2025. Is it a bad movie? Is it a waste of time? No. Can you go and watch it and have a good time? Yes. But if you have to question yourself of like, oh, is this worth it? That's up to you. It's just perfectly fine to watch, waste some time once, and that's it. All right, guys, thank you so much for joining me on this review, and thanks to Our Life in Horror for reminding me about this movie being out. Check out the channel's memberships. Head over to Letterboxd and become a movie critic and make your voice heard there as well. And there's a ton of links down below that I would love for you to check out. Guys, I'm Alex Thorn. It is 1 in the morning. And I gotta rock out tomorrow, watch some movies, and review them for you. This is my first Arrow video purchase, and I gotta tell you right now, I will be purchasing more. What's going on, people? I'm Alex Thorn, and we are in October. It is Halloween season, and I had to start Halloween season off with Friday the 13th. This was just recently released from Arrow Video. It is my first Arrow Video purchase, and I gotta tell you right now, I'm a fan. The moment I saw the Arrow Video logo come up that I've never seen before, me and my son both said, yo, that's cool, when we were watching this. Now, I've seen this movie plenty of times, Friday the 13th, the 2009 remake, but I didn't realize that the entire time that I've been watching this movie, through its iterations, through DVD, Blu-ray, and now 4K restoration, that I was always watching the killer cuts and have never known what was different from the theatrical cut because I didn't see this movie in theaters. The moment I realized that this is probably added for the killer cut, even though the killer cut is all I've ever watched, was the sex scene in the cabin that just seems to go on forever. And I'm like, there's no way this went to theater with a sex scene this long. And I dived into the special features. It was the review with the writers of this movie, Mark Swift and Damian Shannon, when they came out and said that that scene was extra long and didn't work, so they had to cut it down. And they also mentioned that the sister, which is the main character that gets abducted by Jason in this movie, they wanted to cut back and forth between the sex scene and her getting up to the window. And they're like, it didn't work. No shit, it didn't work. They clearly in the movie state that they're upstairs. She's running on the ground. How does she end up at the same window upstairs that they're having sex at before Jason pulls her away? So it's stuff like that that I never realized before until I watched it on 4K. Just because maybe it just looks so good that I was ultra glued to the screen. Now, I'm telling you all of this while I also said I watched it with my son, but he had to turn around for that part and I put it on mute. So you guys don't have to worry about that. But Friday the 13th, 2009 is definitely remembered better now than when it came out. It was not received well. And at that time, the movie that really started all of the remake hype was Texas Chainsaw Massacre in 2003, which I loved. I loved that. I loved the beginning. And we know it went on to Texas Chainsaw 3D, which was But that got made, and then this got made. And following this was Nightmare on Elm Street. Nightmare on Elm Street deserved all the hate that it got. It deserves all the hate that it's going to get forever. And we'll talk about that another time. This movie deserves none of the hate. This movie, instead of being a shot for shot remake of Friday the 13th, thank God it wasn't, or completely changing the mythos. No, it takes Friday the 13th part 1, 2, 3, and little elements of part 4 and throws it all into this movie. Now let's be honest here. Part 1 has Pamela Voorhees, and for me, it's a drag. It's a bore. Then 2, you get introduced to Baghead Jason, but it's really the same formula as part 1. 3 is finally where we get to see Jason with his hockey mask, and I love part 3. This movie cuts all of that. It gives you part 1 in the opening credits. Boom. And up to about 30 minutes in, you basically have the best of part 2 with Baghead Jason. Then you go into hockey mask Jason, and then you've got its own original thing throughout the rest of the movie, and it takes some kills from some of the other movies. I don't see what's wrong with this film at all. At the time, there were complaints about him running. Jason was human before he became a zombie. He ran. He's a huntsman. He survived. And we also don't know anything. Even the most diehard Friday the 13th fans don't really know what Jason was doing prior to him drowning. The other thing that people complained about at the time was the underground tunnels. And there was a lot of confusion, even from my son, where he goes, did Jason build those? No, there were these underground tunnels that were built underneath from many, many, many moons ago. And that's one of the ways that Jason is able to get from one part of the camp to the other so fast without being seen. This movie, really, the credits don't start rolling on it. There's a first cast of characters that are all dead by 25 minutes minus 1. And that's when the opening credit shows Friday the 13th. Is after the first cast of characters that you end up liking and falling for is gone and eliminated in brutal fashion by Jason. And from there, we follow the brother of one of the participants of the opening that is looking for her. All of the cast in this is really good. The 4K itself is gorgeous. It's beautiful. This is a dark movie, but they managed to restore it to look really, 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 really good. You can see a lot of details in the forest. I have an OLED, so when it's dark, it's dark. Like those blacks are, you're not getting any more highlights out of those. There's no backlights back there, right? I think the thing I'm most happiest about, and I think it's the same thing that everybody's happy about with this release, is this damn box. This cover is just so cool. And yeah, I'm totally cool with paying $33 or whatever it is I paid for this cover. I mean, I was never highly impressed with the original Blu-ray cover. Just gotta tell you, man, this movie looks gorgeous, and this box is the most gorgeous thing about it. You know, if you haven't seen the movie in a long time, give it another shot, pick it up. If you're a fan, you gotta pick it up regardless. I'm gonna give Friday the 13th, the 2009 remake, 4 bandanas out of 5. What do you think of this beautiful 4K restoration? Let's talk about it down below. It's October, it's spooky season, and you know what you got to do if you want to see more horror? You got to join this channel's membership. That's right, Thorn Theater has real deal membership laminated cards for all of you Thornaholics out there and horror lovers. Not only that, but you get to request your own reviews. Let's say there's something out there you're really dying for me to review, but the masses may not want it, or it's not something that's gonna move the numbers. Guess what? You pay. You control the narrative. You get early access to videos, live only chats, as well as exclusive watch alongs just for members right here on this channel. And if you don't feel like committing to that, you can always leave me a super chat, super thanks, or buy me a coffee. And that's right, buy me a coffee right now is a way that you can support somebody like me for making videos just for you guys, doing what we love to do. But guess what? If you buy me a coffee, at least you're fueling the journey. And right now, Buy Me a Coffee has an update to where when you leave your note of why you have gifted me coffee, I can respond back to you in video form. People, let's continue down the horror train in October. I'm Alex Thorn, and I gotta rock out, watch some horror movies, and review them for you. As I clutch my cross, it's time to rank the Omen series. What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and I'm just a rock and roller who in his downtime likes to watch movies while wearing a bandana. And this time we are ranking the Omen series. Over the last month and a half, I have taken time out to sit down and watch this entire series for the first time. I didn't watch it ever before. Literally for this channel, you guys chose it. I started to watch the Omen series leading up to the very new first Omen. So let's get to it. Let's talk about all 6 of the Omen movies, from worst to best. Coming in dead last is the Omen 4, The Awakening. Now, guys, you all knew this was probably going to be dead last. If you're a fan of the series, then you definitely knew this was going to go way behind, because this movie is just done so cheap, and it is just so boring. If you've seen part 1, and if you've seen the remake, which you don't need to see the remake if you've seen part 1, the same thing can be said about part 4. It's the exact same thing. This time, instead of being born of a jackal, now you have Damien's daughter going once again to a political family that they really hammer down on. And the biggest difference being budget. And now we have a daughter instead of a son. And that's it. That is the only difference between these movies, because admittedly so, the ending of the movie tries to bait you with, you know, continuing the series somehow by giving Delia a twin. But this movie is so bad. The kills are so cheap. The little girl is so ugh. And just nothing about the delivery of what's on screen is good. I thought the story was decent. Like, we know the sequels are just retellings of the original movie, and there's going to be a ton of callbacks trying to do the same thing that the original movie did. But this movie just doesn't deliver on any of it. Coming in at number 5 is going to be The Omen remake, 2006, suffers from the exact same problem as Omen for the Awakening. This just, there's no heart to it. It's almost a shot-for-shot remake of the first film, and all it does is bring it up to date with newer actors and newer film technology, right? Because the original was shot on 35mm film. This is just super clean. I did not like the actors or the actresses in this movie. I thought the child who played Damien did pretty much the same thing. I'll actually link it up here right above that I did the first episode of the Versus series on Omen 1976 versus 2006, and this just doesn't have any of the magic of the original. It tries to bring some new ideas in by giving flashbacks, and you can see flashbacks or weird imagery of the jackal, which is just a person in a mask, unfortunately. It changes some of the scenes because I think, you know, as a society we were more sensitive to certain things, so it changes some of them. And then also for, you know, for sake, it does it. There's like one cool thing about this movie, and it's the death of the priest. That was it. The death of the priest is way gnarlier in the 2006 version than it is in the 1976 version, but outside of that, there's really no reason to watch this movie if you have seen the original. And even if you haven't, why start there? Coming in at number 4 is where you may disagree with me. The Omen 2, Damien. You know, I just could not get into this movie. It started out great. The first few scenes of this movie, which also I wanted to ask you guys, does anybody know if this movie was originally supposed to come out in 3D? Because if not, the way Shout Factory remastered this literally makes it look like it was supposed to be 3D. And that's not a bad thing, that's a good thing. But this movie to me just doesn't move the story forward. There's little things that it gives you that are interesting, but they don't follow up on them. I think the biggest, most confusing thing to me was anybody who even looked at Damien in this movie died. It's weird. Like, there used to be this thing where he could stare at you and that'll kill somebody. And if they were onto him, obviously there would be reasons for him to kill somebody, but he really didn't know he was doing it. In this movie, there's one emotional scene where he finds out who he is from Lance Henriksen, former orphan as well as a Satanist, and he's there to protect him. I guess instead of having the babysitter, we have Lance Henriksen. And guys, in my opinion, this movie just falls short of everything it tries to do. There's one really cool kill in it, maybe two, but really just one, the one with the elevator scene. There's a nice emotional spot in it where Damien finds out that he's the Antichrist and he's like, why me? And he does this running thing. Then after that, immediately he just accepts it. I thought that this movie was made for TV, much like Part 4, just because it skips out on a lot of gore that you think would be there. But I just never felt this movie. It starts out strong and then it just goes too long and just doesn't do enough. Coming in at number 3, The Omen 3, The Final Conflict, starring Sam Neill. This movie, to me, moved the series forward like it should. Not saying that Part 2 couldn't have been what it was, like just, you know, bringing it 7 years later. I thought that was cool too. But this movie actually achieves what it sets out to do, which is now Damien is officially in politics like he's meant to be. He's calling in shots to become higher up the food chain and to influence the children. There's some really, really wild scenes in it. The first death that they finally bring the dog back, it's really, you know, shocking. Like, whoa, is this where this movie's going? And it goes there, and it keeps on going. There's only one boring scene with dogs in it, but outside of that, it's a ton of footage of Damien accepting who he is, using that influence, and then there's a bunch of monologue scenes where he is not only recruiting Satanists, but he's also like talking to God. It's a good movie. It's a very good ending to the trilogy. Now, does that ending end with a boom? No, it doesn't. It's a very limp ending. And there's a lot of loopholes there that they don't follow up on in Part 4 because there's 7 daggers and he only gets stabbed with 1 and it just kills his mortal self. There's still 6 daggers left. I don't know if that was going to be followed up on. I don't know if that's in the books. I have no clue. But is this movie so much better than Part 2? Oh, yeah. Coming in Number 2 is the brand new First Omen. This movie at first had me confused because it just played out like any other religious horror movie that has come out in the last 15 to 20 years. And it also made me question, because of the day and age that we're in, why are we looking at women again? Like, now we're talking about women, really? And then it clicked. Duh, we're following Damien's mother. It is called The First Omen. So once all of that nonsense left my brain, I let myself immerse in the movie and what it was doing. There are a couple callbacks to the original that feel a little forced, but outside of that, this movie has a lot of shocking imagery. This movie left me and my 12-year-old kid feeling very uncomfortable, and maybe I was a little bit more uncomfortable because I was with my son and I didn't expect this movie to be that gruesome and have scenes like that. But I love what this movie does from, I would say, the middle of the movie going forward. That's when it really starts to ramp up. And it doesn't just ramp up in the last 20 minutes. It ramps up in like the last 40 minutes or so. And that's really good. There's some incredible scenery with the lead nun, the lead character in this movie, that is like as emotionally, she had to be spent doing it. And I don't want to give away too much. This is a ranking, but this is not a spoiler for this particular movie. At the end of the movie, in my opinion, it does a very Omen 4, The Awakening type of twist that I don't care for in order to set up the movie for further sequels. But if you take that out of the equation and you just give it the whole first half, man, this movie's good. And finally, coming in at the best Omen in the entire series is the original 1976 Omen. I mean, every single actor in this movie nails it. Not only that, but for something that is, so old at this point, it actually looks really good. Shout Factory, if you watch this on Hulu or if you actually buy the Blu-rays, they look incredible. This movie just doesn't feel old like that. The acting feels old for sure. Jeremy Peck, I believe is his name, and his wife, they do far better than the remake actors do. But, also Damien. Damien does such a great job as far as being an innocent child and then having moments where he looks evil, but it's not like he's menacing from every single time you see him on the screen. And then when it finally comes to the end where you have to make this decision to actually take out your own child, it's your child because you've been raising it, it's very tough. And Damien doesn't deliver those lines like he's trying to manipulate his father, even though you know that's what's happening. He delivers those lines like a child who doesn't want to get hurt by his father. And the ending of the movie is really unlike anything you've seen up to that point. Usually you want a very satisfactory ending where the evil dies and then maybe pops up back at the end. No, evil lives in this movie, which is why we got 6 sequels, and which is why The Omen lives on as the best version of this movie that exists. Guys, this was my first time ever watching any of these movies, and I enjoyed the hell out of it. It was such a great thing, and it all spawned from one comment that one subscriber or viewer left when I did my first Omen trailer. And he said, I like you a lot, but I really wish you would do some more research before you spout off whatever you're saying because you don't know the lore. I took that as a personal challenge to sit my ass down and watch every movie so I understood the lore. I even went and watched other guys' reviews to see how they explained it, if they could explain it better than I was understanding it. So that when it came to this video and when it came to just, watching the series again, talking about it with other fans, I know what I'm talking about. So thank you to that particular person who left that comment. And thank you to each and every one of you because this channel now is a YouTube partner. That's right. You guys made it happen. My consistency, which I was shocked that I was able to do 200 videos in less than 2 years. I've had so many YouTube channels over the years and none of them ever hit YouTube partner or the success that this has. Obviously something's clicking and I can't wait to build this Thorn community. I have just opened up YouTube memberships. So there's a ton of cool things that are coming to those and you guys got to check it out because from this point going forward, that rocket ship is going straight into the moon. You know what I'm talking about? You didn't think I was gonna let this video end without announcing the winner of the Omen DVD giveaway, did you? Of course, it's that time. And I gotta say, before I announce you, thank you for commenting, thank you for subscribing, and thank you for liking my videos. Sammy's Camera. That's right, you have your own channel, and I wish you best of luck. I just hit YouTube Partner, and I hope you hit YouTube Partner as soon as possible. Enjoy this journey. Don't get discouraged. Keep on reviewing and having fun on YouTube. But Sammy's Camera, hit me up on Facebook Messenger. There is a Thorn Theater page there. So hit me up there and we'll exchange information so I can get that DVD out to you as soon as possible. Again, Sammy's Camera, you're the winner. And thanks, brother. Guys, I'm Alex Thorn. Let me know down below what's your ranking of the Omen series. Do you agree or disagree with me? Let's talk about it. Let's keep all this positivity going. You know what I gotta do. I gotta rock out so I can watch some movies and review them for you. What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and it is Reaction Wednesday. We're doing something a little bit different this time. Actually, a few months ago, maybe even a year ago, I did something similar to this, and it was reacting to a subscriber's mystery box. That subscriber being Mike Stoverload, who has his own podcast entitled The Stoverload Rock Show. But Mike has sent over a mystery package for us to react to. We're gonna do that right here on camera right now. We're gonna check this out. It's always good, man. It's always amazing to see what there's goodies. Oh my God. That is a lot of VHS. So right off the bat, we got Julia Roberts in Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. There we go. That's cool. I've never seen that. Kevin Bacon in Stir of Echoes. Check out the little $3.99 logo on there too. That's pretty cool from Blockbuster. That's retro to see. One of my favorites. Unfortunately, I sold it, but now you got it back for me, my man. The Hand That Rocks the Cradle. And this is supposed to be watched soon on the channel because of the new one from Hulu, which I did a trailer reaction to. You can see that right here. Ah, classic, man. Jurassic Park. That is too cool. That is too cool. That is a favorite of mine. I've seen it once before in my life, but Eraser with the man, Arnold Schwarzenegger. And I think that's Vanessa Williams with him. Yeah, it is. I've only seen it once. It's going to be fun to dive back into this. The hell is this? Quills. Wickedly funny and sexy. This must be a joke, but I don't know what this is. We always include at least one that is kind of a joke. I'm assuming this is the one that's supposed to be funny because I don't know what that is. Oh, man. I actually went to the theater to watch this movie when I was a kid with my mom. The Bodyguard. With Whitney Houston and Kevin Costner, man. That brings me back. Thank you for that. That's good memories right there, my brother. Lethal Weapon 2. Mel Gibson. Danny Glover. Awesome stuff. Lethal Weapon Part 1. Dude, I haven't seen these movies in a long time. To get these on VHS again is watching them the way I remembered them, the way I watched them at first. I remember when this came out. My mother was a huge fan, and so was her boyfriend, my late stepfather. What Lies Beneath. Let's see, can we get a clean shot of that? There it goes. A white cover, so it's a little hard to see. It is also a Blockbuster video. It's a clean box, by the way, for that. Okay, he's been talking to me about this in comments for the longest time. We've got a movie sealed that I've never seen before, but I've heard plenty about. Legend. That's right. Starring Tom Cruise. Man, I've never seen it, but I've always thought that The Devil looked so cool. It's also a Ridley Scott film. Wow. You know, it's right now, this movie, the new remake, as well as the original, I believe just came to one of the streaming platforms. I Know What You Did Last Summer. And this is the 3-pack that includes not only the first one, the second one, which I do remember watching when it first came out, but I haven't seen it in a long time, but I'll Always Know What You Did Last Summer. And I've actually never seen that entry. Maybe for good reason, but one of these days we're going to watch it. Thank you so much. That is pretty cool. What do we got here? All right. I never heard of this. The Funhouse. What about you guys? Have you ever heard of this one? Never seen it. Look forward to it. That's pretty cool. On DVD. I've heard a lot about this. Partially read the book when I was a kid. It's the special collector's edition of Stephen King's Pet Sematary. I've never seen this movie. I've never seen it, but I've heard so many good things about it. So many good things. Another Stephen King sealed DVD. Silver Bullet. Never seen this. A lot of movies here that I haven't seen, man. That is awesome. Wow. Wow. Very cool. One of my favorites. I went to the theater to watch this with my cousins. The extended cut of Thomas Jane's The Punisher. Man, when this came out, we fell in love with it. The moment it got to DVD, we bought it, watched it over and over and over again. Since then, it's been sold, but thank you for sending me this, because I'm telling you, there's a lot of things I've sold in my life that I wish I never sold, and that's one of them. Now I got it back thanks to you, Stover. That's cool of you. Got something in the bag here? All right, so the last time I sent Stover a Thorn crate, which is what I call my surprise boxes, which, by the way, let me know down below in the comments if that's something you want us to start doing on this channel, is do raffles, to get a Thorn crate, just like this Stoverload box. I sent him this movie called Frantic with Harrison Ford. And he was just like, what the hell did you send me that for? But I'm assuming that's why he sent me Quills and he sent the movie back to me. So good one on you. We got some more movies in here. Oh, this looks awesome. And it's a slip cover. Oh, this is so cool. Short Circuit 2. How do you not love this 80s classic? Is this 80s or early 90s? I know the first one was definitely in the 80s. Okay, this is 88. Yeah, so this movie is so good, man. Johnny Number 5. So good. Oh, I haven't watched this in a long time. My favorite actor of all time is Eddie Murphy, and I've never owned one of his comedy specials. Raw. I love this one. I love this one. I've seen this before, I believe. I don't remember if this is the first or the second one, but I remember enjoying the second one a lot more. I think Delirious is the first one, right? With the red suit, and then this is with the blue suit, and this was more of my favorite. I've never owned one though. Hey, just speaking of Short Circuit 1. So now we got 1 and 2. I haven't seen these movies in succession ever. Saw them years apart, and then would see another one, and then years later would watch another one. But now we got them and can do it back to back, man. That is cool. What else we got here? Man, there's a lot of movies. All right, Sealed Up. The Last Starfighter, 25th anniversary. Wow, I've never seen this at all. I don't even know about it. It sounds familiar. There it goes, without the glare. It sounds familiar, but I've never watched this movie. Wow, that's pretty cool. Never even heard of it. All right, so we have a movie here, but it has a note. This note says, I want this back when you're done. And this movie is Wes Craven's Deadly Friend. I'm not familiar with this one, man. I've never heard of it. It says Breakfast Club version of Bride of Frankenstein. See if I can see. Oh, 1986. Wow. I've never seen this, man. Never even heard of it. Deadly Friend. I like the blue nail polish she's got on. That stands out right away. Man, just as many Blu-rays, if not more, than VHSs. All right, we got something right here. Ooh. All right, this is for my son, 7, Venom. It's got 88 on the back. It says Venom, and then it's got him on the front. This is going to be cool. I'm going to be presenting this to him tomorrow because his birthday is coming up. And then, oh, final. We've got some comic books. We got Spider-Man and Venom. I used to be hugely into comic books when I was younger, and then still a little bit when I was in my 20s too. Ah, there it goes. Perfect. No glare. Look at that. And then we've got Batman Special Edition and a first look at Fear State and I Am Batman. Check this out. Me and Stover are both huge Batman marks and fans. I cannot say thank you enough. I think out of all of these movies, right off the bat, what I'm most excited to watch is the one you want back, to be honest with you, Deadly Friend. I think this is going to get popped in this week for sure because I don't know anything about this film. I don't know anything about this movie when it comes to DVD. And when it comes to VHS, I believe the first one I'm going to definitely pop in is The Hand That Rocks the Cradles, because I've been wanting to review this for a Does It Hold Up, especially because the new one is on Hulu, the remake or remaster or whatever they call it, reimagining. But more so than that, this movie is one of those movies that stuck with me when my mother or her boyfriend, my first stepfather at the time, whatever, rented it. You know, for me, when did this come out? This came out in 91, I believe. 91, 92, something like that, around that time. Yeah. Anyways, I don't want to bore you guys, but yeah, around the time that this movie came out, I was probably 6, 7 years old or so. And just what was going on in that movie freaked me out completely. And it never left me, that story of that crazed babysitter that wanted to take over the entire family. So I want to revisit that feeling, and especially because it's in VHS form, this is the perfect way to watch it. Thank you so much. This has been an amazing box, an amazing mystery crate from Stoverload. And if you want to see the Thorn crate that I sent to him, check him out on Facebook, Mike Stover. And again, he has the Stoverload Rock Show currently on Badass Radio Network. And this is going to go to my son, 7. Guys, it has been a blast reacting to this for the first time with you. Let me know what else you want me to review or react to. I'm Alex Thorn, and you know what I gotta do. I gotta rock out, just like I did on Halloween. As you see the footage right there. Watch some movies and review them for you.
Who knew that Tyler James Williams from Everybody Hates Chris would grow up to be kind of a pansy in a Lifetime movie? What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and I'm just a rock and roller who in his downtime likes to watch movies while wearing a bandana. And as we are talking today about this Lifetime-esque movie called Amber Alert, I want to send a message to you guys and ask you to please click the subscribe button, like this video, comment down below, and let me know what you think about this as you're watching it or at the end. Of course, there's always ways at the end of the video that I'm going to announce how you can become a member of the channel, where you get tons of extras, as well as tip me and buy me a coffee if you so please. But with all that being said, let's get to Amber Alert. A rideshare becomes a high-stakes game of cat and mouse when Jack and Shane receive an Amber Alert on their phones. When they spot the kidnapper's car with the girl in the back seat, they desperately race against time to save her before it's too late. Now, right away, I just want to say this stars Tyler James Williams of Everybody Hates Chris fame and Hayden Panettiere from Scream and Heroes fame. At least that's where I know them from. I haven't seen Hayden in a movie since Scream, but also she's been scattered throughout the movie universe. And I've heard that she's had her troubles, and I'm glad she's bouncing back from those. But one thing she does and always does, and does it well in this movie, is transfer emotion. When she is conveying something to you via the screen, it really comes across. And that's one of the things I can say I liked about this movie before I get into any more plot. On the other side, Tyler came across much weaker as an actor than she did. I understand in this movie what he's going through. He's got a baby mama who's on top of him constantly. He is separated from his kids. It's actually his kid's birthday today, the day of the movie. And now he's in this ride share with this woman who is taking him on this ride. But at the same time, there are moments in this movie where he has an opportunity to be a man and step up, and he does not. With the premise I mentioned to you earlier, it was very interesting. I didn't even finish the entire trailer before I pressed play on the movie because I was so into the trailer. I thought it would escalate quicker than it did. This movie runs a perfect 90 minutes or so, but it does not feel like 90 minutes because the first 2 acts of the movie, are they a drag. There are a lot of moments and a lot of little scenarios, such as one where they actually stop the guy who they think is of the Amber Alert. Mind you, they have not released the license plate, but she feels like this is it. Once he pulls over, he claims that his daughter's in the backseat. That's what they saw when they passed by. And Hayden is very strong in her role, very stone and very believable that she cares and is determined. And you can see this because she's also a career woman. But in this moment, they actually buy into his BS and let him go. And eventually there's a little part in the movie that is, I don't want to say it's unbelievable, but it's unbelievable. And I get it, for a movie, we can let it slide. But there's a moment in the movie, and I won't go past this too much, that she comes up across the car, drops her other AirPod into the car to track it and hear the conversations when she has somebody call her, picks it up, and she can hear everything clearly. This is where she gets his phone number because he called somebody. The next part of it is just a real big drag. After that, there's just nothing happening in this movie, and you really have to stick with it. Does that make it disappointing? No, but does it make it a drag? Yes. By the end of the movie, there are some chilling visuals. I will kid you not. There are some things that were seen in the third act that I was just like, oh my God, that is wild. The eventual place where they arrive to, where the little girl is, really feels like a home straight out of Texas Chainsaw Massacre. It takes this sudden shift. There's even a part at the end when they find the little girl and they say she won't have to see him anymore. There's like this doll behind them that I swear, I didn't rewind it, but I swear that the doll talked and they looked at the doll and then they covered the doll up. It's moments like that in the third act that was just like, wait. Where was all this in the rest of the movie? And with this being a Lifetime-esque movie, and it's starring 2 pretty good actors, I think we get to the bandana rating for 2024's Amber Alert. And I'm gonna give this movie 3 bandanas out of 5. It was not a terrible movie. It wasn't a great movie. It certainly wasn't a waste of time, but it was okay for one watch, and it had some ideas and visuals that's stuck with me, and forever in the future, I'm pretty sure I will be able to look in the compact areas of my brain, of my mind, and tell people about how things happen in this movie. But would I want to watch it again? Not unless a chick asked me to. But I'll tell you one thing, if you guys want to talk about this movie and more, there's actually a couple places you can hit up. One is Letterboxd. And if you don't know about Letterboxd is a social media site for movie lovers. And if you love my reviews and other reviewers here on YouTube, I'm pretty sure they have a profile on Letterboxd. This is video, that's the written word, and you can interact with it and you can see a log of all of the films that we have reviewed and all of the films that you have reviewed once you create your profile on Letterboxd. There's tons of exclusive opportunities for sneak previews and early showings through them. So I'll catch you on Letterboxd. But if you want to get more personal right here on this channel, you got to join this channel's memberships.
That's right. Thorn Theater has real deal membership laminated cards for all of you Thornaholics out there and horror lovers. Not only that, but you get to request your own reviews. Let's say there's something out there you're really dying for me to review, but the masses may not want it, or it's not something that's gonna move the numbers. Guess what? You pay. You control the narrative. You get early access to videos, live only chats, as well as exclusive watch-alongs just for members right here on this channel.
And if you don't feel like committing to that, you can always leave me a super chat, super thanks, or buy me a coffee.
Buy me a coffee right now is a way that you can support somebody like me for making videos just for you guys, doing what we love to do. But guess what? If you buy me a coffee, at least you're fueling the journey. And right now, Buy Me a Coffee has an update to where when you leave your note of why you have gifted me coffee, I can respond back to you in video form.
And with all that being said, guys, we are in the new year 2025, and I am on the road to 3,000 subscribers. We are about 80 away right now, and I need you to spread the word about Thorn Theater reviews as much as you can. When you hit that like, when you hit the comment section and talk with me, and you hit that subscribe button, you're letting other people on the algorithm know that I'm somebody worth checking out. So with all that being said, we got new goals for 2025. I'm Alex Thorn. You know what I got to do. Rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you.
Guys, what's going on? So I just got home from an early screening of The Wolfman, and thank you to Blumhouse for sending me out via email. It was just the coolest experience ever to see a line of people and then get told from the person who was escorting us and all that, if you got invited in this form, in this way, please step to the front of the line. You guys are going up there first. And I was part of that crew, and that was cool. So thank you once again, Blumhouse, for hooking me up, and Thorn Theater. But I can't give you guys details about this movie, but what I can say to you is this. I think the movie is directed well. I think it's very atmospheric. It's very old school. And I think that people have greatly freaked out about the way the Wolfman looks. I think if you go and watch this movie with thoughts already from the trailer and leaks and whatever else, I think you're not gonna dig it because you already have your mind set. But for somebody like me who saw the trailer months ago in the theater, didn't even do a trailer review on this channel, I went in pretty blind about this, and I was pleasantly surprised at the movie. If you like old school horror, not jump scares, if you like the feeling of claustrophobic and like not knowing what's in the woods, and you know, little cues but not sound cues, like, you know, the breath rising from somewhere, or hair, you know, just kind of flying in the air, cool things that are not jump scares. Some way, somehow, Blumhouse did it with this movie. I think you're gonna dig it. So once again, the full review is gonna come out Friday, but that is my immediate thoughts on Wolfman. I think you're gonna like it if you go in blind. Check out the full review this Friday, guys. If the goal of the filmmakers was to make me squirm in my seat, they got the job done.
What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and I'm just a rock and roller who in his downtime likes to watch movies
while wearing a bandana. And thanks to AMC's Screen Unseen, I was exclusively invited out to check out 10 days early, mind you, Bring Her Back. A brother and sister witness a terrifying ritual at the secluded home of their new foster mother. No, there's so much more to this movie than that simple description. And like, if you didn't know anything about this movie, much like the person I took to the theater to watch it with me, you would not think that that description fit what we saw. And so Bring Her Back is from two brothers who also made Talk to Me. And Talk to Me was highly rated and praised by many. Not by me, but by many others. And I can give it credit for getting that praise, right? Just because I didn't like it, just because I didn't care for it, doesn't mean that my opinion is the be all end all. That is just Alex Thorn's opinion. And if many, many, many other people like it, then so be it. And A24, as I've mentioned before on this channel, they've kind of lost me when it comes to their horror movies. They're gross. Now, Sora Wong, who plays Piper, does an incredible job at being caring in her role, at being this light in a very dark movie. Even though she's blind, you can just sense this kindness off of her throughout the entire performance in this movie. And when she's surrounded by Laura, the foster mother, and Ali, this mute child, she is incredibly standing out as something positive. And her older brother, Andy, who's watching over her, is very caring for her and very likable. I would like to say that both Andy and Piper, not only the characters, but the actors that portrayed them, come off as very likable. And then Laura, who is the foster mother, who is absolutely batshit insane, and her backstory of trying to recover her daughter who drowned, Kathy, is very believable in her role, but she does a good job in her role. There's things that Laura is doing throughout the movie, which sets up the second act, which is her trying to do a lot of stuff to keep Piper. There's a threat of within 3 months, Andy is going to turn 18 and apply for guardianship of Piper. And in my immediate reaction short that I did to this, I mentioned Pet Sematary. And, you know, obviously the cat isn't out of the bag entirely with the trailer, but something is going on with Ali, very Pet Sematary-like. And Laura has been watching some old school .NET rituals on VHS that have to do with Ali and what her plan is for Ali and Piper and Kath. And I don't want to give away too much about this movie other than things that you can see in the trailer. So this will not be a long review, nor will I give it an actual star rating at this moment. But what I will do is tell you that there's a lot of gore in this movie. To me, the gore felt unnecessary the way it was happening. There are some time jumps, some things that happen, and I'm like, that's not how that would go whatsoever. But I will say this, I like this movie a lot more than I disliked Talk to Me from the same brothers. This movie is a slow burn. It takes a long time to get to where it's going, but when it gets there, you're invested, okay? You are invested. All things are not clear in this movie though. When we get to the third act, even when those credits start to roll, things are not very clear about what's happening. There's something that happens in that third act that I completely, even now, wanting to tell you so badly, I disagree with. And I don't think it should have ended the way it did. I don't think there's certain thing that happened there that needed to happen. Some movies can leave you with almost no hope at the end. And this is one of those movies that ends very sadly. And it's just like, that's, you know, it's not really what I want to feel, especially when this has been building up, being so dark in nature and tone up to the very end. I needed something to draw me back in, to bring me back, brother. Bring Thorn back into the movie. And this one did not do it. So at the end of the day here, right now, I'm not going to give this movie a full bandana rating. We'll wait till the movie comes out to do that. But what I will say is, if you liked Talk to Me, you'll like Bring Her Back. If you didn't like Talk to Me, but you like Pet Sematary, you'll like Bring Her Back. And if you're just looking for something to watch and spend your hard-earned cash on that's horror, I think you'll enjoy this movie. Just understand that it is a slow burn and it is dark, and be ready to see some crazy shit. Guys, with all that being said, I want to thank AMC for sending me out to Screen Unseen. I didn't know the first time they sent me out that this is also something they offer to everybody, but I am grateful for the emails saying, hey, do you want to come and check it out? AMC, thank you. People who are watching this, thank you. And if you get a chance, check out this channel's memberships. Check out my account on Letterboxd. If you want to, buy me a coffee for bringing you these reviews. And if you are a fan of rock music, check out my EP, Rough Cuts, that's available everywhere right now. I'm Alex Thorn, and you know what I gotta do. I gotta rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you. Some novels work as movies. Some novels work as series. This ain't one of them. What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and I'm just a rock and roller who in his downtime likes to watch movies while wearing a bandana. And my local theater right here in Chicago, Logan Square Theater, was holding what is now a brand new Wednesday $5 movie night. Let's put it that way. And I've been meaning to go there for the longest time. It's been a while since I've been to my local theater. It's literally 5 minutes, not even that 3-minute walk away from me. Right here on the Strip. And if you live in Chicago, then you're definitely well aware of Logan Theater. If you're not, you need to be. There's been this uptake of slasher movies being released, and you know, there's been a lot more blood in theater releases. So I was slightly curious about Clown in a Cornfield. Now, I have not seen a trailer for this movie yet. I have only heard hype about the movie in the movie community, and the story is simple. Looking for a fresh start, Quinn and her father moved to a quiet town of Kettle Springs. They soon learn the fractured community has fallen on hard times after losing its treasured factory to a fire. As the locals bicker amongst themselves and tensions boil over, a sinister grinning clown emerges from the cornfields to cleanse the town of its burdens, one bloody victim at a time. Now look, there are a group of teenagers. One specific teenager who is the main character, Quinn, moved there with her father, who her mother passed away this summer. So her father and her are moving to this quiet town because he's a doctor. They had a doctor opening, so they're moving there. We've seen that tons of times. There's a group of teenagers. We've seen that tons of times. There's disgruntled old people. We've seen that tons of times. There's this rift between the old people and the young people. It's all there. And when you split a movie into 3 acts as it should be, that is what this first act is all about. We get to the second act, and by the second act, Quinn has found interest in the mayor's son, Cole. And Cole seems to have an interest in her. Seems, because that notion is going to get confusing and then torn down and shoved in your face by the end. It's when this movie hits the middle, the second act, that it goes from typical to, what's going on here? It devolved into something that I was quite confused of, and I'm just gonna go ahead and spoil this for you, is that the clown in a cornfield is not a clown. It is a person in the mask. I won't reveal who the person is, because then that person becomes persons. And there's a bunch of people in masks in this movie as the clown. And I forget what the name of the clown is, Friendo or some shit like that. And at that point, for me, all right, for me, I like a character that we can't explain. And I'll tell you why I like a character that we can't explain, that we have to find its origins, but we can't really explain what the origins are. And if they were once upon a time human, maybe something got a hold of them, or they made a deal where they fell into something that made them inhuman. I like stuff like that. And when this movie called Clown in a Cornfield gives you deaths that have a lot of strength in the death, in the killings. I'm talking about rakes lifting people up really high and strongly. I'm talking about people's heads flying off. I'm not talking about stabby, stab, stab. I'm talking about stab going through a person to the other side. That is not human strength. That is the strength of something you can't explain. And when you've got several people doing that, and you even have somebody talking behind the masks in certain scenes, a regular human voice, it gets killed for me. There's a lot of hinting to what I've talked about earlier, where this seemed interest from Cole to Quinn comes to play and comes to fruition in the third act. And in this third act, we have this Scooby-Doo dynamic to the reveal of who is under these clown costumes. And even more so at that point. Here's the deal. I like the third act of this movie. I really do. I even like the motive of it. And at that point, I didn't know this movie was a novel till before I turned on this camera. But in the theater, as the reveal was going on, I said, this would work really well as like a book. Because in a movie, you have this issue of those people moved like that clown did, or those clowns did. Those people had that strength. I don't think so. So I totally forgot to mention this in my review, but one of the things that I thought was really freaking weird about how this movie went about it, which I'm sure in the novel it explains it more, but in the movie they just didn't put the effort to do it or something, was, you know, the older people were about preserving legacy, preserving tradition, created this corn syrup or some shit and create lasting character for it. And the younger people are like, you won't accept change and you won't listen to us, but we're the future. How? At no point do they actually, the young people in the movie, actually give you a reason to listen to them or anything. They don't present anything. So it's like, well, the old people kind of have a point a little bit. But young people, I'm willing to hear you out. If you say something, they don't say shit. So yeah, back to the review. And finally, before I give you a rating for Clown in a Cornfield, I just want to say this, which is, I thought the cast was likable, and there's one person in this movie who brought a smile to my face. And if you see this review, Will Sasso, you are an incredible actor. And the moment I saw you pop up on screen, brother, I was just like, oh man, he's in a movie in a theater, and I haven't seen him on the big screen in a long time. You have been putting a smile on my face since I was 10 years old, and continue to do what you do. You are a very, very talented individual. As for Clown in the Cornfield, I am going to give it 2 bandanas out of 5. This movie to me just felt very confused on what it wanted to be. As I said, first act was very typical. Second act was just confusing to me. Third act was very Scooby-Doo-ish with a what I feel is an unnecessary agenda thrown into it. And yeah, it's just all over the place. I could see this notion working as a, 8-part series on Amazon or Hulu or something like that. But as a movie, it didn't work for me. They had an opportunity to give you a clown figure that, we could talk about, Friendo, and it's not. Friendo is just a costume. It's not a person, it's not an entity, it's many people and whatever crap. So yeah, 2 bandanas out of 5. It is going to come to Shudder because it is a Shudder original. So if you already have a Shudder subscription, you don't have to go out to the theater and waste money on it. Yeah, I don't have nothing more to say about this movie. It was fun and dumb until it wasn't. And with all that being said, guys, earlier I mentioned Letterboxd, and if you like my reviews here, and there's other people you follow here for reviews, I'm sure they're on Letterboxd too. But you can be a critic just like us by joining Letterboxd.
And if you don't know about Letterboxd, Letterboxd is a social media site for movie lovers. And if you love my reviews and other reviewers here on YouTube, I'm pretty sure they have a profile on Letterboxd. This is video, that's the written word, and you can interact with it, and you can see a log of all of the films that we have reviewed and all of the films that you have reviewed once you create your profile on Letterboxd. There's tons of exclusive opportunities for sneak previews and early showings through them. So I'll catch you on.
And if you want more content like this, and you want to go behind the scenes and see some posts, and also have exclusive lives and have a chance to review a movie on this channel yourself, you got to check out this channel's memberships. That's right, Thorn Theater has real deal membership laminated cards for all of you Thornaholics out there and horror lovers. Not only that, but you get to request your own reviews. Let's say there's something out there you're really dying for me to review, but the masses may not want it, or it's not something that's gonna move the numbers. Guess what? You pay, you control the narrative. You get early access to videos, live only chats, as well as exclusive watch-alongs just for members. And if you don't feel like committing to that, you can always gift me a super chat, super thanks here on YouTube, or buy me a coffee. Buy me a coffee right now is a way that you can support somebody like me for making videos just for you guys, doing what we love to do. But guess what? If you buy me a coffee, at least you're fueling the journey. And right now, Buy Me a Coffee has an update to where when you leave your note of why you have gifted me coffee, I can respond back to you in video form. And that's enough shilling for me, but maybe it's not, because you also got to check out my EP Rough Cuts, and I'll leave the link for that down below as you see it right over here on the corner. It has been awesome to rock and roll. I'm working with the new publicity company that had me go to Fozzie's show out here in Belvedere, Illinois, and I'm getting to know so many people. Rock and roll is not dead, people, and I'm here to prove that as well. So check out my new EP, Rough Cuts. It is out right now on your favorite streaming platform. I'm Alex Thorn. You know what I got to do. Rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you. What is going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and it is Reaction Wednesday, and I don't know what is going on here. I think it's too soon to release another Little Mermaid movie, but here we are, and I know there was a bunch of controversy with the last one. I see that it's Lionsgate. Let's check this out together.
We've discovered a temple.
This is an incantation against evil spirits.
We can be famous!
Where can I find this man?
A European woman wanting to sell some pieces. You may be the only person who can help. You know what they are?
An ancient sea god. Can you tell her that I'd like to meet with her?
Doctor.
Beautiful, mysterious.
I'm quite drawn to you.
Professor, you saw it? Whatever it was.
Mermaids are beautiful creatures.
They also lead unsuspecting men to their deaths. Forgive my suspicions.
Suspicions?
Are you accusing my new girlfriend of being a mermaid?
Why would you be suspicious of me? Driven by curiosity. The world will be as it was.
We have to stop her. The only way to stop the ancient evil by sacrificing a human.
You need to stop, okay? You're losing it.
You still want to hang out with me after I called you a mermaid?
Why? Okay, wait. Hold on. So, I totally understand turning Little Mermaid into something like that. And I think the original lore is of this nature. And I get it. But, okay, let me rewind, okay? The cartoon, all right? The cartoon of Little Mermaid is my favorite Disney movie of all time. And it remains my favorite Disney movie of all time. No problem. When the new one came out, the live action one, I didn't take offense like every other stupid person that took offense did, because My Little Mermaid was always going to be the cartoon one. Nothing you put out today is going to match it for me. I'm not going to watch it. It's not a big deal to me. I love what that particular newer live action Little Mermaid did for little girls that looked like that Little Mermaid. Totally cool. This, I guess my problem is like two things here. One is that they call it the Little Mermaid. Did the IP give out on this? Do you want a lawsuit? Why are you allowed to call this and cause confusion by calling it the Little Mermaid? Why not call it anything else? The Mermaid. Maybe come up with something else from the Disney movie that they used, a term or something that you could use in this movie, right? Why would you call it the Little Mermaid? To cause confusion in the market. I know that's what it's for. You know that's what it's for. I think it's a bad move, especially with a big company like Disney who can come down on you. Secondly, this doesn't look good. And the actress they played to play this temptress Little Mermaid looks like a woman that you pass by a zillion times a day that is very uninteresting. It just doesn't look good. And I don't know. It's just, I don't like that they called it the Little Mermaid. I don't like that. I guess maybe the IP or something gave up on it. I don't like that. I think this movie looks like crap. I will not be watching this movie. Honestly, it looks like it should be on Sci-Fi or something like that. If you're anybody that worked at Sci-Fi, you know you make shitty movies. So it is what it is. Guys, I don't know. Let me know what you think about this trailer. Is this something you're going to watch? I know for a fact this is not going to come to theaters at all. Lionsgate probably has a special straight to, Fandango at home release for this, and Amazon Prime charging people $3-4, and then eventually it'll be on Pluto, Crackle, and Tubi or some shit. Yeah. I'm Alex Thorn, and you know what I gotta do? I gotta rock out, watch some good movies, and review them for you.
What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and today it is Reaction Wednesday, and it's a whole different type of reaction video. Usually I'm reacting to trailers or music videos. Today I am reacting to this Stoverload box that I got sent. I usually get one sent to me every year around holiday time, and it is from my personal friend Mike Stover, former host of the Stoverload Music Podcast. He is a huge physical media junkie. He's always in and out of like these physical media stores in Green Bay, Wisconsin, as well as thrift shops. Let's react to this together because I'm very sure that he is going to include plenty of cool stuff in here that we probably are going to review and watch on this channel. So hang in there with me. A little bit of a different video today. What do we got here? Paying homage. So we got a wolf fleece. Pretty cool. This is paying homage to my wrestling days, my pro wrestling days, as I was named the Lone Wolf Alex Thorn. And that's actually where Mike and I met, was at a wrestling show. He was a wrestling fan, came to the show, and he just had that brain that worked overtime, always had ideas, so we brought him in. So we've got this. Wow. We've got old school RoboCop. Sealed card set, 9 cards from Topps, 1 sticker, 1 stick of bubblegum, which are we gonna be eating that? I don't know. That's pretty cool. Oh, Nightmare on Elm Street stickers. 6 of them. Check that out. I don't know if you guys can get a good shot of it. There we go. Whoa. That is cool. I've never even seen those stickers before. Oh man, there's a lot of physical media up in here, guys. We'll start with stuff that's not physical media. We've got an LED room projector. This is pretty sweet. I already know somebody's room in this place that can use this. This is awesome. So it'll project like the moon and the stars and all that stuff up to the ceiling. For sure, I think my son will love this 110%. So we've got something that is heavily padded up here. I want to see what this is without cutting myself. And I'm making a pizza for me and my kid right now, and it smells amazing. Still got a timer on there too. Get this baby open. Oh, sorry, I'm touching the microphone. As you guys see, no BS. I'm always using my Hollyland microphones, and this is completely transformed, you know, the channel, how I do things. Once again, paying homage to my wrestling career. This is gorgeous. This is a Wolves plate. Look at this 3D plate. How cool is that, man? Whoa. Yo, this is cool. Mike, I know you're gonna see this video, brother. This is amazing. We got some comic books from Marvel Free Spotlight. That's cool because I'm not as much today, but I still have every single comic book I ever had as a kid. I still have it today. These are cool. So we got Spectacular Spider-Man. My kid is a huge Spider-Man freak right now. Loving it. All right, let's get to it. Physical media. First and foremost, I've never seen this. It's pretty cool to have. It's definitely going to be on the channel. The Fog VHS. The brother knows me, man. He knows when it comes to DVDs and it comes to Blu-rays, I can do all that on my own. But the VHS, always something special. Never have seen this with Jamie Lee Curtis and Adrian Barbeau. Very cool. Did they rewind it? They sure did. They were kind enough to rewind.
This will be a future Does It Hold Up and a first time watch on this channel for sure. We got something called, whoa, Wired to Kill. Oh, from Lightning Video. I've never even heard of this movie. Check this out. This is gorgeous, this cover. Wow. Wired to Kill. It's a booby trap. One false move in your history. Toy robots that once seem innocent are actually wired to kill. That's cool, man. That's a Does It Hold Up on this channel. This was very popular when I was a single digit child. Never seen it. But it gets 2 thumbs up from Cisco and Ebert. We're talking about The X-Files. For this to be a movie, I believe first, and then become a TV show with the same stars, that's wild, man. Never seen it. A future Does It Hold Up again. Wow. Continuing with that comic book thing, we got X-Men Magneto. Oh my God, look at this. Look at this. Check this out. This is something special right here. Blue and white insert. Me and my kid will watch this. This is a single episode. 25 minutes. Fuck, that's cool. Ooh. All right, Silver Bullet from Stephen King. Again, something I've never watched, never seen before. Pretty cool. Very cool. Clean VHS. Another first time watch. Obviously, this is a werewolf movie from Stephen King. Whoa, man. That is too cool. Oh, underrated movie. Recently reviewed on Letterboxd by Dark Room Reviews. Plug for you. Cheap plug for you, brother. Wolf, starring Jack Nicholson and Michelle Pfeiffer. I remember when my mother, when she rented this movie the first time. I think I may have seen it once or twice afterwards on TV, but I never specifically, chose to watch it again after the first time. But it left an impression on me because these were 2 huge stars, and me as a youth was thinking in my head, this is Joker and Catwoman. So that's pretty cool. A future Does It Hold Up? Okay. This is a double header right here. This is not a future Does It Hold Up, but this is amazing. Holy crap. I can't even believe this. This is wild. Check this out. Metalhead Magazine. Look at Gene and Paul from Kiss in a photo I've never ever seen from Rise to It music video. They're in the makeup in the beginning and end. I never seen this photo. Huge Kiss fan, by the way. Kiss makeup one more time. Aerosmith behind the scenes. Anthrax live at L'Amour. Lita Ford models sexy lingerie. The other one has David Lee Roth gets down and dirty. Ozzy Osbourne, Just Say Ozzy. Megadeth's Dave Mustaine, He Drink, He Used, He Quit. Slaughter, Vegas Homecoming. Anthrax, Speed Metal, Monsters. Yo, look at the back. We got Alice Cooper. In the back here, we've got White Lion. We got Bon Jovi. This is epic right here. And the creme de la creme. I've been looking at it the entire time in this box, but haven't revealed it to you because this is even the first time I'm seeing it when I opened the box, but I saw it the whole time. This is incredible. Check this out. Hulk Hogan Thermal. Brother, I understand that this is just a piece of plastic with a Hulk Hogan sticker on it, but is this open? Is it? Oh, I think it's still in there. But right away, oh, it's much more than that. It's the legit real thermal. Look at that, man. You could tell this is used. It says, well, I'm not going to say your name and it has a phone number on there, but it says a person's name and a phone number. This is obviously when this person was a kid. Whoa, man. Forever, I'm a huge Hulk Hogan, the character fan. He meant the world to me as a child and growing up. I remember seeing this in the WWF magazines. Never got it. There's a lot of stuff we never got, but to get this now, this is amazing. Thank you so much. What a Stoverload box. Incredible. Incredible, man. Thank you so much, Mike Stover. You guys, let me, while I'm wielding a knife, you guys, thank you for being subscribers, watchers to the channel. You know what you got to do. It is Thanksgiving season. You got to be thankful for those in your life. I'm thankful for you. You know what I got to do. I got to rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you. What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and it is Reaction Wednesday. And with it being Reaction Wednesday, my son has sent me over the trailer for Five Nights at Freddy's 2. We had a hell of a time watching this in the theaters. In fact, I took him out for his first date on part 1. And yeah, he loves this game and this franchise and wanted me to review it for this channel. So that's what we're gonna do here together.
Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Definitely not the Freddy's I remember.
You're thinking of the franchise location. This is the original. Nobody's been here for decades. Some little girl got murdered here. Do you guys hear that?
Hear what?
So this is what it's like? Being normal?
I think we've come pretty far, considering what we've been through.
How's that be?
Some days she's good. Some days she misses her friends.
This story that you're gonna fix those animatronics, it's only giving her false hope.
Can any of you hear me?
Abby, help us. Come find us. I will show you the way.
Oh no.
They're out there, Mike.
Where?
Everywhere.
Where are you gonna run to? Nothing with you.
There's no way that'll work.
Well, I'm happy, man. I'm happy that they're coming out with a part 2. Not so sure about including the same 2 actors or the same 3 actors actually from the first one. But nonetheless, I love that they explained that little part that you're thinking of a franchise location. This is the original first one that ever opened up. That's pretty cool. And it's just, you know, this video game franchise has gotten so many games out of it, mobile, physical, and for the consoles. You know, it's wild. And you know what, I dig it, man, because my son is not at that age where he's asking me to go watch Disney movies like that really anymore. Now he wants to watch stuff like this, so I'm all for it. What about you? Are you a fan of Five Nights at Freddy's? Do you have a niece, a nephew, a child in your life that is a fan of Five Nights at Freddy's? And what did you think of the first film? Are you excited for the second one? Do you play Five Nights at Freddy's? Let's talk about it all down below in the comments section. Guys, you know what I gotta do? I gotta watch some movies and review them for you. What is going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and it is Reaction Wednesday. And there are a lot of cool new trailers out as I'm scrolling on YouTube, but this one stuck out to me for two reasons. The title, Obsession, and two, the thumbnail that they used automatically hooked me. So if I'm interested, I'm hoping that you are interested. Let's talk after we watch this trailer together.
What's up?
I was calling to see if there's a way I can alter a wish.
You'd like to cancel your wish?
No. It's okay to keep the... I just want to know if I can, like, alter it a little.
I'm sorry, we don't really do that.
No?
If you have any questions about how the wish works, or if you read the back of the box...
Is it even real?
Yeah, it's real.
No, I know that the... Is her love real?
Just because you chose this for her doesn't make it less real.
I have so many questions, and I guess that's what a good trailer does, right? Is it gives you questions. But at the same time, I am confused as to what that was supposed to do for me. I was excited about this trailer, and I saw that it was a minute long. I'm like, oh, it's gonna give me something or us something, and it's kind of didn't. But let's talk about what we see in that 1 minute. And what we see in that 1 minute is One Wish Charlie, I believe that's what it said. And apparently it's like some candy or something he won, and he wished for somebody's love, I believe. That's what I got. And this phone number that he called, where he's wishing to alternate the wish. I don't know, maybe he wished for somebody to love him and they're loving him too much. That could be a thing. Now they're obsessed with him. So it's interesting, but I wish it would give you more. I mean, imagine that you wish that a girl or a guy, whatever, loved you, and then they do love you, but it's way too much. They're obsessed with you now. That's a big deal. I think it's happened before to a lot of people, you know? And I'm here for it. It comes out in May. It was a very short trailer. I'm sure as time goes on, we will get more and more, you know, full-blown trailers. And when another trailer comes out for it, I'll cover it on this channel because I want to know more. That just wasn't enough. What about you? Are you interested in Obsession? Did this teaser, essentially what we watched, give you something to look forward to? And are you looking forward to any more trailers? I want you, if you made it to this point in the video, to down below drop a trailer for a movie. Drop the name for a new trailer that I should watch, because I feel like I probably need to do a trailer on Friday as well, because this just didn't hit the bill. But let's talk about that and new trailers down below. I'm Alex Thorn. You know what I got to do. On December 6th, I got to rock out with my band Broken Thorn, as you see there, and I got to watch some movies and review them for you. What do you get when you put together neon lights, vampires, Grace Jones, and exotic dancers? You get 1986's Vamp.
What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and I'm just a rock and roller who in his downtime likes to watch movies while wearing a bandana. And on this episode of Does It Hold Up, I have been on this streak where I've wanted to watch movies now that when I was 5, 6, 7 years old that I saw in my mom and pop video store. I always looked at the covers but never picked them up. This movie right here, Vamp, is one of them. And lo and behold, when I go through the motions of doing my research on the internet after watching the movie, I see that this particular movie has like 3 different VHS covers. And the one that I saw in my local mom and pop video store just didn't convince me enough to rent it. But if I would have saw Grace Jones on the cover in the way that she looks in this movie, I probably would have been enticed as a 5, 6-year-old kid. We get a lot of familiar faces in this movie, and when you talk about exotic dancers, neon lights, vampires, and Grace Jones, I gotta tell you about the synopsis. Ordered to fetch a stripper, fraternity pledgees try the After Dark Club and meet a tall vampire named Grace Jones. Now, this is one of those cases, and I just reviewed another movie on this channel that almost falls into the same category as this, which is horror comedy. Again, I don't get why these things are considered horror comedies. They're a little bit looser horror movies than normal, yes, but there's no more comedy in this particular movie than there is in a Nightmare on Elm Street movie, or some of the things that get said in a Friday the 13th, or the jokes that Chucky cracks in his movies. I don't understand the comedy, the horror comedy aspect. But where I think they try to fit in the comedy aspect into this is with the 2 lead characters, because every time they're on screen, this does not feel like it's going to be a horror movie. It genuinely feels like Porky's. This feels like any of those teen high school movies from the 80s. Even the music goes along with it. And in order to like enter a fraternity or something, they got to bring a stripper in, and they act like in this movie that a strip club is super, super hard to come by. And I don't get it. Like they're very poor. There's a rich kid in the school, and that turns out to be Duncan, and Duncan has the access to the car and all that stuff. But in order to give them the car, he wants to come with. So of course he provides a little bit more comic relief. And so they're headed off to this After Dark Club because they're like, hey, I guess we can get a stripper here. Now, I don't know if it's just ignorance or what, but this is the 80s. Strip clubs are all over the place. There's a scene where before they get to the strip club, and they're in a diner and they come across this albino gang. It's just like, what an odd choice. This is the beginning of the odd choices in this movie, by the way. And Billy Drago, who plays Snow, he's got such a weird way of talking and communicating. It's just, I don't know why they're there. And they play a part in the beginning of this movie, and then they play a part later on in this movie. And it's just like, I don't know if you needed to be there. Once they get to the club, I think the show stealer of the entire movie is Vic. And Vic is played by Sandy Barron. And Sandy Barron just has showed up in so many things. He's one of those actors who the moment you see him, you recognize him, but you don't know how many films you've seen him in because he's been in so many. And Vic does such a tremendous job of just stealing every scene that he's in to me in this movie. For a film that is set in a strip club, there's very little nudity. There is nudity, but just not enough that you would expect. When they get to this club, there's a waitress there who knows Keith by the name of Allison. And for tension, she never tells him where she knows him from, even though like it makes you feel like she's a plant to get them or something. But you almost know. I like before she revealed where she knew him from, I kind of felt like that's what her story was going to be anyways. But she's in there and she is not affected by everything that's going on in this club just yet. There's several dancers, and eventually the person who some people watch this movie to see shows up on stage. Grace Jones. Grace Jones in this film plays Katrina, and Katrina, similar to another film that I just reviewed on this channel, has been around for a very, very long time. And before we get to the character that she plays, I want to speak about the actress herself, Grace Jones, the musician, the model, the all that stuff. Look, I don't see it. Maybe because it's the 80s and white girls were the thing. So like once you saw one black girl come on the scene, it was just like, oh my God. But no, like I've never seen it. I do remember her from Boomerang, and I just remember thinking to myself, what an odd person. And even though she doesn't speak in this movie, she's very, very over the top with the way she does things in this film. I don't get it, but by the end of this, I've got something to say about Katrina / Grace Jones in this movie. She does this hypnotizing dance that AJ gets so attracted to her for. And speaking of AJ, before he gets led backstage and has his own demise, he is highly enjoyable in his role in the first half of the movie when he's human. It's the fact that once he turns or is turning into a vampire and continues to act the exact same way, even by the time the credits roll, that kind of throws me off. And again, goes to that this is trying to be funny when it doesn't need to try to be funny aspect of this film. In the beginning of this, I said neon lights, and there's neon lights behind me, and we all love Govee and neon lights. By the way, if you dig the lights that you see on this channel or in the photos, Govee, I've got a special code down below for 10% off. But even when they're in the sewers and when they're in the streets and when they're in the hotels and everywhere in this movie, there is neon lights of pink and green everywhere, which is an interesting aesthetic choice. By the time I noticed it, I said, man, this doesn't even feel real. Like, not that it should feel real, right? It's a horror movie from the 80s, but it doesn't feel like it's happening. It almost feels like at some point in the movie when they were driving, like they went through one of those invisible dimensions or something that they crossed over into wherever they are at now, because literally everything is painted in green and pink. Allison and Keith, while trying to get away from the vampires and everybody else who is a vampire, as Vic explains, they get chased into the sewers, and the sewers is where everybody sleeps, including Katrina. And fire is something they're afraid of, and so is light. And eventually everybody gets destroyed with fire, everybody gets destroyed with light, and Katrina is right there about to get Keith. And guess who comes to save his buddy? Dead AJ. Again, an attempt to be comical in the end. When Katrina dies and melts and turns to ashes because of the light that hits her, she throws up the middle finger as a skeleton before she just disintegrates completely. I think if I would have saw this movie at 5, 6, 7 years old, I would have fell in love with it. There would be no excuses. There would be like, look, I don't care what is wrong with this movie. I like it. I dig it. But as a near 40-year-old man watching this movie today, I think it's time we get to the bandana rating system of what I really think about Vamp now. As for acting, I'm going to give this movie 3 bandanas out of 5. I think everybody does the best that they possibly can, but you know, I can't rate it 5 bandanas because we've got better things that have happened since then. As for effects, I'm going to give the movie 4 bandanas out of 5. There are some really gnarly effects that happen here with people turning into vampires and getting bitten and how that skin stretches, so it looks really good. And as for story, I'm going to give it 3 bandanas out of 5. It's not offensive. It's fun. It is what it is. And to answer the question of does Vamp hold up
right now in 2024? It does. I think it does. It is a fun watch. It is not one of those movies that is so out of tune and out of time with when it was made versus when you watch it that it is an enjoyable movie. There's enough there. Is it confusing? Is it a bunch of stuff happening into one movie? Yes, but you can follow it. And most importantly, you can be entertained by it. Guys, let me know in the comments down below, when did you watch Vamp? This movie came out in 1986, the year I was born. What VHS cover did you see when you first saw this movie? And if you've never seen it, head over to Tubi because they've got all of this great stuff that I'm watching. And Tubi, if you ever come across this, I'd love to work with you and get some of your originals seen more. Guys, if you want to talk about things like Vamp, Night of the Creeps, Poltergeist, Nightmare on Elm Street, and more, you got to join this channel's memberships. That's right, Thorn Theater has real deal membership laminated cards for all of you Thornaholics out there and horror lovers. Not only that, but you get to request your own reviews. Let's say there's something out there you're really dying for me to review, but the masses may not want it, or it's not something that's gonna move the numbers. Guess what? You pay. You control the narrative. You get early access to videos, live only chats, as well as exclusive watch alongs just for members right here on this channel. And if you don't feel like committing to that, you can always leave me a super chat, super thanks, or buy me a coffee. That's right, buy me a coffee right now is a way that you can support somebody like me for making videos just for you guys, doing what we love to do. But guess what? If you buy me a coffee, at least you're fueling the journey. And right now, Buy Me a Coffee has an update to where when you leave your note of why you have gifted me coffee, I can respond back to you in video form. Guys, in the midst of all of that, while being grateful for you guys and this channel, you know what I gotta do. I gotta rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you. And with all that being said, guys, we are still in the holiday season. We went from spooky season to grateful season to holiday season. And you know what I gotta do in the midst of all of that? While being thankful for you guys in this channel, I gotta rock out, watch some movies. Holy shit. What's going on, people? I'm Alex Thorn, and it is Reaction Wednesday, and I'm so geeked up because I just saw pop up on my timeline, Never Hike Alone, the final cut official trailer. I've got a history with this. I've been in the credits for providing towards the end goal of some of these movies. So let's check out what the final cut looks like. I'm geeked about this.
This town has a past that no one wants to talk about. If this doesn't work, I need someone to tell people what happened here. We were attacked.
By what?
Jason Voorhees.
Hang on, kid!
He's not real.
He is real. I know because he killed my mother, my friends. Look, I was at the crime scene the night your son went missing. I know it was Jason. If you want justice for your son, then you're gonna have to trust me. And we can finally send Jason to hell, where he belongs.
know this guy.
You do?
Yeah, he's a YouTuber.
A what?
It's an internet thing.
People actually watch that?
You'd be surprised.
Wow, man, it looks so good. So, you know, Friday the 13th was just this past Friday. And if you don't know what this is a fan-made film, but like to the closest level of being a Hollywood presentation. Obviously, we haven't had a Hollywood Jason film, major production film since 2009. Why? I don't know. I loved the remake of Friday the 13th, but with all of this copyright stuff and the rights to the name and the rights to this, all this BS that's happening, Womp Stomp Films and Vincent DeSanti stepped up and gave us Never Hike Alone. Now check this out. These are all available right now on the Womp Stomp Films YouTube channel for free, right? But also you can pick up the VHS of Never Hike Alone. I absolutely love this thing. As you see, it's got Vincent DeSanti's signature on there. Pick that up directly for supporting the movie. And then also Never Hike in the Snow, which is a short in the middle of Never Hike Alone 1 and Never Hike Alone 2. This collection, I don't have part 2, but this collection of the final cut includes Never Hike Alone 1, Never Hike in the Snow, which came out in the middle, and Never Hike Alone 2 with additional bonus footage and like exclusive new scenes from what I read in the description. This is going to come out in 2026. And most importantly, it looks like incredible quality. I want to say that I had like the Blu-ray definitive cut or something like that of Never Hike Alone 1, and it looked a little rough. At one point I had it and I just wasn't very satisfied, but this looks incredible. And I know that Womp Stomp Films and Vincent DeSanti, they're always working on improving these movies as well as whatever they're doing next. There's also like the Ghost Files or a cartoon that's going to be included in there as well. So not only is this going to come to YouTube if you just want to support them by watching it, leaving a comment, liking, subscribing, and sharing it, but you can also go one step forward with, I believe, Indiegogo or something like that. That's at the end of the video, and you can go ahead and donate and pledge so you can get a Blu-ray, a VHS, and there's just a plethora of other things that you can get by ordering and helping them out. They actually just got to their goal, and man, it only gets better from here. So if you're not aware and you're a Jason fan, Womp Stomp Films is where you want to be subscribed to here on YouTube, and Never Hike Alone if you are thirsty for some Jason in your life. Head over there and check out Never Hike Alone now and put in your orders for the final cut. Guys, I'm Alex Thorn, and you know what I gotta do. I gotta rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you.
What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and it is Reaction Wednesday. And in fact, it is New Year's Eve Reaction Wednesday, and I thought there would be no better way to end 2025 than to take a look at something that I used to love, and I hope that this movie makes me love this franchise again. We're talking about Return to Silent Hill. We'll talk about the first 2 entries after we check out this trailer together.
James, so much time has passed, but I'm asking to please come back to our special place. Something's happened. Love, Mary.
Hello? Can anyone hear me?
Everyone got sick in Silent Hill.
Something's happened here. Something really, really bad.
what you're doing, it won't be enough to save her.
You did it, didn't you, Jimmy? You woke him up.
No one said it would be easy.
I'm here. I'll always be here.
That looks good. I'm gonna tell you right now, that looks like two games actually. Silent Hill 2 and Shattered Dreams. There's just parts of that, especially the fire, that reminded me of the early part of the episode where you have to go into the house and save the little girl in Shattered Dreams. And of course that brings back memories of PSP, which is honestly the last Silent Hill game I ever played was on the PSP. It's stuck in my brain. I still have my Vita. I still got Silent Hill games on there, and I occasionally go back and check it out. I do remember loving the original Silent Hill 2. And, you know, I know recently not only was there like a new something Silent Hill F, and then a remake of Silent Hill 2. I didn't see the best reviews for the remake of Silent Hill 2. I remember feeling like it was really slow, but it was engaging. And then F, whatever it's called, I heard good reviews for. And like to take it back a little bit more to the actual movies, when the first Silent Hill came out, I was so geeked and so into it. And it was such a good movie, despite it not really, you know, tying in closely, as many movies then didn't tie into the video games really well. I liked it. I liked it a lot. Then the second one hit, and I kid you not, it was just like, it was like a, for lack of a better term, a fart in church. Just didn't go over, man. I didn't watch it. I didn't care. I didn't hear anything about it. In preparation for this movie, which I hope somebody sends me out to, wink, wink, AMC, Regal, or the company that's making it themselves, go ahead and send me an invite and I will be there early to give you a review. But, you know, I think in preparation for this entry, I'm going to go back and rewatch part 1 and watch part 2 for the very first time. Let me know if you want me to do a first time watch on that, maybe even a live watch along here on the channel. I would love for those to return in 2026. But what about you? Are you a fan of Silent Hill? Were you a fan of the first movie, the second movie? Are you excited for this third? But which Silent Hill game got you into the franchise if you like it? Hell, which Silent Hill game turned you off of the franchise? Let's talk about it all down below. I do hope that you have an amazing 2026 year ahead. 2025 rocked, and we are all going to make 2026 even better than the last year. I'm Alex Thorn, and you know what I got to do. I got to rock out, watch some movies, and in 2026, review them for you. When I tell you this movie was not what I expected at all, take sensationalism out of the equation, stick two guys in a room and have them talk for 90% of 90 minutes of a movie, you've got nefarious. What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and I'm just a rock and roller who in his downtime likes to watch movies while wearing a bandana. And this is the part where I usually talk about becoming a subscriber and liking and commenting down below. But I actually want to talk about becoming a member of this channel first, because this review today is the very first member requested review. And we're going to check out what Danny G, member of this channel, a longtime member of this channel, said about me possibly reviewing this movie.
Hey Alex, what's up? It's your boy, I'm Danny G. Just wanted to make a video, man. I wanted to use my Thorn membership, my premium membership, day one power, right? to have you review a movie for me. I want you to check it out. The movie's called Nefarious. Now, it's probably not the type of possession movie that you're used to, right? So it's a little bit slower paced, it's more dialogue. But I think it's really cool, it's really interesting. I want to see what you think about it. I like the movie so much, I actually got the book as well that relates to the movie. You'll see why when you watch it. I highly recommend it. So put that bandana on, brother. Watch that movie. Let me know what you think.
Now that's pretty cool. If you want to start requesting your own reviews from me on this channel, you got to join this channel's membership, and we'll talk more about that at the end. But right now, much like this movie, we need to start talking about Nefarious. On the day of his scheduled execution, a convicted serial killer tells a psychiatrist that he's a demon who can possess his body. As the evaluation ends, he also tells the doctor that he will soon commit 3 murders. When I first heard about this movie, I thought that it sounded like a great concept, but I did not know that 90% of the movie, if not 95% of the movie, was going to take place with just these 2 guys at a table talking about theology and a lot of stuff from this world. Those 2 people talking are Sean Patrick Flannery, who plays Edward Wayne, and Jordan Belfi, who plays Dr. James Martin. Now, there are other people that trickle into this movie here and there, but they are there for like 2 minutes, and then it's right back to these guys. And then 20 or 30 minutes later, somebody will pop in there for another 3-minute stretch, and it's right back to James and Edward. And just off the bat, I want to tell you my impressions of James, the psychiatrist in this movie. Very clean cut, very much looks like my neck of the woods, like he would be somebody from downtown here in Chicago, walking around with his nice blue sports jacket and white shirt, very nice hair, clean shaven, all that stuff. He fits the bill. Now, as this movie goes on, he's a little bland, but I wouldn't expect him to be any other way, to be honest with you. Then on the other side, we have Mr. Death Row himself, inmate Edward. And Edward has done some heinous things, done a lot of killing. And in the beginning of the movie, we see somebody pretty much convinced that they need to off themselves, and they do. And that's when we get to the prison and the scene that lasts throughout the entire movie with these 2 guys. Edward apparently convinced his last psychiatrist, who has the power to send him to the chair, which is his choice, or has the power to say that he's insane and he cannot be executed. Therefore, he has to live his days in the prison, which the demon does not want. So Edward, of course, would prefer to live, but the demon wants Edward to die so he can inhabit somebody else's body. And it's very intriguing. This is what Edward tells James. I want you to do me a favor, and I want you to let this execution go through. And it's interesting because most deaths happen now by lethal injection, which James mentions, but the demon said, no, I chose the electric chair because what better way to cross over them with so much pain? And he starts to tell him how it's going to go and how it's going to end in gruesome detail. I'm assuming this movie's R rating, now that I just said gruesome detail, is because of the subject matters and the way the demon speaks of these things, because there's nothing gruesome going on in the movie. There's no kills, there's no sensationalism, there's nobody flying through the air, there's not a bunch of blood splattering everywhere despite this guy who's a killer. None of that. It's all very talk driven, and the entire movie is about captivating you with these 2 people. One is an atheist and James, a psychiatrist, and the other one is a demon who is pretty spot on about theology. But when I heard what the demon Nefarious was speaking about in this movie, it was actually kind of cool. Now, I gotta admit, if I saw this in the theaters, I might be bored to tears. But since I saw it here in Thorn Theater itself, I was actually intrigued. And then I love the fact that at one point Nefarious says, you think because you're an atheist it'll save you because you don't have a belief in either one? That just means you're easier to bring onto our side. Thought that was great. There's also another detail in the movie that I thought that was really good when the demon absolutely refuses to refer to Jesus Christ as Jesus Christ. He keeps calling him a carpenter. Throughout the whole movie, he never actually says his name because it would hurt him to say the name. At one point, they do bring a priest in and he's afraid of him. He doesn't like him until he realizes that through the priest's own words, the priest has lost his way, has become more today, more socially acceptable about things, more open to things that he shouldn't be open to, but he is because he's, living in society today and has taken, more into account things that are newer in research, but aren't the actual way. So then the demon is just like, you know what? You don't even truly believe in what you are supposed to believe in. You're not even the threat that I thought you were. You're just as lost as everybody else. You're fine. I'm done with you. Get out of here. Moments like that are pretty cool. Now, I will get to this part before I get to the rating, which is the demon says to James, I want a favor from you. And that favor is you are going to write my story, essentially writing the anti-Bible. And he wants him to write this story, even though by the end, there is a book called A Nefarious Plot, as you saw Danny hold up. But that's not the book that the demon wants James to write. So with all that being said, let's get to the bandana rating for Nefarious. And I'm going to give Nefarious 3 bandanas out of 5. I understand why this wouldn't be for everybody. Hell, if I saw this in the theaters, I might be agitated that I just spent money to watch 2 people in a room talking and that's it. When, maybe I was hyped up to go see something else to happen in this movie, similar to what I painted imagery wise. But the fact that I'm giving it 3 bandanas means that it's not a bad movie at all. Does it lack variation? Yes, it does. Is it a little bit on the boring side? Yes, it can be. But is it good? Yes, it's not bad. So, and I like everything that's explored in it. I dug it. I thought the performances are pretty decent, especially Edward. He does a great job. James, he's the other half of it, but Edward makes up for it. And then everybody else who's in it is fine. I couldn't believe that this movie came out in theaters. I'm assuming it was a limited run just because, again, there's not much happening here. But if you've seen Nefarious, let's talk down below and see what you think about it. Were there any hard-hitting things that they talked about that you didn't like? Are you religious and you agreed or disagreed with what the demon was doing? What did you think of the portrayal of possession in this movie? And I gotta ask you guys this question. Do you think Edward was faking it? And if you want to request your own reviews and send in a video and be featured on this very channel, you know what you gotta do. You gotta join this channel's memberships. That's right, Thorn Theater has real deal membership laminated cards for all of you Thornaholics out there and horror lovers. Not only that, but you get to request your own reviews. Let's say there's something out there you're really dying for me to review, but the masses may not want it, or it's not something that's gonna move the numbers. Guess what? You pay. You control the narrative. You get early access to videos, live only chats, as well as exclusive watch alongs just for members right here on this channel. And if you don't feel like committing to that, you can always give me a super chat, super thanks, or buy me a coffee. Buy me a coffee right now is a way that you can support somebody like me for making videos just for you guys, doing what we love to do. But guess what? If you buy me a coffee, at least you're fueling the journey. And right now, Buy Me a Coffee has an update to where when you leave your note of why you have gifted me coffee, I can respond back to you in video form. Guys, once again, thank you for tuning in to Thorn Theater Reviews. Thank you to Danny for requesting this review and sending in a video. And thank you for watching this review, liking this video, and hopefully commenting what you thought about Nefarious, or if you're gonna watch Nefarious now that you've seen this review. I'm Alex Thorn, and you know what I gotta do. I gotta rock out
watch some movies and review them for you. Usually when I watch a movie, you guys get a community post about it. Maybe me doing one of these next to the movie poster. You get a preview short of me at the theater, coming out of the theater talking to you. But this was a whole different experience because I literally got told to shut the fuck up while watching this movie. Let's get to the review. What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and I'm just a rock and roller who likes to watch movies while wearing a bandana. And yeah, you heard that right. While watching this movie, less than probably 7 minutes in, the guy behind me and my buddy, who played the game, by the way, that'll come into play later, literally leaned over and said, "Hey, would you two shut up? Seriously, shut the fuck up." And brother, for the next 10 minutes, I don't know what happened on the screen after that because I kind of blacked out. I sweated and had to bring my adrenaline down because my buddy next to me said, "It's not worth it, don't do it." But your boy was ready to snatch that dude into my aisle. Oh my God. And he left before we left. That should tell you everything about how this went and how worried one person was about his actions by the end of this movie. But with all that being said, guys, now that you know my experience of what happened at this viewing, let's get to Until Dawn, the movie. So a group of friends go out to search for one of the friends' sister named Melanie, who wanted to escape this small town, experience something bigger, go to school, and of course she never comes back. So they go on their way to find her, and this has a very, and I don't know if the game is like this, but this is very much like Cabin in the Woods. And I said that when I saw the trailer to this. Here goes that. And you know, I almost felt like I was watching a sequel, even 30 minutes in past my little blackout state where I don't know what the hell happened and they got to the house. I felt like I was watching a sequel, a brand new entry into Cabin in the Woods. It even plays out like that once I started to pay attention again. And the thing about it is, from what I saw in the trailers to what I was worried about literally through almost half of the movie, was I know this group of people are going to die over and over and over again, and they need to survive until dawn. My worry was, are we going to see them die so much that we just don't care, that we don't get an attachment to these characters? But I got to be honest with you, the actors that portrayed the group in this movie are what saved this movie for me, because by what happens in the movie, there's the first night of deaths that happen that is really cool. There's almost like this slasher-esque clown-faced character who kills them all off. But then the second scenario, I believe it was the second scenario, because there's a few that play out, I just lost all interest with that second scenario. There's this like psychic girl who's with them, and it takes a hold of her, and then a bunch of stuff happens to these characters by some unseen ghost
this force, this entity that you cannot see. So everything is just happening to them, but you don't see it. You don't see anything. Especially when you get to the bathroom portion of this movie where people just start to explode because of the water from this town. And at that point, I was just like, this is kind of going downhill fast. We're like 35, 40 minutes in, and I'm already starting to question what's happening here. And then something happened in the movie where I was just like, wait, what? All the cool scenes that we saw in the trailer, like the worm in that girl's face, or the leech that was going in, and this thing flying, coming towards the camera, and a couple other scenarios, the way you saw them in the trailers, the way you see them in the film. Because apparently they're there for 13 nights and we couldn't see 13 nights of deaths. So we saw this like hot shot reel on one of the guy's phones that he filmed everything. And that's how we experienced it, through their camera, instead of seeing the scenarios. The issue is there's those scenarios that played on that phone that they all just gathered around and watched was much more interesting than anything that happened past the first night of deaths. Now, earlier I mentioned that my buddy as well had already played the game. And so he had a different perspective on this than I did, who had never played it. But by the end of a movie, and by the way, here comes a spoiler alert, everyone survives. And this is not something you're really into when it comes to, or used to when it comes to horror movies. You know, a few people die off and there's one or two characters that remain in the end. That's not what happens here. Everybody survives until dawn on the 13th night. And it was just like, this really didn't feel satisfying. And I'm going to say this now before I give you the final verdict. Unless you go on a Tuesday where it's cheaper, I don't think you should spend your money. But let's get to the bandana rating for Until Dawn. And I'm going to give Until Dawn, the movie, 3 bandanas out of 5. Because honestly, I had fun outside of being told to shut the fuck up. I had fun. It was mindless after a certain point. You stopped caring. I don't know how they got there, but I would say, even if you watch this at home, if it's free streaming on a service that you already pay for, then fine, watch it all. But man, I got to watch this movie for free. If I would have paid, you know, $17, $18, $20, whatever movie prices are, I would have been pretty agitated with it. But since it was free, I felt fine that I enjoyed it up until the middle of the movie. And then it just kind of went off the rails. But yeah, 3 bandanas out of 5. It was fun. It was dumb. It had a good looking cast. That's pretty much good enough for me. Guys, I don't want to bore you with a bunch of pitches for my membership or buy me a coffee or Letterboxd or even my new EP, Rough Cuts, that just came out last week. But if you guys are interested in any of the things I just mentioned, head down below to the description. And occasionally in this video, if you're watching mobile, there'll be pop-ups that come up here. But outside of that, guys, I'm gonna let you go early because I'm Alex Thorn and I'm gonna go rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you. It's 1985, and Romero comes at us with the 3rd entry in his Dead series. We go from night to dawn to day. What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and I'm just a rock and roller who likes to watch movies while wearing a bandana. And today we are going to take a look at 1985's Day of the Dead. But before we get into that, I want to ask you, if you like this review, check out the videos on the channel. Please
hit the like, subscribe, and let's talk about it down below. But with all that being said, let's talk about 1985's Day of the Dead. Trapped in a missile silo, a small team of scientists, civilians, and trigger-happy soldiers battle desperately to ensure the survival of the human race. But tension inside the base is reaching breaking point, and the zombies are gathering outside. The way this movie starts is just so different looking than I ever expected. Let me just bring you up to speed. I have seen the original Night of the Living Dead black and white version, but strongly prefer the remake from 1990. And Dawn of the Dead I've never seen, and this was my very first viewing of Day of the Dead. And I'm grateful for the person who asked me to watch it and sat down and watched it with me, because I wasn't paying attention to things that I probably would have paid attention to if I was solo. And seeing her love for this movie made me look at it in a different light. So right away, what stuck out to me was Florida and the wild ass visual of not only a zombie coming out of the bank, but a crocodile, I believe, as well. That mofo was big. While I streamed it on Pluto TV, it looked absolutely incredible on my OLED for 1985 movies. Every single color popped. And I'm really surprised because I never thought that this movie would be this cool and have such an amazing soundtrack at the same time. As for characters, everybody is yelling. You can tell that we are at the very tail end of humanity with the characters here. But more importantly than that, there is somebody who has faith in what to do next. And that's Logan, who they refer to as Dr. Frankenstein. He's the scientist in this movie, and he has captured one of the zombies, Bub. And he wants to, since we can't beat them, we might as well try to control them and basically domesticate Bub. And Bub is the poster boy for everything Day of the Dead. He is on the VHS cover, he is on the poster, he is on the advertisements for this movie. And because I saw Bub when I was a kid on that poster and on that VHS cover, I was never too interested in this movie. I thought he looked a little blah compared to the other 1985 zombie movie that came out, Return of the Living Dead, with the Tarman. But outside of that, here's the thing. I recently watched another older movie from 1981, My Bloody Valentine, and that movie really showed its age. This film, Day of the Dead, I don't really think it shows its age. Like, I enjoyed the movie and the effects and the quirkiness of the soundtrack that was synthwave for the time. So I think it's time to find out if Day of the Dead still holds up. As for effects, I'm going to give this movie 4 bandanas out of 5. It is top notch. Of course, it would get better as time goes on, but I mean, for 1985, this is right there. As for acting, I'm going to give it about a 3 out of 5. It is just enough to make the movie work. And as for story, I'm going to give it 4 bandanas out of 5. I think it delivers home that we are at the end of human civilization and the zombies just run everything. And to answer the all-important question of does Day of the Dead hold up, I'm gonna say yes. Yes, it does. And I don't know if I would have felt that way if I didn't watch it with the person who recommended it to me. I don't know if I would have felt that way if I would have watched it on anything but an OLED TV, but I did, and this is how I feel about it, which is it definitely holds up. Now, I read some reviews online and I heard that Dawn of the Dead in the mall is even better than this film, and I can't wait to watch that. So let me know down below how you feel about Day of the Dead. Are you old enough to tell me that you went and saw it in theaters? Did you watch it first on VHS, DVD, on TV, on cable? You know, even that's starting to go to the wayside now. So let's talk about Day of the Dead, and let's talk about, is it better, worse than Dawn of the Dead?
down below. But if you want to read, yes, read reviews and become a critic of the written word yourself and review the movies you love and dislike, you've got to check out Letterboxd. And if you don't know about Letterboxd, Letterboxd is a social media site for movie lovers. And if you love my reviews and other reviewers here on YouTube, I'm pretty sure they have a profile on Letterboxd. This is video, that's the written word, and you can interact with it and you can see a log of all of the films that we have reviewed and all of the films that you have reviewed once you create your profile on Letterboxd. There's tons of exclusive opportunities for sneak previews and early showings through them. So I'll catch you on Letterboxd. And if you want more exclusive content, early access to videos, and your own membership card, you got to join this channel's memberships. That's right. Thorn Theater has real deal membership laminated cards for all of you Thornaholics out there and horror lovers. Not only that, but you get to request your own reviews. Let's say there's something out there you're really dying for me to review, but the masses may not want it, or it's not something that's gonna move the numbers. Guess what? You pay. You control the narrative. You get early access to videos, live only chats, as well as exclusive watch-alongs just for members right here on this channel. If you don't feel like committing to that, you can always leave me a super chat, super thanks, or buy me a coffee. Buy me a coffee right now is a way that you can support somebody like me for making videos just for you guys, doing what we love to do. But guess what? If you buy me a coffee, at least you're fueling the journey. And right now, Buy Me a Coffee has an update to where when you leave your note of why you have gifted me coffee, I can respond back to you in video form. Govee not only does these cool lights behind me, not only does strip lights, outside lights, car lights. Yeah, I've got those too. But they also do home products such as air purifiers, humidifiers, and even smart kettles. And I've got all of it. So start your smart home journey with Govee and use my 10% off code below that'll work on top of the sales page that you're already landing on. Guys, I'm Alex Thorn, and I want to thank you so much for allowing me to do this for you and discover new movies all the time. I'm Alex Thorn, and you know what I got to do. I got to rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you. I gotta tell you right now, the only thing that makes this movie tolerable is the fact that Jim Carrey isn't comfortable with who he is just yet. What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and I'm just a rock and roller who in his downtime likes to watch movies while wearing a bandana. And it's a little bit brighter in the day because I've got stuff to do today, and I wanted to get this review out and done for you guys because I turned the polls over to you and gave you a choice on what my next Does It Hold Up movie review would be, and you guys chose Once Bitten. I gotta tell you right now, I am not a big fan of Jim Carrey. I grew up with Jim Carrey. Remember, I'm a child of the mid 80s. So Jim Carrey's come up into Hollywood is me witnessing all of that. In Living Color, witnessed all of that. Him showing up on comedy shows and late night talk shows. Him getting into Ace Ventura and Ace Ventura 2 and all this stuff and becoming this massive guy. Him getting the role as Riddler. I witnessed all of it. But Jim Carrey very much is a one-trick pony. Once you've seen his jokes, you've seen all of his jokes. And what saves this movie, which is about a centuries-old vampire, the Countess, played by Lauren Hutton, has kept her youthful looks by drinking the blood of male virgins. Since she finds this prey challenging to come by, she is thrilled when she meets young Mark Kendall, played by Jim Carrey, who wants to lose his virginity. Yet, he has a reluctant girlfriend, Robin, played by Karen Coppins. After luring Mark away from the club, the Countess drinks his blood. But the hapless guy isn't sure what has happened until he starts exhibiting unusual symptoms. Now, look, Jim Carrey is not Jim Carrey in this movie until about 50 minutes in. And yes, I paused the movie because I was like, it took this long for him to show signs of the quirks and characteristics we would see him exhibit many years later. It was different. It was new. For me, it was like, there you are, fucker. There you are. Because up until that point, he really doesn't show any personality whatsoever. He's very much one of those guys that like hunches over throughout the, that hurts. He hunches over throughout the whole movie. He's got two buddies. One of them is just unbearable. The blonde kid, who is his buddy, keeps having this rehearsed line towards women. And that's kind of funny. That's like, it gets a little chuckle out of you. But then the other guy is such a pansy. I mean, the old, the old high school bully in me just wanted to, get him really good just once, like, man up, brother, type of thing. But he was really, really annoying. The Countess, when I described this movie and gave you the synopsis, this woman, Lauren Hutton, she has a very familiar face. She's hot in an older woman type of way. So they chose the perfect woman for this. There's this one point when Jim Carrey meets Countess and they're at her home, her mansion, and he tells her he's 21 years old, he's in college, blah, blah, blah. It didn't click with me that he was lying yet until a scene later on where they actually are in school after him and Countess do what they do and she bites him in the, you know what? They're serving like food at a cafeteria and I go, that's a very high school looking place. Like they don't do that at college. Come to find out, he's in high school. None of these people look like they're in high school. There's very little actual direct comedy in this, but I got a chuckle early on. There's two times I got a chuckle in this movie. One time early on was when his hot girlfriend, Robin, but there's this moment early on where they're in the ice cream truck and he's trying to get it on with her as all high school kids do. And she's protecting her virtues and, oh, I'm not ready yet. It's not the right time. So he steps out of the van and in my mind, I thought of Family Guy. It's exactly what happens here, and all the cars are going up and down because everybody's getting action. There's legs hanging out of one car. One dude is ass out doing a chicken missionary. It's great because every car but his is moving up and down and getting busy. That got a chuckle out of me. And then there's a scene later on when Robin figures out what Jim said is true, that he possibly got bit and so forth, that he might be turning into a vampire. So she needed the boy. She could do it, okay? She could have done it, but she's still up in arms because he cheated on her. But she enlists his friends to take a look at his schlong and see if he truly did get bit.
What the hell are you guys doing? Back in the shower! Back in the shower! Back in
And I died laughing. I mean, it wasn't an overreaction. By the end of the movie, nothing is taken seriously. Even Countess, who should be massively upset that Robin and his friends got in the way of her sucking him dry and making him a vampire forever, she's actually chasing them with a smile on her face. With all that being said, I think we should get to the does it hold up rating system for Jim Carrey's Once Bitten. As for acting, I'm going to give this movie 2 bandanas out of 5. It's probably the weakest point of it. As for effects, there's not much going on, so I'm going to give it 1 bandana out of 5. And as for story, it's not a terrible story. I like the story. I'm going to give it 3 bandanas out of 5. And to answer the question of does it hold up, I don't think so. That's a no from me.
It's definitely a no for me, dog.
Jim Carrey hasn't found himself yet, and the glimpses of him finding himself are out of place completely with what was set up beforehand. There are some hotties in this movie, but they just don't show anything, so you don't get any joy out of that either. And overall, it's just a very confused movie that if you've seen it once, you never need to watch it again. Guys, if you want to talk about movies like this and more, you know what you got to do. You got to join this channel's memberships. That's right, Thorn Theater has real deal membership laminated cards for all of you Thornaholics out there and horror lovers. Not only that, but you get to request your own reviews. Let's say there's something out there you're really dying for me to review, but the masses may not want it, or it's not something that's gonna move the numbers. Guess what? You pay. You control the narrative. You get early access to videos, live only chats, as well as exclusive watch alongs just for members right here on this channel. And if you don't feel like committing to that, you can always leave a super chat, super thanks, or buy me a coffee. That's right, buy me a coffee right now is a way that you can support somebody like me for making videos just for you guys, doing what we love to do. But guess what? If you buy me a coffee, at least you're fueling the journey. And right now, Buy Me a Coffee has an update to where when you leave your note of why you have gifted me coffee, I can respond back to you in video form. And guys, with it being holiday season, I need you to appreciate everything and everybody you have in your life, because I'm Alex Thorn, and you know what I gotta do. I gotta rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you.
Connection established.
What is going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and I'm just a rock and roller who usually reviews trailers on Wednesdays. But as I scrolled and scrolled and scrolled, I promise you, I couldn't find one thing that I was interested in at all in checking out for this channel. Sure, I can click on a random The Drama trailer or something else, but this channel is about enjoying myself and coming to you with trailers and movie reviews that I actually enjoy, you know, not anything that I'm forcing myself to do. So something has been in the news, and if you are one of my current 3,600 subscribers, then you probably know about this, which is Netflix has tried and is most likely, as of right now, going to purchase Warner Brothers, which also includes HBO and HBO Max. Now, I'm pretty big on physical media, but I also can accept the convenience of streaming. Obviously, we don't want to take our entire VHS or Blu-ray library with us wherever we go, but yes, when we're home and there's a movie we really love or we're really tied to that we saw in the theater, much like me with Dangerous Animals, I purchased it. Much like me with the new Bad Boys, I purchased it, and a few other movies, the new Evil Dead, Rise, right? When you're tied to a movie, you purchase it. There's also some movies that I saw that I wanted, like the new Hellraiser that was from Hulu, or the new Texas Chainsaw Massacre that was from Netflix, or Barbarian that came out about 2020 or so, that we have not been able to purchase because they were just streaming only. And I say all of that because currently when Warner Brothers comes out with a new movie, it goes to the theater and you can experience it on a huge screen in different formats. And then it comes out to physical media where you can own it if you so choose to, as well as streaming. Well, with Netflix buying Warner Brothers and HBO Max and acquiring all of those shows that come along with that and movies, we may not get the new DC film in theaters, and we may not get it coming to physical media. And that's a huge concern, right? Along with Harry Potter and along with, you know, Warner Classics that may just disappear in general. And then there's the other side of the coin where people are worried about jobs. I can't speak on that at all because I don't have any knowledge of that. What I can speak on is on the consumer side and my side of media and reviewing things and being a fan of physical media
from HBO and Warner Brothers as well. So I can speak on that. And I'm a fan of Netflix. Let's not kid ourselves. They're being kind of put out there in the media as these bad guys looking to do a monopoly. But this is business, and it is what it is. And yeah, there is a huge amount of people, more people I would say, that would prefer to stay home and watch a movie than go out to the theater. And there damn sure is more people that would prefer to watch a movie on their phone, on their tablet, on their TV, at home streaming than they would go out and buy a Blu-ray player or the latest Blu-ray and make sure it's, you know, we're a niche audience at this point that does that. So is there a concern? Yes, but there's also, in my eyes, a way to fix all of this. And I've maintained this for a while. I've been saying it for quite a while, is that I don't understand why Netflix has not, unless it's in plans for the future, I don't know, but I don't understand why Netflix has not decided to have their own movie theater. I don't understand why they don't have their own physical media releases. Not for everything, obviously, because they come out with a lot of movies, but for the big ones that they consider big, I don't understand why you don't provide a limited edition physical media version of those with behind the scenes and featurettes and all that, because there is an audience, Netflix, that watches you that also wants to own some of your movies because they loved it. And I get it. Again, in the media, they're being painted as like this big bad corporation that doesn't want you to own anything because they have you streaming. But I really don't think that's the case. I think they have a business model, and their business model is streaming first. But we can also expand that business model to physical media, curate and use your website, your very own website, Netflix, to send out. I mean, you have it. Like, you have the data of who's watching what, as you have, you know, your number one movie and the top 10 movies and the top 10 shows of the week. You know, you have the data of what's popular and what's not. You can also send out surveys, quick 3 or 4 question surveys of, would you be interested in this movie? We saw you watch this. Instead of just, you know, hey, do you like or love this? Follow up with an email. Hey, would you be interested if this came out on physical media? Yes or no? And collect your data that way. Send push notifications, send emails. You know, I think that Netflix, I'm not against it. I don't know where this came from in general, that like we hate Netflix and they're taking over everything. I don't get that. But what I do think is that in my mind, when I thought back to being a kid, I saw the media logo. I saw New Line Cinema's logo. I saw Paramount everywhere, right? I saw HBO, I saw TBS and TNT. And there's so many other cool companies that are not around anymore that we used to see. And Netflix is just another one, but it's a huge one, right? Like Columbia, like Paramount, like New Line. I have hope that in the future, Netflix will expand its business to more than just streaming. Once upon a time, they did mail out DVDs and Blu-rays. And just like Amazon, who specializes in having digital books, right? And a digital storefront where they send you things to your home, there's also Amazon stores that you can go to. There's, I think, a test pilot for an Amazon bookstore. If I could be wrong, but I swear I read that in the news a few years ago. I have hope that Netflix in the future, if this goes through and they do end up purchasing within the next few years, the deal goes through and they end up purchasing Warner Brothers / HBO Max, I hope that they do continue to expand their business out to theaters, because it's true. It is very true. They can also, Netflix can also raise the price, right? So that's another concern that I've been seeing, is they might raise the price, and their prices are so high right now. So I've got this out in front of me that the Netflix plans at the moment are $8 for standard, $18 for ad-free standard plan, Of course, that's standard with ads, by the way, for $8. $18, so $10 more for the ad-free standard plan, and then $25 for the premium plan, which is 4K, more devices, more extra members added to your family that can watch at one time. So 8, 18, and 25. And I can tell you right now, as somebody who's a part of that $8 plan through T-Mobile, I am not able to watch certain content. There's actually locked content. And a few months ago, I actually put it up on this channel in the community side in the post that this was shocking to me. It actually pissed me off because I had a buddy over and I was like, have you seen the new Bad Boys movie? And he said, no. I said, all right, we're gonna watch it now. I looked it up and Netflix had it, but it was locked. You had to enter the ad free. You had to come up $10 in order to access it. And I got angry because yes, for that extra $10 a month, I could access Bad Boys amongst other material that they had locked there. But also for that $10, I could own Bad Boys. And I went straight to Amazon and I purchased Bad Boys on Blu-ray for $9.99. And I much rather own that one movie than pay Netflix $10 to access 30 plus movies that I may not watch, because I was really looking to watch that one movie. And now I don't have to worry about if I downgrade, right, my account to back to $8 a month and losing access to that movie because I own that movie. And so that's a huge concern, is that what is gonna happen to the prices? Obviously, when they acquired WWE, the prices went up and they're gonna go up again. And if they go through with this WB merger, acquisition, it's not a merger, it's an acquisition. If they go through with this, the prices are gonna shoot up again. But then let's go to the other side of what HBO Max costs. So basic with ads is $11. Okay, I don't know if they lock movies behind it or not, but that is more money than a basic with ads plan from Netflix. Standard ad-free, $18.50 a month, 50 cents more than Netflix. And premium ad-free is $23 a month, $2 less than Netflix. But let's put it straight. If you have Netflix, right, the middle tier for 18 plus another 18, you're paying 36 bucks a month for just basic with no ads, not even premium. And if not, if you've got the top tier $25 plan, you got a big family and you want both, you're paying 48 bucks, close to $50 a month. I don't think we're anywhere close to Netflix being $50 a month for premium. It's 25, which is expensive, but I feel like it would go up to 28 or 30. And at that point, to have all of HBO, HBO Max, and Warner Brother content dedicated, as well as new movies to Netflix, that would be worth it. If the $18 plan goes up to $22, that would be worth it. And if the $8 plan suddenly comes up to $10.99, because now we have all of this Warner Brothers and DC stuff and all the, HBO Max stuff on Netflix, it's worth it. Where it doesn't become worth it is if we don't get new releases of these gigantic movies these studios will be making and have made in theaters or on physical media. So hopefully that's coming down the pipeline. Talk to me about it below. Let's have a conversation, a respectful conversation below about what are your thoughts on Netflix acquiring WB/Warner Brothers. Guys, I just had a hugely successful final show of 2025 with my band Broken Thorn at the Underground Lounge here in Chicago, and had a raucous, dedicated crowd. We brought the most people of the three bands that night. The other four bands that night. The other three bands brought their people, but man, the Broken Thorn fan base is strong and growing, and we are so grateful for those who like our music. If you want to support my band Broken Thorn. We are on Facebook. We are on Instagram. And pretty soon, our first release in 2026 will be on all the music streaming platforms. So head down below and add me on the socials. Add my band Broken Thorn on the socials. And again, let's have a respectful conversation below about Netflix acquiring WB/HBO Max and what that means to you. I'm Alex Thorn, and you know what I gotta do? I gotta rock out, watch some movies, hopefully next week find some good trailers that I want to react to and review them for you. Peace out. What's going on, members? Thank you for being here. You know, every month I try to give you guys an exclusive review just for you as a thank you, as well as all the other perks you get. And especially at this point, because you are an ultimate member. But with all of that being said, I just got done watching Into the Deep on Hulu. Now, what makes this shark movie, or what made me choose this shark movie and made it stand out to me, was actually the premise. Let me read this to you. Modern day pirates on the hunt for sunken drugs kidnap a boat of tourists and force them to dive into shark-infested waters to retrieve the contraband. Now, here's the deal. I love that description. I think that description is interesting. It's different than other shark movies because you need a reason to get these people into these shark infested waters, and you can get really tired of just we're on vacation or we're eloping, or now the popular thing seems to be that there's a psycho out there and you're going for like a little shark trip with your boyfriend or girlfriend. This, with modern day pirates, especially when the lead pirate is played by John Seda from Selena fame and others. He was also in like Bad Boys 2, he had a great role in that. And then it also, for me, doesn't mean as much, but it also starred Richard Dreyfuss. And man, we made it till about 30 minutes into the movie before the bad shark CGI started to ruin my time with it. Now look, I feel like with these movies, it's like logical. Just if you do not have the budget to show the entire shark or show the shark biting somebody with the blood, do not try to compensate for that with bad CGI. Find a way around that. For years and years and years, 80s movies and horror movies were doing that. They found ways around it. Not, this is what we want to show, so we're going to do CGI with it. You don't have the budget for it. This movie didn't have the budget for a lot of the shark that they showed. And what that means is just show less of the shark. There was genuinely some shots of the shark swimming in the water, going past, just where you saw a fin, a tail, a shadow that looked great and menacing. In fact, there's a scene that I was genuinely invested in where they were underwater taking photos, and they were right by an abandoned ship that sunk, right? There was this moment where I was watching it and saying, oh, this is interesting, this is different. And then there was a shadow of the shark in the distance, and I was like, oh man, that would be really scary. But then they ruin it by showing you the entire shark and close-ups of the shark and terrible CGI where the shark is moving and biting somebody. And it's like, you don't have it, don't do it. But beyond that point in the movie, it was very interesting to see the pirates. The issue is, for me, that the people were already in the water. And they come out when they're discovered by the pirates, and then they get thrown back in. And it's just like, I wish we would have held off on the water aspect of this movie and even the shark until the pirates made them go down there to get the gold that they feel is rightfully theirs, right? But, you know, if you're into shark movies and into a different premise of a shark movie and you're not bothered by bad CGI, I know some people can watch these movies and not even care about the bad CGI. So if that's you, then give this a shot, because at least in premise and outside of the bad CGI shark moments, it's actually a decent movie. It's just I'm so picky at this point, and I'm such a stickler for, you know, if you don't have it, don't do it. Find a creative way around it. That took away the enjoyment for me. So as far as a rating for Into the Deep goes, I'm gonna give it 1 bandana out of 5. It was bad to me, but it does deserve to exist, because maybe this, much like another member review video that I did for you guys a few months ago that was based on a shark, could inspire another movie that's even better, like Dangerous Animals. I swear to you, it was exactly the same movie, but on a lower budget. That didn't do it for me. And then Shudder took over and they made a way better movie with the same concept. So guys, thank you for being members of the channel, ultimate members. I'm here because of people like you. I'm Alex Thorn. You know what I gotta do? I gotta rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you. What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and you know that because you're members of the channel. But on this Reaction Wednesday, we are going to watch Trick or Treat. And with Ozzy Osbourne's recent passing, I wanted to go back and revisit this film for Does It Hold Up and honor the Prince of Darkness. So let's check out Trick or Treat's 1987 trailer together.
Wake up, sleepyhead.
It's party time!
Rock and roll will never die. At least not this Halloween.
I've heard of raising spirits from the dead by incantations, right?
Yes.
I did that by playing a record backwards.
You're kidding.
Sammy Kerr. He's a rock and roll nightmare.
I am a big fan of yours. I've got all your records. Shut up!
You're the bait. The bait is you. This message is meant for me.
How can you listen to this stuff?
Shut it off! Shut it off!
What have you done to your stereo?
I wanted a new one.
Sammy Kerr. His fans won't let him die. He won't let them live.
You should be loyal to your hero. Make it turn on you.
Trick or treat. Looks like we better check out the party punch.
Wow. I have not seen this movie or this trailer in, wow, like 20 plus years. I had this record when I was 14 or 15 years old. I had the cassette, I'm pretty sure. I had rented the VHS a couple of times from my local mom and pop video store, but I haven't seen it since. And like, as I'm watching it, it's just instant smiles, because I remember what I felt like watching it when I first watched it when I was, 14 or 15 years old. I noticed in that trailer, I don't think we saw Ozzy other than when the TV got, clawed away by Sammy Kerr. But it did open up with Gene Simmons, which is the main reason I wanted to watch it back when I was a kid. Now I'm watching it to see Ozzy Osbourne, but also just to relive that whole time period. It's just, what a time to be alive, man. The 80s were something special, and we're going to revisit that on Does It Hold Up? So members, thank you for joining me on this trailer reaction. I'm looking forward to checking out Trick or Treat, and I hope you're gonna check it out with me. I'm Alex Thorn. You know what I gotta do? Rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you. What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and it is Reaction Wednesday. And I wanted to give Tubi a chance again. I know it is one of those rocky relationships with their Tubi originals where two of them can be bad and then one of them are halfway decent and then one's really good and then 3 or 4 of those originals are bad. But I just reviewed another movie for members only that is a Tubi original, and I want to give this movie a shot because right away, just by the title Adoption, it reminds me of The Good Son. So let's see if the trailer follows suit.
His name is Dylan. He's 10 years old. I think this is the perfect fit.
Dylan, this is your new family.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
Oh, you are so polite.
I'm a hugger.
Not being able to have my own kids was so hard for me. James and I can still have a family.
Welcome to the neighborhood, shorty.
We don't know much about his family history, and I've heard horror stories of people adopting kids.
Dylan! Maybe you should close the door next time. What's the worst that could happen? Ryan got me in trouble with the police when it was his idea. You're a liar. It's all my fault.
It had nothing to do with you.
I think there's something really off with Dylan.
Dylan is a good kid. Guys, meet our newest family member. This is Bella.
Ever since Bella came, everything has changed.
I think he tried to drown his little sister in the pool.
What is that, a toy gun you got there?
No, true. Come out, wherever you are.
What's wrong with you?
Are you guys gonna give me away?
No one is getting rid of you ever.
I like it. I could tell right away this is what trailers are for, right? Like a cover of a book. You read the synopsis. I think I'm going to enjoy this one. At the very least, it should move much better than the other movie that I just reviewed for members only that was a Tubi original. Talk about a snore fest. This does not seem like so. I already know I'm going to nitpick a little bit at the mother for the way she delivers her lines. It's very clear that she's acting, but the kid looks like he's doing a good job. I hope that flash that they used in the trailer is truly only for the trailer and none of that pops up in the movie. This doesn't seem like a movie that needs it. Very Lifetime-esque, very much like I said in the beginning, The Good Son right away. Just seeing Adopted and the face there reminding me of Macaulay Culkin's The Good Son, which we should revisit for this channel, and it doesn't hold up for sure. That's been an easy 5 years or so since I've seen it, around pandemic time. You know, Tubi's an interesting platform. I like Tubi. I give Tubi a lot of chances because there's truly something for everybody. And like I've said before, they remind me of my mom and pop video store. They don't remind me of Hollywood Video. They don't remind me of Blockbuster. They remind me of your local neighborhood video store. And that's cool. That's cool because they got a lot of cult classics there. And their originals are surprising sometimes. Hopefully this takes me by surprise because I am intrigued to watch it. What about you? Are you going to watch Adopted on Tubi? Remember, it's free. It might be a nice way to spend 90 minutes. If you do, let me know down below because I think as soon as I turn off this camera, I'm going to head over there and watch Adopted. I'm Alex Thorn. You know what I got to do. I got to watch some movies. Rock out. That's not the way you say that. I'm Alex Thorn, and you know what I got to do. I got to rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you.
this movie was loud. What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and I'm just a rock and roller who in his downtime likes to watch movies while wearing a bandana. And this time, I went to the theater on the premiere date to watch Smile 2. And a few months ago, I saw the trailer to this movie and instantly was interested because of the musician aspect of it, me being a musician myself. And if we go all the way back to Smile 1 last year, just wasn't impressed. I thought the psychiatrist or whatever gimmick was cool for the lead character, but it could have been any run-of-the-mill movie. This time, with Smile 2, this stepped it up a lot. About to embark on a new world tour, global pop sensation Sky Riley begins to experience increasingly terrifyingly inexplicable events. Overwhelmed by the escalating horrors and pressures of fame, she must face her dark past to regain control of her life before it spirals out of control. This movie was very easy to follow at first. And at first, when we're introduced to Sky Riley, I kid you not, I swear to you, I thought that this chick looks so much like another industry star, a Bella Danger. That's all I'm gonna say about that. If you know her work, you know what I'm talking about. But I love that she had a more relatable look prior to what happens to where she's at in this movie. As I mentioned in the description, Sky Riley is trying to adapt and regain control of her life after certain events. Those events being that she was in a car accident that killed an actor friend of hers. And she had a lot of substance abuse, narcotic abuse issues prior to that. Now, there's a lot of stars in our real life that we know like this. I don't want to go into details about who they are, but pop singers who were popular in the late 90s and early 2000s that come off as unstable to us today because they are, and then they have family members and PR that is constantly pushing them to do things that they clearly are not ready to do. We've seen it over and over and over again, and in this movie, finally, they explore something like this, obviously with a supernatural element. There's very few death scenes, but the death scenes that are there, CGI is really good. Let's just put it that way. It is brutal. And I'm gonna tell you right now, every single smiling scene that's in the movie is in that trailer that you see. One of the biggest issues we have with trailers today is they give away everything you see in the movie. It's just like, okay, yeah, now we're finally seeing it in the movie. But whether it's her backup dancers or fans that come up to her, or the person who passed the curse to her showing up behind her in the mirror, or it's her mother or her best friend, like everybody she knows is smiling at her. And this movie is very trippy. And when I said earlier that you can follow it in the beginning, that's everything I explained to you. After that, this movie really tends to play with the viewer because everything that Sky experiences, you experience, but as she jumps back into her current timeline, so do you. So you're watching things and a half hour passes by and suddenly you're kicked back to 45 minutes prior to that. This happens often in this movie. And I feel with this 2-hour runtime, there were so many scenes of people smiling at her and Riley losing it. And those scenes play out the same way every time, and you know it's going to be a jump scare. I feel like 26 minutes or so of this movie could have been cut out. We did not need as many jump scares as there were. I just don't feel that way. I think the movie is effective. I think the effects are great. The score is just incredibly loud and effective, and they made sure that they mixed this to the point where voices are coming from all over the place. If you have a good sound system, and I went to AMC theaters, thank you AMC for sending me out to this, by the way, that had a great sound system, And my God, was it just boom, whoa, 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 okay, from here. They do this thing where, like Evil Dead Rise did, where it's just boom, loud music out of nowhere in your face. And it's not just jump scares, it's just loud. It's once, I know I seem like I'm shitting on it, but I'm not. It's just that part of the movie where there was just these constant long back and forth ping pongs in time, and you don't know what's real and what's not. And it just happens so often that by the end of the movie, you feel just as exhausted as she is. All right, with that being said, I think it's time we get to the bandana rating for 2024's Smile 2. And I'm gonna give Smile 2 a solid 4 bandanas out of 5. I think it is trippy, it is inventive. I don't know how many more times I could say that word, and I'm sorry for saying it so much, but I just don't have another way to describe how off-putting this movie really is in the way it puts you in Sky Riley's events. It puts her in her brain, and it's very clear that this movie is a play on pop stars that we knew from the late 90s, early 2000s and beyond. By the way, I want to say, as a musician, the music in this that they made for this, which I read right before the movie started, I was reading an article that said the lead actress sang the songs that are in the movie for real. They're great. You know, I'm a rock and roller, but I know a good song when I hear a good song. They did such a good job at replicating what that synthetic pop sound is that is on the radio stations that, you know, she did great with that. The way they put her family, her mother more so than anything, pushing her, it was perfect. The way they set up how everybody was like, you cannot mess this up. You're on your comeback. If you cancel, it doesn't matter how you feel. It doesn't matter any of that. If you cancel, you're screwed forever. And then we're going to owe the record company and the touring company millions of dollars. You have to go through with this no matter what your mental state is. I thought all of that was great. But guys, let me know, how do you feel about Smile 2? Are you going to go out and watch it this weekend? Were you a fan of Smile 1? And if you do see it this weekend, head over to the comment section below. Let me know what you thought about it. What was your favorite part? What did you like and what did you dislike? And if you want to talk even more about horror movies and movies in general, you got to join this channel's memberships. That's right. Thorn Theater has real deal membership laminated cards for all of you Thornaholics out there and horror lovers. Not only that, but you get to request your own reviews. Let's say there's something out there you're really dying for me to review, but the masses may not want it, or it's not something that's gonna move the numbers. Guess what? You pay. You control the narrative. You get early access to videos, live only chats, as well as exclusive watch-alongs just for members. And if you don't feel like committing to that, you can always leave a super chat, super thanks, or buy me a coffee. That's right. Buy me a coffee right now is a way that you can support somebody like me for making videos just for you guys, doing what we love to do. But guess what? If you buy me a coffee, at least you're fueling the journey. And right now, Buy Me a Coffee has an update to where when you leave your note of why you have gifted me coffee, I can respond back to you in video form. And with all that being said, guys, I hope you have a happy Halloween because we are in spooky season. There's more videos to come. I gotta go rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you. What's going on, YouTube members? Thank you for being a part of the channel. And you and everyone else voted for it a couple weeks ago for my next Does It Hold Up movie to be Thunder in Paradise, starring my hero forever, Hulk Hogan. And right here, right now, I looked up the Thunder in Paradise trailer and I got a VHS screener from 1993 that is 4 minutes and 38 seconds long. We're gonna go on this journey together, guys. Just you and me, and watch this Thunder in Paradise VHS screener from 1993.
On my mark, and launch!
Hulk Hogan is Hurricane Spencer, the hottest hero of the high seas.
You shoot at me? We're two on this!
He's got the boat.
Thunder will lock into anyone who fires a weapon at you. Thunder will lock into anyone who even points a weapon at you.
He's got the guts. He's got the girls. And he's about to lose what he loves the most.
You sucked everything you own into that boat. You're an hawk over your eyes, which is very high.
Let's just say Spence is on the hook. All we gotta do is reel him in.
But when a beautiful woman makes him an offer he can't refuse.
Let me get this straight. You're willing to pay me to marry you?
If you don't get the money, you lose your boat. If I don't get married, I lose my hotel.
This confirmed bachelor is forced to say,
I do.
And when the bad guys learn that the Hulkster's newfound family,
There it is! Right there,
holds the key to a buried treasure.
X marks the spot. Get the man, get the weapons, we're going ashore.
Holy matrimony becomes an unholy mess.
We'll maybe doing something exciting together. We'll make them really fall in love.
Now, he's got the loot in front of him.
I just want to say, I'm very excited.
A ruthless businessman after him.
I'll prove that it was only a marriage of convenience and have you both arrested for fraud.
The enemy behind him.
Oh yeah, Navy SEAL! How about Navy anchor?
And his bride by his side.
You're supposed to be this great commando. Do something!
Think you could take her with you when you leave?
Ouch!
Join Hulk Hogan as he proves once again he's simply the best.
The boom!
Chris Lemon, Carol Alt, Hulk Hogan.
Let's breathe fire. Good to me.
You are the most reckless, irresponsible, juvenile delinquent of a man I have ever met in my entire life.
Thunder in Paradise.
You bruise him, I lose him.
WrestleMania superstar Hulk Hogan returns to the screen in Thunder in Paradise, a high-spirited romp for the entire family to share. Hulk Hogan films mean mega profits at the box office and on video. Suburban Commando sold over 130,000 units. No Holds Barred sold over 135,000 units. And this summer, Hulk Hogan stars in the major theatrical release, Mr. Nanny. Filled with super special effects, colossal stunts, and fabulous fun, Thunder in Paradise has all the elements of a runaway top renter. Along with Hulk Hogan, the film's all-star cast includes Chris Lemon of That's Life and Dad, gorgeous Carol Alt of Portfolio and Bye Bye Baby, along with Robin Weissman of Three Men and a Little Lady. Vidmark will back this movie with a $2 million marketing campaign delivering over 155 million gross impressions. This campaign includes a nationwide consumer tie-in with Fox Television's Fox Kids Club. Hulk Hogan will appear on a series of 30-second TV spots to promote his new film and to give away autographed posters through an on-air Enter to Win contest. Plus, ads for this video event will be seen in the Fox Kids Club magazine, Totally Kids, reaching over 5 million children ages 6 to 12. And here's big news for retailers. Each Thunder in Paradise 4-pack includes a specially designed water-resistant sports watch free from Vidmark. Order your pre-packs now, because this offer is good only on pre-packs ordered by August 10th, 1993. To tell renters everywhere about the Hulkster's return to video, an attention-grabbing pop-out mobile is included with our 6-page flyer. So get a grip, take off, and make a splash with everyone's favorite superhero. Join Hulk Hogan for Thunder in Paradise. The movie has an order date of September 7th and a street date of September 22nd.
Man, that is cool. I never seen that VHS screener for this one before. You know, so many great memories. Obviously, Hulk Hogan just recently passed away, and I was heartbroken along with fellow member of the channel, Danny G. We met up and, you know, had to console each other about his passing, and it still feels unreal. You know, seeing this footage just feels like, you know, we're going to see him on social media, you know, as soon as we open the app.
he's going to be cutting a promo or something like that. But we all leave this earth. And what's interesting about that is, for me, the music that was in that trailer, the first half of that 4 minutes, very silly, bad choice of music, because nothing about Thunder in Paradise screams, you know, a Western to be. I don't know who the hell decided to put that in there. I think a lot of Hogan's movies suffered from bad marketing and just not wanting to get away from, you know, that appeal to kids. It was a different time, I get it, but Thunder in Paradise had danger, had guns, had stuff like that. And very quickly after the first movie, which was a 2-part special on TV that aired, I think it was like an hour one week and an hour the next week, and then they combined that to make it a VHS release for a full movie. Very quickly, they went to Universal Studios, which is not where, you know, this movie or the first part of it was filmed, and they made it very, very kid friendly. And you know, that was a bad decision that somebody made, I'm sure, in Hogan's camp to keep him close to home. But, you know, he would have been better off being out of his element and being uncomfortable. But yeah, I'm going to watch this for you guys because you and many, many others chose Thunder in Paradise as my next Does It Hold Up? And I recently just ordered the VHS after Hogan's passing from eBay, and I have it, and I'm going to enjoy the hell out of it, guys. Thank you for voting for Thunder in Paradise. I'm Alex Thorn, and you know what I got to do? I got to rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you.
What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and it is Reaction Wednesday. And I scrolled and scrolled and scrolled, and yes, there is a big Hollywood video game adaptation to a movie right now that I do not want to check out at all. I have zero interest, and I want to be as genuine as possible with you guys. So I came across something called Mouse of Horror. Let's see. Mouse of Horrors. It's horror. I'm still in the spooky season mood. Let's check it out together.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me present the fun thing.
Let's try this. Let's see who can find the best body parts by midnight. Look everywhere.
Oh my God!
Do I make myself clear?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter who they belong to, as long as they are perfect.
What? I'm doing what? We gotta go! They killed one of them!
Okay. It looked visually, it looked good. I dig the concept. A mutated mouse goes out and gets parts to create his perfect bride. Sounds good. Sounds cool. That's where it ends, right? Because this is the first time maybe you're seeing the trailer. It's the first time I saw that trailer, and you can just, I could tell by my reaction as I'm watching the screen that like it came out that I was very disappointed with it. You could tell. And what I was disappointed with is the fact that this trailer is showing absolutely almost every kill that this mutated mouse does. Like when you do a trailer, people, even if you're going to show that he's about to kill somebody. You don't show that moment. You show the knife come up and then you cut to another scene. You show the fear of somebody looking at the other person and seeing him behind them. You don't show the actual moment it happens, because at that point, what do we need to watch a movie for? You know, once we see this trailer, and if we do eventually watch the movie, we know from the trailer who dies and who doesn't, because you're showing us. So that's my takeaway from that right away. But this reminds me of a movie I just recently saw that I'm not reviewing for the channel, called Hangman on Amazon. And it was one of those trailers. First of all, it had a good cover, like this Mouse of Horror movie. Secondly, it had a decent trailer and premise, like this movie. But like 20 minutes in, it lost me completely. And I can't do a review for you guys if I completely got disinterested in something and forgot any of the details past the setup. And I feel like this could be a similar case. But you tell me, does Mouse of Horrors sound like something or look like something you're gonna watch? I don't know. I know last week I did a trailer reaction of Little Mermaid, and then this is obviously a play on Mickey Mouse, but at least they're not calling it Mickey Mouse. So there's that. But yeah, let me know what you think about Mouse of Horrors and in general about these trailers that just show you everything that you're not supposed to see anyways. Guys, I'm Alex Thorn. You know what I gotta do? I gotta rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you. What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and I love doing these vlog style videos for you guys. It's a little something different from the reviews, but it also gives me a chance to just be real with you guys, not talk about any movie in particular, but talk about what you guys have made possible, which is 3,000 subscribers. So I want to thank, first and foremost, everybody who has watched, commented, liked, shared, taken the extra step to become a subscriber, and especially those of you who have become members of the channel. I am always working on bringing you guys exclusive content and early content because of your commitment and the chance you took. But here we are at 3,000 subscribers, a number you don't even think about. And I got to show you my updated home theater, because almost every component since this channel started 2 years ago has changed. All right, let's start with the first upgrade, the biggest one, the main one, the 65-inch C3 OLED. Now, I've had OLEDs since 2016. So we are 8 years into this journey. This is my third OLED. By no means did I need to switch from the other OLED to this, but you want to keep up with the times. You want to have the latest features, the whole 4K, 120, all of that stuff for your PS5. But if you want perfect picture quality, pitch black, everything to pop and stand out, you cannot go wrong with OLEDs from LG, Sony, or Samsung, who just started a few years ago. This TV is absolutely razor thin. It used to be in white and I kind of missed that, but this is fine. It's not like I'm watching the back of the TV. You've got 4 ports. All 4 are capable of 4K 120. You've got USB ports. You've got everything you need. This is that one. And during the day, I always have it on vivid. I'll have it on bright sometimes. At night, I actually do indeed utilize, and I'll show you guys this right here. Everybody always says, don't do this, but in my personal opinion, my eyes are pretty sensitive. So I tend to always have custom settings. And I actually put this TV at nighttime on dark mode, as well as go into energy saving. And I actually put this thing on either medium or maximum. And I know in this video it still looks bright, but it's actually dimmed down significantly. As you see, it dims down those pixels. Next upgrade would be, and this is major, the Samsung C930 9.4.1 soundbar. Take a look at this subwoofer. Absolutely off the charts, massive. And then you've got these rear speakers that shoot out forward as well as upwards. Now, I get it. I've got this capped. I used to have them up here, but then I couldn't get that effect to my ear. And so since this is usually where I sit and have someone else sitting right over there, it's perfect to have this right here because you really do hear that effect. The other one's right here on this other side. Again, aimed right towards the person. We can sacrifice a little bit of the highs that are going to bounce here, but we're going to get that effect right over here. Incredible sound. Obviously don't have it on right now, but when I tell you something is capable of Dolby Atmos, take advantage of it. It's amazing. It'll even try to make stereo sound split into 5.1. So it'll mix itself down from 9.1 or 9.4 down to 5.1. Just insane. Love it. One of the best upgrades I've ever done in my life. Next up in the gaming space, the PS5. No Slim, no Pro. I don't play games enough for all of that. The upgrades are minimal. The upgrade you got from the PS4 to the PS5 are incredible. I use this for gaming, streaming, as well as Blu-rays and 4K Blu-rays. I find that 4K Blu-rays definitely look better here than on the Xbox One X. And then additionally, there's a couple new controllers down here and a new charger for the original. Right here in the middle is my Sanyo 4-head double DVD recorder, DVD player, and VHS player. I love this thing because it has native HDMI output. No more having to use a converter in between this and the TV. This outputs VHS over 1080p HDMI natively. It took me forever to find one of these. I would say about 2 or 3 years visiting so many different stores, but I finally came across one. It is clean and it is staying put. This has 8 Ethernet ports, has further coverage as well than my Nighthawk. Is a little bit more advanced. I think it's AX6000 versus my AC5400 or something like that I had previously. But this is powering the 30 plus devices that I have Wi-Fi wise at home. Oh, I did forget to mention that there is an upgraded charger for the Xbox controllers too from the last video. This thing that you see over here, this is my personal, basically NAS to keep. I can access this from anywhere, similar to Cloud Store. So it's my cloud. So 4 terabyte, my cloud, and yeah. So all of my videos, all of my photos are there. The one thing that I would say is a drawback, it doesn't have native face recognition like Google Photos. That's probably the worst thing. But I offload all of my videos onto this, and then there's another physical backup as well. These Govee lights do sync up with the rest of the lights in the room if you want them to. It is just when you get to the point where you have 20 or so lights like I do all over my home, it can get a little difficult to set them up. So right now, they're on the night setting all day long. One day, I'll have a day setting and a night setting, but typically for the day, they're all off. Yes, Thank you guys for getting me to 3,000 subscribers. 2 years running. Who would have ever thought? I'm looking forward to 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, and beyond. You guys have given me an outlet to enjoy my TV, upgrade my settings, and have a community to talk about the cool stuff that I like, such as Creepshow, Nightmare on Elm Street, Jason, and so much more. Guys, you know what I gotta do. I gotta work out, rock out, then watch some movies and review them for you. What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and it is Reaction Wednesday. And before we check out this trailer, I just want to ask for you to please hit the subscribe, like, and comment down below during this trailer reaction or afterwards. I was sent this particular trailer by a channel member here. They want me to check it out. I'm sure I know why they want me to check it out, but it's going to be fresh for both of us. Here we go. Peter Pan, a horror version of Peter Pan.
Wakey, wakey. Peekaboo.
How did you get down there?
I'm Peter. It's nice to meet you.
When Timmy went missing, what do you remember?
He's close to Neverland, and he must act now to take the children with him.
It's time to collect.
Oi, freak! You gonna pay for that?
Hi, Peter. Do you know what I have?
Don't worry about Michael. I'm gonna take him to Neverland.
So if you need a hand...
Wow.
Who wants to come to Neverland with me? It's my duty to send the kids to Neverland and protect them from this world.
In a place where you can be a little boy for the rest of your existence.
Get back to me!
Marco?
Hello.
Marco? Hello.
Okay. Hey, I'm not going to say it looks terrible. It does not look terrible, but I will say this. Right away, that opening scene or shot, I mean, that's a carbon copy of it. So it looked like the shot is supposed to be reminiscent of it, while he looks reminiscent of that newer Joker and has the voice of the Joker from The Dark Knight. And then immediately after that, when it had the missing thing, I thought of it, but I also thought of the Black Phone. Even the way he looks and he put on the mask reminds me of Black Phone. And I wasn't a fan of that at all. I did like the look of the movie. I liked the concept of the movie. I didn't like how the lead antagonist, I didn't like how Ethan Hawke came off or how he played it at all. This could be a weird, mix of everything. But also, it looks gory as hell. Which is cool. I'm not big on gore, but, as long as it's in the right place, I'm cool with it. The channel member who sent it to me also made mention that this was part of the Pooniverse. I don't like saying that. That just sounds ridiculous. So hopefully there's another, phrase for that universe. I'm not very familiar with Peter Pan himself. I've only seen that animated Disney movie once in my life when I was a kid. I know those Winnie the Pooh movies are out, and I have no desire to watch those. I've never been a Winnie the Pooh fan, so it means nothing to turn him into a heel to me. I don't know. What about you guys? This does look halfway decent. I'm willing to give it a shot for sure. I see that it's going to go through a limited run in theaters, so that's cool. I'm glad for the studio and the director and everybody who made this movie that they're going to have a short run in the theaters. That's cool. But let me know down below, what do you think of Nightmare, Peter Pan's Neverland Nightmare? It looks halfway decent. All right, guys, I'm Alex Thorn. You know what I got to do. I got to rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you.
What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and it is the very first video of 2026. And just in case you forgot, I'm a rock and roller who likes to watch movies while wearing a bandana. And this time, I am incredibly thankful to Creator VC for sending me out my very first screener to review. And that screener happens to be of a series that I have been a fan of since the very first installment. You know, as you can see in the rear posters behind me, I have always been a fan of horror, and the definitive documentary on horror is In Search of Darkness. And in this installment, they are on 1995 to 1999. You know, I gotta tell you that this era of horror movies for me is actually not one of my favorites, right? I, in all intents and purposes as a horror fan, should have been super excited for the movies that were coming out at this time. But as a early fan of horror, I could not stop revisiting at my local mom and pop store old horror movies of the 80s. One thing that In Search of Darkness and Creator VC manages to do with every installment of this documentary is give you an insight into movies you've never heard of and never seen. And certainly in this installment, there are a ton of movies that I simply never, ever heard of. And before I continue to talk about that, I just want to ask you, if you've made it this far into the video, to hit the like button, subscribe, leave a comment below, and let's talk about the horror movies of the 90s that you loved. When I think back to late 90s horror movies, there's only one, maybe two, that come to mind instantly, and that's Scream and I Know What You Did Last Summer. Like, there are a ton of others, but the tone for the late 90s is absolutely set by Scream. What this documentary does in its 6+ hour runtime, by the way, is not only remind you of Scream's impact, which we all know, but also remind you of all of the other horror movies like Event Horizon, Seven, Mimic, Stir of Echoes, What Lies Beneath, and my personal favorites, Wishmaster and From Dusk Till Dawn. When I think back to this time, there is a glossy look. There is a certain look to horror movies that I just can't escape from. There's something about them that, to me, they all look like they belong on like the WB series of teenagers. Everybody's pretty, but everybody some way, somehow tends to look the same. From Urban Legend to I Know What You Did Last Summer, to even the installments of Halloween that came out in the late 90s, they all have somewhat of a Scream feel to them. And I think that may be one of my biggest issues with this era of horror movies. Now, that's not to take away from this era. That's not to say that there's not value there. Obviously there is. There is an entire generation that was born from this. And as we know, Scream really brought that to the masses. But there's a movie that I remember, and it's right behind me, from Wes Craven, that started that meta, and that was Wes Craven's New Nightmare. Now that predates 1995 by 1 year, but that's really where it starts. But unfortunately, not a lot of people went to go see that movie like I did. It was my first Freddy Krueger movie to watch in theaters, but I had been watching obviously since earlier than then on VHS. Scream took everybody by storm and was such a massive force that we still have Scream coming out today with its 7th installment this year. We're at a point in horror movies today where they are starting to reach back to the late 90s to do remakes, which is wild because at one point it was the 70s and then they were reaching back to the 80s, and now it doesn't even feel that long ago in my brain. But we all know that Urban Legends is getting a remake. We all know that I Know What You Did Last Summer already got a legacy remake / sequel, and there's so many others that are getting remade today, and so many that this documentary showed me had remakes that I didn't even know had remakes, such as The Cube. I didn't know there were new additions to Phantasm. I didn't know that there were so many of these films that either got remade here or originated, as I found out, in the Japanese culture. One of the big focuses of In Search of Darkness 95 through 99 is Japanese horror movies. They even turn a little bit of the attention to the soundtracks of the late 90s, which I will say that was cool. All in all, I think at the end of the day, you cannot go wrong with any In Search of Darkness documentary or entry. 1995 through 99 is just one more step, and you know we've got a lot more coming. So if you are a fan of horror, which you wouldn't be watching this channel or this video if you weren't, you do have to check out In Search of Darkness 95 through 99. And with that being said, Creator VC is having a digital flash sale that is going to run for only 10 days, beginning today, the 16th. And you can go ahead and check that out at 90shorrordoc.com. Guys, I am glad to be back with you in 2026. I've got plenty of reviews coming your way, plenty of trailer reactions, and if you haven't heard, this channel has memberships, so you gotta check that out. I'm Alex Thorn, and you know what I gotta do. I gotta rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you.
No, please don't kill me, Mr. Ghostface. I want to be.
What's going on, people? It's Alex Thorn, and it's Reaction Wednesday. Scrolling down the timeline for inspiration for trailers, and what do I come across? The greatest horror documentary of all time, In Search of Darkness. Loved 1 and 2. Can't remember too much of 3, but now I see there's In Search of Darkness 90 through 94. Let's check this out together.
Going to the movies!
Miss me.
The 90s, it was edgier, it was grungier, it was a little more self-aware.
It's so much better than what we thought we were making.
A time for total escape.
Broke into the wrong goddamn rec room!
The industry is changing, both on the big screen and on the small screen, in profound and sweeping ways.
It's a big ride.
It's scary, it's funny, it's twisted, and it's sexy.
Hot and squishy.
And we were out of control and out of our minds.
All the legends are true. Every night we were blowing shit up. Just having so much fun.
Groovy. We did it really fast.
It was very, very rushed.
It's certainly the only movie that I know of with death by corn cob.
What's the next appalling, disgusting, highly inventive way you can find to kill somebody?
All the A-list stars. They want to be able to see what it feels like to rip off somebody's head.
Oh my God!
What the?
Digital visual effects.
It opened up a whole new world.
When it doesn't work, oh boy.
It's just a bunch of hocus pocus.
Thank God for gateway horror.
Tim Curry, man, that was a casting coup.
I am the worst dream come true.
Candyman, Candyman, Candyman.
Be my victim.
Hell no. I'm not gonna look in the mirror and say Candyman 5 times. I'm not stupid.
It was an intense thing to do.
It gives me the heebie-jeebies.
You don't like it, huh?
I said, we need the subspecies. That's the poster. Got to make the poster. We sent the footage back to the States, and Charlie was like, what the hell?
He wasn't nothing but a big old pussy anyway. I called Jason a pussy, paid the price for it.
No one on planet Earth knew that Freddy's glove was going to come up at the end of that movie. They jumped to their feet.
I probably should have snagged one of those things when we were making that movie.
Want a date?
Want a date?
Want a date?
I kick ass for the Lord.
This one's for the fans.
The 90s was very self-reflexive.
So it pushes a lot of buttons.
Oh, we can't have eating babies on screen.
I could go to jail for doing a movie.
People were like, how dare you remake a classic? We were making a very weird movie. I tried to say my line through these giant teeth, and
To go to a video store in the 90s, obscure horror movies that I've never heard of. It was a glorious time to be a fan of films.
I like the crappy ones. Is it any good? No. Is it fun? Absolutely.
Is that kind of a movie? It's a horror film.
A moment of film history that shall never be forgotten. As long as it's entertaining, I will watch the shit out of it.
Oh, that stuff is really, really rich.
Come back anytime. Bring your friends.
The 90s, man. I mean, it was one hell of a time for horror, that's for sure. And this tackles 90 through 94. I have to be 100% honest and say that I was not the biggest fan of that era, 90 through 94. I felt like visual effects, like they said in the trailer, took away, especially digital video effects, took away from the practical effects. I felt like the lighting was really weird in the early 90s, especially the mid. There's like this time period between 92 and 95-ish where prosthetics were lit so much that you could tell where it started and where it ended. And these are not things that you can necessarily see in 80s films. It might be because of the move from film to digital. I don't know. But I felt like, again, one person said in that trailer, it was more self-aware of what it was. That's for sure, 100%. But I don't know if that was a good thing. Of course, there's classics like Scream and New Nightmare and Return of the Living Dead 3 that was shown in there, and a bunch of other ones. But there's, in my mind, a lot more misses than hits in 90 to 94. Now, of course, I'm going to watch this regardless. And I'm hoping that In Search of Darkness 90 through 94 puts me onto some new stuff that's good, as well as makes me take a look at some of the ones that I possibly judged too harshly and gives me more reasons to review more horror on this channel. Let me know, what do you think? Are you going to be watching In Search of Darkness 90 through 94? What did you think of the horror movies of the time, 90 through 94? What are some of your favorites, and what are some of the ones you think did not hit the mark? Guys, you know what I gotta do. I'm Alex Thorn, and I gotta rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you. I was so excited when this movie came out. I can't tell you, but rewatching it for this channel just reminds me of why I shouldn't have been. What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and I'm just a rock and roller who likes to watch Jurassic Park movies while wearing a bandana. And here we are at the final installment before the new movie Rebirth came out, Dominion. As I said in the intro, I was super excited for this film when it was coming out because I enjoyed Fallen Kingdom so much. I thought this one was just gonna take us back to the original because it brought the original cast together with the Jurassic World cast. But boy, would we find out that the writers of this film had a different plan in mind. 4 years after the destruction of Isla Nublar, dinosaurs now live and hunt alongside humans all over the world. This fragile balance will reshape the future and determine once and for all whether human beings are to remain the apex predators on a planet they now share with history's most fearsome creatures. That is the initial idea. That is what we were all excited about when Dominion was coming to the theaters. But it's not what we get. I have to jump right into this because this is not a new movie, so we don't have to tiptoe around this. This film goes into a completely different territory and now starts to introduce something with locusts. Now look, I've seen this movie about 4 or 5 times now in total. And this is the second time I watched the theatrical version. The other 2 or 3 times I watched the extended version because I bought the 4K of this movie, and I own all of the Jurassic Park / World movies. But I gotta tell you, I don't feel like I missed anything from either one. I can't remember what was missing from the extended version or what was added to the extended version. I don't know what was missing in the theatrical version. This film has 2 redeeming scenes in it that I want to talk about. But before I talk about that, I want to talk about the biggest disappointment, which is how the old Jurassic Park cast is utilized here. I do not like that they did actually what they've done in Rebirth, where they have these 2 separate camps that you're following. They did the same thing in this one, where you're following the original cast and you're following the Jurassic World cast. And it's almost as if we're just giving the old guys something to do in this movie, like an excuse to be there. So then we all join together on the last scene and we've got something for them to do. And the other thing that just bothers me and boggles my mind about this movie is that introduction of the locusts. I don't know what that was supposed to add. I don't know why we just didn't go fully straight into dinosaurs living alongside humans that was set up in the last Jurassic Park movie, only to take us back to another island that threatens to bring locusts over. As you can hear my frustration with that storyline, I actually want to go into something that makes me happy about this movie, which is the 2 scenes that made me smile when I first saw them and made me smile on the rewatch, which was the crash scene on the ice with the plane that involves the feathered velociraptor looking dinosaur. That scene visually is striking because of the ice, because of the color of the dinosaur, and because of the 2 people involved in that scene. And the other one being the now trained dinosaurs that run after somebody when you point a laser at them. that scene is so visceral and is so fun that it sticks with you. And that's pretty much all the positives of this movie, because even the final scene, as many little Easter eggs as they have that try to throw you back to the original Jurassic Park, I totally forgot about that scene. Again, seeing this 4 or 5 times, I should not have forgotten about the final scene in this movie, but somehow I did. With all that being said, guys, I want to get to the bandana rating for Jurassic World Dominion. And I'm going to give this film 3 bandanas out of 5. As always, I mean, it's hard to make a terrible, irredeemable Jurassic Park film. Can people who work at Sci-Fi do it? Yeah, they sure can. But these people with the budget they have, no. Is the movie worth watching? That's up to you. Will you regret it after watching it one time? I don't think so. I think if you watch it once, you may have a scene or two that you like me. But is it something you're gonna want to watch again? I don't think so. And guys, I'm excited not to come to the end of this Jurassic World / Park review, but to get to the ranking, which is the very next Jurassic Park related video. This has been building up for months for me, and thank you for allowing me to go back in time and check out these movies that have been sitting on my shelves and need to be watched. Guys, I'll see you on the Jurassic Park / World ranking video. I'm Alex Thorn, and you know what I gotta do? I gotta rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you. I kid you not, this movie is literally the definition of WTF did I just watch? What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and I'm just a rock and roller who in his downtime likes to watch movies while wearing a bandana. And this time around, I decided to watch a movie that I actually made a decision to watch months ago, The Front Room from A24. But before we get into that, I would like to ask you to please hit the subscribe button, like this video, and comment down below if you've seen this movie and if you plan on seeing it after this review. That being said, let's get to what The Front Room is all about. Everything goes to hell for newly pregnant Belinda after her mother-in-law moves in. As the diabolical guest tries to get her claws on the child, Belinda must draw the line somewhere. And what interested me in this movie was Brandy. Look, I was never a fan of Brandy, but Brandy was a presence when I was like 10 or 12 years old on TV with her show, Moesha. It was one of those shows that I would come home from school and it would just be on. So you caught it from time to time. Later in life, made a song called The Boy Is Mine. I believe she was in I Still Know What You Did last summer, which was cool. She goes away for a long, long time. 20 years or so, I feel like I haven't seen her. And her return to film is what is perceived by the trailers to be a horror film. So that was the interest in this movie. What the hell happened? The character of Solange is played by Catherine Hunter, and she goes around with both of these canes on herself. And the sound design of this movie is just way too loud. In this movie, it makes absolutely no sense for Belinda's canes to make this boom, boom, boom sound every single time she walks. It is unnecessary, and this is like it's an A24 thing. I've noticed this. I've reviewed 2 movies of theirs on this channel. This, again, great premise, and the execution is just not for me. You know, myself coming from a super religious background, growing up in a home where literally, you know, a lot like what the husband grew up in and how he just does not take to it or like it at all. Difference being, we handle this in 2 different ways. I'm very outspoken. once I became of age and found that voice, and boom, like there was no more. This guy is still like, okay, fine. It's infuriating, this man's character. And it carries along this trend that I've seen in movies that I've watched over the last 6 months, is that when there's a couple, they're constantly playing the woman as strong and the man as this meek and meager puddle of mess. I don't understand what this is. And it's agitating. It's infuriating. And if there are a lot of men out there like that, now I get it. I'm just looking in the mirror, right? I'm looking in the viewfinder right now and seeing that I'm wearing a shirt that says Alpha. This was not planned, by the way. This is a gym shirt. This was not planned. And here I am talking about a guy being soft in this movie. But my God, if there are men out there like this for real who are this soft and can't bring themselves to open their mouth, stomp their foot, pound a fist on the table and raise their voice, please don't get with these men, ladies. That's not a man. Solange is an absolute mess. M-E-double-S. M-E-double-S. That's all she keeps saying. Because when this woman makes a mess, it is an actual mess. This movie shows feces. And it ain't just one scene. It is many, many times. This movie shows vomit several times. And this movie shows this old ass, decrepit woman pissing on herself and the bed and the couch and the this and the that many times. The stuff that happens in this movie, when this happens in other movies, first of all, it doesn't happen this often in other movies, but when it does happen in a movie, first thing that came to mind to me was Drag Me to Hell. There was a couple scenes like that in Drag Me to Hell. But that movie was like a dark comedy. It was entertaining. It was fun, despite it having moments of being disgusting like that. This movie, by all means, should be a dark comedy because of the things that are happening. But it's not. They play it straight, 100% straight. So you know what that makes you? Very, very uncomfortable. By the end of this movie, things wrap up in a pretty little bun. And I don't understand that, because with this bandana rating I'm about to give it, it does not deserve to be wrapped up that nicely. And I'm going to give A24's The Front Room 1 bandana. I think the movie is shot well. That's what A24 does, honestly. They make things look very cinematic and they shoot things very well. But outside of that, this story that has premise, that has promise, is just such a mess, and they present so many different ideas. There's even including racial stuff that just gets thrown in there out of nowhere, and it's this weird scene, and then the decisions that are made in that moment don't make sense. The decisions that are made after that don't make sense. The agreements that are made, like, there's a lot that's left unsaid, and then by the time you get to the end, you're just like, huh? That's it? It just doesn't do it for me. Guys, look, if you guys want to talk about how disappointing this movie was, or the new Wolfman movie, I keep saying werewolf in my head, but the new Wolfman movie, amongst so many other things, you got to check out this channel's memberships. That's right, Thorn Theater has real deal membership laminated cards for all of you Thornaholics out there and horror lovers. Not only that, but you get to request your own reviews. Let's say there's something out there you're really dying for me to review, but the masses may not want it, or it's not something that's gonna move the numbers. Guess what? You pay. You control the narrative. You get early access to videos, live only chats, as well as exclusive watch-alongs just for members right here on this channel. And if you don't feel like committing to that, you can always gift me a super chat, super thanks, or buy me a coffee. Buy me a coffee right now is a way that you can support somebody like me for making videos just for you guys, doing what we love to do. But guess what? If you buy me a coffee, at least you're fueling the journey. And right now, Buy Me a Coffee has an update to where when you leave your note of why you have gifted me coffee, I can respond back to you in video form. And guys, if you haven't gotten enough of Thorn Theater reviews right here on YouTube, you can also head over to Letterboxd. And if you don't know about Letterboxd, Letterboxd is a social media site for movie lovers. And if you love my reviews and other reviewers here on YouTube, I'm pretty sure they have a profile on Letterboxd. This is video, that's the written word, and you can interact with it, and you can see a log of all of the films that we have reviewed and all of the films that you have reviewed once you create your profile on Letterboxd. There's tons of exclusive opportunities for sneak previews and early showings through them. So I'll catch you on Letterboxd. Thank you so much for checking out my review of The Front Room. And you know what I gotta do. We're in 2025. I'm Alex Thorn. I gotta rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you. I've waited a while for this embargo to be up, but it's finally time to have a rebirth. What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and I'm just a rock and roller who likes to watch Jurassic World and park movies while wearing a bandana. And we are all the way to the end of this journey with Jurassic World Rebirth. You know, there was a lot of concern surrounding this movie. Is it time? Is it played out? Is this just gonna be another Terminator reboot? But seeing this movie 2 weeks early with an excited crowd around me, I gotta tell you, I was pleasantly surprised. With a whole new cast led by Scarlett Johansson, Jonathan Bailey, and Mahershala Ali, let me lay it down to what Jurassic World Rebirth is all about. Zoe Bennett leads a team of skilled operatives to the most dangerous place on Earth, an island research facility for the original Jurassic Park. Their mission is to secure genetic material from dinosaurs whose DNA can provide life-saving benefits to mankind. As the top secret expedition becomes more and more risky, they soon make a sinister, shocking discovery that's been hidden from the world for decades. Obviously, the whole new thing about this movie is Scarlett Johansson and these mutated dinosaurs that didn't work out for Jurassic Park. So remember that. These aren't the dinosaurs for Jurassic World. These are the dinosaurs that didn't work for Jurassic Park, the original 1993. But that's what this is all about. 3 specific dinosaurs that they have to get it from. And while they're going for these 3 specific dinosaurs, they come across one that was way too ugly for Jurassic Park. And it looks like an alien, turkey, and T-Rex hybrid. We can talk about those dinosaurs in just a bit. What I want to hit on that I remember the most and that struck me the most while being in the movie theater was Scarlett Johansson. You know, I have only really seen one movie with Scarlett Johansson, that movie being one of my favorites of all time, The Island, but that was a long time ago. Scarlett in this movie, and I hate to say it this way, she feels like she's just paint by numbers, showing up and doing her job. I don't know if I didn't catch it before or what, but I know that she was a mercenary. I just didn't catch if she was a mercenary for dinosaur missions, because if she was doing dinosaur missions previously, then I would completely understand her reactions or lack thereof in this movie. But if she's never been around dinosaurs, one of you guys let me know down below. I can't justify her lack of being scared in any of these scenes. I don't give a shit how many marine missions you've done. You see something like the D-Rex or the other dinosaurs that are in this, you are not going to be so stone cold faced like you're Steven Seagal or something. You should be a little scared from time to time. It's called acting. Outside of that, Ali, who's really the other big part of this movie, does a great job. I don't know if there's ever one role that this man has ever played that he doesn't nail. He does empathy really well. He does leadership really well. He does concern really well in this movie. He acts really well in this movie. There's one other big actor in this movie, and that's Jonathan Bailey, who plays Dr. Henry Loomis. And I honestly think that he probably does the best overall job of acting from every cast member here. He's just incredibly funny, sarcastic, witty, and you buy into everything he's doing. I mean, I'll be honest, I think he stole the show in this movie. There must be some type of commandment or rule or Bible for Jurassic Park where you have to have kids, because this other group, this other family of a father and his two daughters, as well as one of the daughter's boyfriends, I mean, just because society is the way it is, I'm pretty sure what I'm about to say is an unpopular opinion. But if there was anybody I ever wanted to see get eaten by a dinosaur and just get obliterated, was this girl's boyfriend. And I'm talking about from beginning to end. I don't care if he had a hero's journey or not. I did not want to see this kid make it to the end of the movie. But let's talk about what we really came to see Jurassic World Rebirth for. The dinosaurs, these new mutated dinosaurs. When the movie starts out, you get a glimpse of the new D-Rex, and he looks scary as hell. And thankfully, by the end of the movie, when he does come out once again, he is kept in a lot of red smoke. He is kept in the shadows because that makes him much, much scarier. He is the main attraction for sure. There's also a lot of callbacks to the original Velociraptors in the first Jurassic Park. And there's a scene in this movie that is a complete callback to the kitchen scene in Jurassic Park. When you see it, you will know it beat for beat. It is there. Those particular dinosaurs that replaced the Velociraptors in this kind of look like bird turkey dinosaurs to me. I think they definitely looked interesting, but I kind of missed the Velociraptor. But guys, I'm done flapping my lips. I'm done flapping my gums. I gotta give Jurassic World Rebirth a bandana rating. And I'm gonna give Jurassic World Rebirth 3 bandanas out of 5. It is a perfectly good summer blockbuster movie. You know, I would love to give this entry 5 bandanas, but the kids and that second group's inclusion really feels shoehorned in there, and I personally felt like the movie would have done just fine without it. That's -1 bandana. And unfortunately, Scarlett Johansson is the other reason I'm taking away a bandana. And I'm not saying she didn't want to be there, but I'm definitely saying that she looks like she didn't put all the effort she could have in this role. But what about you? Are you going out to watch Jurassic World Rebirth this 4th of July weekend? This entire week is Jurassic Week. And if you're going to enjoy it by going to the theater, then kudos to you. Do so. Be safe on July 4th. Guys, I am so excited to rank these movies. Stay tuned to the channel for that. It has been a Jurassic World / Park month for Thorn Theater Reviews. Also check out this channel's memberships. There's so much going on there. I think I've just released like 4 exclusive members only trailer reactions and reviews, among so many other perks. Check it out down below. I'm Alex Thorn, and you know what I gotta do? I gotta rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you. What's going on, members? Alex Thorn here, and this is an exclusive for you guys, bringing you more value to your memberships. But also, I read about this movie on my Google feed, looked it up, and it clicked in my head. I gotta give my members something just exclusive for you guys. So let's check out Inheritance, the trailer, together, and we'll talk about it afterwards.
It's written all over you.
What?
You're an artist. No, you're in a band.
Maybe.
No, you're not. You're a spy. You've had a brutal year.
You've just lost your mother. Let me be your father.
I thought you were trying to get control of your life.
I'll do anything to get out of this place.
I built something here, and I want you and I to run it together.
Doing what?
Gathering information?
Like a spy.
It's a big word. Maya, leave now.
Where are you? What is going on? Where's my dad?
Something happened to him.
This is Interpol. You're in possession of stolen U.S. government property.
If you go to the police, he's dead. If you don't bring it to us, you are dead.
Do not go to India.
I'll do it.
You can't get to South Korea.
Watch me.
You're willing to take risks to get things done. You know what you want, and you know how to get it.
They're looking for you.
He'll kill me if he finds me.
Who are you spying on?
I'll never tell.
So when I tell you I did not expect it to be like an action spy movie, I mean it. I didn't expect that one bit. Going into this trailer, all I saw was inheritance and that girl looking out the window, and I said, oh, she's gonna inherit, you know, a hotel or a home that's haunted, of course. So I thought we were going down that horror route. No, this is an action movie, but an interesting perspective. You could tell that this is an indie movie for sure. You could tell a lot of it is handheld, and that's cool. It's doesn't always have to be this huge Hollywood production. So, I mean, the last female-led spy movie that I remember watching and enjoying, so I may have watched something after that but didn't enjoy it, who knows, but what I can remember is Salt with Angelina Jolie, which really I should watch it for this channel soon anyways, because I love that movie. Just saying it makes me smile, so you know it's a good movie. There's others. I know there's tons and tons of other movies where a female is an action spy. I might be wrong about that. I think Mother with Jennifer Lopez, she was a spy. Seems to be something they do quite often. In this one, they're kind of duping her into it. Her own father is kind of duping her into it in this movie. I don't know, it looks decent. I don't know if I will watch it. The weird camera angles are not really for me. To rewind, like what I said, you don't always need huge Hollywood productions. You may not need Hollywood productions. I kind of need something like that, or else I feel like I'm just watching a YouTube, fan-made film, which is fine for the small screen. I don't feel like putting that on my big screen TV or paying for it at a theater or anything like that. But how does Inheritance look to you? Let me know down in the comments. Members, you know what I got to do. I got to rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you. Don't you just love it? It's Halloween season. What's going on, people? My name is Alex Thorn, and I'm a rocker who in his downtime likes to sit back, relax, watch some movies while wearing a bandana. With now we fast forward to Rob Zombie's Halloween. Man, this movie starts out with God of Thunder by Kiss, my favorite band of all time. But holy shit, is this movie it's just insane. From the kills to the ridiculous amount of cursing and like just disgusting talk in there, as well as the nudity. So, and I'm gonna get to that in just a minute. Those two things I just mentioned are just But I gotta say, I really enjoy this movie. If there was one Halloween movie that I could watch every year and go back to, it would be this movie. I mean, it's so entertaining because you actually finally get the motives behind Michael Myers' killing. Now, I know in the original 1 through 8, they had their own reason, the cult of Thorn, and he was just going after his family. But then this one reinvents that and makes him more human by saying Michael Myers turned the way he did because he was a product of a shitty upbringing. And when I say shitty upbringing, I really mean it. I mean, he's got a stripper of a mother. No offense to any strippers out there, but a lot of stripper mothers are just blah. Especially this one, who is also played by Rob Zombie's wife. And then you've got like this horrible stepfather, and then the sister that in the original 1978 one that you see him kill, you know, out of nowhere with no context, actually has somewhat of a backstory in this one. You get to see the interactions. She's a piece of crap. She's also a very shitty person, and you've got the bullies at school, and you've got all this stuff, and you can only assume this has been going on for years and years and years and years. Michael is a product of his upbringing. I actually love this because this is how a lot of serial killers are brought up, like just the worst family stories. And even though the mother thought she was doing the best she could, she was actually hurting her entire family by making the choices that she made, which is reality. I love that aspect. I love that we get to see him in the mental institution for longer than just a conversation. You actually get to see, you know, some therapy sessions with Dr. Loomis. You get to see Michael grow to be this gigantic mammoth of a man. And then in his room, you get to see his mental institution room. You actually get to see all the masks that he creates because he doesn't feel like revealing himself to the world, that obsession. So there's a lot of good that Rob Zombie did here. And a lot of it is like before the movie takes place in Haddonfield, where he wears the actual mask. A lot of it is just before it gets there. So good. And you actually get Danielle Harris back. She's not playing, unfortunately, she's not playing Laurie Strode's daughter. She's playing Laurie Strode's, one of Laurie Strode's friends. And that kind of like, really? But hey, Danielle Harris, Jamie Lloyd, however they called it, I think that was her name. Yeah, my God, man, she does such a good job. The moment I saw her, I just smiled from ear to ear. It's crazy because she has a magic on the screen. And it's not just, oh, she's attractive and she's cute. No, there's something that just draws you to her when she's on that screen. So she did really good. And then, like I mentioned earlier, there was two things that I just don't like about this movie, and it's the gratuitous language. I mean, when they say nasty shit, I mean, they are disgusting. I mean, just the talk. But unfortunately, the disgusting talk isn't just between, you know, a group of people. You know, there's 2 or 3 guys who talk like this. No, it's the teenage girls when they're together. It's the bullies. It's the 2 guys who go to, you know, take advantage of a mental patient in the mental institution. It's some of the other people. It's the cop. Everybody in this movie just. Rob Zombie has this like obsession with just being as filthy and disgusting as possible in his language. I don't get it. I'm a grown man. I like to curse. I talk to my guys, and we all talk, you know, how we talk, but not this. This is disgusting. Everybody is deplorable in this movie. And then there's a lot of nudity. Again, as a man, hey, you want to show off? Great. But there's like a full 2 minutes. Some of the kills to these women are like a full 2 minutes of them just being nude, running around. And I felt like I wasn't watching a Halloween movie. I felt like I was watching, you know, Slumber Party Massacre or Sorority High Massacre. Like, it was just uncomfortably too much, you know. I feel like every time I shoot these, my PlayStation 3 decides to fire up and see if there's an update. Every single time, without fail. And so at the end of the day, I'm going to say this right now. Rob Zombie's Halloween, to me, gets 4 bandanas out of 5. I mean, that movie is really enjoyable to watch once you can get past all the terrible language and like, man, this is kind of sad. Head over to the comment section below. Let me know what you thought about it. What was your favorite part? What did you like and what did you dislike? And if you want to talk even more about horror movies and movies in general, you got to join this channel's memberships. That's right, Thorn Theater has real deal membership laminated cards for all of you Thornaholics out there and horror lovers. Not only that, but you get to request your own reviews. Let's say there's something out there you're really dying for me to review, but the masses may not want it, or it's not something that's gonna move the numbers. Guess what? You pay, you control the narrative. You get early access to videos, live only chats, as well as exclusive watch alongs just for members. And if you don't feel like committing to that, you can always leave a super chat, super thanks, or buy me a coffee. That's right, buy me a coffee right now is a way that you can support somebody like me for making videos just for you guys, doing what we love to do. But guess what? If you buy me a coffee, at least you're fueling the journey. And right now, Buy Me a Coffee has an update to where when you leave your note of why you have gifted me coffee, I can respond back to you in video form. And with all that being said, guys, I hope you have a happy Halloween because we are in spooky season. There's more videos to come. I gotta go rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you. What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and it is Reaction Wednesday. And with it being Reaction Wednesday, I got sent a trailer for The Running Man by a buddy of mine, and I can't believe they're remaking this movie. You can remake it, but I didn't even watch it. I just saw a picture of a guy that doesn't look like he should be in the movie. But let's just reserve judgment for after the trailer. Let's watch The Running Man.
Ben Richards, 35, married, one child, in medical crisis.
We need money for a doctor now.
Ben, watch yourself.
Employment status, blacklisted. But there's still a way out for you. It's the biggest show in the country.
Bloodlust is our birthright! Set it free! Welcome to The Running Man!
People on these games never come back.
I'm not trying to get myself killed, so kiss my ass twice.
Right there is why you can win this game. The rules are simple. Survive 30 days with the entire nation hunting you down. And get your family out of Slumside for good.
I'm gonna come back here and burn this building down. I promise.
That's the spirit.
This is America, goddammit! And we don't put up with no bullshit! Yes! Hunt him down! Stop filming me!
Have you ever wondered if this game is rigged?
Guess we'll find out.
You might be moving up too fast.
Hey, buddy. You're on Freebie.
You better run! I got a grenade!
Back at you.
I'm still here, you shit eaters. Hey, big boys!
Are you crazy?
I'm sorry. My thoughts are still valid. They're still there. Like, how do we go from Arnold Schwarzenegger, who's a working man, accused of a crime, who either must do the time or go prime time, on the world's most highest rated show in 2017? How do we go from that to this, whatever this is? I don't like the music that was in this trailer. I don't like the look of the actor, the main actor who's doing the same role as Arnold did. I don't like the silliness that is being implied in this. Now, mind you, the original Running Man was pretty corny. Okay, I watched it on VHS about 2 or 3 years ago, and it was pretty corny, but it was just, it's Arnold. It's 80s corny, which meant it wasn't trying to be corny. It just was because of the time. This seems like it is trying to be funny in a way, and I don't like that. I don't like that it's trying to be funny. You either are funny or you aren't. I feel like this is going to suffer the same fate as the Total Recall remake that they did some time ago. I think it's going to come out and the world is just going to ignore it. But what about you? What do you think? Were you a fan of the original 1987 Running Man? Do you feel that this Running Man can give that one a run for its money? Do you think it'll be accepted in or remembered in the same way, as good as the original Running Man was? Let's talk about it down below. Guys, I'm Alex Thorn. You know what I got to do. I got to rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you. Ow! Back when I was in the ring, I was the lone wolf. In this movie, this wolf may not be alone. What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and I'm just a rock and roller who in his downtime likes to watch movies while wearing a bandana. And this time, I got to head to AMC courtesy of Blumhouse, a personal invite, brother. And I can't believe it because this is my very first studio invite to a screening ever. Before we get into the full details of Wolfman in 2025, I'd like to ask you to hit the subscribe, like, and comment down below on what you think about this review, about this movie, and if you're gonna watch this movie. But with that being said, what is Wolfman in 2025 all about? Blake and his family are attacked by an unseen animal and in a desperate escape barricade themselves inside a farmhouse as a creature prowls on the perimeter. As the night stretches on, however, Blake begins to behave strangely, transforming into something unrecognizable that soon jeopardizes his wife and daughter. This movie, honestly, as somebody who likes horror movies but hasn't really been watching Wolfman or wolf-oriented movies in a long time, I gotta tell you, the last wolf movie I saw that might have been Dog Soldiers when that came out, and I don't remember when that was. That's how long ago that was. I was also called the Lone Wolf Alex Thorn and had that ow thing when I came out to the ring. It was part of my logo and all of that stuff, but none of it really had anything to do with Wolfman lore other than the fact that I was a lone wolf then and I'm a lone wolf now. Directed by Lee Wanell, this movie is very atmospheric. I was surprised, and I may be jumping a little bit far ahead on this, but I was surprised at how old school this movie felt. There's not a lot of jump scares for the sake of jump scares. This movie felt very non-Blumhouse, if you know what I mean. Like Night Swim was Blumhouse. Many other movies that we've seen that we were not impressed with were Blumhouse, but every now and then, like Megan, like Speak No Evil, Blumhouse really brings it to you with something great like Wolfman right here in 2025. Blake, the lead character in this movie, it's a very simple cast of Blake, his wife, and his daughter. Of course, the family is in shambles, and what family doesn't seem to be in shambles in any of these movies, especially because one person is working, the other person isn't, but they're too busy to pay attention to their family, and the kid senses how separated the household is, and they attach themselves more to one person than the other. it's a tale that is told over and over and over again because it's true. There are certain events that lead this family from the busy hustle and bustle of the city life back to the cabin where Blake grew up. Something goes awry, and now they must barricade themselves in his childhood home because something is hunting them down. And as I said earlier, the movie is very atmospheric. Something that adds to that atmosphere is the sound in this movie. The sound in this movie is, maybe it's because I watched it in IMAX, and you know, this particular theater had some great speakers, but you know, it was everywhere. Those sounds of the wolf not only breathing and doing its thing and running were coming from behind and to the front, but it's a really, really good soundscape that's in this movie. And with it, me talking about the atmosphere and with me talking about the sound, I have to speak on something that it kind of boggles my mind on how everybody has gone crazy over this, which is the look that has been revealed of the Wolfman. Look, let me tell you this. There's a lot of people who are prejudging, and I'm assuming that they're prejudging because they want clicks and they're over exaggerating the fact that they hate it and they don't like it. The way this movie is shot, the filters, the coloring of this movie, you rarely can tell what this Wolfman looks like. And let's be honest here, there is no perfect look for the Wolfman. There's the old Don Chaney ones. There's the ones from The Howling. There's the ones that came out in the late 1990s and 2000s. There's the action ones. There's the new werewolf ones. There's a ton of different versions. And this particular version that's in this movie, it fits the tone of the movie. You have to watch it. You have to be there. You have to feel the sense of not knowing what's happening, of being chased around. All I gotta say is the look works for the movie and the movie works for the subject. Towards the end of the movie, there was this feeling of like, oh, this is the end. Oh no, well, that's the end. Oh, well, no, then that's the end. So it did one of those things. And I've noticed that there's a few movies that have been doing that lately where you feel like this is it. No, and it just keeps going and it keeps going. And I'm like, why? That didn't add anything to this. That would be the only drawback. And with me saying that, I think we need to get to the bandana rating for Blumhouse's 2025 Wolfman. I'm going to give this movie 4 bandanas out of 5. There's really not much I didn't like about it at all. I think it ran a perfect runtime of about 90 to 95 minutes, which is perfection. Movies need to get back to that time. It had great coloring. It was dark. It was atmospheric. It was claustrophobic. It was old school. There wasn't jump scares. There's a twist in the movie that you don't expect from the trailers that everybody's hopping on and going crazy for. I think this is going to be an unexpected hit for those that watch it, but I think it's going to be a hit for those that watch it that go in blindly. Those that go in with all the premonitions and all the things they thought about when they saw the trailer. I think if you didn't like the trailer, you're not going to like the movie. But if you just came in there fresh like me, who I saw the trailer once a few months ago and never saw it again, this was a pleasant surprise. 4 bandanas it is for me. Guys, with all that being said, let me know down below, are you going to watch Wolfman this weekend? And if you have seen it, please, let's talk about it in the comments. I want to chat with you guys. What did you guys think about the way he looked? What did you guys think about the story? What did you guys think about the characters? And most importantly, if you want to talk about this and more, you got to join this channel's memberships. That's right. Thorn Theater has real deal membership laminated cards for all of you Thornaholics out there and horror lovers. Not only that, but you get to request your own reviews. Let's say there's something out there you're really dying for me to review, but the masses may not want it, or it's not something that's gonna move the numbers. Guess what? You pay. You control the narrative. You get early access to videos, live only chats, as well as exclusive watch-alongs just for members right here on this channel. And if you don't feel like committing to that, you can always leave me a super chat, super thanks, or buy me a coffee. Buy me a coffee right now is a way that you can support somebody like me for making videos just for you guys, doing what we love to do. But guess what? If you buy me a coffee, at least you're fueling the journey. And right now, Buy Me a Coffee has an update to where when you leave your note of why you have gifted me coffee, I can respond back to you in video form. And with all that being said, guys, there's also another place that we can chat about things and we can talk about things, and you can log your favorite movies and be a critic as well on Letterboxd. And if you don't know about Letterboxd, Letterboxd is a social media site for movie lovers. And if you love my reviews and other reviewers here on YouTube, I'm pretty sure they have a profile on Letterboxd. This is video, that's the written word, and you can interact with it and you can see a log of all of the films that we have reviewed and all of the films that you have reviewed once you create your profile on Letterboxd. There's tons of exclusive opportunities for sneak previews and early showings through them. So I'll catch you on Letterboxd. Guys, thank you for watching my review of The Wolfman, and thank you once again to Blumhouse for sending me out to my first ever studio screening of a movie. I'm Alex Thorn, and you know what I gotta do. I gotta rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you. What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and as I'm about to leave to head to the gym, it just occurred to me that I have never shown you guys off my VHS collection, the ones that I actually keep, not just the ones that are up for sale on my eBay. So let me show you guys the stuff that I keep in my VHS collection. So first off, first and foremost, is this really cool, not an actual VHS, but a Blu-ray and digital copy of Jaws, but it is in a VHS box. And this is so cool. I remember I saw this years ago, I believe at Target, and I didn't pick it up when it was a thing, but I ended up picking it up on eBay years later because I regretted not getting it. Now, one of the things I wanted to keep back when I had my initial collection, see, these are all for sale. All of these top ones that you see me removing are for sale on eBay. So guys, go ahead and check that out when you have a chance. I'll leave that link down below. But one of the things that I wanted to keep initially was Hulkster. This whole collection of Hulk Hogan and Hulkamania from Coliseum Video. This is part one. The one that I'm most proud of over time is having part 2, Hulkamania 2. Just, man, what a cool cover this was. Out of all of the matches in this VHS, the one that I remember the most is him versus Kamala. For some reason, that just stuck out to me like crazy as a kid. When I was able to pick this up on eBay years and years ago, it just was such a huge, proud moment for me. This one right here, Hulkamania 3, I have it without the case. I actually picked this up from a local mom and pop when they were closing down. Crazy, right? Picked that up from them when they were closing down. And then, of course, my prized possession for so long, so many years, Hulkamania 4. This cover, I would just stare at this cover for just half hour at a time. I would stare at the cover, I'd look at the back, the colors, that little scene right there with Hogan and Zeus, which, you know, gets recreated right up there with Hogan and Zeus in that pack. But yeah, this just meant the world to me. Later on, I would actually go on to get Pile Driver, which I never thought I would be able to get my hands on this VHS. I never thought I'd be able to get my hands on this VHS. It wasn't even something you thought about. And then randomly, somebody on Macari was offering this up with like Undertaker VHS and something else. And I was like, I don't want any of those other ones. I want this. So I was able to get it in like a 3-pack of WWF VHSs for like, you know, $12 or something like that. Quick story behind this one right here. I wish I never fully opened it up. I did though, but I'm gonna keep it forever. This right here, I was so shocked that I took a trip to Puerto Rico when I was 9 years old. This is part one. The one that I'm most proud of over time is having part two, Hulkamania 2. Just, man, what a cool cover this was. Out of all of the matches in this VHS, the one that I remember the most is him versus Kamala. For some reason, that just stuck out to me like crazy as a kid. When I was able to pick this up on eBay years and years ago, it just was such a huge, proud moment for me. This one right here, Hulkamania 3, I have it without the case. I actually picked this up from a local mom and pop when they were closing down. Crazy, right? Picked that up from them when they were closing down. And then, of course, my prized possession for so long, so many years, Hulkamania 4. This cover, I would just stare at this cover for just half hour at a time. I would stare at the cover, I'd look at the back, the colors, that little scene right there with Hogan and Zeus, which, you know, gets recreated right up there with Hogan and Zeus in that pack. But yeah, this just meant the world to me. Later on, I would actually go on to get Pile Driver, which I never thought I would be able to get my hands on this VHS. I never thought I'd be able to get my hands on this VHS. It wasn't even something you thought about. And then randomly, somebody on Macari was offering this up with like Undertaker VHS and something else, and I was like, I don't want any of those other ones, I want this. So I was able to get it in like a 3-pack of WWF VHSs for like, you know, $12 or something like that. Quick story behind this one right here. I wish I never fully opened it up. I did though, but I'm gonna keep it forever. This right here, I was so shocked that I took a trip to Puerto Rico when I was 9 years old, and this was I never saw this in America, right? The mom and pop video stores that I went to, I never saw this there. So I was mesmerized by a brand new Hulk Hogan VHS that I had never seen before, and I wanted it to keep it. I didn't even want to take it back to the video store. Of course, my uncle at that time was just like, hey man, you know, I'm not paying $60 for a Hulk Hogan tape for you to keep it. Make sure you watch it, enjoy it, so we could take it back. Again, years later, I ended up picking it up on eBay for like $20 and more than satisfied, super happy, super geeked by it. This is another one. This one right here was one of those, like, didn't even know it existed. Came across it on eBay maybe around 2012-ish. Later release of Hulk Hogan once he's pretty much gone from the company within a year or so. And I had to have it. It's a very light release. By this point, these VHSs don't feel like they used to. They're made with much lighter material. You get into the WCW years, Hollywood Hogan release. This is okay. This is done in character. This Superstar series releases was a little interesting because some guys were doing it in character, some guys weren't. WCW being what it was and Eric Bischoff being who he is, he didn't give anybody any real direct. This is part one. The one that I'm most proud of over time is having part two, Hulkamania 2. Just, man, what a cool cover this was. Out of all of the matches in this VHS, the one that I remember the most is him versus Kamala. For some reason, that just stuck out to me like crazy as a kid. When I was able to pick this up on eBay years and years ago, it just was such a huge, proud moment for me. This one right here, Hulkamania 3, I have it without the case. I actually picked this up from a local mom and pop when they were closing down. This is part one. The one that I'm most proud of. This is part one. The one that I'm most proud of over time is having part two, Hulkamania 2. Just, man, what a cool cover this was. Out of all of the matches in this VHS, the one that I remember the most is him versus Kamala. For some reason, that just stuck out to me like crazy as a kid when I was able to pick this up on. This is part one. The one that I'm most proud of over time is having part two, Hulkamania 2. Just, man, what a cool cover this was. Out of all of the matches in this VHS, the one that I remember the most is him versus Kamala. For some reason, that just stuck out to me like crazy. This is part one. The one that I'm most proud of over time is having part two, Hulkamania 2. Just, man, what a cool cover this was. This is part one. The one that I'm most proud of over time is having part two, Hulkamania 2. Just, man, what a cool cover this was. Out of all of the matches in this VHS, the one that I remember the most is him versus Kamala. For some reason, that just stuck out to me like crazy as a kid when I was able to pick this up on eBay years and years ago. It just was such a huge, proud moment for me. This one right here, Hulkamania 3, I have it without the case. I actually picked this up from a local mom and pop when they were closing down. Crazy, right? Picked that up from them when they were closing down. And then, of course, my prized possession for so long, so many years, Hulkamania 4. This cover, I would just stare at this cover for just half. This is part one. The one that I'm most proud of over time is having part two, Hulkamania 2. Just, man, what a cool cover this was. Out of all of the matches in this VHS, the one that I remember the most is him versus Kamala. For some reason, that just stuck out to me like crazy as a kid when I was able to pick this up on eBay years and years ago. It just was such a huge, proud moment for me. This one right here, Hulkamania 3, I have it without the case. I actually picked this up from a local mom and pop when they were closing down. Crazy, right? Picked that up from them when they were closing down. And then, of course, my prized possession for so long, so many years, Hulkamania 4. This cover, I would just stare at this cover for just half hour at a time. I would stare at the cover, I'd look at the back, the colors, that little scene right there with Hogan and Zeus, which, you know, gets recreated right up there with Hogan and Zeus in that pack. But yeah, this just meant the world to me. Later on, I would actually go on to get Pile Driver, which I never thought I would be able to get my hands on this VHS. I never thought I'd be able to get my hands on this VHS. It wasn't even something you thought about. And then randomly, somebody on Macari was offering this up with like Undertaker VHS and something else. And I was like, I don't want any of those other ones. I want this. So I was able to get it in like a 3-pack of WWF VHSs for like, you know, $12 or something like that. Quick story behind this one right here. I wish I never fully opened it up. I did though, but I'm gonna keep it forever. This right here, I was so shocked that I took a trip to Puerto Rico when I was 9 years old, and this was I never saw this in America, right? The mom and pop video stores that I went to, I never saw this there. So I was mesmerized by a brand new Hulk Hogan VHS that I had never seen before. And I wanted it to keep it. I didn't even want to take it back to the video store. Of course, my uncle at that time was just like, hey man, you know, I'm not paying $60 for a Hulk Hogan tape for you to keep it. make sure you watch it, enjoy it, so we can take it back. Again, years later, I ended up picking it up on eBay for like $20 and more than satisfied. Super happy, super geeked by it. This is another one. This one right here was one of those, like, didn't even know it existed. Came across it on eBay maybe around 2012-ish. Later release of Hulk Hogan once he's pretty much gone from the company within a year or so. And I had to have it. It's a very light release. By this point, these VHSs don't feel like they used to. They're made with much lighter material. You get into the WCW years, Hollywood Hogan release. This is okay. This is done in character. This Superstar series releases was a little interesting because some guys were doing it in character, some guys weren't. WCW being what it was, and Eric Bischoff being who he is, he didn't give anybody any real direction on anything. So that one's just okay. This one right here, I can't even remember how I came across this one, but I didn't even know it existed. Another one of those tapes where you just see it on eBay. You see it with a bunch of other videos and a collection of stuff, and I ended up picking it up like in a lot for $20 or so. Of course, Mr. Nanny went to the theaters to go see this. It's actually rewound. This was a fun release. Then there's two no holds barred here. Reason for it being two no holds barred is let's see, is this the one that I'm thinking it is? This is this. So all right, yeah, this is exactly what I thought it was. So this one is the one that I recorded as a kid, and then I stole the box from my local mom and pop. As you see, still has all that sticky stuff right here from the local mom and pop video store sticker that was on there. I stole the box, and then years later, I ended up getting the official one from Mercari, and I think it was like $8, $9, but Kid Thorn was definitely going to get what he needed to get when he needed to get it. No shame in my game, brother. Of course, you cannot go wrong with the Terminator series, especially if you have the original HBO release, as well as the Caracol one with the original inserts from Subway. And then, depending on who you talk to, Terminator 3 is fun to me, but obviously nothing can compare to the original 2. Got that Eufy that's cleaning up while I'm doing the video, so sorry if you hear that in the background. But it's interesting, again, how heavy these original VHSs are. Even part 2, really heavy. Then you get to 3, super light tape. Then we have the creme de la creme, Nightmare on Elm Street. And when I tell you that I used to collect and recollect the first Nightmare on Elm Street over and over again, I mean, I had the original release with the top and bottom sealed. I had the remaster. I had this double take edition. I had so many. Eventually, I just got it down to the one I wanted. And these are all, by the way, every single one of these Nightmare on Elm Street tapes are the original. These aren't video treasures releases. These are original media. None of that light video treasures crap. These are the original media releases. I actually picked up a Nightmare on Elm Street 4 thinking it was a video treasures one, or thinking it was an original media one, and it actually became, it was a video treasures one. So I sold that off and actually ended up getting the original for around the same price, real cheap price. Sorry that this has one of those features that zooms in and out by itself, and I can't turn it off right now while I'm recording. It says still Be Kind, Rewind, Blockbuster, Nightmare on Elm Street 5. This is one of my favorites. If you actually see right over there, got a Nightmare on Elm Street 5 on the wall. This is one of my favorite releases for sure. I remember being excited about Freddy's Dead, The Final Nightmare. This does not, I don't think this has, this does not have the 3D glasses with it, but I've got 3D glasses laying around. I don't need it. It's fine. I don't have many memories of the 3D glasses themselves. Of course, by the time I became of age to go watch Freddy in the theaters, they were on their last one. What makes this a collector's edition? I'm not sure. But I do remember my mother was actually working at a video store when this release came out. They had a really cool Nightmare on Elm Street standee that I wish I would have taken with me, but who had the foresight that Nightmare on Elm Street would not be around, or that mom and pop stores wouldn't be around later on. And then unopened is the brand new Dylan's New Nightmare sequel to The New Nightmare, starring Miko Hughes. So we got that there. Put all that back in a second. There is right here Star Wars. Who doesn't have that? I haven't watched it yet. I picked it up. It's actually for sale on my eBay, along with everything else you see here. All of these VCRs, they're for sale. This is a box full of VHSs that are for sale on my eBay. But if we come over here, I've got movies that I'm curious of that I haven't seen, and movies that I'm tied to. So Striking Distance from Bruce Willis was one of those releases that I feel like I watched. My mother would have rented this, but I've been curious to watch it again. I've never seen it since I was in my single digits age. Of course, you guys are gonna lose your mind when I say this. I've never seen Goodfellas, and if I have, I cannot remember it. So this is gonna be a watch for sure soon. Black Moon Rising, it was one of those movies on Tubi that I pressed play on, and as soon as it started, I think I got less than 5 minutes in, and I said, nope, I've got to buy this on VHS. This just felt like a quintessential watch on VHS, not on streaming. So I picked it up and ended up getting it in two versions, on VHS as well as on, surprisingly enough, on Betamax. So I've got Betamax and VHS versions of Black Moon Rising. This movie right here, Soul Man, I've heard nothing but positive things depending on who you talk to about it. If you know, you know. I have never seen it. Still to this day, I picked it up on eBay for like $3. This is an original New World video. Be Kind, Rewind. We all love all that. Yellow. I didn't even notice that before. I can't wait to watch that. That's going to be great, but it's spooky season, so we're not going to do it just yet. We've got Orion. What a classic. RoboCop. I mean, I just miss this stuff. Even when looking at it now, it's so cool to see these. We've got Batman with the original Warner Brothers stamp on there. Just simple, simple. No floating heads, none of that crap that you see in posters today. We got Van Damme and Cyborg, Canon Video in their releases, man. Hit or miss. You've got to enjoy some campy stuff in order to enjoy Canon movies. Got that one right there from Van Damme. You guys aren't going to believe me when I say this, but till this day, I've never seen The Exorcist, and I have it right here. Special widescreen edition. The only Exorcist I've ever seen is the brand new one, The Exorcist The Beginning, which I believe, yep, got the Steelbook, 4K unopened, also for sale on my eBay. My favorite Poltergeist of all time. Poltergeist 2. I've got actually 2 copies of this. I've got this silver top edition, right? Which is a nice pristine. Look at that, even has a silver sticker. I think this is up for sale on my eBay as well. But I've also got the big box version of this guy. So, side by side. Got them right next to each other. I thought that this was part 1 and this was part 2. And also have Poltergeist 3 in its wrapping. I believe I had the silver top edition of this one of Poltergeist 3 as well, but it might have sold on my eBay. Again, if you're curious, just head over there. You see something you like, let me know if you're coming from this channel. We've got, again, Exorcist 3, never seen it. Do want to watch it. It is up for sale as well. Hopefully I can get to watch it before one of you guys nab this and grab it from me. We've got Amityville Horror, the remake. I prefer the original. I'm not a Ryan Reynolds fan at all. I just don't enjoy him. But in this one, he doesn't do anything funny. So I might be able to stomach it. I did see this when it came out years and years and years ago. But if you guys want this, it's also up for sale on my eBay. We've got Fright Night. My song Shadows of the Night was written while I was watching this. Literally years and years and years and years went by. Hadn't seen it since my single digits. And was watching it, and I just thought to myself, there aren't enough songs about vampires. And while watching Fright Night, I wrote Shadows of the Night. We've got a collector's Terminator edition, Terminator 1 and 2. I know you guys saw it on the other side, but you know, you've got to have all different kinds and combinations of Terminator if you're a Terminator fan. Of course, have Terminator in different editions as well. These are different from the other 2 I have. Temptations, man. This movie right here, this is, I couldn't believe I picked it up for 50 cents. Just an all-time classic. I am trying to get all of the Rocky movies, at least somewhat the originals. This is still got the wrapping on it. It's got that silver top as well. That one's really good. I've got a custom Rocky 6. This was released after VHS, but somebody on eBay was selling it for like $8 custom. Had to pick it up. It looks awesome, by the way. And then, thanks to this channel, I was able to pick up all 4, and I fell in love with this series. I had never seen any of them previously, but all 4 Omens. Was able to pick them up. Absolutely love these films. They're just like a moment in time captured. Not sure what it is about them, but something about these movies just drew me in. They just are great. So we're going to speed past the next ones really quickly. We've got Red Heat, Belushi, and Arnold Schwarzenegger. I'm a huge Eddie Murphy fan. He is my favorite actor of all time. So we got Harlem Nights, Nutty Professor 1 and 2, Pluto Nash, 48 Hours. The Distinguished Gentleman, by the way, which I have on VHS and DVD, and it is not streaming anywhere as far as I know. It never was released on Blu-ray or 4K. This is a lost gem of Eddie Murphy. Such a good movie. Of course, we have to have Never Hike Alone. Friday the 13th fan film, Womp Stomp Films. Shout out to them. Just incredible work these guys have done. Absolutely love everything about this. It's also signed. Just a great release. King Kong in color. This is one of those ones that I had when I was a kid. Picked it up from a place called Reckless Records for like 99 cents. Sold it back when I became, 25 years old or something like that. And then when I started recollecting, I had to hunt it down and ended up finding it for 50 cents. King Kong in color hits differently. It's actually a very enjoyable film. And then, of course, the band that changed my life, Kiss. Or some people like to say it, Kiss. Man, I loved all of the material that Kiss came out with when they had no makeup on. I feel like Kiss actually released less video stuff when they had the makeup. I feel like they released more without the makeup because they were taking advantage of the new medium. You know, they didn't have all of that back in the 70s, VHSs, so everything they released was music and t-shirts. But this, the Second Coming, I believe, was their first VHS release. It's a great documentary, but my favorite release from Kiss of all time is Kiss Extreme Close-Up. I don't know if they've ever done anything more honest in the way they speak than they do here. To be honest with you, if you have an OLED TV, VHS looks tremendous on it, especially if you have a native HDMI out VHS player. VCR from Sanyo, it took me a long time to get here, but this one has native HDMI out. No converter needed. Absolutely love this player. In addition, I used to use this Insignia one and I was using a converter for it and things looked really good. This had great audio. I don't know what it was, but the audio on this was better than any of the other players I have. And then when I want to be super nostalgic about it, me and my son, we actually watch it on this Magnavox player. By the way, Sean Plays is his channel. If he ever uploads a video there, I'll tell you to subscribe. But this, a next door neighbor tossed it out literally on the same third floor as me. And we picked it up and brought it in. And we play the VHS on there, on this Sony. And everything works perfectly fine. As you see, right next to the computer. He gets to do this here, and oftentimes when he's doing homework, instead of having 100 tabs open, he'll do his homework and he'll pop in a DVD or a VHS to play right here, and it kind of keeps him centered. And yes, he's even got a big screen TV behind him, so he's got 3 screens in one room. So dudes, thank you for joining me on that little VHS journey. Down below in the comments, talk about VHS. The resurgence with Alien Romulus is what kind of prompted this video. I've been collecting again since 2020. That's when I got back into it again. So let me know, did you let go of VHS and then go back to it? Let's talk about it down below. This is a little bit of a different video. I'm Alex Thorn. You know what I got to do. After I hit the gym, I got to rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you. What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and it is Black Friday. And with it being Black Friday, we got to talk about the lack of physical media that's available in stores on a day like this that just makes Black Friday not feel special anymore. And I used to be a person, well, first of all, I had a friend call me up this morning who has a media YouTube channel, as well as he works in media. Called me up this morning and just was talking about how Black Friday doesn't feel special anymore. And I have to 100% agree, because the days where you used to go into a Best Buy and see not just Best Buy, but Circuit City, Toys R Us, Tower Records, Coconuts, so many others, where you used to go in there and see bins and bins of DVDs, Blu-rays for $5, $7, $8, $10, $15, video games for $12, $15, $20, right? These bins of these games, digital cameras, Virgin mobile phones, the advertisement of Blu-ray players for $99, the advertisement of DVD players for $30 or $40, right? It's just not the same anymore. It's just so different. We don't really have anything anymore. And it's scary. With these phones having everything wrapped up into one, and places like Best Buy and Target getting rid of physical media, as well as stores just vanishing. We've lost so much just to gain everything in one package, in one item. Where one day, we wanted that. I wish we could do, right? When we have the PSP, it was so cool to have YouTube videos downloaded there, or MP4 videos. And then once we got the iPod Touch, it was amazing to have access to those apps. But never, ever did I think there would come a day where we just abandoned physical media the way we have. Now I get it. Because I have this channel and because I talk about physical media as well as movie releases that I review, I understand that we are a niche. I do understand that. But at the very same time, like, we have to understand that most of the world has abandoned what we love, physical media. Stores, it's just like, well, go to a small store that may have it, or go online and get it. Again, is that still cool that we can do online? Yeah, but are we losing a lot? Have we lost a lot? Yes, we have. And this isn't the first Black Friday to feel this way, but this is the most recent, obviously, Black Friday, as we are here in 2025. And it just does not feel special. All I picked up physically from a store was God of War Ragnarok. I have the first one, and now that's the second one. And then I picked up this Google TV streamer because my telly has a very kind of cheap knockoff version of the Google streamer or whatever, Google TV, and I prefer something that's speedy, and that's what I need. That's what I want. Nonetheless, outside of this, on Amazon, I actually ended up picking up a smartwatch for my son, and I ended up picking up some lenses, some polarizers and ND filters for the Ace Pro that you're watching me on right now. I'll leave links to all of that down below. But outside of that, I think the other day, it's still the same Black Friday deal. I picked up one of those walking treadmills so I can get my steps in at the end of the night when, you've barely gotten your steps in, or you're just 2,000 steps away. Boom, 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 start walking on it. But truth be told, this just for me has not been a very exciting Black Friday. And with that, I bring it to you guys. I bring it to you who subscribe to Thorn Theater, and those who are new to Thorn Theater. If you discover this video, what have you purchased on Black Friday? What is different about this Black Friday than other Black Fridays you've actually been to? And have we just lost too much? I'm Alex Thorn, and you know what I gotta do. I gotta rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you. What's going on, people? I'm Alex Thorn, and I'm just a rock and roller who likes to watch movies while wearing a bandana. And this time, my favorite fruity drink is Angry Orchard. I love ciders, and they've gotten together with the Jason universe for a short film called Sweet Revenge. Now, there's a ton of stuff that I want to talk about with the Jason universe, but we'll talk about that a little later after the review of the movie, or short, or vignette, or whatever you want to call it. But right away, it's 15 minutes or less, right around the 13 to 15 minute mark. Just cool, right? It starts off, it's at a camp like all other Friday the 13th movies. And then very quickly, with nothing really transpiring, we've got the main girl saying that she's willing to go skinny dipping, in a sense. And then she's waiting for her boyfriend. And so she gets tired of waiting and she goes out into the water, into the lake. As we've seen in many Jason movies, Jason pops out and grabs her, and we fade to black. And when he grabbed her, it was daytime. When she comes and pops out of the water, it is nighttime. but she looks like exhaustedly different. Once she gets out of the water, she approaches the cabin looking at her boyfriend, and the reason he was late, which was he was kissing one of the other chicks that was with them in the friend group. And right behind her is Jason. And when we first see Jason, it's very close up, and he looks good in those shots. He's clearly much bigger than the female, grabs her by the throat, tosses her through the window. Everybody freaks out, and now he's going to go in there and attack all of the friends and kill them in gruesome ways. The effects in which he kills them look great. What doesn't look great is Jason. Jason is ridiculously scrawny. The actor playing Jason is ridiculously scrawny, and that new mask, which looks very odd with these squarish kind of eye holes. I don't understand the point of redesigning the mask to the point where it looks like a cheap knockoff mask. If I saw this mask at Walgreens, I would laugh and be like, haha, you know, they're just trying to rip off of Jason. And now we have the official Jason universe giving us a terrible looking mask, a very anorexic, young looking Jason, which rewrites all of the movies that we've seen, right? Because he was already pretty big with shoulders and mass on him. 3, he's got these massive shoulders, and 5, either way, Jason's big. This Jason is not any of that. So they've really got to go back to the drawing board with this design. But nonetheless, the girl that her boyfriend was kissing runs out of the house, gets the keys from the main girl in here, zombified girl, whatever. They drive off in a car away from the cabin, and she gets a machete through her. Not by Jason, but by the girl. And then the girl goes back and she confronts Jason, and they're about to clash with each other, because I am guessing now this girl is resurrected because of that lake. They introduced something new here. Now look, I'm okay with introducing some new things into the Jason universe, right? Part 7 with the new blood introduced that Carrie psychic gimmick. You know, things can work. Maybe that lake is what resurrected Jason. Maybe that's what they're trying to get to. But you know, then again, there's a lot of people that may have died in that lake. And you're gonna tell me that they're all gonna be, you know, reincarnated as zombies now? I don't know. But it's something to play with Jason going forward. Now, before we get fully into the Jason universe, I do want to give this short movie presented by Angry Orchard a bandana rating. And Sweet Revenge is going to get 3 bandanas out of 5. It's a safe bet. You're not going to waste a lot of time because it is 13 to 15 minutes long. It doesn't look like crap. I certainly have seen worse fan movies on YouTube, and this looks perfectly fine, kind of like Tubi. And I did see some of the comments saying that this looks like it's straight to video. This looks bad. Look, Jason isn't high top cinema in the first place, and horror movies, you know, aren't in the first place. So this to be produced so quickly and to be done the way it is actually looks really cool. I don't want to see the gore really, really, really nastily when it comes to Jason movies. It's a slasher film. I don't mind seeing Jason come up and then seeing the shadow and then seeing blood splatter somewhere. That's cool. I can deal with that. But the worst part of all of this, again, it's not the idea, it's the Jason that they chose, that design. They've actually made the Jason in the movie look worse than the Jason design that looks like it's AI as well, that they put out for the Jason universe. So for all of those factors, it is going to be 3 bandanas out of 5. You're not missing much of your life by just watching it. And now let's talk about that Jason universe, man. I don't get what this is. I don't know what this is. I don't understand what the Jason universe is. I've heard that the people in charge of the Jason universe are saying, well, we're paying attention. We're reading the comments. Are you? Because it's pretty easy to figure out and do Jason. Even when Ronnie Yu wanted to make Jason bigger and make him like a samurai in Jason versus Freddy, Freddy versus Jason, we accepted that because the look was there. And in the reboot, very clear that this is a mongoloid, that this man is strong AF. And you guys are looking for suggestions on what we can do next with Jason. Make it right. It's been laid out for you in 12 sequels and movies. What's confusing about that? So I don't get that. And then they're, taking Jason and putting him in a bunch of video games. And now there's an Angry Orchard Jason beer. Okay. I love Angry Orchard, so I'll pick it up anyways. But I don't understand the direction that Jason is going in at all. Do you? Let's talk about all things Friday the 13th, Jason Universe, and Sweet Revenge down below. In the comments section, I am going to leave a link to watch this if you haven't seen it yet, and it'll also be in the description. And if you're feeling so generous, check out this channel's memberships. There are a ton of benefits such as early viewing, exclusive lives, exclusive reviews just for members, and members only membership cards shipped straight to you. And if you don't feel like committing to that, you can always leave me a super chat, super thanks, or buy me a coffee. That's right. Buy me a coffee right now is a way that you can support somebody like me for making videos just for you guys, doing what we love to do. But guess what? If you buy me a coffee, at least you're fueling the journey. And right now, Buy Me a Coffee has an update to where when you leave your note of why you have gifted me coffee, I can respond back to you in video form. With all that being said, guys, I hope you enjoy your weekend. I'm Alex Thorn, and you know what I gotta do. I gotta rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you. This franchise seemed to take 2 steps forward and 3 steps back. What's going on, people? I'm Alex Thorn, and I'm just a rock and roller who likes to review movies while wearing a bandana. And this time, I went out to check out Scream 7. Now, we all know this Scream is a successful franchise. I've even looked at every entry and ranked them on this channel. But there was a lot of controversy going into this one. There was stuff with people who didn't return, and there was political views, and there was people boycotting. And yet, this is the most successful opening weekend for a Scream movie ever. Before we move on, I just want to ask you to hit the like button and please subscribe to the channel. It helps a ton. Now let's move into what Scream 7 is all about. Neve Campbell returns as Sidney Prescott, who is targeted by a new Ghostface in the town where she lives with her family. It serves as a sequel to Scream 6, focusing on Sidney protecting her daughter from the new killer, with production marked by creative changes and the departure of Melissa Barrera and Jenna Ortega, as well as Williamson taking over directing duties. Now that's what you get when you read Google, and I gotta be honest with you, I kind of liked the direction Scream was going prior to this entry, which we'll talk more about as the review goes on, but I wasn't a big fan of the cast of characters. Let me explain. This new cast of characters that debuted in Scream 5 and 6 were younger, more hip. I get that. But something about them just didn't click for me. Nothing like the original cast of Scream and the one that would develop and grow slightly through Scream 3 and 4. This one just felt like we are trying to appeal to the biggest general audience of kids now, or teenagers now, that we can. That's not what I liked about it. I obviously disliked the cast of characters. What I did like was that Ghostface himself seemed to be getting rougher. the kills got gnarlier. The lighting in the Scream movies definitely got darker. And then they moved it to New York, which was awesome, right? In Scream 6, the biggest selling point was New York, as well as suddenly Ghostface will yield a gun or a shotgun now. Even though I sit here and I review movies for you, I'm just like you in the sense that I want to enjoy the movies and I don't want to get into any of that behind the scenes mess and muck. And I have no affiliation with any side when it comes to these politics at all. So I just see another Scream movie coming, and I see Neve Campbell returning, and I see Gail Cunningham, who is played by Courtney Cox, returning. And I say, you know what? Let's give it another shot. Scream returns back to a small town and becomes a paint-by-numbers horror movie. You see, for this one, everybody wanted Stu back, played by Matthew Lillard. And he's there, just not the way you may think he is. I don't want to give it all away, but I will say AI has to do a lot with it. They aren't using AI, but the script is. He's not the only one that gets brought back. Several of the old killers get brought back in a AI kind of plot. And what's really confusing about that is AI would be using these characters as they looked in the public eye before they died. Unfortunately, all of these actors are much older and they look nothing like they did when they were in the Scream movies. So it's a little hard to buy that AI would also age these characters. So for Scream 7, after viewing it and partly enjoying it, I'm gonna give it 3 bandanas out of 5 because the people you want to see are all there in one way or another. Everything you would expect from a Scream movie is there. And by the 7th entry of any series, you're going to feel like you've already seen this done before. And this one's no different. It gives you exactly what you come to a Scream movie for. As far as what I would like to see in a Scream movie, at this point, I'm tired of the whodunit. I'm tired of the Scooby-Doo kind of endings that these movies have and that they've passed on to so many others, like Heart Eyes that I saw last year. I remember saying this is just, a Valentine's Day Scream. And at this point, I don't see why we can't just forge the Scream Ghostface mask onto somebody, have them die Jason style, and then have them come back, because that would truly give this series new life. What about you? Did you go out to watch Scream 7 this weekend? Do you plan to? I watched it in IMAX, and I can tell you right now, that was an amazing experience. It has been a long time since I watched IMAX, and it was a lot better experience than Dolby Cinema. Dolby was just way too loud for me. IMAX was just right. So if you get the chance, head out to AMC and check out IMAX version of Scream 7. But all down below, let's talk about Scream 1 through 6. And even if you want to talk about why you didn't or didn't watch it, if it involved controversy, I'm down to talk and chat in the comments. Guys, you know what I got to do. I got to rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you. What is going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and it is Reaction Wednesday. And as always, I was scouring the internet for something that piqued my interest trailer-wise, and nothing stood out until I saw this movie called Coyotes, and it stars Justin Long, which for me brings great memories of Jeepers Creepers, Barbarian, Accepted, Dodgeball. But he's really good in horror. So I'm gonna trust in Justin Long. And he was also in Drag Me to Hell. And we're gonna watch the trailer for Coyotes together.
Gigi, walk. Oh my God, I'm so done with this dog. Oh my God, I love your dog. Gigi, go potty now. It's exhausting being this hot.
About the tree out front.
I'm not worried.
Oh my God. You did say that you were going to trim it last year.
You can wait till tomorrow.
Guys. Oh, there's something outside.
Okay, Give me.
No, right now.
Right now.
Wow.
Make sure it's okay.
Shoot! Just.
What was it?
Just a sketchy little coyote. No big deal.
Get it.
Do you hear that sound? Sounds like somebody singing or dying. No, it's gone now.
Make an open door. Get it. Go inside.
Is it bad?
No, don't look.
Why? Why don't you want me to look? Everybody in? Everybody okay?
Hey!
This is definitely a bad idea.
They want your shelter, your food, your water, your sanity.
I just want to say,
We're all gonna live happily ever after.
I hope those aren't my last words.
You don't want to shoot the neighbor!
Fuck away!
Go! Get the fuck off my husband!
It's like in that movie. You know the one where all the birds attack everyone?
The birds.
No, that's not the one.
So, yeah, that did nothing for me to want to watch this movie at all. See, if you're new to the channel, then I'm telling you for the first time, and obviously if you're a subscriber and a fan, then you know already that I am not big on adding comedy like this to horror. Now, it works, right? It can work. When something is indirectly funny, then it can work. But adding goofy music like this to a movie, a horror movie, doesn't make sense to me. These overly CGI coyotes does not look good. Having people purposely be silly in this movie when you're getting attacked by dogs and your loved ones are dying doesn't make sense to me. So that's already a disappointment, and I can guarantee you right now, next month I will not be watching this movie or reviewing it unless somebody forces me to. Or unless they invite me out to go watch it, which, by the way, I have declined to go watch movies from film companies and production companies before, just because I know I'm going to shit all over your movie. I already don't like the trailer. Therefore, you're going to also get a negative review from me. Let's just avoid that until you make something that looks good to me and I'm at least interested to talk about. This does nothing for me. Like I said already, I don't like silliness. I don't like that music that they put to it. I don't like the way the people were acting. I don't like the way the coyotes look. So this is going to be a no for me, dog, as it was once said. But yeah, what about you? I'm a fan of Justin Long. This one just doesn't seem like it's going to hit for me, but will you be watching Coyotes in theaters October 3rd or that weekend going forward? Let's talk about it all down below in the comment section. Guys, I'm Alex Thorn, and you know what I got to do. I got to rock out with my band Broken Thorn. If you haven't seen, we've got a Instagram and a Facebook, and we're playing all of the Alex Thorn music that's been released over the last 5 years. Check that out on my socials down below. I gotta rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you. Let me ask you a question. You guys remember the early 2000 slasher era? I Know What You Did Last Summer, Scream, Sorority Row, and countless others. Yeah, that's where this one belongs. What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and I'm just a rock and roller who in his downtime likes to watch movies while wearing a bandana. And even though I'm not feeling my best right now, I still had to make my way down to the theater to check out Valentine's Day slasher flick Heart Eyes. But before we talk about Heart Eyes, I've got two things I want to mention to you before we get to that. One being, if you find yourself liking this review and check out the channel, please like, comment, and subscribe if you can. Number two, this Tuesday, February 11th, I will be appearing on the Our Life in Horror YouTube channel to discuss the original 1981 My Bloody Valentine. I'll leave the link down below. Go ahead, click on it, get notified, and join us live at 7 p.m. Central. Figure out what that is in your time. And now let's get to Heart Eyes. A masked maniac with glowing red eyes returns every Valentine's Day to terrorize unsuspecting couples. Now look, you guys, if you ever watch my channel, you know I don't do a lot of research before I watch these movies. Oftentimes I just go into it blindly, and then I do research on little things that catch my eye. And one thing that caught my eye right away with this movie was like, I felt like I was watching Thanksgiving Part 2. I felt like I was watching a sequel to something that already exists. This movie treats the Heart Eyes killer as though he is somebody that we all know, somebody that we're rooting for to show up in the course of this movie, and somebody that is already as iconic as the ghost face killer from Scream, as Jason, as Freddy, as Art the Clown. Like, there's this instantaneous feel of like, you know who this is, you want to see him, and you're going to see him kill in gory ways. I don't have that attachment to that character, neither does anybody else, so I was kind of taken aback by how they treated him right away as like, this is a big time deal and you know who it is. And right off the bat, beyond what I just mentioned, that is very clear is that this movie is almost a parody of slasher films, but also at moments, many moments, becomes a serious romantic comedy film. I've seen a lot of romantic comedy films. I've been in relationships. I've been forced to watch them. I've chosen to watch them depending on who's the lead. Julia Roberts, J-Lo, just to name a few. Those are some of my favorites, but I've had to watch Sandra Bullock, Reese Witherspoon, and countless others in these. And you know where it goes. You know all the sappy music. You know the sappy lines, and you know the storylines that are completely unrealistic. Well, this film, it dwells for so long into these romantic comedy, parts. It stays there so long you forget you're watching a horror movie. For you, this may be great. I don't know. But for me, I was just, I kid you not, sitting in that chair, sinking more, lower and lower, as I was just like, oh, Jesus Christ, what is happening? It was tongue-in-cheek because there were a lot of references to existing and classic romantic comedy films. But there was also tongue-in-cheek because if you remember from the 80s how there was always a punchline after something. Take Arnold Schwarzenegger telling somebody after a kill, or Sylvester Stallone just effortlessly giving a one-liner off. Well, this constantly happens in this movie as well. I just am lost consistently on what it wants to be. Storyline wise, we basically follow Allie, who does not believe in love anymore, yet she works on advertisement campaigns. Her hot ass friend, Monica, played by Gigi Zimbardo, accompanies her and gives you serious vibes of romantic comedy with somewhat okay dialogue, but she's A1. And the other major character we see in this is Jay, played by Mason Gooding. Now look, we know Mason Gooding from the horror genre because he's been in Scream movies. What I didn't know was I disliked him when I saw him in Scream. I dislike him when I see him in this. So before I turn on this camera, I do a little bit of research to see who exactly is Mason Gooding. and what his name was, because I didn't even know that was his name. And I see that he is the son of Cuba Gooding Jr., another actor that I don't enjoy watching. So it makes sense that I got the ick feel from both father and son. We get a lot of visually appealing scenes in this movie. There's a church scene that looks like it would do great in a Scream movie or a Nightmare on Elm Street film. There's a drive-in theater scene that looks like it would be amazing for, Jason to do, similar to the rave party that was in Jason versus Freddy. There's even a scene at a carnival, a small carnival, randomly, that looks like it would have been great for Chucky. In fact, all of these things did play out with some of these bigger characters, but it plays out here with Heart Eyes. Now, look, I gotta kind of cut the bullshit with you guys here, which is, while yes, if you like romantic comedy and you're a chick, you'll love this movie. If you love blood and gore, you'll love this movie. But here's my issue with this. And this also happened with Thanksgiving, which is these people who are behind the mask, this person or these people or whatever, and this goes for Scream as well. I don't understand how they make these people so powerful when they're just humans like you and I. This isn't Jason. This isn't Michael Myers. This isn't Freddy Krueger. This isn't Leatherface. These are regular people with masks by the end of this movie. And there are hulking sound effects to the way the Heart Eyes killer walks. There are, a lot of situations to where, if obviously this is just a standard human being, this person should be hurt. This person should not get up easily. And what happens when you got a lot of movies like Thanksgiving or like Scream, the most recent ones, and this film, is that what is the purpose of us clamoring and wanting to be afraid of somebody like Jeepers Creepers, Leatherface, Freddy, Jason, or Michael Myers, when all it takes for you to have the same effect on people as what I just mentioned is you just have to put on a mask? That irritates me. And with that being said, I want to get to the bandana rating for 2025's Heart Eyes. And I'm going to give Heart Eyes 3 bandanas out of 5. Certainly, was this film fun? Yes. Would this be a great movie to take a date out to? Yes, because she's going to be caught in these long conversations that are very romantic comedy-esque, and then get caught by something gruesome that you'll love, and she'll probably put her head in your chest or something like that, which is great. But for me, I just could not get with how, there's a term I have with my buddies where I say I don't like chummy people. I don't like people trying to get funny with me if they don't know me. And that's the way this movie felt to me, is this movie tried to be tongue-in-cheek so much, but then took you out of that to be gruesome, but then went back to being tongue-in-cheek, and then went back to this. It just is not a second viewing for me. I did not enjoy watching this movie that much, but I can see how people would. So guys, let me know, are you gonna go watch Heart Eyes this weekend? Are you gonna go take a date? Are you going on your own? Are you gonna go watch it closer to Valentine's Day? It will be on then. Were you a fan of early 2000 horror films? Because this mirrors those to the T, just with a little bit more blood and violence than they did have in 2001, 99, 2002, and all that. If you want to talk about early slasher films from the 2000s or more about Heart Eyes, you got to join this channel's memberships. That's right, Thorn Theater has real deal membership laminated cards for all of you Thornaholics out there and horror lovers. Not only that, but you get to request your own reviews. Let's say there's something out there you were really dying for me to review, but the masses may not want it, or it's not something that's gonna move the numbers. Guess what? You pay. You control the narrative. You get early access to videos, live only chats, as well as exclusive watch-alongs just for members right here on this channel. And if you don't feel like committing to that, you can always give me a super chat, super thanks, or buy me a coffee. Buy me a coffee right now is a way that you can support somebody like me for making videos just for you guys, doing what we love to do. But guess what? If you buy me a coffee, at least you're fueling the journey. And right now, Buy Me a Coffee has an update to where when you leave your note of why you have gifted me coffee, I can respond back to you in video form. And with all that being said, guys, I hope you have a happy Valentine's Day. And if you're not going to celebrate that, at least watch some good horror movies and at least get some if you can. But beyond that, also check out my appearance on the Our Life in Horror YouTube channel coming up this Tuesday, February 11th. Guys, I'm Alex Thorn, and I look forward to seeing you then. I gotta go walk. I gotta go rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you. What is going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and I'm just a rock and roller who in his downtime likes to watch movies while wearing a bandana. And this is my final video of 2024. Thank you guys for making it through the whole year with me and having me grow to be monetized. We're almost at 3,000 subscribers. It's been a little over 2 years, but it's all continuous and going because of you guys. I don't want to talk too much more because we have got, as you can see on the screen, this is the first time I've ever done this, a ranking off a tier maker. I've never done this through this site, but I've seen it on other YouTubers. 25 movies or so that I watched that were brand new in the year 2024. We've got a ranking system here. This is basically the 5 bandanas. And this is honestly what the 5 bandanas mean anyways, which is perfect movie, 5 bandanas. Better than I thought, 4 bandanas. Easy to watch or rewatch, 3 bandanas. It's not terrible, 2 bandanas. And a complete waste of time, 1 bandana. So this is theoretically the bandana ranking system, but I wanted to make it easy for anybody who never saw what the bandana ranking system for this channel is. Again, I'm Alex Thorn. Let's get into it because we got a lot of movies to talk about. So first up is a movie called Time Cut, a Netflix original. And you guys didn't see a review for this because it was only exclusive for channel members. So you guys are going to get the official ranking without the 8 minutes of talking and chatter that I do. And Time Cut, from what I can remember, Time Cut is easy to rewatch. Easy to watch and easy to rewatch. I saw a lot of people talking about it online saying that it wasn't that good. It wasn't very representative of the early 2000s. And honestly, from what it showed, it was just more of the convoluted ending that got to me that made it, you know, not a 4 bandana or 5 bandana movie, but clearly a 3 bandana movie. Next up is Despicable Me. This is another movie that I watched in theaters because my kid wanted to see it, but I did not review it for channel members or for subscribers. I only did a short on it because I don't like to be negative for a long period of time when I talk about movies. So that being said, this movie to me, I gotta be honest, and it's crazy to say this. It was not terrible, but I'm hesitant not to put it at being a waste of time because I don't remember anything about it. And I love Despicable Me 1 and 2. Wasn't hot on 3 at all. But this one, I legitimately don't remember anything about it, as well as it's just such a letdown from 1 and 2 and Minions. The first one, I didn't get to see Rise of Gru, but I don't know this. I'm, teetering between waste of time and it's not terrible. I think my affliction for, my love for 1 and 2 and Minions is holding me back from putting it as a waste of time. Next is Memoirs of a Snail. Thanks to Letterboxd, I was invited out, which, by the way, I'll put the card up for Letterboxd and my profile on there. If you don't know what Letterboxd is, it's basically a social networking site, the written word for fans of movies. And Memoirs of a Snail was a movie that Letterboxd sent me out to. And I thank Letterboxd for that. But at the same time, this movie was one of the worst movies I've ever seen in my entire life. Not just this year alone. This was trash to me. I went online and read reviews afterwards, and people were like, this is amazing, this is great, but I've never seen a more woke piece of crap ever. And this is not indicative of Letterboxd whatsoever, because they send you out to a bunch of different movies if you're cool with them. But man, I don't even know. I was going to say I don't know who this is for, but I do know who this is for, and it's a waste of time. I'm not going to talk about it anymore. The Uglies. This movie, I actually reviewed it for channel members as well. It's not an official subscriber review, but you guys, if you guys want to see stuff like this and Time Cut, and there's a few more actually, there's another one right after that that is exclusive to members, please check out this channel's memberships because it helps me and you can help support the channel. The Uglies, for me, I'm going to be honest with you, it was better than I thought. Yes, I know if you actually read the book, and I've heard about this too, that this couldn't hold a candle to it, and the threat of being pretty, oh my God. But I liked that dystopian view, that look of the movie. It reminded me a lot of Alita Battle Angel, and I was a big fan of that movie. So I think the charm of it is what made me say, like, yeah, you know what? I could rewatch this, and not only rewatch this, but I like it. All right. Another channel member exclusive review, Dead Sea. This was a raw review, meaning as soon as I watched the movie, I turned on the camera and just talked to the camera raw, no edits, no fancy B-roll or anything like that. Dead Sea. Very interesting premise. Very interesting premise about 3 kids that, you know, get crashed out in the water, but then get saved by somebody, and the 2 girls that get saved along with the guy get captured, and one is going to be used for SA trade, and the other one is just going to be harvested for her organs, and that is wild. The problem with this movie is it just moves a little bit too slow, and the antagonist had 0 personality. I mean, this guy should have been threatening some way, somehow, and he was not. So I'm going to put this in It's Not Terrible, because I would never rewatch this movie again, but it was also interesting enough to not be a waste of time. Next up, the brand new Sonic 3. Now, I haven't done a review for this on the channel because I don't want to catch... For one, I don't want to catch slack from Jim Carrey fans. 2, I don't want to I don't want to absolutely be crucified by Sonic fans. So I don't want to spend 8 minutes talking bad about a movie I didn't enjoy. It's not terrible, but double the carry doesn't equal double the fun. It actually equals double the annoyance to me. I did not enjoy Shadow. I felt like he was just boring. I much preferred the last story with Knuckles. There just wasn't enough Sonic in this, and there was way too much Jim Carrey, and Shadow was boring. That's all I'm going to say about that. That's my review for Sonic 3. Subservience, which just showed up on Netflix. I actually really liked this movie. I really like this movie. I could see myself rewatching this movie in a few years, no problem. It was initially better than I thought, but at the end of the day, I'm going to say that it's easy to rewatch. I know I put in better than I thought, but that was my initial review. Is it top tier? No. And I'm actually going to change out Uglies too, because I'm thinking about what I thought when I watched the movie the first time. These are easy rewatches. Time Cut, Subservience, and Uglies. They're not standing the test of time as great movies, but it was Subservience was, you know, very sexy with Megan Fox, and I've always found her to be pretty, but just never found her to be sexy. This movie made her sexy because she said less and did less. Twisters, oh my God, this movie not only is better than I thought, it is a perfect update to the original 1996 release. Perfect update with modern CGI, modern characters, modern technology being used in the movie to capture these twisters and all that stuff.
Plus, I saw it in 4DX with my son, and it was just a rock and roll ride, man. What a great movie. If you've got a great sound system, an OLED TV, or maybe even if you have a cool high-tech projector with that great sound system, you're going to absolutely love Twisters. Oh, man. Afraid AI. I had some hopes coming into this movie, but by the end of it, I got to tell you, man, when you think of what was released, last year in Megan, what was released this year in Subservience, and then you've got also Afraid, this was an absolute waste of time. It literally took me and my buddy 20 plus minutes. No, I think longer than that. It took us maybe an hour and a half to 2 hours to speak about this movie and figure out all the different things that were going on with it. It just wasn't clear, and it made no sense to me whatsoever. I just did not like it. It was a waste of time. Alien Romulus. Guys, man, not only was it better than I thought it would be, especially because on this channel, I did a deep dive with live watch-alongs, full reviews, and then rankings on the Alien series. This movie is a perfect Alien movie right next to Aliens from 1986. Alien Romulus, solid, man. Solid movie. If you haven't seen it, you gotta watch it. Atlas, Netflix original starring Jennifer Lopez. Contrary to, popular opinion at this moment, I am a Jennifer Lopez fan. I don't love everything she does, but I think when she does things well, she does things well, and she needs the credit. And in this movie, it reminded me a lot of Aliens. It reminded me a lot of Terminator. It reminded me a lot of Babylon AD. So I'm going to give J-Lo and Atlas better than I thought, because it's not just easy to rewatch, but it's a movie that I genuinely enjoyed and would want to watch again and again. I know you guys are going to think I'm crazy, but this is my channel, and that's what the comment section is for. Next up, we have what I believe was the first summer blockbuster of 2024, Bad Boys Ride or Die, which should have been called Bad Boys for Life. Martin actually took the lead in this one, which was wild because I thought Martin was done after that last movie. He really was, man, almost immobile in it. And in daily stuff, with what we see him now, he looks pretty bad. But in this movie, somehow they got him to move and be the lead. And I got to tell you, better than I thought. Better than I thought when I watched it, and better than I thought than when I remember it. And it is a solid, solid release. I enjoy the 4K Blu-ray of that, and Romulus and Twisters. Those are movies you got to get if you love physical media. Awesome movies. We've got next Eddie Murphy's return with Beverly Hills Cop Axel F. Netflix original. I love Eddie. He is my favorite actor of all time. I'm honestly going to give Axel F easy to rewatch. I wanted it to be better than I thought. It was just as good as I thought it would be. But something about the movie felt like this is a streaming movie. It did not feel as big as Twisters, Bad Boys, Alien, and a couple other movies on this list. It felt about right. It felt like a Netflix original, but it also is good. So we'll give it easy to rewatch. To be original, we got next Cabin Girl. It presented some good ideas. I don't remember all of the ideas, but essentially the entire movie is one of those movies that it ends up in her brain. And I think it would have been a good movie if there wasn't this ridiculous ghost, this watery ghost that was chasing her throughout the movie. It's coming back to me now. It presented some good ideas, so I'm going to say it's not terrible because it wasn't a waste of time. It did piss me off in the end, the way it ended with her in a loony bin, if I remember correctly. But there were some good ideas there. It was enough to keep you holding on to be like, come on, something's going to happen here, right? Like, you're going to execute on what I think you're doing, but no, it never got there. But there was ideas. Oh my God. Godzilla -1. I mean, seriously. Is there anything more to say? This movie was incredible on every front. It won real legit awards. A Godzilla movie won real legit awards. The same awards as, people who made Titanic made and all this other stuff. This movie brought Godzilla back to where he should be, being a serious threat. And you could feel the enormity of him compared to the people on the ground and the buildings and everything. This was just perfection. I'm waiting for them to come out with this movie on 4K Blu-ray with English subtitles and overdub on it. That's when I want to buy it. I don't want to buy it while it still has the original Japanese language on there only. I need that in English like they have it on Netflix, because this movie was absolute perfection in what it did for Godzilla. Now, speaking of what it did for Godzilla, this next movie, which you guys, I know it's going to be a hot button topic, but this next movie, Godzilla Kong, The New Empire, to me goes in the it's not terrible. And I'm really, really teetering on waste of time, because it is only in retrospective that I'm saying that it's not terrible. Because when I watched it, I really did think it was just a complete waste of time. I did not like, especially coming from Godzilla -1, how America literally took Godzilla backwards and made him silly again. And I don't know where this pink shit came from on him. Again, I have no problem with pink. I wear pink. I'm a rock and roller. It's cool. But Godzilla was just given this perfect movie in -1, and then from Toho. And then you've got this BS that came out here in America. The only reason I'm going to say it's not terrible is because if I was 8, 9, 10 years old, 12 years old, I would probably love the movie. But coming off of Godzilla -1, I have no desire to watch this movie ever again. Here we go with I believe an early 2024 release from Blumhouse, of course, Imaginary. Once again, it's one of those movies that just presented good ideas, but in the end of the day, just fell completely flat. I'm going to put it in the it's not terrible category, because it never felt like a waste of time. It didn't. But it did feel flat, like it didn't execute on what I thought it would do, which is just really, really weird. It had such promise. Infested. This movie deserves an English version to come out, because the effects in this movie were incredible. Incredible, I tell you. So, Infested was a Shudder original. It's in a different language. I don't remember what language it's in, but I remember the effects for the spiders were absolutely terrifying. I mean, it was so good. If that movie came out with English overdub and came to physical media, I think I might put it in as a perfect movie. It is so crazy. So with that being said, because that, as soon as I talk about that, I have to think in my head right away of another movie that came out similar in America, that came out to theaters, called Sting. And this, to me, when I first saw it, was a complete waste of time. I kid you not. I was pissed at this movie when I saw it in the theater. Then about a month ago or so, I watched it with my son here at the house, and I realized how fun it was. And it was not terrible. But here's the deal. My son watched that and thought it was a waste of time. His first viewing as well, he thought it was a waste of time. My first viewing, I thought it was a waste of time. My second viewing, I was like, okay, it's not terrible. It's fun. Reminds me of an 80s cheesy B movie. When I showed him Infested, again, he was like, this is exactly what a spider movie should be, not that movie Sting. So they're worlds apart, worlds apart. Last Kumatai, man, starring Viking Samurai. Shout out to Viking Samurai and his channel. I'll link it in the card up above. He's in this movie amongst many, many, many martial art legends. And Last Kumatai is like a spiritual successor to Bloodsport, Kickboxer, Best of the Best, all those kinds of movies from the mid to late 80s and early 90s. Unfortunately, it does more bad than good. It is, for some reason, it looks like it was shot on a phone. I don't understand what the color grading on this movie is. It's really amateurish. The bad guy, the lead villain in this is just yelling constantly for no reason, and it doesn't seem natural. You never catch on to him. I believe Bolo Young's son is in this, and he's killed off pretty quickly, and he's like just an afterthought. I don't understand who made that decision. So I'm gonna say this is, man, I gotta say Last Kumatai was a waste of time. Because look, here's the thing. When I first saw it, my initial thought was it's not terrible. In retrospective, it's a waste of time. because you'll never watch this and then say this is better than the, originals that it's trying to emulate. You'll just go back to it. So that means it's a waste of time. It doesn't present any new ideas. All it does really is give you Viking Samurai's first real role that launches him into something better later on. So think of this like, I think it's No Surrender, No Retreat, or No Retreat, No Surrender from Van Damme. You won't necessarily go back and watch that movie because it's a great Van Damme movie. You'll just go back out of curiosity to see who he is or what he's done before he became big. And I think that's what this is for Viking Samurai. Night Swim, right away. This was Amityville in a pool. That's all this was. This was trash. Night Swim was absolute trash. A swimming pool that is evil. Yeah, fuck off. Then we have First Omen. Brother, I gotta tell you, First Omen was not only better than I thought when I watched it, but I actually watched Immaculate this year. Now that I'm thinking about it, I just remembered I watched Immaculate this year because everybody was, they're very similar movies. But in every single way, The First Omen is a better movie than Immaculate. Not to put down Immaculate, it presents some good ideas, but First Omen is brutal. It's incredible. The cinematography in that movie is amazing. We got Transformers 1. We're getting down to the wire now. Transformers 1, I was never a fan of Transformers. Not because I hate it or anything like that. It just, from a distance, it looks cool. I never looked at it enough to get into it. Honestly, I think it's easy to rewatch. See, in my mind, I'm thinking it's better than I thought it would be. But eventually, I don't think it's that great to where it earns a 4-star, 4-bandana rating. It's easy to rewatch because it's a fun movie. I might have been a little bit too harsh on it when I first saw it. I got to watch it at home because I think the fact that we watched it in 3D, 4DX, it was a lot going on. And I was a little distracted, which 4DX can do that to you. As much of an experience as it is, 4DX can do that to you. So, yeah, I'm going to say it's easy to rewatch. And now, Under Paris, the last review or the last movie that I want to rank here. Under Paris, honestly, was a waste of time. I did this review for the channel subscribers at first. Then I turned it into a channel member review. Because I don't know if I've ever seen in the history of this channel another movie that bought reviews as much as Under Paris did, that bought hype. Like every movie does it, right? But the amount of hype you saw for Under Paris, the number one movie, the number one shark movie, the best shark movie since Jaws. I mean, it was a load of bullshit. And when you watch this movie, the literal only shot that was memorable in it, that was any good, was the very last shot of Paris being underwater with a bunch of sharks around it. Whatever led up to that, anything about the movie was just absolutely forgettable and trash. I just remember being super frustrated. We wanted to turn it off halfway through because it just felt like another crappy shark movie. And we were so hyped up from it because of all these reviews that were coming out. Just was trash, man. So there we go. We got 3 movies. Alien Romulus, Godzilla -1, and The First Omen as perfect movies. 5-bandana movies. Better than I thought were Twisters, Atlas, Bad Boys, Ride or Die, and Infested, which is essentially 4-bandana movies. Easy to rewatch as Time Cut, Subservience, Uglies, Beverly Hills Cop, Axel F, and Transformers 1, which is essentially 3 bandanas. It's Not Terrible, which is Despicable Me 4, Dead Sea Sonic 3, Cabin Girl, Godzilla, Kong, The New Empire, Imaginary, and Sting, which is essentially 2 bandanas, and A Complete Waste of Time, which equals 1 bandana, is Memoirs of a Snail, Afraid, Last Kumatai, and Night Swim, as well as Under Paris. Guys, let me know what you thought of this tier listing and ranking of 2024 movies. What are your top 5 movies? What do you agree with? What do you disagree with? Let's talk in the comments. I will see you in 2025. Let's hit 3,000 subscribers. Thank you for going through 2024 with me. Let's enter into 2025 with a bang. I'm Alex Thorn, and you know what I got to do. I got to rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you.
If it wasn't for DCN Power Players, I don't think I ever would have went to go see this movie like ever, but it was fun. So let's get into it. What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and I'm just a rock and roller who in his downtime likes to watch movies while wearing a bandana. And right off the bat, I've got to say thank you to channel member The One DDG Danny for the merch. He made my first ever Thorn Theater shirt. Thank you so much, DDG. I appreciate you so much. You guys got to become members too, but we'll talk about that towards the end of this review. And the other person I have to thank and also ask for you guys to send a follow to is Darnell of DCN Presents Power Players. Me and Darnell have been friends for 8 to 9 years now, and I respect the hell out of him for being the officer that he is. And he is a huge fan of Transformers. Now, me on my end, I am aware of Transformers. I saw some of the cartoons when I was younger. Absolutely loved the toys, but we could never afford them because I didn't want the smaller Transformers figures. I wanted the big Transformers figures, and simply put, my family couldn't afford those. So I stuck to what we could afford, which was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and the Hasbro versions of WWF figures, and you know, Batman Returns and Toxic Avenger and all those cool things. Now, when the Transformers movies started to come out, again, I didn't like the art direction. I heard the Transformers was coming out, and I'm talking about the very first one in like the late 2000s or whatever it was. I remember hearing about it and I was like, oh, what's that gonna look like? I saw one bit of the CGI and how shiny and just way too many parts that those Transformers had, and I was out. And from that point until right now, Transformers 1, I had zero interest. But once I saw the trailer that Officer D from DCN Power Players sent me, I was like, oh, you know what? I think I can do this. So let's talk about what Transformers 1 is all about. Brothers in arms, Orion Pax and D16 become sworn enemies, Optimus Prime and Megatron. So essentially, this movie is an origin story. And no wonder that's why it looks like the more classic versions of what I'm used to, or anybody in my age range might be used to for Transformers. And I gotta tell you right off the bat, they looked great. The movie looked great. And I think that is mainly because of the way we watched it. Again, knowing that my friend is a huge fan of Transformers, I wasn't just gonna take him to the theater to watch the standard version. We had to go watch it in 3D and 4DX thanks to Regal Cinemas. As you already know, we're introduced to the prior versions of Megatron and Optimus Prime, and they're buddies, they're friends, they have some great banter between each other, and it's a classic story of trying to root for the underdogs. While there's all these other ones who can transform and do all that, the coal miners can't. They just weren't born to their knowledge with those abilities. So they set out to prove themselves and say, we can do this. We can really do this. Like I said, the banter between Megatron and Prime is great. I can deal with it. I loved it. Then we met a yellow robot pre-transformer. And I kid you not, I had to lean over to D halfway through the movie and say, who the hell is this guy? What is this? And he goes, that's Bumblebee. Going into this, I didn't know this movie was rated PG. I thought this would be at least PG-13. And there's a couple things that are said in it that make me say, like, really? This is PG? But the tone of Bumblebee, who is played by Keegan from Aaron and Keegan and Peele and all that stuff. If it's a childish tone, that's for sure. Alita 1 is played by Scarlett Johansson. Alpha Trion is played by Lawrence Fishburne. Sentinel Prime by John Hamm. Optimus Prime by Chris Helmsworth, and Megatron is played by Brian Tyree Henry. And I think he shocked me the most out of everybody because you're used to him being really silly. The first time I saw this guy was in the Child's Play movie and then in Kong vs. Godzilla. And I gotta tell you that every time I saw him, I felt he was out of place. I felt like he didn't need to be where he was. I felt like as an actor, he didn't deserve to be where he was. But this worked out because you didn't see him. And he was able to play that friendly role up front. He was able to change in the middle of the film, and he was able to become what he becomes, Megatron, by the end of the film. And it all worked because you didn't see him. And again, this is because he has this presence to him that is very goofball-esque. Like Keegan and Brian in this movie, they can perfectly go in a live action movie together. They can be as silly as they want, as soft as they want with each other in their comedy. But in this movie, Brian really was able to go hard with his acting talents and vocal talents versus you seeing him and that contradicting what you're hearing. If it was not for the 3D, 4DX aspect to the version that we saw, I would be really disappointed with this movie because it follows such a typical beat by beat, like Disney-esque film storyline. And I don't know if that's the storyline that was originally, done in the cartoon or in the comics or wherever, but I know that I just felt like this is just the same old that we've seen thousands of times, but with robots. With all that being said, I think it's time that we do get to the bandana rating of this film, because as somebody who didn't know much about the storyline before it, now it feels like it's a very generic story in general. So let's get to the bandana rating. And I'm gonna give Transformers 1 3 bandanas out of 5 because I think if you watch it in a special format, it is totally fun, totally worth it. I think once it comes out to physical media, if you watch it on a good TV, like an OLED or a mini QLED, then it'll stand out really, really well. But if you just watch it on a standard lower end TV, or you just stream it, or you just watch it on standard when you go to the movie theater, there's nothing about this movie that makes it stand out other than the fact that you are nostalgic because you grew up with it. Guys, let me know what you thought of Transformers 1. If you haven't seen it yet, are you gonna go see it? What was the point of the Transformers series that you got into it? And what did you think of the previous movies in this series? Because I know when I saw Mark Wahlberg and I saw Shia LaBeouf and Megan Fox in the trailers for all the old ones that I never saw, I remember just thinking like, this doesn't feel right. So let's talk down below in the comment section and let me know what you thought about it. Plus, for one lucky commenter down below, you're going to win something special. And in order to win something special, you have got to be subscribed to this channel, like this video, and down below, tell me who is your favorite Transformer. And you will win this awesome 4DX Transformer 1 poster that I got from the movie theater when I saw it tonight. I want to give this out to you guys. And the way, after I announce on a future video who won this, the way you'll be able to claim it is heading over to the Facebook of Thorn Theater. Guys, as always, I plan on going live for members only as well as for the public. But if you want to get into more behind the scenes stuff, request your own reviews, as well as get these reviews early, you got to become a member of this channel. That's right. Thorn Theater has real deal membership laminated cards for all of you Thornaholics out there and horror lovers. Not only that, but you get to request your own reviews. Let's say there's something out there you're really dying for me to review, but the masses may not want it, or it's not something that's gonna move the numbers. Guess what? You pay. You control the narrative. You get early access to videos, live only chats, as well as exclusive watch-alongs just for members right here on this channel. And if you don't feel like committing to that, you can always leave me a super chat, super thanks, or buy me a coffee. That's right. Buy me a coffee right now is a way that you can support somebody like me for making videos just for you guys, doing what we love to do. But guess what? If you buy me a coffee, at least you're fueling the journey. And right now, Buy Me a Coffee has an update to where when you leave your note of why you have gifted me coffee, I can respond back to you in video form. And with all that being said, people, I'm Alex Thorn, and you know what I gotta do. I gotta rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you. "66 million years ago, dinosaurs became extinct. But in 1993, they were reborn. What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and I'm just a rock and roller who in his downtime likes to watch movies while wearing a bandana. And my oh my, are we back in 1993 when dinosaurs ruled the world again. Because as we're watching Jurassic Park and reviewing it, Jurassic World Rebirth is on its way, baby. And thank you for joining me on the first step to a deep dive journey through the entire Jurassic Park series. Back when this film came out, I was 7 years old and I got to see it in theaters. That's right. And watching it back for this channel, man, all the memories came back to me, all the good vibes. I smiled so many times. But if you've never seen Jurassic Park, this is what it's all about. Paleontologist Alan Grant and Ellie Sattler and mathematician Ian Malcolm are among a select group chosen to tour an island theme park populated by dinosaurs created from prehistoric DNA. While the park's mastermind billionaire John Hammond assures everyone that the facility is safe, they find out otherwise when various ferocious predators break out, go free, and go on the hunt. Look, man, I'm so excited to talk about this movie because not only did Jurassic Park become a big blockbuster, but it changed the world of action movies a mere 2 years after Terminator 2 managed to do the same thing. This movie inspired so many dinosaur movies that could not compete. And in fact, for decades, Jurassic Park has been the only movie to really get dinosaurs that look good on the screen, like they're actually interacting with the people. And when we saw these dinosaurs in 1993, I'm telling you, there was nothing like it. With an all-star cast in Sam Neill, Jeff Goldblum, Laura Dern, B.D. Wong, Richard Attenborough, Samuel L. Jackson, and Wayne Knight, just to name a few. This movie is absolutely off the charts from the first scene of that constant yelling of "Shooter! Shooter!" with the Velociraptor eating one of the dudes, to heading over to the paleontologist when they finally get contacted by Mr. John Hammond to head over to Jurassic Park to see real dinosaurs. Now remember, Alan Grant and Ellie Sattler have been discovering the bones of dinosaurs. Now they're being told they can actually see one for real. And while there, they not only get to see dinosaurs for real, but that first shot you get of humans and dinosaurs in the same scene, my God, I know everybody in the theater just started clapping in 1993. There was oohs, ahs, and claps. Of course, Mr. Hammond's grandkids are invited along for the ride, and they add this great element because whenever you put kids into a movie like this with adults, they usually weigh it down. Not these two kids. They bring the movie up as well as bring this fear that not only are the adults in trouble, but so are the kids. And of course, while I mentioned stars earlier, the real stars of this show are the raptors and the T-Rex. The kids go through hell, the adults go through hell, but in the end, they all end up at the museum portion of the theme park. And so do the raptors and the T-Rex. And that iconic shot of the T-Rex fighting off and defeating the raptors while the adults and the children get away safely for now. But as they get away safely, we've got to determine whether Jurassic Park holds up. As for effects, I'm going to give Jurassic Park 5 bandanas out of 5. Of course, this movie changed the course of CGI and actual effect history. As for acting, I'm going to give it 5 bandanas out of 5. And as for story, it's incredible because it keeps getting retold and retold in the sequels that we're going to talk about. 5 bandanas out of 5. So I think you know the answer to the question, does Jurassic Park hold up? Not only yes, but hell yes. What about you? Were you able to see Jurassic Park in the theaters? Was the first time you watched it on VHS, DVD, Blu-ray, 4K, 3D? Are you excited for the new Jurassic World Rebirth? Let's talk about all things dinosaurs and all things Jurassic Park down below. Guys, if you dig the lights behind me, I've got a Govee code for you. Not only can you save money with this code, but you can also get your whole home decked out with Govee, from bulb lights to strip lights, even outdoor lights, and even kettles, humidifiers, and air purifiers like I've got. I've currently got close to 25 Wi-Fi Govee products, and I am hooked. And if you want to have total control of your home, start with Govee with the exclusive code down below. Guys, I'm Alex Thorn, and you know what I gotta do? I gotta go watch The Lost World, rock out, and review it for you.
Connection established.
What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and it is Reaction Wednesday. We're doing something a little bit different this time. Actually, a few months ago, maybe even a year ago, I did something similar to this, and it was reacting to a subscriber's mystery box. That subscriber being Mike Stoverload, who has his own podcast entitled The Stoverload Rock Show. But Mike has sent over a mystery package for us to react to. We're gonna do that right here on camera right now. We're gonna check this out. It's always good, man. It's always amazing to see what there's goodies. Oh my God. That is a lot of VHS. So right off the bat, we got Julia Roberts in Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. There we go. That's cool. I've never seen that. Kevin Bacon in Stir of Echoes. Check out the little $3.99 logo on there too. That's pretty cool, from Blockbuster. That's retro to see. One of my favorites. Unfortunately, I sold it, but now you got it back from me, my man. The Hand That Rocks the Cradle. And this is supposed to be watched soon on the channel because of the new one from Hulu, which I did a trailer reaction to. You can see that right here. Ah, classic, man. Jurassic Park. That is too cool. That is too cool. That is a favorite of mine. I've seen it once before in my life, but Eraser with the man, Arnold Schwarzenegger. And I think that's Vanessa Williams with him. Yeah, it is. I've only seen it once. It's going to be fun to dive back into this. The hell is this? Quills. Wickedly funny and sexy. This must be a joke, but I don't know what this is. We always include at least one that is kind of a joke. I'm assuming this is the one that's supposed to be funny because I don't know what that is. Oh, man. I actually went to the theater to watch this movie when I was a kid with my mom. The Bodyguard. With Whitney Houston and Kevin Costner, man. That brings me back. Thank you for that. That's good memories right there, my brother. Lethal Weapon 2. Mel Gibson. Danny Glover. Awesome stuff. Lethal Weapon Part 1. Dude, I haven't seen these movies in a long time. To get these on VHS again is watching them the way I remembered them, the way I watched them at first. I remember when this came out. My mother was a huge fan, and so was her boyfriend, my late stepfather. What Lies Beneath. Let's see, can we get a clean shot of that? Ooh. There it goes. It's a white cover, so it's a little hard to see. It is also a Blockbuster video. It's a clean box, by the way, for that. Okay, he's been talking to me about this in comments for the longest time. We've got a movie sealed that I've never seen before, but I've heard plenty about. Legend. That's right. Starring Tom Cruise. Man, I've never seen it, but I've always thought that The Devil looked so cool. It's also a Ridley Scott film. Wow. You know, it's right now, this movie, the new remake, as well as the original, I believe just came to one of the streaming platforms. I Know What You Did Last Summer. And this is the 3-pack that includes not only the first one, the second one, which I do remember watching when it first came out, but I haven't seen it in a long time, but I'll always know what you did last summer. And I've actually never seen that entry. Maybe for good reason, but one of these days we're going to watch it. Thank you so much. That is pretty cool. What do we got here? All right. I never heard of this. The Funhouse. What about you guys? Have you ever heard of this one? Never seen it. Look forward to it. That's pretty cool. On DVD. I've heard a lot about this. Partially read the book when I was a kid. It's the special collector's edition of Stephen King's Pet Sematary. I've never seen this movie. I've never seen it, but I've heard so many good things about it. So many good things. Another Stephen King sealed DVD. Silver Bullet. Never seen this. A lot of movies here that I haven't seen, man. That is awesome. Wow. Wow. Very cool. One of my favorites. I went to the theater to watch this with my cousins. The extended cut of Thomas Jane's The Punisher. Man, when this came out, we fell in love with it. The moment it got to DVD, we bought it, watched it over and over and over again. Since then, it's been sold, but thank you for sending me this, because I'm telling you, there's a lot of things I've sold in my life that I wish I never sold, and that's one of them. Now I got it back thanks to you, Stover. That's cool of you. Got something in the bag here? All right, so the last time I sent Stover a Thorn crate, which is what I call my surprise boxes, which, by the way, let me know down below in the comments if that's something you want us to start doing on this channel, is do raffles, you know, to get a Thorn crate, just like this Stoverload box. I sent him this movie called Frantic with Harrison Ford. And he was just like, what the hell did you send me that for? But I'm assuming that's why he sent me Quills and he sent the movie back to me. So good one on you. We got some more movies in here. Oh, this looks awesome. And it's a slip cover. Oh, this is so cool. Short Circuit 2. How do you not love this 80s classic? Is this 80s or early 90s? I know the first one was definitely in the 80s. Okay, this is 88. Yeah, so this movie is so good, man. Johnny Number 5. So good. Oh, I haven't watched this in a long time. My favorite actor of all time is Eddie Murphy, and I've never owned one of his comedy specials. Raw. I love this one. I love this one. I've seen this before, I believe. I don't remember if this is the first or the second one, but I remember enjoying the second one a lot more. I think Delirious is the first one, right? With the red suit, and then this is with the blue suit, and this was more of my favorite. I've never owned one though. Hey, just speaking of Short Circuit 1. So now we got 1 and 2. I haven't seen these movies in succession ever. Saw them years apart, and then would see another one, and then years later would watch another one. But now we got them and can do it back to back, man. That is cool. What else we got here? Man, there's a lot of movies. All right, Sealed Up. The Last Starfighter, 25th anniversary. Wow, I've never seen this at all. I don't even know about it. It sounds familiar. There it goes, without the glare. It sounds familiar, but I've never watched this movie. Wow, that's pretty cool. Never even heard of it. All right. So we have a movie here, but it has a note. This note says, I want this back when you're done. And this movie is Wes Craven's Deadly Friend. I'm not familiar with this one, man. I've never heard of it. It says Breakfast Club version of Bride of Frankenstein. See if I can see. Oh, 1986. Wow. I've never seen this, man. Never even heard of it. Deadly Friend. I like the blue nail polish she's got on. That stands out right away. Man, just as many Blu-rays, if not more, than VHSs. All right, we got something right here. Ooh. All right, this is for my son, 7. Venom. It's got 88 on the back. It says Venom, and then it's got him on the front. This is going to be cool. I'm going to be presenting this to him tomorrow because his birthday is coming up. And then, oh, final. We've got some comic books. We got Spider-Man and Venom. I used to be hugely into comic books when I was younger, and then still a little bit when I was in my 20s too. Ah, there it goes. Perfect. No glare. Look at that. And then we've got Batman Special Edition and a first look at Fear State and I Am Batman. Check this out. Me and Stover are both huge Batman marks and fans. I cannot say thank you enough. I think out of all of these movies, right off the bat, what I'm most excited to watch is the one you want back, to be honest with you, Deadly Friend. I think this is going to get popped in this week for sure because I don't know anything about this film. I don't know anything about this movie when it comes to DVD. And when it comes to VHS, I believe the first one I'm going to definitely pop in is The Hand That Rocks the Cradles because I've been wanting to review this for a Does It Hold Up, especially because the new one is on Hulu, the remake or remaster or whatever they call it, reimagining. But more so than that, this movie is one of those movies that stuck with me when my mother or her boyfriend, my first stepfather at the time, whatever, rented it. You know, for me, when did this come out? This came out in 91, I believe. 91, 92, something like that around that time. Yeah. Anyways, I don't want to bore you guys, but yeah, around the time that this movie came out, I was probably 6, 7 years old or so. And just what was going on in that movie freaked me out completely. And it never left me, that story of that crazed babysitter that wanted to take over the entire family. So I want to revisit that feeling, and especially because it's in VHS form, this is the perfect way to watch it. Thank you so much. This has been an amazing box, an amazing mystery crate from Stoverload. And if you want to see the Thorn crate that I sent to him, check him out on Facebook, Mike Stover. And again, he has the Stoverload Rock Show currently on Badass Radio Network. And this is going to go to my son, 7. Guys, it has been a blast reacting to this for the first time with you. Let me know what else you want me to review or react to. I'm Alex Thorn, and you know what I gotta do. I gotta rock out, just like I did on Halloween. As you see the footage right there. Watch some movies and review them for you. This movie was loud. What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and I'm just a rock and roller who in his downtime likes to watch movies while wearing a bandana. And this time, I went to the theater on the premiere date to watch Smile 2. And a few months ago, I saw the trailer to this movie and instantly was interested because of the musician aspect of it, me being a musician myself. And if we go all the way back to Smile 1 last year, just wasn't impressed. I thought the psychiatrist or whatever gimmick was cool for the lead character, but it could have been any run-of-the-mill movie. This time, with Smile 2, this stepped it up a lot. About to embark on a new world tour, global pop sensation Sky Riley begins to experience increasingly terrifyingly inexplicable events. Overwhelmed by the escalating horrors and pressures of fame, she must face her dark past to regain control of her life before it spirals out of control. This movie was very easy to follow at first. And at first, when we're introduced to Sky Riley, I kid you not, I swear to you, I thought that this chick looks so much like another industry star, a Bella Danger. That's all I'm gonna say about that. If you know her work, you know what I'm talking about. But I love that she had a more relatable look prior to what happens to where she's at in this movie. As I mentioned in the description, Sky Riley is trying to adapt and regain control of her life after certain events. Those events being that she was in a car accident that killed an actor friend of hers. And she had a lot of substance abuse, narcotic abuse issues prior to that. Now, there's a lot of stars in our real life that we know like this. I don't want to go into details about who they are, but pop singers who were popular in the late 90s and early 2000s that come off as unstable to us today because they are, and then they have family members and PR that is constantly pushing them to do things that they clearly are not ready to do. We've seen it over and over and over again, and in this movie, finally, they explore something like this, obviously with a supernatural element. There's very few death scenes, but the death scenes that are there, CGI is really good. Let's just put it that way. It is brutal. And I'm gonna tell you right now, every single smiling scene that's in the movie is in that trailer that you see. One of the biggest issues we have with trailers today is they give away everything you see in the movie. It's just like, okay, yeah, now we're finally seeing it in the movie. But whether it's her backup dancers or fans that come up to her, or the person who passed the curse to her showing up behind her in the mirror, or it's her mother or her best friend, like everybody she knows is smiling at her. And this movie is very trippy. And when I said earlier that you can follow it in the beginning, that's everything I explained to you. After that, this movie really tends to play with the viewer because everything that Sky experiences, you experience, but as she jumps back into her current timeline, so do you. So you're watching things and a half hour passes by and suddenly you're kicked back to 45 minutes prior to that. This happens often in this movie. And I feel with this 2-hour runtime, there were so many scenes of people smiling at her and Riley losing it. And those scenes play out the same way every time, and you know it's going to be a jump scare. I feel like 26 minutes or so of this movie could have been cut out. We did not need as many jump scares as there were. I just don't feel that way. I think the movie is effective. I think the effects are great. The score is just incredibly loud and effective, and they made sure that they mixed this to the point where voices are coming from all over the place. If you have a good sound system, and I went to AMC theaters, thank you AMC for sending me out to this, by the way, that had a great sound system, and my God, was it just boom, whoa, 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 okay, from here. They do this thing where, like Evil Dead Rise did, where it's just boom, loud music out of nowhere in your face, and it's not just jump scares, it's just loud. It's once I know I seem like I'm shitting on it, but I'm not. It's just that part of the movie where there was just these constant long back and forth ping pongs in time, and you don't know what's real and what's not. And it just happens so often that by the end of the movie, you feel just as exhausted as she is. All right, with that being said, I think it's time we get to the bandana rating for 2024's Smile 2. And I'm gonna give Smile 2 a solid 4 bandanas out of 5. I think it is trippy, it is inventive. I don't know how many more times I could say that word, and I'm sorry for saying it so much, but I just don't have another way to describe how off-putting this movie really is in the way it puts you in Sky Riley's events. It puts her in her brain, and it's very clear that this movie is a play on pop stars that we knew from the late 90s, early 2000s and beyond. By the way, I want to say, as a musician, the music in this that they made for this, which I read right before the movie started, I was reading an article that said the lead actress sang the songs that are in the movie for real. They're great. You know, I'm a rock and roller, but I know a good song when I hear a good song. They did such a good job at replicating what that synthetic pop sound is that is on the radio stations that, you know, she did great with that. The way they put her family, her mother more so than anything, pushing her, it was perfect. The way they set up how everybody was like, you cannot mess this up. You're on your comeback. If you cancel, it doesn't matter how you feel. It doesn't matter any of that. If you cancel, you're screwed forever. And then we're going to owe the record company and the touring company millions of dollars. You have to go through with this no matter what your mental state is. I thought all of that was great. But guys, let me know, how do you feel about Smile 2? Are you going to go out and watch it this weekend? Were you a fan of Smile 1? And if you do see it this weekend, head over to the comment section below. Let me know what you thought about it. What was your favorite part? What did you like and what did you dislike? And if you want to talk even more about horror movies and movies in general, you got to join this channel's memberships. That's right. Thorn Theater has real deal membership laminated cards for all of you Thornaholics out there and horror lovers. Not only that, but you get to request your own reviews. Let's say there's something out there you're really dying for me to review, but the masses may not want it, or it's not something that's gonna move the numbers. Guess what? You pay. You control the narrative. You get early access to videos, live only chats, as well as exclusive watch alongs just for members. And if you don't feel like committing to that, you can always leave a super chat, super thanks, or buy me a coffee. That's right. Buy me a coffee right now is a way that you can support somebody like me for making videos just for you guys, doing what we love to do. But guess what? If you buy me a coffee, at least you're fueling the journey. And right now, Buy Me a Coffee has an update to where when you leave your note of why you have gifted me coffee, I can respond back to you in video form. And with all that being said, guys, I hope you have a happy Halloween because we are in spooky season. There's more videos to come. I gotta go rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you. Some novels work as movies, some novels work as series. This ain't one of them. What's going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and I'm just a rock and roller who in his downtime likes to watch movies while wearing a bandana. And my local theater right here in Chicago, Logan Square Theater, was holding what is now a brand new Wednesday $5 movie night. Let's put it that way. And I've been meaning to go there for the longest time. It's been a while since I've been to my local theater. It's literally 5 minutes, not even that 3-minute walk away from me. Right here on the strip. And if you live in Chicago, then you're definitely well aware of Logan Theater. If you're not, you need to be. There's been this uptake of slasher movies being released, and you know, there's been a lot more blood in theater releases. So I was slightly curious about Clown in a Cornfield. Now, I have not seen a trailer for this movie yet. I have only heard hype about the movie in the movie community, and the story is simple. Looking for a fresh start, Quinn and her father moved to a quiet town of Kettle Springs. They soon learn the fractured community has fallen on hard times after losing its treasured factory to a fire. As the locals bicker amongst themselves and tensions boil over, a sinister grinning clown emerges from the cornfields to cleanse the town of its burdens, one bloody victim at a time. Now look, there are a group of teenagers. One specific teenager who is the main character, Quinn, moved there with her father, who her mother passed away this summer. So her father and her are moving to this quiet town because he's a doctor. They had a doctor opening, so they're moving there. We've seen that tons of times. There's a group of teenagers. We've seen that tons of times. There's disgruntled old people. We've seen that tons of times. There's this rift between the old people and the young people. It's all there. And when you split a movie into 3 acts as it should be, that is what this first act is all about. We get to the second act, and by the second act, Quinn has found interest in the mayor's son, Cole. And Cole seems to have an interest in her. Seems, because that notion is going to get confusing and then torn down and shoved in your face by the end. It's when this movie hits the middle, the second act, that it goes from typical to, what's going on here? It devolved into something that I was quite confused of, and I'm just gonna go ahead and spoil this for you, is that the clown in a cornfield is not a clown. It is a person in the mask. I won't reveal who the person is because then that person becomes persons. And there's a bunch of people in masks in this movie as the clown. And I forget what the name of the clown is, Friendo or some shit like that. And at that point for me, all right, for me, I like a character that we can't explain. And I'll tell you why I like a character that we can't explain, that we have to find its origins, but we can't really explain what the origins are. And if they were once upon a time human, maybe something got a hold of them, or they made a deal where they fell into something that made them inhuman. I like stuff like that. And when this movie called Clown in a Cornfield gives you deaths that have a lot of strength in the death, in the killings. I'm talking about rakes lifting people up really high and strongly. I'm talking about people's heads flying off. I'm not talking about stabby, stab, stab. I'm talking about stab going through a person to the other side. That is not human strength. That is the strength of something you can't explain. And when you've got several people doing that, and you even have somebody talking behind the masks in certain scenes, a regular human voice, it gets killed for me. There's a lot of hinting to what I've talked about earlier, where this seemed interest from Cole to Quinn comes to play and comes to fruition in the third act. And in this third act, we have this Scooby-Doo dynamic to the reveal of who is under these clown costumes. And even more so at that point. Here's the deal. I like the third act of this movie. I really do. I even like the motive of it. And at that point, I didn't know this movie was a novel till before I turned on this camera. But in the theater, as the reveal was going on, I said, this would work really well as like a book. Because in a movie, you have this issue of those people moved like that clown did, or those clowns did. Those people had that strength. I don't think so. So I totally forgot to mention this in my review, but one of the things that I thought was really freaking weird about how this movie went about it, which I'm sure in the novel it explains it more, but in the movie they just didn't put the effort to do it or something, was, you know, the older people were about preserving legacy, preserving tradition, created this corn syrup or some shit and create lasting character for it. And the younger people are like, you won't accept change and you won't listen to us, but we're the future. How? At no point do they actually, the young people in the movie, actually give you a reason to listen to them or anything. They don't present anything. So it's like, well, the old people kind of have a point a little bit. But young people, I'm willing to hear you out. If you say something, they don't say shit. So yeah, back to the review. And finally, before I give you a rating for Clownin' of Cornfield, I just want to say this, which is I thought the cast was likable, and there's one person in this movie who brought a smile to my face. And if you see this review, Will Sasso, you are an incredible actor. And the moment I saw you pop up on screen, brother, I was just like, oh man, he's in a movie in a theater, and I haven't seen him on the big screen in a long time. You have been putting a smile on my face since I was 10 years old and continue to do what you do. You are a very, very talented individual. As for Clownin' the Cornfield, I am going to give it 2 bandanas out of 5. This movie to me just felt very confused on what it wanted to be. As I said, first act was very typical. Second act was just confusing to me. Third act was very Scooby-Doo-ish with a, what I feel is an unnecessary agenda thrown into it. And yeah, it's just all over the place. I could see this notion working as a, 8-part series on Amazon or Hulu or something like that. But as a movie, it didn't work for me. They had an opportunity to give you a clown figure that, we could talk about, Friendo, and it's not. Friendo is just a costume. It's not a person, it's not an entity, it's many people and whatever crap. So yeah, 2 bandanas out of 5. It is going to come to Shudder because it is a Shudder original. So if you already have a Shudder subscription, you don't have to go out to the theater and waste money on it. Yeah, I don't have nothing more to say about this movie. It was fun and dumb until it wasn't. And with all that being said, guys, earlier I mentioned Letterboxd, and if you like my reviews here, and there's other people you follow here for reviews, I'm sure they're on Letterboxd too. But you can be a critic just like us by joining Letterboxd. And if you don't know about Letterboxd, Letterboxd is a social media site for movie lovers. And if you love my reviews and other reviewers here on YouTube, I'm pretty sure they have a profile on Letterboxd. This is video, that's the written word, and you can interact with it, and you can see a log of all of the films that we have reviewed and all of the films that you have reviewed once you create your profile on Letterboxd. There's tons of exclusive opportunities for sneak previews and early showings through them. So I'll catch you on. And if you want more content like this, and you want to go behind the scenes and see some posts and also have exclusive lives and have a chance to review a movie on this channel yourself, you got to check out this channel's memberships. That's right, Thorn Theater has real deal membership laminated cards for all of you Thornaholics out there and horror lovers. Not only that, but you get to request your own reviews. Let's say there's something out there you're really dying for me to review, but the masses may not want it, or it's not something that's gonna move the numbers. Guess what? You pay. You control the narrative. You get early access to videos, live only chats, as well as exclusive watch-alongs just for members. And if you don't feel like committing to that, you can always gift me a super chat, super thanks here on YouTube, or buy me a coffee. Buy me a coffee right now is a way that you can support somebody like me for making videos just for you guys, doing what we love to do. But guess what? If you buy me a coffee, at least you're fueling the journey. And right now, Buy Me a Coffee has an update to where when you leave your note of why you have gifted me coffee, I can respond back to you in video form. And that's enough shilling for me, but maybe it's not, because you also got to check out my EP Rough Cuts, and I'll leave the link for that down below. As you see it right over here on the corner, it has been awesome to rock and roll. I'm working with a new publicity company that had me go to Fozzie's show out here in Belvedere, Illinois, and I'm getting to know so many people. Rock and roll is not dead, people, and I'm here to prove that as well. So check out my new EP, Rough Cuts. It is out right now on your favorite streaming platform. I'm Alex Thorn. You know what I gotta do. Rock out, watch some movies, and review them for you. Ho, 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 what's going on? Merry Christmas to everyone. I am Alex Thorn, and it is Reaction Wednesday. And no, today I am not wearing a bandana, but wearing your traditional bah humbug Christmas hat. And yesterday when I was out at AMC theaters for Five Nights at Freddy's 2, I actually saw a poster while I was walking through the corridors of AMC and did not see a trailer. So I looked it up, and today we are gonna watch the trailer for We Bury the Dead Together.
Tragic images emerge following the deployment of an experimental weapon.
Next, please.
I'd like to join the body retrieval unit.
Who was down there?
Just a little further.
My husband.
I want to make a difference.
There should be a way to get to the highway without them spawning us.
I know what you're going through, but if you find your husband, I hope you understand what that could mean.
The odd ones that do come back online are docile. You have nothing to fear.
You want to know why only some of them come back? They're the ones with unfinished business.
Is it true what they're saying?
And they're getting more hostile by the day.
Just a little further. Just a little further.
Just a little further.
I can definitely tell you right now, that looks a lot better to me than 28 Years Later trailer that I did see in theaters yesterday. Being a horror fan forever, zombies obviously is just built into what you love. But everybody loves a different kind of zombie, and the zombies from 28 weeks, 28 days, 28 years just never got me. These kind of look like those zombies, or seem to be as fast, but the premise of this looks a little more interesting to me. One thing that stuck out right away for me was this one shot of them riding a motorcycle on the highway. Directly has to be taken from the video game Days Gone, which is one of my absolute favorite video games. I've beaten it 100%. Their new DLC came out, and ever since that came out, I did purchase it, pre-ordered it actually, and haven't played the game much. I've been extremely busy, but that reminded me of Days Gone big time. If you're a Days Gone fan, please leave a comment down below. Let's chat about that. But you know, I find it interesting that she's looking for her husband. Obviously, he's probably going to be turned, you know, just like in Days Gone, he was looking for his wife. Nonetheless, this is coming right up in less than 2 weeks, January 2nd, and I haven't heard any hype for this. Before I saw it walking through the corridors, through the hallways of AMC, I didn't even hear about this movie. And that's that I've been looking for trailers for a while, you know, every Wednesday. And this trailer's been out roughly a month, and I never saw it, never came across it. So it's kind of buried. What about you? Does this look like something you want to watch? Is this bringing you Christmas joy? As this video is the second to last video of the year, I do want to talk to you guys and let you know that I wish and hope that you have an amazing Christmas with those you love. And if you are alone physically, know that you aren't alone, because we are all fans of media. And if there's a movie that you love, I guarantee you there's others who love that movie as well. Please find a Facebook group, find YouTube videos, find groups that talk about the same things you love, because you are not alone, even if you are physically only alone in your home. Merry Christmas, everyone, from Thorn and family. I'm Alex Thorn. You know what I gotta do? I gotta rock out, open some gifts, watch some movies, and review them for you. What is going on, people? Alex Thorn here, and I'm just a rock and roller who usually reviews trailers on Wednesdays. But as I scrolled and scrolled and scrolled, I promise you, I couldn't find one thing that I was interested in at all in checking out for this channel. Sure, I can click on a random, the drama trailer or something else, but this channel is about enjoying myself and coming to you with trailers and movie reviews that I actually enjoy, you know, not anything that I'm forcing myself to do. So something has been in the news, and if you are one of my current 3,600 subscribers, then you probably know about this, which is Netflix has tried and is most likely, as of right now, going to purchase Warner Brothers, which also includes HBO and HBO Max. Now, I'm pretty big on physical media, but I also can accept the convenience of streaming. Obviously, we don't want to take our entire VHS or Blu-ray library with us wherever we go, but yes, when we're home and there's a movie we really love or we're really tied to that we saw in the theater, much like me with Dangerous Animals, I purchased it. Much like me with the new Bad Boys, I purchased it, and a few other movies, the new Evil Dead, Rise, right? When you're tied to a movie, you purchase it. There's also some movies that I saw that I wanted, like the new Hellraiser that was from Hulu, or the new Texas Chainsaw Massacre that was from Netflix, or Barbarian that came out about 2020 or so, that we have not been able to purchase because they were just streaming only. And I say all of that because currently when Warner Brothers comes out with a new movie, it goes to the theater and you can experience it on a huge screen in different formats. And then it comes out to physical media where you can own it if you so choose to, as well as streaming. Well, with Netflix buying Warner Brothers and HBO Max and acquiring all of those shows that come along with that and movies, we may not get the new DC film in theaters, and we may not get it coming to physical media. And that's a huge concern, right? Along with Harry Potter and along with, you know, Warner Classics that may just disappear in general. And then there's the other side of the coin where people are worried about jobs. I can't speak on that at all because I don't have any knowledge of that. What I can speak on is on the consumer side and my side of media and reviewing things and being a fan of physical media from HBO and Warner Brothers as well. So I can speak on that, and I'm a fan of Netflix. Let's not kid ourselves. They're being kind of put out there in the media as these bad guys looking to do a monopoly, but this is business and it is what it is. And yeah, there is a huge amount of people, more people I would say, that would prefer to stay home and watch a movie than go out to the theater. And there damn sure is more people that would prefer to watch a movie on their phone, on their tablet, on their TV, at home streaming than they would go out and buy a Blu-ray player
or the latest Blu-ray and make sure it's, you know, we're a niche audience at this point that does that. So is there a concern? Yes, but there's also, in my eyes, a way to fix all of this. And I've maintained this for a while. I've been saying it for quite a while, is that I don't understand why Netflix has not, unless it's in plans for the future, I don't know, but I don't understand why Netflix has not decided to have their own movie theater. I don't understand why they don't have their own physical media releases. Not for everything, obviously, because they come out with a lot of movies, but for the big ones that they consider big, I don't understand why you don't provide a limited edition physical media version of those with behind the scenes and featurettes and all that, because there is an audience, Netflix, that watches you that also wants to own some of your movies because they loved it. And I get it. Again, in the media, they're being painted as like this big bad corporation that doesn't want you to own anything because they have you streaming, but I really don't think that's the case. I think they have a business model, and their business model is streaming first. But we can also expand that business model to physical media, curate, and use your website, your very own website, Netflix, to send out. I mean, you have it. Like, you have the data of who's watching what, as you have, you know, your number one movie and the top 10 movies and the top 10 shows of the week. You know, you have the data of what's popular and what's not. You can also send out surveys, quick 3 or 4 question surveys of, would you be interested in this movie? We saw you watch this. Instead of just, you know, hey, do you like or love this? Follow up with an email. Hey, would you be interested if this came out on physical media? Yes or no? And collect your data that way. Send push notifications, send emails,